Chapter 1. The system has malfunctioned. In the realm of Douluo continent, a world where soul beasts coexist with humanity, a seemingly tranquil environment conceals myriad perils. On the fringes of the Stardow forest, a young boy meanders leisurely. Clad in simple attire, the boy possesses a delicate visage, accentuated by striking white hair. However, it is his pair of crimson eyes that truly captivate. These red irises exude an otherworldly allure, making it difficult for onlookers to gaze upon him for long. It has been 6 years since I arrived in this world, and yet nothing of consequence has transpired, the boy murmurs, tilting his head skyward. Indeed, the boy is not a native of this realm, but rather a traveler from another world. His name is Lu Zhe, an ordinary individual from the 21st century who, due to a fortuitous mishap, found himself in this fantastical land. Initially, Lu Zhe believed this world to be akin to his own, yet he soon realized it was the Douluo continent. At first, he felt elated, having entered a world he was familiar with, but optimism waned as he anticipated the arrival of his promised abilities, only to be met with disappointment. On a sunny, idyllic day, Lu Zhe returned to his favorite spot. Reclining on a massive rock, he gazed at the azure sky and lamented, "When will my powers finally manifest?" Ding! At long last, the system made its entrance. Just as Lu Zhe was engulfed in despondency, an electronic voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Zhe's spirits lifted. "Finally, my powers have arrived. Oh joy! Dear host, do not harbor excessive expectations. This system must also attend to individuals in other worlds and cannot remain at your side indefinitely. It shall only assist in awakening your potential and will depart once this is accomplished." Wait, what? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that the system would leave right after arriving? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a beam of white light enveloped him, and the system's voice echoed once more, commencing enhancement of host's body. Ding! The enhancement has been completed. The journey ahead is now in your hands. The nature of your awakened martial spirit remains uncertain, but rest assured, it shall not be feeble. Lu Zhe, bewildered by this proclamation, finally managed to exclaim, "Hey system, are you really going to abandon me?" Ding! Dear host, this is not abandonment. The system has yet to fully accept you. So how could it abandon you? Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. "Fear not, dear host. Once you attain a certain level of strength, this system will naturally return to you. Until then, this system must take its leave." Whoosh, wait a moment. Lu Zhe had not yet comprehended the situation when the system vanished, leaving him with a countenance of vexation. Thus, the system abandoned Lu Zhe, leaving him to confront the vastness of Douluo continent alone. Initially, Lu Zhe began to appreciate the simplicity of being an ordinary person. However, upon reflection, he recalled the system's assertion that his awakened martial soul would not be weak. Perhaps it was even a divine-level martial soul. With this thought, Lu Zhe felt invigorated. Realizing that he was already 6 years old and on the cusp of awakening his martial soul, he promptly turned and dashed towards the town. After a lengthy run, he found himself surprisingly free of sweat, a testament to the system's enhancements. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to exhaustion halfway through. Finally back, Lu Zhe remarked, surveying the streets around him with a satisfied smile. He then proceeded in a particular direction. After an undetermined duration of walking, Lu Zhe arrived at the exterior of a remarkably grand building. Observing children of similar age within, he couldn't help but smile. This must be the place. I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken. With that, he stepped inside, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. He soon gravitated towards the group of children his age, finding a random spot to sit quietly as they awaited the soul master who would assist in their martial soul awakening. Time passed, and a group of men gradually emerged from the building. Clad in white robes, each held a crystal ball in hand. Recognizing their purpose, Lu Zhe understood they were the facilitators of his martial soul awakening. At that moment, a man dressed in black robes spoke. "All right, everyone, please settle down." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly, and soon silence enveloped the room. The man scanned the children before smiling. "We are here today to guide you in awakening your martial souls. We hope each of you will awaken a remarkable one." With that, the men began their work, dividing the children into groups and leading them into small rooms within the building. Lu Zhe, without hesitation, chose a group and followed. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhe was taken aback by its spaciousness. "All right, we have 10 young friends here ready to awaken their martial souls. Who would like to go first?" The leading instructor was a kindly-looking man. Without a moment's pause, Lu Zhe dashed to the front of the line, grinning as he declared, Let me be the first, hee. Observing Lu Ze's innocent smile, the man chuckled and inquired, "What is your name?" "Young one." "Name unchanged. Identity unaltered. I am Lu Ze." Lu Ze proclaimed with a youthful exuberance. The man gazed at the little fellow before him and couldn't help but chuckle. He then patted Lu Ze on the head, saying, "Very well, young Lu Ze, you shall stand within this circle while I assist you in awakening your martial spirit." Lu Ze obediently complied, for he was on the brink of possessing his very own martial spirit. With the assurance of the system, he felt confident that he would awaken a divine-level martial spirit. He stepped into the hexagram that the man had indicated. Observing this, the man began to channel his soul power, but at that moment, a blinding white light erupted. The other children promptly shielded their eyes, and even the man found himself perplexed. It was merely the awakening of a martial spirit. Why such a tremendous commotion? After a moment's contemplation, a smile crept across his face. Could it be an extraordinary martial spirit? He mused, his anticipation for Lu Ze growing. Engulfed by the white light, Lu Ze lost track of time until he finally opened his eyes. His once crimson gaze now appeared even more enigmatic. What has been awakened? The man wondered, perplexed, as he noticed that there was nothing beside Lu Ze. He soon approached the boy and inquired, "Young Lu Ze, what martial spirit have you awakened?" Lu Ze replied nonchalantly, "My right hand is my martial spirit." With that, he extended his right hand. The man was taken aback, for intricate and peculiar runes adorned Lu Ze's right hand, extending up to his forearm. Could this signify a new martial spirit? The man quickly regained his composure and said with a grin, "In that case, let's test your innate soul power." He handed a crystal orb to Lu Ze, who promptly placed his right hand upon it without hesitation. However, this action led to a stunning turn of events. The crystal orb emitted a blinding radiance, so intense that the man could barely keep his eyes open. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Crack! A clear sound resonated, and the man felt a surge of astonishment. He observed cracks forming on the crystal orb, which seemed poised to explode. "Young Lu Ze, quickly withdraw your hand, the orb is about to burst," he exclaimed at it. Lu Ze replied, bewildered, just as he prepared to speak again when calamity struck. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the crystal orb shattered into countless pieces. Fortunately, the man managed to pull Lu Ze to safety at the last moment. He looked at the debris of the orb, momentarily at a loss for words that moment. Lu Ze smiled and asked, "Mentor, what is my soul power level?" The man forced a smile, responding, "Lu Ze, your soul power has already exceeded level 10. As for the exact level, I cannot ascertain. You must accompany me to determine it." Elyuja suddenly comprehended that his martial spirit seemed to have truly reached the caliber of a divine-grade martial spirit. A smile broke across his face, completely oblivious to the man's words, as he turned and dashed outside. The man, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily froze, contemplating the pursuit of Luja. Yet, he remembered that a group of children had yet to awaken their martial spirits, which would not bode well for his responsibilities. After considerable reflection, he ultimately decided to assist the children in their awakening, intending to report Luja's situation to his superior later. Successfully emerging from the confines, Luja gazed upon the Stardow forest, a smile gracing his lips. The most pressing concern now is the Soul Ring. Chapter 2. The Hand of Rules. Within the depths of the Stardow forest, a slight figure was sprinting frantically. The reason for this frantic flight was simple. A colossal soul beast was hot on his heels. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to wander so recklessly. How could I encounter such a wretched creature? The figure lamented. That figure was none other than Luja. Upon entering the Stardow forest, Luja had felt invincible, frolicking without a care, only to inadvertently provoke a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear. Consequently, Luja found himself being pursued relentlessly by the bear. Fortunately, Luja's physique had been enhanced, his physical capabilities far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Coupled with a small stature, he could utilize the forest's advantages to evade his pursuer. Initially, he thought he could shake off the Xianming bear using these tactics, but to his astonishment, the bear seemed increasingly enraged, as if he owed it money. "Seriously, I merely glanced at you. Is it necessary to pursue me so relentlessly?" Luja grumbled in frustration. "Roar!" The Xianming bear responded with a fierce roar, continuing its relentless chase. Faced with this, Luja could only express his exasperation and keep running. Thus, a chase ensued between man and bear through the Stardow forest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luja began to feel his breath grow heavy, his stamina waning. He started searching for a place to catch his breath. Scanning left and right, He eventually spotted a narrow cave, concluding that the Xianming bear could not enter. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the narrow cave, while the Xianming bear found itself wedged at the entrance. However, the bear seemed undeterred, furiously attempting to push its way into the cave, startling Lu Zhe. Regaining his composure, Lu Zhe boldly taunted, "Aren't you fearsome? Why don't you come in here and fight me?" This remark appeared to provoke the Xianming bear further, prompting it to unleash another thunderous roar, intensifying its efforts to breach the cave. Lu Zhe watched this spectacle, unable to suppress a laugh. He then reclined on a nearby stone slab, declaring, "I'm curious to see if you can fit in here. You'll just lie here today if you can. Come and finish me off." At this moment, the Xianming bear also realized that it could not enter, so it began to retreat. Lu Zhe, observing this, wondered if the creature intended to leave. However, the Xianming bear simply settled at the entrance of the cave, silently awaiting Lu Zhe's emergence. What purpose does this bear serve by lingering here instead of returning home? Lu Zhe couldn't help but express his disdain. Yet, the Xianming bear seemed to comprehend his words, lifting its gaze to meet Lu Zhe's with an air of defiance, as if to convey, "If you do not exit, I shall not depart. I am curious to see how long you can endure within." Feeling a sense of contempt from the bear, Lu Zhe retorted with determination, "Just you wait, I will inevitably transform you into my soul ring." With that proclamation, he began to delve into the mysteries of his martial soul, having awakened it some time ago, but still lacking understanding of its nature. "I wonder what use this martial soul truly possesses," Lu Zhe mused, gazing at the intricate inscriptions adorning his right hand. After pondering for a while, he set aside his thoughts and commenced learning how to harness his soul power. With his eyes shut tightly, Lu Zhe soon entered a meditative state. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a realm of chaos. "Where's this place?" he murmured, surveying the surrounding tumultuous expanse. As he pondered his situation, a distant point of light captured his attention. "What is that?" he exclaimed, focusing on the luminous dot in the distance. For reasons unknown, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if it beckoned him, promising the answers he sought. Thus, Lu Zhe began to drift toward the radiant point. Yet no matter how he moved, it seemed to elude him, as if it were drifting further away. What is happening here? Confusion washed over him. But after regaining his composure, he declared, "I refuse to be thwarted today. I must reach that place." With renewed resolve, he propelled himself toward the light once more. Yet, reality proved obstinate regardless of his acceleration. A persistent distance remained between him and the luminous beacon that moment. Lu Zhe began to question the very essence of his existence. Why is this so? It appears so close, yet remains utterly unreachable, he reflected, articulating his conclusions. Each attempt brought him tantalizingly near, yet always just out of grasp, a relentless cycle. In that instant, a profound realization dawned upon Lu Zhe. Why was he so insistent on pursuing it? Why couldn't it come to him instead? With that thought, he closed his eyes again, uncertain of what awaited him. Time slipped by, and eventually, Lu Zhe sensed a peculiar sensation. Slowly, he opened his eyes to discover himself in a wondrous space. As Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by a profound astonishment, for the space enveloping him was not merely a pristine white, it was adorned with countless golden inscriptions that flowed gracefully. Moreover, directly ahead stood a resplendent golden palace. What on earth is this place? Lu Zhe was utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. He then began to advance towards the distant golden palace. Yet to his greater astonishment, with each step he took, the golden inscriptions seemed to follow him like playful children. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Lu Zhe finally arrived at the exterior of the golden palace, while the golden inscriptions behind him writhed and danced, reminiscent of youthful spirits. Just as Lu Zhe was about to step into the palace, a voice resonated in his ear. "You have finally arrived." Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe was instantly taken aback. Was he not meditating? How could there be another voice present? Soon, a figure appeared atop the throne in the golden palace. Lu Zhe was instantly struck with awe. The figure before him exuded an overwhelming presence, as if proclaiming, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." The individual seated upon the throne resembled a sovereign, gazing down upon Lu Zhe with an air of superiority. After an indeterminate passage of time, the man finally spoke. "Lu Zhe, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe finally emerged from his earlier astonishment. He then lifted his gaze towards the person and slowly inquired, "May I ask why you, esteemed senior, are waiting for me here?" The individual, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, which startled Lu Zhe. I await you here solely to help you recognize your own potential. The person replied with measured calmness. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was immediately filled with curiosity regarding the man's identity. However, he understood that this was not the appropriate moment to inquire. Since the man had expressed a desire to reveal his abilities, Lu Zhe decided to ask instead, "Esteemed senior, might I inquire about the abilities you wish to disclose to me?" He asked with great politeness. The man, upon hearing this, did not linger on pleasantries. He stood up and slowly approached Lu Zhe. "You are still unaware of the significance of the inscription on your right hand, are you?" The man spoke gently. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not deny it. He simply nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am unaware of the true purpose of my right hand." The man, upon hearing this, burst into laughter once more and gradually elucidated, "Remember, your right hand is known as the hand of rules, capable of wielding the power of regulation." The moment Lu Zhe heard this, he was instantly taken aback. The power of regulation. Such a force is immensely formidable. Does this not render me invincible? However, just as Lu Zhe began to revel in his newfound pride, the man continued speaking. "Do not rejoice too soon. This world is governed by its own rules. If you wish to genuinely harness the power of the hand of rules, you must shatter the rules of this world. Otherwise, you will forever remain unable to truly wield the hand of rules." The man spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. To truly grasp the power of the rules, one must shatter the very tenets of this world. Does that not imply that one must at least attain divinity? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhe hastily inquired, "Does this mean that I must break the rules of this world to possess the genuine power of the rules?" The man nodded and slowly replied, "You may interpret it in that manner, but how you choose to dismantle the rules of this world is entirely up to you." With that, the man began to turn away and continued, "My mission concludes here. The remaining path is yours to traverse. The method to wield the power of the rules resides upon that throne. If you wish to know, then take your seat upon it." Before Lu Zhe could respond, the man transformed into golden inscriptions, merging seamlessly with the throne. Lu Zhe gazed at the scene before him and resolutely made his decision. To break the rules of this world? He spoke softly, then approached the throne beside him. Are not rules meant to be shattered? Moreover, the regulations of this world are far from perfect. Lu Zhe chuckled as he boldly seated himself upon the throne. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point where he felt as if his head might explode. Yet, he persevered. For the sake of dismantling the old rules and establishing new ones, what was a little pain? As time passed, Lu Zhe's aura began to stabilize while he kept his eyes tightly shut, lost in profound contemplation. Time flew by, and Lu Zhe had lost track of how long he had been meditating on the throne, but an instinct urged him that it was time to emerge. With a sigh, he exhaled a cloud of stagnant air. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that his once crimson gaze now shimmered with a hint of gold after his meditation. How long has it been? Rising slowly, he realized that his clothes had shrunk, and he had grown taller. Indeed, he appeared half a head taller than before. When he glanced outside the cave, he found that the mysterious Xianming bear had vanished, presumably having departed. Thus, Lu Zhe made his way out of the cave, only to be momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the sunlight. "It seems I have lingered in darkness for quite some time. I am not quite accustomed to this light," he remarked with a faint smile. After an indeterminate period of meditation, Lu Zhe's character had undergone a significant transformation. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. What mattered most was that he had mastered a portion of the hand of rules. He approached a nearby tree, broke off a branch, and grasped it firmly in his right hand. Channeling his soul power, he summoned forth a golden radiance from the inscriptions on his right hand. Enveloping the branch in a luminous golden sheen, Lu Zhe wielded a branch and, without uttering a word, struck at a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, the tree was severed cleanly in half, crashing to the ground. What was even more astonishing was the remarkably smooth cut, reminiscent of a blade forged by the finest artisans. This extraordinary feat was attributed to the branch imbued with golden light. Indeed, this was one of Lu Zhe's current abilities, the golden pattern overlay, which significantly enhanced the sharpness of any object. While this power was relatively ordinary and not particularly formidable, it was a commendable skill for Lu Zhe at this stage. After all, he had yet to acquire a soul ring. Once he did, his strength would escalate to an extraordinary level. He pondered the whereabouts of the Xianming bear, yearning for its soul ring. With a faint smile, Lu Zhe set off towards the location where he had first encountered the bear. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Lu Zhe finally arrived at the spot of his initial meeting with the Xianming bear, yet he found no trace of it. How peculiar, He mused, scratching his head. Isn't this the bear's lair? How can it be absent for such a duration? Lu Zhe gazed at the desolate expanse before him, his interest rapidly waning as he prepared to turn away. At that very moment, however, he unexpectedly encountered the returning Xinming bear, foraging for food. It has been a while, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, the Xinming bear charged towards him once more. Still as brutish as ever, Lu Zhe chuckled, nimbly leaping aside to evade the bear's strike. The Xinming bear, realizing something was amiss, noted that Lu Zhe seemed to have transformed entirely. Yet, Lu Zhe afforded the bear no time for contemplation. He swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and activated the golden patterns enveloping it. The stone in Lu Zhe's hand shimmered with a radiant golden light, and he hurled it with great force. The Xinming bear, mistaking it for an ordinary stone, braced itself to withstand the impact. This miscalculation proved costly. With a sickening thud, the stone pierced through the bear's shoulder, blood gushing forth. The bear was taken aback by the gaping wound, astonished that its formidable defenses, which could withstand even the mightiest of thousand-year spirit beasts, had been breached by a mere stone. In that moment, the Xinming bear comprehended Lu Zhe's prowess and hastily attempted to flee. "Ah, so you know to escape?" Lu Zhe remarked with a grin, picking up another stone from the ground. The stone, now adorned with golden patterns, shot forth like a cannonball towards the fleeing bear. With a sharp crack, it pierced through the bear's right hind leg, rendering it immobile. Yet Lu Zhe's onslaught did not cease. Seizing the moment of the bear's vulnerability, he launched 3 more stones. The bear let out a pained howl as its limbs were punctured, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Do not blame me. I seek strength, and thus require your soul ring," Lu Zhe said softly, stroking the bear's back. "To shatter the rules of this world, one must pay a price," Lu Zhe added with a smile. Rising slowly, he picked up a branch nearby and reinforced it with golden patterns. The transformed branch now resembled a sharp executioner's blade. Gripping it firmly with both hands, Lu Zhe brought it down decisively, and the Xinming bear met its end at his hands. As the bear fell lifeless, a circle of purple soul rings materialized above its carcass. Lu Zhe gazed upon the soul ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then carried the soul ring into the lair of the Xinming bear, settling into a meditative position before commencing the absorption process. Uncertain of his success, he held steadfast faith that the insights gleaned upon the throne would ultimately enable him to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. Time passed, and when the first ray of sunlight graced the continent, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. Lu Zhe slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then rose to stretch his limbs. "It appears my judgment was not amiss. I never anticipated things would proceed so smoothly," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. After momentarily assessing his newfound strength, he discovered that his first soul skill held a certain intrigue. A gravity domain, perhaps? Lu Zhe mused, casting a meaningful glance at his first soul ring. With a swift motion of his right hand, a nearby stone was instantly crushed into the earth by the force of gravity. Is it truly this formidable? Lu Zhe pondered, a hint of surprise flickering within him. For this marked his inaugural use of a soul skill. Having grasped the application of his first skill, he proceeded to utilize it several more times, enhancing his proficiency. Once he felt adequately adept, Lu Zhe made his way toward the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of others. It is astonishing that this child could single-handedly vanquish a 3,000-year-old Xinming bear. A voice resonated from the shadows of the Douluo forest. At that moment, another voice emerged, suggesting that if they could persuade him to join their ranks, future plans would be secure. "But how do you intend to sway him to our side? He is on the verge of reaching level 20, and he will likely return to the forest. Do you plan to act then?" "Not to act. Merely to engage him in conversation." "Very well. I too wish to avoid any conflict. I shall take my leave." Meanwhile, at the edge of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely along the streets. With strength temporarily acquired, he realized he now lacked knowledge. He murmured to himself. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhe clapped his hands, exclaiming, "There seems to be a library in this town that contains the fundamental knowledge of the Douluo continent." With that, he headed towards the library. At that moment, a man suddenly noticed Lu Zhe's figure and turned to regard him intently. "Hasn't this child been missing for half a year? How's he here again?" the man exclaimed, astonished. However, this could also prove beneficial. If he could be brought into our academy, it would be advantageous, the man said excitedly, then followed suit. As Lu Zhe continued towards the library, he sensed he was being followed and decided to weave through a crowd. The man trailed closely behind Lu Zhe, but suddenly lost sight of him. This child possesses such keen awareness. The man marveled, though he accepted the reality with composure. Now that he was aware Luze remained in this town, there was still hope. Consequently, the man turned to retrace his steps to his previous location. Concealed within the throng, Luze silently observed the man's retreating figure, momentarily lost in contemplation. What business does this man have in following me? Could it be that he has uncovered my secret? Upon reflecting on this, Luze's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. It appeared that it was best to avoid crowded places. Without absolute strength, revealing the secret of his martial soul would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen consequences. He quietly murmured to himself, determining in that moment that once he had sufficiently acquired knowledge, he would retreat back into the Douluo forest to continue his seclusion, only re-emerging when he had attained sufficient strength for self-preservation. Chapter 4. The Might of Soul Skills. Half a month later, Luze finally reappeared under the sunlight. Throughout this fortnight, he had been engrossed in books at the library, and had it not been for the librarian forcibly ushering him out, he might have remained there for another fortnight. That should suffice. I have learned what I needed to know. Now, I merely await my 12th birthday, Luze murmured softly. The reason for waiting until he turned 12 was that during this time, he had discovered the continent's foremost soul master academy, the Shrek Academy. While it was possible to head there sooner, his current soul power was a meager level 15, clearly insufficient. After all, the individuals at Shrek Academy were geniuses. What if he were to be bullied due to his inadequate strength? Thus, he opted to adhere to his original plan. First, I should procure some daily necessities. I will then wait in the Douluo forest until I turn 12, Luze whispered to himself. He then set off towards a store specializing in daily supplies. After completing his purchases, just as he was about to head towards the Douluo forest, he was intercepted by a figure. Child, I have finally found you. The newcomer was the man who had previously followed Luze. Upon seeing him, Luze's expression instantly turned cold. What do you want with me? He questioned icily. The man was taken aback by Luze's demeanor. He recalled that the boy had not been like this when he had helped awaken his martial soul. It had only been half a year. How had he changed so drastically? If you have nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave, Luze stated. Attempting to depart when the man, regaining his composure, hurriedly explained, I apologize. I am Tang Xiao, an instructor at the Soul Master Academy and the one who assisted you in awakening your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Luze began to understand, and he responded, May I inquire why you, Senior Tang, have called me? Tang Xiao cleared his throat and said earnestly, The truth is, I have taken note of your talent and would like to invite you to join our academy for study. What are your thoughts on this? Realizing Tang Xiao's intentions, Luze felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially feared that the man had uncovered his secret, but it turned out he had been overthinking. So, what do you say? Will you consider it? Tang Xiao continued, and upon realizing the situation, Luze promptly declined Tang Xiao's invitation. I apologize, but I have already set my sights on another academy. Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he found the reasoning sound. After all, Luze possessed exceptional talent. Once nurtured, he would undoubtedly join the ranks of the continent's elite. It was only natural that other academies would extend their invitations to such a prodigy. With a sense of disappointment, he replied, If that is the case, I shall not force you. Might you share with me the academy you wish to attend? As Luze turned to leave, he heard Tang Xiao's words, Shrek Academy. Luze replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the mention of Shrek Academy, Tang Xiao instantly understood. It made sense, after all, as the continent's foremost soul master academy. It is a gathering place for many prodigies. Noticing that Tang Xiao had fallen silent, Luze departed without a backward glance. It was not that he did not wish to follow Tang Xiao, but rather that he had his own matters to attend to. To achieve success, one must possess absolute resources and financial means, and Shrek Academy precisely fulfilled this criterion. There were indeed many other academies that met similar conditions, such as the Soul Master Academy of the Douluo Empire and the Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. However, Luze had no intention of joining them. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that both nations were somewhat chaotic, frequently embroiled in warfare. Joining them could potentially jeopardize his life should his secrets be inadvertently exposed. With these thoughts in mind, Luze ceased to ponder further and resolutely made his way into the Douluo forest. Now, he possessed the capability to protect himself, which instilled in him a newfound boldness. Ah, Douluo forest, I have returned. I wonder what intriguing experiences await me this time. Luze exclaimed with a smile as he stood atop a grand tree. He then leaped down to the ground below. Luze made his way towards the cave where he had previously taken refuge, believing it would serve as a suitable temporary sanctuary. However, midway through his journey, he encountered trouble. A pack of gray wolves was glaring at him with predatory intent, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Yet, rather than displaying any fear, Luze remained remarkably composed. Are they all a century old? He scoffed at the wolves surrounding him. The wolves seemed to comprehend his disdainful remark and instantly became enraged, charging towards him in a frenzy. In an instant, a violet soul ring appeared around Luze, and before the wolves could react, they were overwhelmed by an immense pressure, causing them to collapse at his feet. The gravity realm is quite impressive, Luze remarked as he approached one of the gray wolves, crouching down to touch it. As the wolf attempted to bite him, the gravitational force upon it suddenly intensified exponentially. The creature, unable to comprehend the sudden change, was crushed into a pulpy mass. Was that truly necessary? Luze chuckled. Rising slowly, he surveyed the other incapacitated wolves, and without uttering a word, he waved his right hand, increasing the gravitational pressure, which swiftly dispatched the remaining wolves. Observing the numerous century-old soul rings scattered around, Luze merely smiled faintly before departing. One could only wonder how certain individuals might feel upon witnessing such a scene, after expending all their efforts to barely slay a single century-old soul beast, only to see him wipe out a multitude with a mere flick of his wrist. Indeed, one cannot appreciate the pain without comparison. Upon reaching the cave once again, Luze tidied up his humble abode before sitting cross-legged on the stone slab to commence his meditation and cultivation. His method of meditation was rather straightforward. He simply seated himself upon the throne within his golden palace to contemplate, though the effectiveness depended entirely on his own efforts. As Luze delved into his meditative state, two figures appeared outside the cave. As expected, he has returned, one remarked. You should hasten and speak with him. Perhaps an agreement can be reached. Indeed, came the reply, and they stepped into the cave. At that moment, Luze sensed an approaching presence and promptly opened his eyes. Who are you? He coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the cave entrance. Do not be alarmed. I pose no threat to you. A deep voice resonated from outside. May I come in to discuss matters with you? Luze was momentarily perplexed by the other party's intentions, having never laid eyes on each other before. It was surprising that he was being summoned for a conversation. However, he could sense the fluctuations of soul energy emanating from outside the cave, far more potent than the previous Shinming bear he had encountered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luze ultimately decided to step outside and meet the mysterious individual. As he emerged from the cave, he was taken aback by the extraordinary scene before him. What on earth was this? Chapter 5. The arrival of Emperor Tian. What on earth was this? Luze gazed in astonishment at the towering black dragon before him. Child, what is your name? The dragon inquired slowly. Luze, taken aback, was uncertain of the dragon's true strength. However, he could ascertain that it had reached the formidable level of 100,000 years, akin to a title Douluo among soul masters. In contrast, he was merely an ordinary aspiring soul master at level 15, and standing before such a colossal being inevitably filled him with a sense of awe. Noticing Luze's silence in response to his question, the black dragon spoke once more. Child, are you unable to hear my words? At this moment, Luze finally realized the situation and slowly remarked, I wonder what brings you to seek me out. It cannot merely be to inquire about my name, can it? Upon hearing this, the black dragon offered a faint smile and directly replied, Indeed, I have come to you because there is a matter that requires your assistance. Upon hearing these words, Luze was instantly engulfed in confusion. He was merely an ordinary person. Why would this black dragon, possessing the formidable strength of a titled Douluo, seek him out? I fail to comprehend. You are already immensely powerful. Why do you still come to an ordinary individual like myself? Luze questioned. I cannot elucidate the reasons, yet I possess an inexplicable conviction that you have the potential to lead us to unprecedented heights, the black dragon proclaimed, exaggeratingly. Upon hearing this, Luze's interest was instantly piqued. He was uncertain about the motives of the black dragon before him, yet he was relieved to conclude that it did not seek to cause him any trouble. What makes you say that? Luze inquired slowly. It is simply because the inscription on your right hand exudes an extraordinary power, the black dragon responded. Upon hearing this, Luze comprehended immediately. Certain formidable soul beasts or soul masters could perceive the uniqueness of his right hand. It seemed prudent for him to exercise caution in concealing it in the future. So, how would you like me to assist you? Luze asked straightforwardly, seeking the crux of the matter. The black dragon was taken aback by his response. Surprised by the smooth progression of their conversation and replied, quite simply, once you attain a certain level of cultivation, lead us to conquer the divine realm. At this declaration, Lu Zhe found himself less composed. Conquering the divine realm? It was audacious of the black dragon to propose such a notion. However, upon further reflection, it aligned perfectly with his ultimate goal, to shatter the rules of this world, to dismantle those rules. He would need to confront those who upheld them, the deities of the divine realm. Very well, but I require your assistance in devising a plan for my spirit rings. How does that sound? Lu Zhe said with a smile. The black dragon realized then that this human harbored his own intentions. After all, conquering the divine realm was no trivial feat, yet he had unexpectedly agreed so readily. This acknowledgement reaffirmed the immense power contained within the inscription on his right hand. How should I address you? Lu Zhe inquired with a grin. The black dragon replied slowly, you may call me Emperor Tian. Upon hearing that name, Lu Zhe was immediately enveloped by a wave of familiarity, softly murmuring within himself, the beast god Emperor Tian has actually crossed my path. Subsequently, noticing that Lu Zhe had fallen silent, Tian turned and said, come with me. In my domain, you shall find a more effective means to elevate your cultivation. Lu Zhe, unwavering in his resolve, followed Emperor Tian without hesitation. A month later, Lu Zhe's strength had ascended to an astonishing level. Although his soul power remained at a mere 20, his true prowess was already comparable to that of a soul sect. Perched upon a massive boulder, Lu Zhe sat cross-legged, his eyes shut in deep meditation. At that moment, a soul beast, over 3 meters in length and standing 8 feet tall, its entire body adorned with a lustrous golden fur, approached him and inquired gently, when do you intend to acquire your second soul ring? Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and smiled, saying, it is today. This soul beast was no ordinary creature. It was the emperor beast of the Douluo continent, the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion gazed at Lu Zhe, lost in thought. For ever since Emperor Tian had brought this human back a month ago, she felt her status had diminished. Initially, she had the urge to engage him in battle. But Emperor Tian had intervened, declaring that this human was of great importance and that she must not harm him, leaving a profound impression on the three-eyed golden lion's heart. Just as the three-eyed golden lion prepared to speak again, Emperor Tian arrived. Lu Zhe, how many years can your second soul ring endure? Emperor Tian asked slowly. Lu Zhe stood up and replied nonchalantly, about 8,000 years should suffice. Are you certain? Emperor Tian inquired. I recall that a soul master's second soul ring can only withstand 700 years. Are you jesting with me? Although having spent a month with Lu Zhe and witnessing his extraordinary talent, he still felt a twinge of surprise. Lu Zhe spoke confidently, assuring, rest assured, there will be no issues. In response, Emperor Tian gently proposed, in that case, I shall have the Scarlet King accompany you to procure the soul ring. Lu Zhe gladly accepted the situation, but just as he was about to depart, the three-eyed golden lion sprang forth. I want to go too, the creature exclaimed loudly. Tian cast a glance her way and replied slowly, no, you are a revered imperial beast and cannot roam freely. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion became quite displeased, retorting, why not? The stars are my home, and I shall go wherever I wish without your concern. Tian found himself at a loss for words. His reluctance to allow her to accompany them stemmed from a fear that she might act violently towards Lu Zhe. After all, had he not been present when Lu Zhe was first brought back, it was likely that the young beast would have already clashed with him. Let her come along. I trust she will behave. Lu Zhe interjected at that moment. Did you hear that? Lu Zhe has agreed. Will you still try to stop me? The three-eyed golden lion chimed in eagerly after Lu Zhe spoke on her behalf. Tian was momentarily at a loss. However, since Lu Zhe had consented, it would be unreasonable to refuse. Very well, you may accompany us, but you must not act recklessly, understand? Tian said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion's mood brightened, and she promptly dashed ahead of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed upon the three-eyed golden beast before him, momentarily questioning whether this creature was truly the imperial auspicious beast. It seemed to lack a certain intelligence. Shortly thereafter, the Crimson King approached Lu Zhe's side and, observing him, inquired gently, Lu Zhe, what kind of soul ring do you desire? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhe leaned closer to the Red King and whispered a few words in his ear. Once Lu Zhe finished speaking, the Red King was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief as he asked, are you certain you desire that particular spirit ring? Is it not feasible? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. It is indeed possible, however. That species of spirit beast is exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. Nonetheless, I shall endeavor to assist you, the Red King replied with a measured tone. For them, the stronger Luze became, the more advantageous it would be for their future. In the distance, the three-eyed golden lion observed the two conversing in hushed tones. Feeling a wave of confusion wash over him, yet he did not dwell on it further. After an exhaustive search throughout the Stardew forest, the Red King finally located the spirit beast that Luze required. This one will do, the Red King declared, presenting an unusual spirit beast to Luze. Luze glanced at it and smiled, saying, exactly this. He then utilized gravitational pressure to eliminate the spirit beast. A circle of purple spirit rings swiftly manifested above the carcass of the spirit beast. Luze, without hesitation, directly donned the soul ring upon himself and commenced the absorption process. During this interval, Qi Wang took on the responsibility of monitoring him. While the three-eyed golden lion had long since vanished, though not too far away, Qi Wang could still sense her presence. A new ability was unfolding within Luze as he absorbed the soul ring, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was uncertain how formidable this new power might be, but he was confident it would not be inferior to the gravity domain. Chapter 6. Entering the world. Time passed, though Luze could not discern how long, until he gradually opened his eyes. You are awake, Qi Wang remarked softly. How was the absorption? Quite satisfactory, Luze replied slowly. Observing Luze's demeanor, Qi Wang inquired. What is your second soul skill like? Do you wish to know? Luze responded with a meaningful tone. Qi Wang nodded slowly, gazing intently at Luze as if awaiting something significant. Upon witnessing the situation, Luze ceased to conceal his abilities. His second soul ring emanated a radiant purple glow. Before the Crimson King could react, he was enveloped by a protective barrier. Instantly, the Crimson King was taken aback, struggling to breathe. He was astounded. Yet even more bewildered was the fact that his voice could not be transmitted. He had become utterly mute. Fortunately, the Crimson King's cultivation surpassed Luze's by several folds, allowing him to shatter the barrier swiftly. After breaking free, the Crimson King gazed at Luze in astonishment and inquired, what kind of soul skill is this? Upon hearing this, Luze offered a faint smile and slowly said, this is my second soul skill, the vacuum domain. The Red King, taken aback, felt a sense of bewilderment, as it was the first time he had encountered such a term. Noticing the perplexed expression on the Red King's face, Luze smiled and elaborated. The vacuum domain refers to a space devoid of any matter, including air. Without air, sound cannot propagate. Although the Red King found this explanation somewhat difficult to grasp, he had experienced it firsthand. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have suffocated within the barrier moments ago. Reflecting on this, a trickle of cold sweat began to form on the Red King's brow. If someone lacking sufficient power were to be trapped within that barrier, their escape would be utterly futile, and this technique was nearly impossible to anticipate. Indeed, your ability is quite formidable, the Red King remarked, regaining his composure. However, Luze appeared somewhat unsatisfied, slowly responding. It seems the vacuum domain cannot contain those stronger than myself. I must enhance my own strength. The Red King was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the three-eyed golden lion returned, intrigued by the exchange between Luze and the Red King. What are you two discussing? The three-eyed golden lion inquired as it approached them. Coming back to reality, the Red King said to Luze, since you have acquired your second soul ring, it is time for us to return. Luze did not decline. He needed to continue enhancing his strength to attain the ability to protect himself. The three-eyed golden lion, feeling overlooked by the Crimson King, became quite displeased and approached him, exclaiming, I am addressing you. Why do you not respond? The Crimson King, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. However, observing the three-eyed golden lion's demeanor, he felt compelled to explain his recent conversation with Luze. Upon hearing the Crimson King's explanation, the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity about Luze's new soul skill was piqued immensely. Luze, please allow me to witness your new soul skill, the three-eyed golden lion exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Luze firmly declined her request. Nevertheless, this only intensified the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity, as she yearned to experience the sensation of being in a vacuum. Upon witnessing the situation, Luze found himself at a loss for words. He could only muster a casual excuse, saying, actually, my soul skill can only be used once a day, and it's currently on cooldown. The three-eyed golden lion felt a slight disappointment, but soon regained its spirits, suggesting, since it can only be used once a day, shall I come find you again tomorrow? Luze was quite troubled by this, as he had not anticipated the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity about his soul skill. He contemplated allowing it a brief experience, though he dismissed the thought, fearing it might return daily seeking more. Clearly, he would need to devise ample justifications for future encounters. The Scarlet King observed the exchange between the three-eyed golden lion and Lu Zhe with amusement, well aware of the former's inquisitive nature. All right. Let us set aside this matter for now and return to Emperor Tian, the Scarlet King said slowly. Very well, let us head back, the three-eyed golden lion declared, turning and dashing towards the core region of the Douluo forest. Lu Zhe could only chuckle and follow the Scarlet King into the depths of the forest. Since Lu Zhe obtained his second soul ring, the three-eyed golden lion had been perpetually curious about his soul skills, much to the exasperation of Emperor Tian and the others. Fortunately, Lu Zhe always managed to provide reasons that successfully sent the three-eyed golden lion away. His daily routine consisted of meditation and evading the incessant inquiries, eventually becoming habitual. Thus, day by day, year after year, Lu Zhe grew and eventually reached the age of 12. The current Lu Zhe was no longer the same as before. His long silver hair was casually tied behind him, and his once crimson eyes had transformed into a golden hue, now interspersed with faint inscriptions. One morning, at Emperor Tian's location, Lu Zhe stood before him, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Are you truly going to do this? Emperor Tian inquired, his tone slightly urgent. In contrast, Lu Zhe wore a calm smile as he responded, I have made my decision. If I remain here, my learning will be limited. And the current era has changed, it is no longer what it once was. Understanding dawned upon Emperor Tian as he realized the truth in Lu Zhe's words. The advancements in soul guide technology had progressed leaps and bounds, and if this continued, the continent would inevitably be dominated by soul guides. In that case, I shall not hinder you, but I hope you do not forget the promise we made, Emperor Tian replied thoughtfully. Lu Zhe smiled softly in response, and then turned to leave. Watching Lu Zhe's retreating figure, Emperor Tian fell into contemplation. Will you truly let him go? A melodious female voice chimed from behind him. Turning to face her, Emperor Tian gently replied, There is no choice. Until the master awakens, he remains our only hope. The one who has arrived is none other than the wife of Emperor Tian, the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji was well aware of the situation but still hoped for a peaceful coexistence. Do you truly place your trust in Lu Zhe? Bai Ji gently inquired. Emperor Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Zhe had departed. I have faith in him. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe once again set foot in the realm of humanity after several years. I have returned to the human world. He mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the nearby town. By now, Lu Zhe had attained the esteemed level of 35 in soul power. And only Emperor Tian was privy to the knowledge of his third soul skill, for it was Emperor Tian who had assisted him in obtaining his third ring. This skill remains his most formidable asset to date. In the northwest of the Douluo forest, a figure emerged outside Shrek City. Is this where Shrek Academy is located? The figure was none other than Lu Zhe, arriving at this place. Lu Zhe gazed upon the bustling Shrek City before him, marveling at its prosperity. He then gradually made his way towards the enrollment office of Shrek Academy. After briefly filling out his information at the admissions office, Lu Zhe made his way toward the freshman dormitory, carrying a wooden plaque. It wasn't long before he effortlessly located his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found the room empty, so he tidied up a bit and then sat cross-legged on his bed to begin his meditation practice. Once again transported to the Golden Palace, Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at the golden inscriptions floating in midair. He then resumed his position on the throne, delving into contemplation. As the saying goes, when one immerses oneself in a task, time flies by, and Lu Zhe was no exception. After an indeterminate period, Lu Zhe sensed someone approaching from the outside, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. He noticed a youth, approximately his age, gazing intently at him. The boy had golden hair, and coupled with his handsome features, he radiated an air of confidence. Meanwhile, the golden-haired youth continued to scrutinize Lu Zhe. With silver hair and golden eyes, although Lu Zhe wasn't exceptionally striking, he possessed a unique aura that was difficult to articulate. Are you my roommate? The golden-haired youth inquired first. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile. Indeed, I am Lu Zhe. And you? The golden-haired youth, taken aback by Lu Zhe's smile, found himself momentarily stunned, truly a heartthrob. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied slowly. I am Dai Yaoheng, a freshman this year. Lu Zhe was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, pondering that this individual was indeed Dai Yaoheng. And he was surprisingly from the same cohort. Observing Lu Zhe lost in thought, Dai Yaoheng felt a twinge of curiosity but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he proceeded to the vacant bed nearby to make it up. Are you not from the lineage of the White Tiger Duke of the Xinglua Empire? Lu Zhe suddenly inquired. Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing this question, felt a surge of bewilderment at the unexpected inquiry, yet he opted to respond. Indeed, my father is the White Tiger Duke. What prompts your question? Upon receiving a response, Lu Zhe smiled faintly. No, it was merely a simple inquiry. However, as the offspring of the White Tiger Duke, your talent must be remarkable, I presume? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng immediately understood. Lu Zhe was curious about his capabilities. He humbly replied, my talent is not particularly outstanding. I have only just reached the Soul Sovereign level this year. Although he spoke with modesty, Lu Zhe perceived this as a display of subtle bragging. Is that so? Lu Zhe responded with a smile. Continuing, I truly envy those of you with exceptional talents, unlike me, whose soul power is rather meager. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng sensed he had misspoken and sought to console Lu Zhe. Do not feel this way. Who knows, perhaps one day you will surpass me. Dai Yaoheng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. He then slowly rose and made his way towards the dormitory exit. As he reached the door, he suddenly remarked, indeed, I must intensify my training and strive to break through to the Soul Sect at the earliest. With that, he left Dai Yaoheng with nothing but his departing silhouette, while Dai Yaoheng remained in a state of bewilderment. He aims to break through to the Soul Sect? Dai Yaoheng struggled to comprehend, but then it dawned on him, this fellow is also a soul master. Realizing this, Dai Yaoheng felt that his earlier sympathy was in vain, plunging him into contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, having exited the dormitory, walked along the corridors of Shrek Academy with a bright smile. After some time, he found himself seated on a bench by the sea god lake, enjoying the gentle breeze. My life at the academy is about to commence, and I must admit, I feel a twinge of anticipation, Lu Zhe mused as he gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake. It had been quite some time since he had experienced the sensation of attending school, and he wondered what the academic life on the Douluo continent would truly be like. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. So, this is where you are, a young voice resonated in Lu Zhe's ear. Lu Zhe turned to see that it was his roommate, Dai Yaoheng. Were you looking for me? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Dai Yaoheng casually settled beside him and replied, you are a soul master, aren't you? Did you figure it out? Lu Zhe responded. Dai Yaoheng, with a serious expression, retorted. Did you not say so yourself? Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Lu Zhe chuckled. Is that so? I don't recall that, haha. Observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, Dai Yaoheng decided to be straightforward and stated his intention directly. I would like to engage in a spar with you, Dai Yaoheng said candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was somewhat taken aback, and then quietly remarked, isn't this inappropriate? Isn't fighting prohibited by the academy? However, Dai Yaoheng asserted firmly, we can engage in combat in the soul duel zone. At a loss for words, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily speechless. Dai Yaoheng continued to press him, playfully asking, are you afraid of losing? In response to this taunt, Lu Zhe, rather than exhibiting any anger, candidly replied, indeed, I fear losing. This left Dai Yaoheng momentarily speechless. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat and promptly chose to take action. With a resounding thud, Dai Yaoheng launched a punch at Lu Zhe, who, fortunately, reacted swiftly and evaded the blow. Unfortunately, the bench did not fare as well, as it was shattered by Dai Yaoheng's strike. Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the academy? Lu Zhe lamented helplessly. Yet, Dai Yaoheng paid no heed to Lu Zhe's words and continued to pursue him. Are you serious? Lu Zhe exclaimed as he blocked another punch from Dai Yaoheng. Dai Yaoheng, with a serious expression, replied, do you think I am jesting with you? No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a swift kick to Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe swiftly evaded, then stood opposite Dai Yaoheng and slowly inquired, do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng was instantly exhilarated and promptly unleashed his soul rings. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings encircled him, and with a smile, he responded, what other option is there? Seeing the situation, Lu Zhe felt he had no choice but to let him endure some hardships. He calmly remarked, then do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng excitedly charged towards Lu Zhe. However, as he took his first step, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, halting him in his tracks. When he turned to look at Lu Zhe, he was instantly astounded. Surrounding Lu Zhe were 3 soul rings, but that was not the crux of the matter. The true astonishment lay in the configuration of the soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. How could this be possible? Dai Yaoheng stared at Lu Zhe in disbelief. for such a soul ring configuration was absolutely unattainable. Yet, it was now vividly presented before him, shattering his understanding. "Are you still coming?" Lu Zhe said nonchalantly. To his surprise, upon witnessing the soul ring configuration, Dai Yaoheng not only did not retreat, but became even more exhilarated. He began to undergo a transformation, with white tiger patterns emerging on his face and his arms morphing into claws as he boldly approached Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe felt a slight shock. He never anticipated that Dai Yaoheng could maneuver within his gravitational domain. Though it was merely ordinary gravity, it was not something an average person could endure. At this moment, Lu Zhe began to admire Dai Yaoheng and, with a smile, remarked, "You are truly formidable." However, Lu Zhe paused momentarily, then subtly moved his right index finger. "Yet, this is where your capabilities are confined," he continued with a grin. As Lu Zhe uttered these words, the gravity surrounding Dai Yaoheng doubled instantly. Dai Yaoheng felt the change but was unwilling to concede. He could not believe that he could not even touch Lu Zhe. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward resolutely. However, reality soon struck him harshly. Despite exerting nearly all his strength, he could only take a single step before collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. Lu Zhe gazed at the scene before him and could not help but exclaim, "What is the necessity of this? We are all classmates. There is no need for such fierce competition." At that moment, Dai Yaoheng also became acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and Lu Zhe. He had initially thought the disparity was minimal, only to realize that it was akin to a mountain standing between them. In that instant, he came to terms with reality, acknowledging his inferiority to Lu Zhe, and subsequently fell silent. As Lu Zhe observed that Dai Yaoheng seemed to have calmed down, he decided to dissipate the gravity field and approached him. "Are you all right?" Lu Zhe inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng felt the weight on him vanish and slowly rose, gazing at Lu Zhe as he softly replied, "I'm fine. As long as you're fine," Lu Zhe said with a smile, before turning to head back to the dormitory. Left behind, Dai Yaoheng watched Lu Zhe's figure gradually recede, silently vowing, "Just wait. One day I will surpass you." In that instant, Dai Yaoheng found his own ambition, unaware that upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained oblivious to this matter, treating it as a mere incident, while Dai Yaoheng regarded him as a rival. The life at Shrek Academy was about to commence, and Lu Zhe was unaware of the intriguing events that lay ahead. After all, he had just arrived and already clashed with his roommate, suggesting that more surprises awaited him. However, Lu Zhe did not realize that others had already taken notice of his soul ring configuration. 2 purple and 1 black soul ring. "It seems this recruitment has indeed brought forth a true prodigy," remarked a man in white, lurking in the shadows where Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng had just fought. Chapter 8. The class leader's turmoil following the confrontation by the sea god lake. Lu Zhe naturally returned to his dormitory and promptly lay down on his bed. Not long after, Dai Yaoheng returned, and upon entering the dorm, he noticed Lu Zhe lying with his eyes closed, instantly filled with curiosity. How did he reach such a level? Dai Yaoheng pondered as he gazed at Lu Zhe. Unbeknownst to him, although Lu Zhe appeared to be asleep, he was deeply engrossed in contemplating the inscriptions on the throne within the Golden Palace. After casting a glance at Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng settled onto his own bed to begin his meditation. Thus, the night passed in silence, with both immersed in their respective states of meditation. As dawn broke the next day, Dai Yaoheng was the first to awaken from his trance. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Zhe still peacefully asleep. He then rose and approached Lu Zhe's bedside. "Lu Zhe, it's time to wake up. The teacher is about to call roll," Dai Yaoheng exclaimed. Gradually, Lu Zhe opened his eyes, the inscriptions within his golden irises becoming more pronounced. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback at the sight of Lu Zhe's gaze, thinking to himself, how can he appear even stronger after just a night of sleep? At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed Dai Yaoheng's expression and chuckled. "Why are you lost in thought? We're going to be late." After finishing his words, he quickly adjusted himself and dashed towards the dormitory. By the time Dai Yaoheng regained his senses, he suddenly realized this and hurriedly ran towards the classroom. In classroom 1 for freshmen, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng had just taken their seats a second before the teacher arrived. "Phew, that was close. I almost arrived late," Lu Zhe murmured, patting his chest. Dai Yaoheng, seated at his desk, was also catching his breath, slowly directing his gaze toward the podium. At that moment, a middle-aged man had appeared at the podium. Without a doubt, this man was their homeroom teacher. "Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher for the upcoming period, Shiryu," the middle-aged man announced slowly. Upon hearing Shiryu's words, the students in the classroom began to chatter amongst themselves, while Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. He noticed that Shiryu's complexion seemed rather grim, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Shiryu slammed his hand on the podium, producing a resonating sound. Classmates, since we are all newcomers, there is no need for such a commotion, is there? Shiryu said with a stern expression. The moment the students heard his words, they fell silent, realizing they might have encountered a strict teacher. Once the classroom quieted down, Shiryu continued, you should all be aware that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not the so-called geniuses you speak of, so I hope you do not disappoint me in the time to come. The students immediately felt the pressure of Shiryu's spiritual power, rendering them speechless as they stared in trepidation at the podium. However, there were always a few individuals who stood out, such as Lu Zhe. He displayed no sign of fear. Instead, an exhilarated expression graced his face. This sight startled his classmates, who could only watch him in silence, too intimidated to speak. Now, the matter I am about to discuss is of great importance. So pay close attention, Shiryu said slowly. As his words fell, all the new students in the classroom focused their attention, their eyes glued to Shiryu. Noticing their concentration, Shiryu wasted no time and stated directly, a class requires not only a competent teacher, but also a capable class leader. And the position of class leader will be awarded only to the most capable individual. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng and the others realized that teacher Shiryu was selecting a class leader. With so many people in the class, who would ultimately claim the position? Some students were reluctant to take on the responsibility of class leader, while others were eager, like Dai Yaoheng. He fervently hoped to be elected class leader, but was persistently troubled by the formidable Lu Zhe. He thought to himself, what if Lu Zhe also desired the position? Wouldn't that leave him with no chance at all? However, Lu Zhe did not share the same sentiment, having experienced the arduous responsibilities of being a class monitor in his previous life. He was reluctant to assume such a role. At that moment, Shiryu picked up the folder in his hands, perused its contents, and proclaimed loudly, our class already boasts 2 soul masters, so the position of class monitor will be temporarily selected between the 2 of them. Is there any dissent? Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in murmurs of astonishment. My goodness, there are actually 2 soul masters. It is undoubtedly remarkable for someone of their age to reach the soul master realm. I wholeheartedly accept their appointment as class monitors. Yes, I have no objections either. In an instant, the discussions within the classroom echoed unanimous agreement. Observing this, Shiryu ceased his lengthy discourse and directly called out their names. Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng, please stand up. Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng naturally rose to their feet upon hearing the announcement, though both wore expressions of displeasure. Dai Yaoheng's grimace stemmed from his competition with Lu Zhe for the position of class monitor, while Lu Zhe's discontent arose from his reluctance to assume such a role. Observing their expressions, Shiryu expressed his dissatisfaction. What is this? Don't you both wish to be class monitor? No, we just, Dai Yaoheng trailed off, casting a glance at Lu Zhe before falling silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the confusion, Shiryu began to feel puzzled, but fortunately, Lu Zhe spoke up at that moment. Teacher, I believe Dai Yaoheng is more suited for the position of class monitor, so I willingly relinquish my claim. Lu Zhe declared loudly. This statement left the entire class bewildered. Everyone aspired to the role of class monitor, driven by their inadequacies. Yet here was Lu Zhe, who simply chose to withdraw. What was his reasoning? Dai Yaoheng was equally perplexed by Lu Zhe's actions, unsure of his motives, though he felt a sense of gratitude that he would later seek to understand in private. However, the most astonished of all was Shiryu, who could hardly believe his ears. Lu Zhe, according to the records, your soul power is at level 35, for levels above Dai Yaoheng. You are evidently more qualified for the role. Why do you refuse? Dai Yaoheng was taken aback by this revelation. Lu Zhe was indeed at level 35, surpassing him by a substantial margin. Lu Zhe's response was straightforward as he earnestly articulated, soul power does not determine everything. I believe the position of class monitor is better suited for those with strong management abilities, which I lack compared to Dai Yaoheng. Thus, I recommend him. Understanding began to dawn on Shiryu, who then slowly stated, in that case, let Dai Yaoheng assume the position of class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? None. The students chorused in unison. Very well, Shiryu said, setting down his folder. He then turned to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, please come with me. The rest of you can take this time to get to know one another. With that, he beckoned Lu Zhe to exit the classroom, which instantly erupted into chatter once they were gone. Is the teacher taking Lu Zhe out for some secret discussion? I wonder. Perhaps he is being considered for a new position. That seems likely. The nearby students began to speculate wildly about what might transpire with Lu Zhe outside. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng continued to frown in contemplation, unable to decipher the situation. At that moment, a classmate seated next to him noticed his troubled expression and initiated a conversation. "Class monitor, why do you look so distressed? Is something bothering you?" A young man inquired. Turning to face him, Dai Yaoheng replied slowly, "It's nothing. Just a slight discomfort in my stomach." "I see. Well, in that case, you'll be our class monitor from now on. Be sure to take good care of us." The boy said with a smile, and then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my name is Yin Yun." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng responded succinctly before shifting his gaze to the window. Yin Yun, noticing his demeanor, chose not to disturb him further and turned to engage in conversation with other classmates. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was taken into the office by Shiryu, leaving the nature of their discussion a mystery. Chapter 9. The punishment run the first day of class proved rather dull. The teacher did not commence the lesson immediately, but instead encouraged the students to familiarize themselves with one another. As evening approached, the students of Shrek Academy returned to their respective dormitories. Lu Zhe, however, had not reappeared after being called away by Shiryu, prompting speculation among the other students about his whereabouts. Yet, none dared to inquire with Shiryu. Nevertheless, he offered an explanation, stating that Lu Zhe had matters to attend to and suggested they simply get to know each other for the time being. Thus, Lu Zhe's absence was soon forgotten by most, though Dai Yaoheng remained furrowed in thought. Where could that fellow have been taken? He pondered aloud on his way back to the dormitory. Upon returning and opening the door, he was met with an unexpected silence. There sat Lu Zhe, indulging in barbecued delicacies with grease glistening on his lips, fixating on Dai Yaoheng as he continued to chew his food. Staring at Lu Zhe's unabashedly gluttonous display, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words. Upon noticing Dai Yaoheng, Lu Zhe swallowed his mouthful and inquired, "Would you like some?" "No, I've already eaten." "You should keep it for yourself," Dai Yaoheng replied, his expression darkening as he retreated to his bed, choosing silence thereafter. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe did not respond excessively, but instead devoted himself to his tasks with unwavering diligence. It is unclear how much time elapsed before Lu Zhe finally paused. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Yaoheng directly inquired, "Why did you voluntarily relinquish the position of class monitor to me today?" However, Lu Zhe's words often brought unexpected delight to others. What is so appealing about being class monitor? If one performs well, they are labeled as seeking the spotlight. If they falter, they are blamed. Whoever wishes to take on such a role may do so. I, for one, have no desire for it, Lu Zhe articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words, merely gazing at Lu Zhe in a daze. "So, you find it bothersome and thus chose not to take on the role? I had assumed you were sincere with your words today." At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed Dai Yaoheng's expression and seemed to realize something, smiling as he added, "But rest assured, the compliments I paid you today were entirely genuine." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng's expression shifted slightly, and he lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe prepared for sleep, this time genuinely yearning for rest. After gazing at the ceiling for a while, Dai Yaoheng spoke up. "By the way, what transpired after the teacher called you out today? Why have I not seen you all day?" In response, Lu Zhe chuckled. "Oh, it was nothing significant, just a meeting with someone." "Who?" "That is something I cannot disclose." "All right then, I shall sleep. Good night." The night passed without further incident, and the following morning, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng arrived at the classroom and took their seats. Soon, the lesson commenced, and Shiryu slowly approached the podium, surveying the sea of students below. He declared, "Today as class will be held outside. You have 1 minute to assemble on the playground." As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the classroom sprang into action, eager to avoid any delay. Lu Zhe, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he made his way to the playground, arriving just a second before Shiryu and joining the line. Those around him offered him gestures of admiration. "Lu Zhe, you are truly bold. You are the most composed person I have ever encountered." In response to the flurry of compliments, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, "As long as I return to the lineup before the teacher arrives at the playground." "What is the big deal?" Upon hearing this, those standing nearby fell silent, not because Lu Zhe had rendered them speechless, but due to a familiar figure materializing behind him. "So, you think you were quite brave, huh?" A well-known voice resounded from behind Lu Zhe. Upon recognizing the voice, he turned with a grin and exclaimed, "I am exceedingly brave indeed." Yet, as he turned, he found himself face to face with Shiryu, whose expression was dark, leading to an awkward moment. Well, to be honest, that last statement wasn't mine. Do you believe me, teacher? Lu Zhe smiled forcefully as he spoke. However, Shiryu's expression grew increasingly dark as he lifted him up, commanding, "Stand properly over there." Lu Zhe was seized by the nape of his neck like a small kitten, instantly subdued by the grip of fate, and was subsequently led aside by Shiryu. The other students, witnessing this scene, could not help but stifle their laughter. Observing their amusement, Shiryu coldly remarked, "Today's lesson is quite simple. You are to run 100 laps around this playground. You shall not be excused until you complete the task." Upon hearing these words, a wave of despair washed over the crowd. Even Dai Yaoheng's expression transformed into one of dismay. "Do not dawdle," Shiryu bellowed, prompting the students to dash around the playground as if fleeing for their lives. Once he saw them all running, Shiryu turned his gaze to Lu Zhe, a benevolent smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Do you know why I've kept you behind?" Lu Zhe was beset by a sense of foreboding, yet he forced a smile and remarked, standing at attention. Upon hearing this, Shiryu immediately displayed a friendly grin and instructed Lu Zhe to wait for him there. Before long, Lu Zhe beheld Shiryu approaching, holding a suit of iron armor in his hands. Lu Zhe suddenly understood, "So you want me to run with a burden?" As he tossed the iron armor to Lu Zhe's feet, Shiryu coldly remarked. Lu Zhe picked up the iron armor and, after weighing it in his hands, realized it must weigh at least 20 pounds. He glanced nervously at Shiryu and whispered, "Do I really have to run in this?" However, Shiryu coldly responded, "Not only must you wear the iron armor while running, but you must also complete 200 laps. Why?" Lu Zhe was bewildered, questioning why he had to endure such a punishment. Yet, Shiryu's reply rendered him speechless. The additional 100 laps were a penalty. At that moment, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but as Shiryu was now his instructor, he had no choice but to comply. Slowly, he donned the 20-pound armor and began to run around the track. Shiryu watched Lu Zhe's retreating figure, lost in thought, pondering what might be going through his mind. After some time, most of the participants had completed around 60 laps, with a few nearing 70. At that moment, the sun blazed overhead, prompting some to begin complaining. "I'm so exhausted. I can't go on. This is beyond what a human can endure." Just as they voiced their grievances, Shiryu bellowed, "Anyone who dares to stop will have to add another lap." Upon hearing this, the previously complaining individuals instantly regained their vigor and resumed their efforts. Soon, however, more complaints arose. "I genuinely can't run anymore." Yet, someone approached him and remarked, "You can't keep going? Look at Lu Zhe." Hearing this, the complainer experienced an epiphany. Indeed, if Lu Zhe, clad in 20 pounds of iron armor, could persist, what right did he have to claim exhaustion? Thus, he resumed his running. At this point, Lu Zhe was drenched in sweat, but he continued to push forward. He understood that he could not afford to give up now. Even with a body enhanced by the system, he was still a mortal in need of rigorous training to grow stronger. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the heat was particularly fierce. Fortunately, many had already completed 100 laps, leaving only a few girls and some less physically fit boys. Dai Yaoheng, the first to finish 100 laps, observed Lu Zhe still running in his 20-pound armor on the track and fell into deep contemplation. Even if he were to attempt it, he doubted he could endure for so long. Could this be the reason behind Lu Zhe's formidable strength? At this moment, Lu Zhe was acutely aware that he was nearing his limit, yet he resolutely chose not to surrender, maintaining a steady pace. After another 2 hours, he found himself the sole remaining runner on the playground, his attire thoroughly drenched in sweat, and his steps growing increasingly sluggish. Dai Yaoheng, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached Shiryu and expressed, "Teacher, isn't this a bit excessive?" We all agreed to 100 laps. Yet because Lu Zhe is talkative, he has been assigned an additional 100, and he is clad in iron attire. This is simply beyond what is reasonable for someone of his age. Shiryu interrupted him sharply, "Am I the teacher, or are you?" Dai Yaoheng was rendered speechless, but he still believed that Shiryu's actions were overly harsh. "Teacher, I am willing to take on 20 laps for Lu Zhe," he insisted earnestly. However, Shiryu displayed no trace of sympathy and coldly declared, "What I say goes. You all who have completed your laps, line up beside me. Anyone who dares to plead for Lu Zhe will face expulsion." Upon hearing this, the students who had intended to advocate for Lu Zhe immediately fell silent. Even Dai Yaoheng retreated to the ranks, dejected. Observing the newfound compliance, Shiryu turned his attention back to the struggling Lu Zhe, inwardly lamenting, "Lu Zhe, this is an order from above. I am truly sorry." Chapter 10, Breaking Through Limits. Is this truly my limit? Am I destined to falter at these 200 laps? Lu Zhe, amidst his run, felt an unprecedented level of difficulty. For the first time, he was overwhelmed with fatigue. He was now moving forward solely on the strength of his subconscious, uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Meanwhile, the entire Class 1 was consumed with worry for Lu Zhe, fearing he might suddenly collapse. This cannot be described as human anymore, Yin Yin exclaimed in shock. Dai Yaoheng shared the concern, and finally, unable to contain himself, he approached Shiryu once more, raising his voice. Teacher, I believe the punishment for Lu Zhe has been sufficient. It cannot continue like this. He could die. Yet, Shiryu remained steadfast, repeating, what I say goes. Return to your ranks. Dai Yaoheng fell silent once again, though Shiryu did not genuinely wish for Lu Zhe to keep running. He was far more concerned about Lu Zhe's safety. But what could he do? The orders came from above, and he lacked the authority to defy them, leaving him with nothing but silent prayers. Lu Zhe, please do not come to harm. Shiryu thought anxiously. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng rushed to the edge of the playground and shouted, Lu Zhe, I believe you can persevere. His rallying cry instantly inspired the others, who began to chant in unison, you can do it. We believe in you. At that moment, Shiryu yearned to cheer for Lu Zhe. Yet he found himself unable to do so, remaining composed as he fixed his gaze intently upon him. Although, under Dai Yaoheng's influence, many expressed their sentiments, Lu Zhe was oblivious to their voices. As time passed, Dai Yaoheng could no longer contain himself and dashed onto the playground, advancing alongside Lu Zhe. Observing this, other students followed suit, and Shiryu, feeling no need to intervene, silently watched his student. This action immediately caused a stir within the outer courtyard. Numerous students from other classes heard the news and gathered at the edge of the playground, witnessing the unfolding scene. The onlookers, both students and teachers, were left in awe. They beheld Lu Zhe, who was running, followed closely by all the students of Class 1, each dutifully trailing behind him without surpassing his pace. Among the spectators stood a man in teacher's attire, who approached Shiryu and quietly remarked, Shiryu, is this truly going a bit too far? Shiryu, wearing a look of resignation, replied, what can I do? This is an order from above. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, growing solemn as he questioned, why would they issue such a command? Do they wish for this child to perish on the playground? Shiryu shook his head and responded, have you ever witnessed a single martial soul master with a soul ring configuration of 2 purple and 1 black? The man was taken aback, his disbelief evident as he stammered, are you serious? If not, then why would such an order come from above? Shiryu could only offer a helpless smile. The man fell silent, choosing instead to watch the young boy clad in iron, drenched in sweat, on the playground. He hoped that those in authority would not overstep their bounds. After a moment of contemplation, the man left with a parting remark. At that moment, Lu Zhe's vision blurred into a void. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Suddenly, he felt himself teetering towards the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Dai Yaoheng instinctively moved to support Lu Zhe, but halted at the last moment, just as Lu Zhe seemed on the brink of falling. He managed to plant a foot firmly to regain his balance. I can persist. Lu Zhe's mind echoed this mantra as he took another step forward, inspiring admiration from all those present. I can continue. I can. Inside Lu Zhe's mind, a tempest of anguish roared, and in that very moment, he found himself within the golden palace of his spiritual ocean. What was happening? Lu Zhe was utterly astonished. His once weary body rejuvenated instantaneously. Approaching the throne, he sensed a subtle shift in its aura. Uncontrollably, he placed his right hand upon it. At that instant, the inscriptions on his hand erupted in a dazzling golden light, while an influx of external energy surged into his palm. Rather than inflicting pain, this sensation brought him immense comfort, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. Outside, Dai Yaoheng and the others halted, captivated by the golden radiance emanating from Lu Zhe, while the onlookers ceased their contemplation. Shiryu, witnessing this spectacle, grew increasingly excited, pondering if this signified the second evolution of the martial soul. However, as the golden glow dissipated, Shiryu's anticipation turned into profound disappointment. When the luminescence faded, Lu Zhe opened his eyes, revealing the inscriptions within his golden irises now even more pronounced. He felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. Whispering in awe, is this the sensation of surpassing limits? At that moment, all traces of fatigue vanished. He felt remarkably light, almost as if he could soar. Emboldened by his newfound prowess, Lu Zhe executed a final sprint before the onlookers. In a breathtaking display, he completed the last lap at an astonishing speed. What just transpired? Just a second ago, Movement had been a challenge, yet now he surged forward. Yin Yun gazed at the unfolding scene in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, having successfully finished 200 laps of weighted running, wore a radiant smile as he looked at Dai Yaoheng and the others. I did it. As dusk fell, Lu Zhe lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Dai Yaoheng entered, carrying a bag. Approaching Lu Zhe's bedside, he gently placed the bag down and said, Lu Zhe, I've brought you what you asked for. Get up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately sprang up from his bed, seizing the bag with a smile as he exclaimed, Truly, my esteemed class monitor is remarkable. Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing his words, merely smiled faintly before returning to his bed to lie down. Upon noticing that Dai Yaoheng had fallen silent, Lu Zhe commenced his meal, eagerly stuffing whatever he could into his mouth with remarkable speed. In no time, he had devoured all the food before him, and subsequently reclined on the bed with a sense of profound satisfaction. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng suddenly inquired, Have you grown stronger once more? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly smiled and remarked, Indeed, I have grown stronger than before. Dai Yaoheng fell into a contemplative silence, pondering whether he could ever surpass Lu Zhe, who had already eclipsed him even before his recent enhancement. Surely, he must be even more formidable now. Is there anything else? Lu Zhe inquired gently. Nothing more. Please take care of yourself, Dai Yaoheng replied softly, and thereafter, he fell silent. Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe silently closed his eyes and began to rest. Chapter 11. The upcoming freshman assessment. Life at Shrek Academy is quite simple. It consists of either practical training or theoretical studies, and time swiftly passes by. At noon, Lu Zhe, as usual, accompanied by Dai Yaoheng, made his way to the Shrek cafeteria for a meal. However, it seemed that everyone they encountered recognized Lu Zhe, greeting him warmly along the way. You become quite the star in our outer academy, Dai Yaoheng remarked with a smile as he walked beside Lu Zhe. In response, Lu Zhe sighed helplessly. How was I to know things would turn out this way after the last incident? I can hardly live in peace anymore. Ever since Lu Zhe completed 200 laps of weighted running, he had indeed become a celebrity among the outer academy, with nearly everyone knowing him. Dai Yaoheng chuckled lightly at Lu Zhe's predicament, saying, Well, who told you to stand out so much? This elicited another resigned sigh from Lu Zhe. The two quickly finished their lunch and hurried back to class, as Sure you had informed them that something important would take place today, urging them to return promptly after their meal. Once back in the classroom, Lu Zhe leaned on his desk, lost in thought. At that moment, Yin Yun approached him with a smile, asking, Lu Zhe, why do you look so devoid of energy? Lu Zhe looked up at him and slowly replied, Even eating a meal now attracts attention. It's quite frustrating. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun chuckled awkwardly and continued, Who can blame you for being so famous? Lu Zhe sighed again at this remark. Just then, Sure you entered the classroom, and, observing the chatting students, announced loudly, Attention, everyone. I have something important to discuss. The students immediately quieted down, having sensed Sure Yu's formidable presence over the past few days. Once the classroom settled, Sure you began, every year, Shrek Academy implements a specific rule after enrollment, the freshman assessment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students visibly brightened with excitement. Having been at Shrek Academy for some time without experiencing a true soul battle, they had long been anticipating the thrill of combat, especially as they watched students from other classes engage in practical lessons weekly. The freshman assessment is quite straightforward. Each class will form teams of 3 to spar in the soul battle arena. The top 3 teams that excel will receive corresponding rewards, and the matchups will be randomized. This means that teams from the same class may face their own classmates, so I urge you not to show any sympathy. If you can win, do not hold back. Do you understand? Sure you stated sternly from the podium. Understood. The students replied in unison. Seeing this, Sure you smiled and began to review the documents on the desk. Now, let's move on to the team assignments. The 3 names I read will form a team. Do you understand? He said, flipping through the folder. As he spoke, the tension in the classroom mounted, with everyone hoping to be paired with strong teammates. First group, Dingy, Yoshida, Zhou Yong. Second group, Miao Ziqing, Chongfingya, Ma Jing. Third group, Yin Hao. As names continued to be called, they quickly approached the final moment of assignments. Final group, Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng, Yin Yun. Having finished, Sure you set the folder back on the podium and fixed a serious gaze on the students. Remember, no matter who you face, even if they're good friends, you must give it your all. Understood. They echoed in unison. Dai Yaoheng's expression, however, was quite grim. He had hoped to duel Lu Zhe during the freshman assessment, but that now seemed impossible. Lu Zhe felt a surge of delight. With 2 soul ancestors in his team, victory appeared almost guaranteed. It seemed he was in for a solid chance, Lu Zhe thought to himself, smiling inwardly. At that moment, Shiryu announced a crucial matter. There will be rewards and penalties based on the competition results. Those who perform poorly may face expulsion. So I did not wish for anyone from our class to be expelled. Upon hearing these words, a sense of pessimism enveloped everyone. The thought of finishing at the bottom and being forced to leave Shrek Academy was unbearable. After all, their arduous efforts had been solely for the sake of attending Shrek. To be expelled would render their struggles futile. Once the matters were discussed, Shiryu instructed everyone to return and rest, informing them that the new student assessment would commence in 2 days. He advised them to recuperate well and urged them to behave themselves during this period. After delivering his instructions, he dismissed them. After the dismissal, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely outside the classroom. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun approached him, making their way in his direction. Why did you leave so abruptly? Aren't you concerned about the new student assessment? Dai Yaoheng inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and turned to Dai Yaoheng, saying, Isn't this our esteemed class leader? I have faith that you can soar on your own. With that, he gave Dai Yaoheng a thumbs up. Dai Yaoheng was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Lu Zhe's demeanor. At that moment, Yin Yun interjected, saying, I heard the class leader mention that you were significantly stronger than him. Just how much stronger are you? Yin Yun gazed at Lu Zhe with sparkling eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. You must be Yin Yun, right? Lu Zhe eventually responded, his voice calm. Yes, Yin Yun replied with a smile. Before beginning to elaborate on her martial soul, my martial soul is Lucky Clover, an auxiliary type, with a soul power of level 20, Yin Yun explained slowly. Upon learning that Yin Yun was an auxiliary soul master, Lu Zhe chuckled and remarked, auxiliary types are quite advantageous. That way, there is no fear of losing. By the way, I still don't know about the martial souls of both of you. Could you enlighten me? Yin Yun inquired. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked toward Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then tactically averted his gaze from Yin Yun. This left both Yin Yun and Dai Yaoheng in a state of confusion. Subsequently, Dai Yaoheng remarked nonchalantly, My martial soul is the White Tiger, a powerful assault type at level 31. As soon as the words left his lips, both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun fixed their attention upon Lu Zhe. I have yet to learn what your martial soul is. Do enlighten us, Dai Yaoheng said slowly. In truth, Dai Yaoheng was also quite curious about the nature of Lu Zhe's martial soul and how it could possess such formidable strength. As Lu Zhe gazed into the eyes of the two individuals, the spirit beast grew uneasy and ultimately divulged the information. My martial soul is my right hand. A level 35 control type, Lu Zhe stated, slowly extending his bandaged right hand. A martial soul of the physical body. Dai Yaoheng expressed a hint of surprise. Yin Yun, upon hearing this, became even more exhilarated, eagerly taking Lu Zhe's right hand for a closer examination. Your martial soul is indeed your own right hand. It must be formidable, right? Not particularly strong. Haha, Lu Zhe replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. However, Dai Yaoheng was straightforward in her response. Clearly, it surpasses mine. Yet you remain so modest. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun suddenly conceived a bold idea, casually approaching Dai Yaoheng with a grin. Lu Zhe, do you dare to accept the challenge from me and the class leader? Isn't that inappropriate? Didn't the teacher advise us to behave ourselves for the next couple of days? Lu Zhe chuckled. Yet, Dai Yaoheng was even more enthusiastic than Yin Yun, declaring, let us have a match. I wish to see the extent of the gap between us with my support. Hearing this, Lu Zhe retorted, Hey, Dai Yaoheng, as the class leader. Must you always stir things up? It's not stirring things up. It's merely a means of mutual understanding, Dai Yaoheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily rendered speechless. Dai Yaoheng, observing Lu Zhe's silence, gradually broke into a smile and inquired, What, are you afraid? However, Lu Zhe's response instantly ignited the fighting spirit within both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. Not at all. I simply fear to discourage you, Lu Zhe replied softly. At this remark, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun were taken aback, only to erupt in unison. Whom do you look down upon? Only after the competition will you understand. Is that so? Lu Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Then do not be disheartened. In Chapter 12, titled New Student Assessment, on an open space within Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe faced Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun with an air of tranquility. Have you truly made up your minds? Yin Yun spoke in a calm tone. Meanwhile, Dai Yaohong, wearing a serious expression, replied to Yin Yun, "Let us commence. Be ready to assist me." Understood. Yin Yun affirmed as he released his soul rings with earnestness. Then do not blame me, Lu Zhe remarked, adopting a serious demeanor. In that instant, the leaves of the surrounding trees rustled in the gentle breeze, signaling that battle was imminent. Just then, a leaf fell to the ground, prompting Dai Yaohang to shout, "Let's go!" He then activated his martial spirit and charged towards Lu Zhe. Yin Yun did not remain idle either, promptly casting his soul skill to enhance Dai Yaohang. In a heartbeat, Dai Yaohang felt an overwhelming surge of power, convinced that he was now capable of battling Lu Zhe. However, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be harsh. Buzz. The moment Dai Yaohang took a step, both he and Yin Yun found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move. How could this be? Dai Yaohang exclaimed in disbelief, yet the truth was undeniable. "You were warned not to blame me," Lu Zhe said. As his purple soul rings faintly glimmered, Dai Yaohang, feeling a sense of defiance, attempted to rise forcibly but soon realized he was utterly immobilized. "Give it up. Under tenfold gravity, you cannot move," Lu Zhe stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaohang ceased his struggle. Finally understanding that Lu Zhe was not someone he could defeat, why persist so stubbornly? "We concede," Dai Yaohang said, dejected. Upon acknowledging the surrender, Lu Zhe lifted the gravity field and smiled. "Really, we are all classmates. Why take it to heart?" Although Dai Yaohang felt a twinge of competitiveness, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly this time. Yin Yun, however, was less fortunate, being merely a support-type soul master with physical capabilities far inferior to Dai Yaohang. He succumbed to the overwhelming tenfold gravity and fainted. When he regained consciousness, the sky had already darkened, and he found himself lying on a bench. What has happened? Yin Yun felt somewhat bewildered. He could only recall teaming up with Dai Yaohang to battle Lu Zhe. However, after unleashing a single soul technique, he lost consciousness, leaving him oblivious to everything that transpired. Rubbing his temples and glancing around as if searching for something, he soon spotted Dai Yaohang seated on a nearby bench and promptly made his way over. "Class leader, what happened? Why did I faint?" Yin Yun inquired upon reaching Dai Yaohang, then suddenly remembered something else. "By the way, what was the outcome of our battle?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yaohang replied slowly, "We lost." "What? Lost? How is that possible? We were working together," Yin Yun exclaimed, struggling to accept the reality. However, Dai Yaohang, wearing a look of resignation, explained, "You fainted before even lasting a second. I was overwhelmed by Lu Zhe and rendered immobile, hence we naturally lost." "I fainted in less than a second?" Yin Yun found it hard to believe, yet upon reflection, it seemed to be the case. He then slumped despondently onto the bench. "Why did this happen? We should have had a greater chance of winning together. Why did we lose?" He gazed upward at the starry sky, pondering aloud. Hearing this, Dai Yaohang chuckled helplessly before responding, "Lu Zhe's strength cannot merely be measured by soul power levels. To this day, I only know the gravity manipulation of his first soul technique. I remain entirely unaware of the latter two." "What?" Yin Yun was taken aback by this revelation. "You mean that Millennium Soul Ring is merely his first soul technique?" "Indeed. That fellow's soul ring configuration has utterly upended my understanding," Dai Yaohang stated matter-of-factly. Intrigued by Lu Zhe's soul ring configuration, Yin Yun asked, "If Lu Zhe's first soul ring is a millennium, are the others also millennia?" "No. He possesses a 10,000-year soul ring as well," Dai Yaohang replied blandly. 10,000. In that moment, Yin Yun felt as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Gazing helplessly at the stars, is Lu Zhe even human? Who knows? Time flew by, and before long, it was time for the new student assessment. Upon arriving at the battle arena, Lu Zhe surveyed the surrounding students, filled with anticipation. Following a series of briefings, his team made their way to Area 1, where they would face the squad from new student Class 2. With the match approaching, what are your thoughts? Lu Zhe asked with a smile as he approached Dai Yaohang and Yin Yun. In response, Yin Yun grinned. "Aren't you here? We can just relax." Lu Zhe was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing blankly at Yin Yun. Just then, Dai Yaohang stepped forward, shattering the stillness. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhe regained his composure and followed Dai Yaohang into the battle arena. The first round of the freshman assessment commenced, featuring Class 1's Dai Yaohang, Lu Zhe, and Yin Yun against Class 2's Yin Jin, Zhongshan, and Lin Zihu. At this moment, a teacher announced the match. Hearing their names, Dai Yaohang positioned himself with his companions in the arena, while Yin Jin and his teammates stood opposite them. With both sides ready, the competition began. The teacher proclaimed loudly. In response to the command, Dai Yaohang charged headlong towards the 3 members of Class 2. What bad luck. We run into a soul master right away. Zhong Shan exclaimed in terror. What are you afraid of? If we work together, we can surely overcome him. Lin Zihu replied confidently, then rushed toward Dai Yaohang. While Lu Zhe, observing from a distance, slowly gave a thumbs up. This brother is truly courageous, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Ultimately, in front of everyone, Dai Yaohang and Lin Zihu collided, but in the next instant, the outcome was determined. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, and Lin Zihu was sent flying out of the arena, losing his qualification. Though I may not match Lu Zhe, I am no pushover, Dai Yaohang declared fiercely. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Dai Yaohang's overwhelming strength, dispatching Lin Zihu with a single blow. Is this the power of a soul master? It's astonishing, Zhong Shan exclaimed in sheer fright. However, in the next moment, Dai Yaohang appeared before Zhong Shan and promptly sent him flying with a single punch. He then began to search for the remaining opponent, but upon turning around, he noticed Yin Jin advancing towards Yin Yun. This guy hiding in the back must be weak. I'll deal with him first, Yin Jin mused inwardly. He swiftly approached Yin Yun, but just as he intended to strike, he found himself immobilized. Attacking my teammate in front of me? Have you a death wish? Lu Zhe's cold voice cut through the air, without granting Yin Jin a moment to react. He multiplied the gravitational force by 10. Instantly, Yin Jin was pinned to the ground, unconscious. At this juncture, the match concluded, and the teacher stepped forward to announce. Class 1 wins the first round. Upon hearing the result, Lu Zhe's smile returned, and he turned to Yin Yun, cheerfully stating, See? With our class leader here. Is there any chance we could lose? Yin Yun, seeing this, laughed excitedly, declaring, This championship is undoubtedly ours. With a hearty laugh, they realized that on the first day, each team was required to compete in only a single match before departing from the arena. Subsequently, Lu Zhe and his companions left with smiles. Yet they had left an indelible impression on the teams that followed. The trio from the freshman class was simply beyond their capabilities. Encountering them felt like facing an insurmountable challenge. One could only consider forfeiting upon meeting them. In that moment, the area where Lu Zhe had competed resonated with murmurs of astonishment. Chapter 13. Taking the initiative? In Lu Zhe's team, there were Dai Yaohang and 2 other soul masters, and they had overwhelmingly triumphed in the freshman assessment. As time passed, they soon arrived at the quarterfinals. At dawn, Dai Yaohang rose early and approached Lu Zhe's bedside, exclaiming loudly, Lu Zhe, the competition is about to commence. What? Lu Zhe jolted awake. Glancing at the sunlight streaming in, and irritably replied, Isn't it barely dawn? Do you expect me to rise now, unaware of the significance of today's match? Dai Yaohang responded calmly. At that moment, Lu Zhe recalled that today was indeed the quarterfinals, and he slowly got out of bed, heading outside. The two engaged in casual conversation as they walked, and soon encountered their teammate, Yin Yun. Have you two risen this early? Yin Yun chuckled. Of course. I am a model of early to bed and early to rise, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, Dai Yaohang promptly countered. If I hadn't called someone to wake up, he would likely sleep until evening. Hey, you can't just say that. I was already awake by then. Lu Zhe defended himself. Yet, it was evident that Yin Yun would not believe him, just by looking at Lu Zhe's expression. It was clear he had been roused from slumber. All right, let's hurry to the soul fighting arena. The match should be starting soon, Yin Yun urged with a grin, leading the way toward the arena. Wow, it's quite lively today, Lu Zhe remarked as he stepped into the arena, taking in the bustling crowd. Stop gawking. We are competing in the second match. Let us observe our opponents first, Dai Yaohang advised with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and then stood quietly in the pre-battle zone. Soon, the first match commenced, featuring the freshman class 5 against freshman class 7. Well, these two teams appear evenly matched. I wonder who will emerge victorious? Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Yin Yun, noticing Lu Zhe's expression, replied coolly. Shouldn't you be concerned about our opponents? What is there to worry about? Do you truly believe we will lose? Lu Zhe responded with a chuckle. Yin Yun pondered this and realized that, aside from Lu Zhe, who was exceptionally formidable, even Dai Yaohang was impressively strong. With his overwhelming strength, he had secured victories in previous matches with an almost crushing dominance. With that thought, Yin Yun awkwardly laughed. The conversation between Yin Yun and Lu Zhe concluded. and their attention turned to the two teams in the competition area. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng approached Lu Zhe and slowly inquired, "Who do you think will win?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe responded, "The outcome is already quite apparent. Although the newcomer from Class 7, Gong Yongmo, may appear somewhat effeminate, his strength is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, his synergy with the two team members whose soul power nearly rivals that of soul sovereigns is remarkably harmonious." At this point, Lu Zhe paused briefly before continuing. While the three members of Class 5 possess soul power that does not fall short of soul sovereigns, their coordination is exceedingly rigid. They merely fight independently. Is the result of the match not evident? Dai Yaoheng had also discerned this, initially believing that Lu Zhe would remain indifferent, yet was surprised by his thorough analysis. As anticipated, the match between the two sides concluded swiftly. The three members of Class 5 were indeed fighting independently. They would undoubtedly secure victory against opponents of lesser overall strength, but this time they faced Class 7, whose cooperation was both seamless and equally formidable. With the conclusion of the match, the teacher serving as the referee announced loudly, "Newcomer Class 7 emerges victorious." Applause erupted from the audience. Soon after, the referee teacher announced once more, "The second match of the quarterfinals will commence, featuring Newcomer Class 1 against Newcomer Class 6. Both teams, please enter the arena in 5 minutes. Let us proceed. It's our turn," Dai Yaoheng remarked softly. The two then made their way toward the competition area. Upon entering, the members of Class 6 approached them with friendly greetings. "Greetings. I am Yiqing from Newcomer Class 6, a young boy said with a smile. Yin responded with a grin. "Hello, I am Yin, and these two are Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng." Yiqing then exclaimed, "I know them both. They're incredibly strong. So, I hope you will go easy on us during the match." "Rest assured, I will be gentle," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, Yin was far from convinced. In the preceding match, anyone who approached Lu Zhe had faced dire consequences. Nonetheless, Yiqing seemed to believe him and cheerfully returned to his team. "You two are quite the audacious pair. One dares to speak while the other dares to believe," Yin remarked slowly. Yet Lu Zhe chuckled. "Worry not. As long as I wear a smile while fighting, no one will suspect my ferocity." "Oh," Yin replied nonchalantly, redirecting his focus to the opposing team. Before long, the referee teacher arrived in the center of the competition area, surveyed both teams, and stated, "Both sides are prepared. The match begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than Dai Yaoheng shot forward like a cannonball. Observing Dai Yaoheng's fierce demeanor, Yiqing shouted, "Did you not say you would go easy on us? Why does it feel as though he intends to eliminate us?" Yet Lu Zhe merely covered his mouth and laughed. "Indeed, I will be gentle, but that does not imply he will be." Yiqing was momentarily stunned. However, Dai Yaoheng wasted no time, delivering a punch directly to his face. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the arena. Yet Yiqing did not retreat from the competition zone. Rather, he deftly caught Dai Yaoheng's punch. "Oh, quite impressive," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Yin, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words and subsequently unleashed his soul skill. Yin's martial spirit was the lucky clover, and his skill was straightforward. It enhanced his teammates' attributes. Although it sounded formidable, its drawback lay in its probabilistic nature. It could potentially boost an attribute by a full 100%, or merely by 1%. There was no certainty, and everything hinged on fortune. However, Yin was blessed with good luck, as he consistently achieved at least a 10% increase. This time, Dai Yaoheng experienced a 40% enhancement in his strength attribute, which allowed him to send Yiqing flying with a single punch. Yet, Class 6 of the freshmen also boasted an auxiliary soul master, whose martial spirit was the renowned 7 treasure glazed tile. "Ning Yuan, lend me a hand," Yiqing called out. A youth behind him promptly responded, "Of course, the 7 treasures are famed. The first is strength." A beam of light surged into Yiqing's body, imbuing him with immense power. "Come on, today I shall wreak havoc," Yiqing declared with exuberance, charging straight at Dai Yaoheng. From a distance, Lu Zhe observed with mild surprise, recognizing the significance of this martial spirit. No wonder they had reached the quarterfinals. However, his expression soon shifted, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he took a deliberate step forward. "It seems this will be far more entertaining than before," Lu Zhe remarked with a subtle smile. At this moment, Yin noticed Lu Zhe's demeanor and felt a wave of astonishment. Is Lu Zhe about to make a move? Yin pondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng sensed a formidable surge of soul power approaching. He turned abruptly to find Lu Zhe advancing steadily toward him. Is he truly going to act? Dai Yaoheng mused, startled, as he had never witnessed Lu Zhe take the initiative before. Seizing the fleeting moment when Dai Yaoheng was distracted, Yi Qing swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. Dai Yaoheng, I know you are strong, but don't lose focus in the match, Yi Qing remarked nonchalantly. After regaining his footing, Dai Yaoheng quickly retreated behind Lu Zhe. This maneuver left Yi Qing momentarily dumbfounded, though he soon regained his composure and chuckled. Dai Yaoheng, are you afraid? Why are you running away? Dai Yaoheng, however, paid no heed to Yi Qing and merely regarded Lu Zhe's silhouette with a faint smile. Let me see what it looks like when you choose to take action, Lu Zhe. Having received no response, Yi Qing began to develop delusions. Believing that with Ning Yuan's assistance, he could surpass Dai Yaoheng. Thus, he started to bask in his own self-satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, he was about to confront the formidable Lu Zhe, who was even more powerful than Dai Yaoheng. Let me witness the true prowess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Chapter 14. The Monster Among Monsters. Let me witness the true prowess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Lu Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned his gaze toward Ning Yuan of the new 6th class. Upon locking eyes with Lu Zhe, Ning Yuan was immediately drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Yi Qing felt the enhancement from his Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda beginning to wane. Bewildered, he urgently inquired, Ning Yuan, what's going on? Coming back to his senses, Ning Yuan quickly replied, Yi Qing, Xiao Feng, you must join me. That guy is even more formidable than Dai Yaoheng. Yi Qing, taken aback, was utterly confused by the unfolding events. Just then, a youth named Xiao Feng stood beside him. Acutely aware of Lu Zhe's terrifying presence, Yi Qing's expression grew serious upon hearing his two companions. If both of them felt this way, it could not be mistaken. They turned their attention to the advancing Lu Zhe, who slowly remarked, Have you sensed it? Your perception is quite commendable. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qing appeared behind Lu Zhe, while Xiao Feng positioned himself in front of him. The glazed pagoda, one signifies strength, the other speed, Ning Yuan stated from a distance. At that moment, both Yi Qing and Xiao Feng felt a tremendous surge in their abilities. Dai Yaoheng, watching from afar, was slightly astonished. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan to be capable of such distraction, demonstrating a depth of concealment. Aren't you going to help? Yin Yin asked, somewhat concerned. However, Dai Yaoheng showed no inclination to intervene, as he wished to ascertain the extent of Lu Zhe's strength. At this juncture, Lu Zhe faced the enhanced attacks from Yi Qing and Xiao Feng, with everyone believing his defeat was inevitable. Why isn't he dodging? Is he just standing there like a target? Has he lost his mind? The onlookers, more anxious than Yin Yun, urged him to evade. Yet, the next moment plunged everyone into astonishment. Is this a joke? Was the unvoiced sentiment of the audience. Even the referee was taken aback. Two long swords emerged to deflect the assaults from Yi Qing and Xiao Feng. However, what truly shocked them was the sight of Lu Zhe's 3 soul rings, which were arranged in a purple-purple-black configuration. The entire soul battle arena was engulfed in disbelief. Even some teachers were left astounded. The most shocked were undoubtedly Yi Qing and Xiao Feng, who had attacked Lu Zhe. What's the matter? Are you scared? Lu Zhe chuckled, coming to their senses. Yi Qing and Xiao Feng swiftly retreated from Lu Zhe's vicinity. This is utterly unattainable. Xiao Feng spoke with palpable anxiety. Yet, the reality lay starkly before him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Ning Yuan, observing the situation, realized that they stood no chance against Lu Zhe and contemplated conceding. Just as he was about to call for the referee, an unexpected event transpired. Ning Yuan found himself ensnared by an invisible barrier, rendering his voice mute and his breath stifled. Yi Qing and Xiao Feng watched in terror as Ning Yuan flailed helplessly, but now was not the time for them to lose focus. The 2 swords that had previously shielded Lu Zhe from attacks now circled around him. With a decisive motion of his right hand, Lu Zhe sent the 2 swords hurtling towards Yi Qing, one after the other. Reacting instinctively, Yi Qing narrowly evaded the first sword and exclaimed, I dodged it. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an unforeseen incident occurred. With a swift thrust, the second sword from Lu Zhe carved a shallow gash across Yi Qing's back. Fortunately not deep enough to inflict serious harm. Before Yi Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the second wave of attacks from the 2 swords descended upon him, forcing him into a fierce struggle. At that moment, Xiao Feng seized upon Lu Zhe's momentary lapse, launching a sudden thrust towards him. Yet, Lu Zhe remained unperturbed, merely flicking his right index finger. Buzz! The formerly swift Xiao Feng found himself frozen in place. How could this be? Xiao Feng felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. each step proving to be an arduous challenge. Nevertheless, he had never been one to concede defeat. He summoned all his soul power and forced himself to take 2 steps forward. Yet, with each step, he realized that his body felt increasingly burdensome. "You are quite impressive," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. However, to Xiao Feng, that smile felt more like mockery, and he could hardly bear it. "Move, move," he roared in desperation. He advanced another step, eliciting a newfound respect from Lu Zhe. "Is that truly your limit? How many more steps can you take?" Lu Zhe queried with a slow grin. Meanwhile, Yu Qing, now covered in wounds, had lost all confidence. "What on earth is this?" he gasped, half kneeling on the ground in sheer terror. Over time, he had come to realize that even if he dodged the first sword, there was no escape from the second. The relentless assaults of the 2 swords came in a synchronized rhythm. Even if he managed to deflect the first, the second would always find its mark. Soon, the competition was decisively concluded by Lu Zhe's overwhelming prowess. Ning Yuan, trapped within the vacuum domain, succumbed to asphyxiation and fainted. Fortunately, Lu Zhe rescinded the vacuum domain just as he lost consciousness. Both Yu Qing and Xiao Feng also fainted due to the exhaustion of their soul power. Thus, the victors of this contest were undeniably Lu Zhe and his companions. As the referee announced, the winners are the first-year class. The audience in the stands did not cheer for Lu Zhe, but rather applauded Yu Qing and Xiao Feng. They had earned respect. Enduring against a monster like Lu Zhe for such a duration was remarkable. Even some senior students from external departments could not confidently assert that they could withstand Lu Zhe's onslaught for as long. Following this match, the public's perception of Lu Zhe shifted, recognizing him as a true monster among monsters. After the competition, Lu Zhe walked alongside Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun along the corridors of Shrek's external academy. Lu Zhe's expression was remarkably serene, contrasting sharply with that of Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. From Yin Yun's countenance, it was evident that he held Lu Zhe in high esteem, while Dai Yaoheng's expression was one of utter discontent, as if he had just tasted something foul. He was preoccupied with a particular phrase, uttered by Lu Zhe in the final moments of the match, directed towards the nearly fainting Xiao Feng. In the Soul Arena, just before the conclusion of the competition, Lu Zhe had earnestly remarked, "You are the only soul master who has managed to approach me within 10 meters. I hold you in great admiration." This was not mere jest. He genuinely respected Xiao Feng's actions, which had garnered his attention. Contemplating this, Dai Yaoheng found himself perplexed as to why Lu Zhe would express such admiration for someone who was yet to attain his level of strength, while he himself remained unacknowledged. As dusk fell, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng returned to their dormitory, where Lu Zhe reclined on his bed, seeking solace and rest. Just as he began to drift into slumber, Dai Yaoheng broke the silence. "What is it that you admire about Xiao Feng?" he inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe finally understood the cause of Dai Yaoheng's grim demeanor throughout the match. With a smile, he replied, "Would you like to know?" "Yes," Dai Yaoheng responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly remarked, "It is because Xiao Feng is willing to expend his own vitality to draw closer to me that I have begun to regard him with newfound respect." At this moment, Dai Yaoheng recalled that, prior to the conclusion of the competition, Xiao Feng indeed exhibited a surge of power that surpassed even his own. It must have been some secret technique that temporarily harnessed strength at the cost of one's life force. Subsequently, Dai Yaoheng fell silent, turning his body aside and closing his eyes to ponder. Indeed, why should one not acknowledge the efforts of others, while others willingly sacrifice their vitality for a cause? He realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and Xiao Feng. With this revelation, Dai Yaoheng seemed to attain a moment of enlightenment, and he ceased his contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had already succumbed to slumber. ZZZZZ. Chapter 15, The Scale of Good and Evil. The following day, the exhilarating semifinals for the new students' assessment finally arrived. Lu Zhe and his companions had long since arrived at the Soul Fighting Arena, where they encountered their opponents, 3 contestants from Class 7. With some time before the match commenced, Dai Yaoheng suggested, "Let us take a moment to adjust our states." Observing the seriousness etched on Dai Yaoheng's face, Yin Yun felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering what had transformed their class leader since the previous day. This sentiment was shared by Lu Zhe, who couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the words exchanged the night before had indeed left an impression on him. Lu Zhe mused quietly. At that moment, a figure approached them. "Greetings." The newcomer cheerfully greeted. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng turned to the individual, recognizing him as their forthcoming adversary, Gong Imo. The sight of such a flamboyant character made Yin Yun feel uncomfortable, prompting him to divert his gaze elsewhere. Dai Yaoheng followed suit, though he still managed to respond with a smile. Lu Zhe, however, took a different approach, cheerfully asking, "Hello there. What brings you to our side?" Gong Yongmo chuckled, covering his mouth as he replied, "What else could it be? The next match is between us, so naturally, I have come to ask for your mercy." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zhe replied with a grin. "I might show some leniency, but he may not be as gracious," he said, gesturing lightly towards Dai Yaoheng. Upon hearing this, Gong Yongmo appeared momentarily at a loss for words, then glanced at Dai Yaoheng and said, "I see. Well, I shall take my leave then." With that, he turned and walked back to his team. Once he departed, Yin jabbed Lu Zhe in the elbow. "Are you truly going to show mercy to that flamboyant character?" he inquired, incredulous. Lu Zhe responded slowly, "What do you think?" Yin observed Lu Zhe's expression. Despite his earlier earnestness, she remained skeptical in her heart. She recalled who had once claimed to show mercy, only to have that person thoroughly subdued. Whoever asserted that they would show leniency was not to be trusted, especially when it came to Lu Zhe's words. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng slowly stated, "Let us prepare. The match is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe gradually rose to his feet and approached Dai Yaoheng with a smile, saying, "Let us proceed." The first round of the freshman assessment semifinals was about to begin, and the competitors entered the arena to prepare. In the center of the competition area stood a referee. After receiving the notification, Lu Zhe and his companions entered the competition zone, followed by their opponents. "I have no desire to experience being subdued. Perhaps we should concede?" A nervous boy standing behind Gong Yongmo suggested. "Yang Tao, what are you afraid of? Our trio's collaboration is so harmonious. I believe that even if we do not win, we shall exit with valor." Another boy straightened his posture and declared. However, Yang Tao promptly countered. "You tell me not to fear, yet your legs tremble, Wang Xing." The boy named Wang Xing retorted defiantly, "You misunderstand. This is excitement." All right. "You are the most excited," Yang Tao scoffed and then shifted his gaze toward Lu Zhe and his team. From a distance, Lu Zhe noticed Yang Tao looking their way and politely waved. Seeing the utterly relaxed Lu Zhe caused cold sweat to bead on Yang Tao's brow. "How shall we proceed?" Yang Tao approached Gong Yongmo, quivering. Gong Yongmo, upon hearing this, admitted uncertainty and suggested they rely on their previous tactics. Soon, the referee observed that both teams were nearly ready and announced, "The first round of the freshman assessment semifinals now begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhe and Yin were taken aback to see Dai Yaoheng not rushing forward immediately. "Wow, it's rare to see the class leader so composed. Could there be a strategy at play?" Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Yet Dai Yaoheng bluntly replied, "Is a strategy even necessary?" Taken aback, Lu Zhe found himself both amused and bewildered by Dai Yaoheng's response. Meanwhile, Gong Yongmo and his companions remained on high alert, fearing a sudden move from Lu Zhe. However, they soon realized their concerns were unfounded as they observed Lu Zhe engaged in a lively conversation with his teammates, leaving them utterly perplexed. "Is he looking down on us?" Wang Xing fumed. Ignoring any counsel, he charged toward Lu Zhe and his team. "Hey, calm down." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yang Tao shouted in urgency. At that moment, Wang Xing had already closed the distance to a mere 50 meters from Lu Zhe and his companions. Yang Tao's expression darkened as he, alongside Gong Yongmo, charged forward. Meanwhile, Yin from Lu Zhe's side also spotted the incoming trio from the newly formed Class 7. Leading the charge, Wang Xing transformed his hands into razor-sharp wolf claws, advancing directly toward Lu Zhe and his team. However, both Gong Yongmo and Yang Tao were not to be underestimated. They unleashed their respective martial spirits in response. The trio's assaults converged from three distinct directions, their primary target being Lu Zhe, as they aimed to eliminate him first, believing the remaining two would be easier to handle thereafter. Yet, aspirations often clash with harsh realities, delivering a resounding slap to those who dreamed too grandly. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped Gong Yongmo and his companions, rendering their bodies immobile as they collapsed to the ground simultaneously. At that moment, Lu Zhe turned his gaze toward them, coldly remarking, "I prefer not to be disturbed while conversing with others." No sooner had his words left his lips than he intensified the gravitational force. Under the weight of this newfound pressure, Gong Yongmo and his companions promptly lost consciousness, disqualifying them from further combat. The referee, taken aback, struggled to find the right words before announcing loudly, "The first match of the freshman assessment semifinals has concluded. The victors are Class 1. This outcome prompted a significant shift in the onlookers' perceptions of Lu Zhe. What had been perceived as his full strength during yesterday's contest now appeared merely a playful display. It was important to note that Gong Yongmo and his team were by no means weaker than Yu Qing and his group. In fact, they might even surpass them in prowess. Yet, to witness such a formidable team falter against Lu Zhe without even lasting a second, and to observe that he seemingly had never truly engaged with earnestness, sent chills down the spines of all the spectators. They pondered in awe about the sheer magnitude of Lu Zhe's true strength when fully unleashed. And thus, the match concluded. Although this was not the first time Yen Yun experienced such feelings, it seemed that this victory was the swiftest he had witnessed since the commencement of the freshman assessment. Well, since the competition has concluded, let us return to rest. The finals are this afternoon, and we shall receive our rewards then, Dai Yaoheng said slowly. Upon hearing this, Yen Yun obediently followed in Dai Yaoheng's wake, while Lu Zhe mentioned he had some matters to attend to and would depart for a while, assuring them he would return by afternoon. This was of little concern to Yen Yun, as long as Lu Zhe returned before the finals began. He would not dwell on it further. In a desolate area of the Shrek Outer Academy, Lu Zhe slowly made his way here. However, his condition appeared rather grim. For as soon as he arrived, he collapsed onto the ground. It was unclear what was amiss, but his expression revealed he was in considerable distress. Lu Zhe clutched his head with both hands, as if resisting some unseen torment, his countenance reflecting profound agony. Lu Zhe let out a low growl. His teeth clenched as he grappled with an unseen turmoil. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, gradually, he regained a semblance of calm. With his eyes shut tightly, he slowly rose to his feet. Upon achieving stability, he opened his eyes, only for an unusual phenomenon to unfold. The golden hue of his eyes, once vibrant, transformed again into a deep crimson in his left eye. It appeared that his anger had been prematurely ignited. Lu Zhe mused softly. This was not the first occurrence of such a spectacle. It had manifested before within the Stardow Forest. Ever since Lu Zhe acquired his third spirit ring, he had learned to temper his anger. The reason was straightforward. His third spirit ability, known as the Absolute Balance, was tied to two long swords. The ability functioned such that if the first strike failed to hit its target, the subsequent attack would bypass all defenses, guaranteeing a hit. Although this spirit skill was formidable, it came with a cost. The balance of good and evil within Lu Zhe's heart became akin to the scales, where the weight of either side could quickly tip, plunging into his inner world to assert dominance. Lu Zhe was neither inclined to become an unequivocal paragon of virtue nor a complete embodiment of malevolence, leading to a drastic alteration in his temperament, placing him in a precarious equilibrium of neutrality. While he had experienced anger previously, it had not been significant enough to disrupt his balance. However, this time was different. The equilibrium had been shattered. Fortunately, he had managed to regain control. Though the crimson hue of his left eye would surely spark inquiries from Dai Yaoheng and Yen Yun upon his return, ultimately, he decided to don an eye patch to conceal his left eye, planning to weave a benevolent falsehood should they inquire. He then made his way toward the battle arena. Chapter 16. Conclusion of the new student assessment. That afternoon, the climactic finals of the new student assessment approached. The impending match was set to feature Class 1 against Class 10 of the new students. Where's Lu Zhe? The match is about to commence, Yen Yun exclaimed, scanning the vicinity for any sign of him. Even Dai Yaoheng was beginning to exhibit signs of unease, despite maintaining a facade of composure. At that moment, the referee stood at the center of the arena, announcing, "The finals of the new student assessment are about to begin. Competitors, please prepare yourselves." Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Yen Yun grew increasingly anxious, her foot tapping in agitation. "Captain, do you think Lu Zhe has encountered some trouble?" She voiced her concerns to Dai Yaoheng. The expression on Dai Yaoheng's face shifted to one of seriousness. Surely not. What kind of trouble could he possibly face? Although he spoke with confidence, a sense of worry began to creep into his mind, recalling that Lu Zhe had appeared somewhat off earlier that morning after the competition concluded. Perhaps he truly had run into difficulties. As the two of them fell into contemplation, the referee's voice rang out, "Please have both competitors enter the arena." Upon hearing the announcement, Yen Yun still could not spot Lu Zhe's figure. Were they truly destined to forfeit the championship? They were about to face opponents who boasted 2 soul masters. The students of Class 10 had already made their entrance, yet Class 1 remained conspicuously absent, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Why had Class 1 not yet entered? Were they going to forfeit? That seemed implausible. After all, they were the strongest, weren't they? Surely, they wouldn't fear Class 10. Perhaps they were simply delayed. Surely they would appear shortly. The spectators murmured among themselves, speculating on the reasons behind Class 1's tardiness. After a while, the referee noted their absence and announced, if Class 1 does not enter soon, they will be deemed to have forfeited, so please make haste. Hearing this, Yin Yun grew increasingly anxious and exclaimed, where on earth is Lu Zhe? Dai Yaoheng's expression was grave. If Lu Zhe did not show up soon, he would have no choice but to forfeit, as he could not guarantee victory against a team with 2 Soul Masters. As time ticked away, Lu Zhe still had not appeared. Faced with this predicament, Dai Yaoheng had no alternative but to declare a forfeit. He stepped outside the preparation area and began, referee, we. Before he could complete his sentence, a voice interrupted him. And upon hearing it, he instantly felt a wave of relief. You finally returned, Dai Yaoheng remarked with a faint smile. Indeed. Lu Zhe had made his appearance at the very last moment. However, Yin Yun noticed that Lu Zhe was wearing an eye patch over his left eye and wondered if something had truly gone awry. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to enter the arena immediately. Before long, Class 1 made their entrance into the competition area. The moment Lu Zhe and his companions emerged, the entire Soul Arena erupted into a lively commotion, with the majority fervently cheering for them. Observing the entrance of the new students, the referee gradually announced, both sides, prepare yourselves, the match is about to commence. Where have you been? Dai Yaoheng inquired of Lu Zhe, his tone imbued with curiosity. Lu Zhe scratched his head and chuckled, I accidentally dozed off, haha. Upon hearing this, both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun's expressions darkened instantly, rendered speechless. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng noticed the eye patch covering Lu Zhe's left eye and asked in astonishment, what happened to your eye? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression subtly shifted, and he slowly remarked, I accidentally bumped into something and feared it would mar my appearance. Hence I wore an eye patch. Haha. Dai Yaoheng observed the stiffness in Lu Zhe's smile, immediately deducing the underlying cause, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, trusting that Lu Zhe had his reasons for such a statement. Their conversation soon came to an end. Dai Yaoheng then directed his gaze across the way and gently declared, all right, let the competition commence. At that moment, a member from the freshman class 10 also took note of Dai Yaoheng, slowly stating, be prepared. Our opponents should be arriving shortly. His teammates also heightened their focus, their expressions grave as they regarded Dai Yaoheng and his companions. In an instant, both sides cast their gazes upon each other, the atmosphere charged with anticipation of an imminent clash. The match began. Just then, the referee unexpectedly announced, both teams, upon receiving the command, immediately unleashed their soul powers. Ling Luochen, monitor your control, spoke the young man positioned at the center of freshman class 10. You needn't worry. I am aware, responded the girl named Ling Luocheng. After speaking, she released her soul rings, revealing 3 rings of yellow and purple to the onlookers. A soul sovereign? Lu Zhe expressed mild astonishment. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng's expression turned serious as he remarked, Chen Zifeng from their team is also a soul sovereign. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe burst into laughter and slowly replied, 2 soul sovereigns, just like our configuration, no wonder they reached the finals. Observing Lu Zhe's beaming smile, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon realized that his feet were ensnared by ice. And not just his, both Lu Zhe and Yin Yun found themselves similarly bound. At that instant, another soul sovereign from freshman class 10, Chen Zifeng, charged towards them. Witnessing this, Dai Yaoheng quickly unleashed his soul power to break free from the icy restraint and advanced towards Chen Zifeng. In the distance, Ling Luocheng wore an astonished expression. She had not anticipated that her control could be so easily escaped from, evidently having overestimated her own prowess. Fortunately, Lu Zhe and Yin Yun remained ensnared by the ice. Yin Yun was unable to break free, while Lu Zhe simply lacked the motivation to move. Bang! At that moment, Chen Zifeng and Dai Yaoheng collided fiercely, engaging in a struggle that was difficult to untangle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and his companions stood idly by, observing the spectacle without any intention of intervening. Suddenly, a figure approached Lu Zhe with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it was another contestant from Class 10, Yao Haoshuan. Despite possessing only a soul power of level 25, his velocity was remarkable. Concurrently, Ling Luochen was activating her soul technique. Before Lu Zhe could react, he found himself completely encased in ice, transforming into an immobile statue. This sudden turn of events startled Yin Yun, who stood nearby, leaving him at a loss. Yao Haoshuan sought to capitalize on Lu Zhe's frozen state to eliminate him from the competition. He swiftly appeared before the encased Lu Zhe. raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Yao Haoshuan was about to strike, cracks began to form in the ice imprisoning Lu Zhe. At that moment, Yao Haoshuan felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, his body became unbearably heavy, forcing him to the ground. Coughing up blood, he gazed in horror at the frozen Lu Zhe. Suddenly, the ice exploded, revealing Lu Zhe, who leisurely stretched and exhaled, impressive. He then turned to the prostrate Yao Haoshuan and smiled, saying, "How about you concede, brother? It would spare you from injury." Yao Haoshuan vehemently refused, asserting, "There is absolutely no way I will concede. I would rather die than surrender." Lu Zhe, unfazed by Yao Haoshuan's defiance, broke free from the icy restraints and began to approach Ling Luoqing. As he passed Yao Haoshuan, he chuckled, since he refused to concede. "You might as well lie here for a bit while I inquire with your teammates. Come back. If you have the guts, don't use that move. Let us practice one-on-one." Yao Haoshuan shouted in frustration, but Lu Zhe ignored him entirely. Although Yao Haoshuan attempted to rise, his status as a sensitive attack-type soul master rendered him physically inadequate compared to those of a stronger attack type, leaving him unable to stand. Meanwhile, Ling Luoqing noticed Lu Zhe approaching and began to panic. In a state of bewilderment, she frantically unleashed her soul techniques in an attempt to deter him. However, each of her attacks vanished upon nearing Lu Zhe, leaving her utterly astonished. Observing Ling Luoqing's shocked expression, Lu Zhe smiled gently and inquired, "How about you concede? I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you." Even if Lu Zhe's smile radiated sunlight at this moment, it appeared to Ling Luoqing as a smile from a demon. "Why can my soul skill not draw near to you?" Ling Luoqing uttered with a tremor in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He approached her and remarked, "I have enveloped myself in a vacuum field. Your soul technique presumably derives from the combination of water molecules in the air and soul power. However, in my immediate vicinity, there exists no air or soul power due to the vacuum state. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her attack would be rendered utterly ineffective. Stunned, she stood there, lost in thought. Observing her dazed expression, Lu Zhe playfully flicked her forehead, rousing her from her stupor. "Ouch!" Ling Luoqing exclaimed, clutching her forehead as she squatted down, quietly grumbling about Lu Zhe. "What's the matter? Do you wish to continue? I believe your teammate Chen Zifeng appears to be nearing his limit as well. Perhaps it's time to concede?" Lu Zhe bent down, chuckling. At this moment, Ling Luoqing cast him a resentful glance, momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration towards him intensifying. Noticing her silence, Lu Zhe flicked her forehead once more. Feeling deeply insulted by the second flick, Ling Luoqing's eyes reddened, as she felt on the verge of tears. Yet, seeing that she still had not responded, Lu Zhe raised his hand again. In response, Ling Luoqing hurriedly retreated a few meters, gazing at Lu Zhe in fear. Lu Zhe merely smiled serenely and advanced toward her once more. "Don't come any closer," Ling Luoqing exclaimed, protecting her forehead in terror. "Are you angry?" Lu Zhe, far from heeding her warning, laughed even more heartily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng had already determined the outcome of their match, with Dai Yaoheng overpowering Chen Zifeng with undeniable strength, pinning him to the ground. At this juncture, the competition had concluded, with Yao Haoshuan immobilized under gravitational pressure, Chen Zifeng subdued by Dai Yaoheng, and the sole remaining contestant, Ling Luoqing, cowering in fear from Lu Zhe. Before long, the competition was officially declared over, with the victors being the freshman class 1. Thus, the freshman assessment came to a close, with Lu Zhe's team emerging as champions, followed by Ling Luoqing's team in second place, and the third place going to the commendable team of Gonyang Mo from freshman class 7. Chapter 17. I have returned again, seeking support. After the freshman assessment, all participating students received their respective rewards and penalties. As they made their way to the playground, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun walked at a steady pace. Suddenly, Yin Yun broke into a smile and asked, "Class leader, as champions, do you have anything to say?" Dai Yaoheng, with a faint smile, replied, "Nothing much to say. The championship was always ours to claim." Taken aback, Yin Yun found herself at a loss for words. Then, suddenly recalling something, she asked, "By the way, class leader, where has Lu Zhe gone?" Dai Yaoheng paused, collecting his thoughts before responding. "He was taken away by a teacher this morning. As for his whereabouts, I am also unaware." "Oh, very well." Yin Yun nodded in understanding and subsequently fell silent. Within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe stood alone before the elders. At that moment, The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. As all the elders fixed their gazes upon Lu Zhe, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming discomfort under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, longing to depart from the scene swiftly. At that moment, an elderly man spoke up slowly. This is Lu Zhe from the first class of newcomers. His current prowess has already met the standards of the Inner Academy. Therefore, I wish to allow this child to enter the Inner Academy ahead of time and become one of the new members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Does anyone have any objections? The old man articulated, his voice soft yet clear enough for everyone present to hear distinctly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was immediately taken aback. He understood that the highest accolade attainable by the students of Shrek Academy was to become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Achieving such a distinction would signify that one's strength had been recognized by the Academy, typically awarded to the 7 most gifted students. Now, he found himself on the verge of attaining this prestigious honor. Lu Zhe gazed at the elder who was speaking, although he was unaware of the man's identity. It was evident that his status was undoubtedly high and his capabilities unfathomable. Elder Mu, have you truly considered this? Another elder spoke slowly. The elder who had spoken earlier was none other than the esteemed leader of the Sea God Pavilion's elders, Dragon God Douluo Muin. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu smiled lightly and replied, Indeed, this child Lu Zhe possesses a talent that far surpasses everyone here. Who, at his age, can attain such strength? Upon hearing these words, everyone understood that Elder Mu was serious. In that case, we have nothing more to discuss, an elder remarked slowly, then turned to Lu Zhe, who was standing there. Lu Zhe, do you accept Elder Mu's words? The elder asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. If he agreed, it would mean prematurely entering the inner courtyard, thereby parting ways with his companions from the outer courtyard, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. Meanwhile, Old Mu had already discerned his thoughts and chuckled, My child, are you pondering what will become of your friends in the outer courtyard if you decide to enter the inner courtyard? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but feel a slight surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, Yes, esteemed senior. You need not worry. They should be admitted to the inner courtyard in due time. You simply arrived here before them, Master Mu remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe contemplated for a moment and realized that the training resources within the inner courtyard surpassed those of the outer courtyard. If he were to enter the inner courtyard ahead of schedule, he could expedite the achievement of his goals. After pondering for a while, Lu Zhe slowly articulated, Senior, Lu Zhe, am willing to enter the inner courtyard early. What? You have been admitted to the inner courtyard ahead of time. Yin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng was equally taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it reasonable. Lu Zhe's prowess had long since met the threshold for the inner courtyard. So being granted early admission was indeed fitting. Nevertheless, Dai Yaoheng was undeterred. He firmly believed that he too would soon step into the inner courtyard. Just wait. I shall also enter the inner courtyard, Dai Yaoheng declared earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then turned and said, You must work hard then. I shall await you in the inner courtyard. Dai Yaoheng nodded in agreement, his expression growing serious as he watched Lu Zhe gradually recede from view. Thus, Lu Zhe's life in the outer courtyard came to an end, as he stepped into the inner courtyard ahead of schedule. A month later, Shrek Academy welcomed a brief respite from its rigorous routine. At this moment, Lu Zhe was busily packing his belongings as he prepared to leave. Throughout this month, he had scarcely interacted with anyone, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation, earning him the title of cultivation fanatic. To others, it seemed he was perpetually immersed in his training, with no moments of idleness. Consequently, Lu Zhe's soul power ascended to the 37th level within this month, and his true strength had reached an extraordinary level, rendering him a formidable opponent even against typical soul kings. Finally, the holiday arrived, and Lu Zhe was bubbling with excitement. This was the first time he felt such exhilaration in the inner courtyard. After savoring his excitement, he bid farewell to his teacher and departed from Shrek Academy. Some time later, on the edge of the Star Doe forest, Lu Zhe stood atop a cliff, gazing into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am back, he declared with a smile. In the core area of the Star Doe forest, Emperor Tian suddenly opened his eyes. What is it, Emperor Tian? Bai Ji inquired with concern. Emperor Tian replied slowly, Lu Zhe has returned. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji instantly understood and turned her gaze toward the exterior of the Star Doe forest. On the winding path within the Star Doe forest, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely, remarking, It seems I have not visited in quite some time. I hardly recognize the road. Just then, he sensed an approaching presence, one that felt familiar. Luze, you have finally returned. Come, let us spar. A clear female voice called from afar. Luze, without a moment's hesitation, recognized the figure before him as the three-eyed golden lion. As he deftly sidestepped, he turned to her with a smile and remarked, "After all this time, how is it that you remain unchanged? Mind your own business. Come and fight me," the three-eyed golden lion declared, raising her proud head high. "Isn't that a bit unfair? I am merely a soul sovereign, while you, on the other hand, possess the strength of a 100,000-year-old soul beast." Luze replied earnestly. "Fear not, I shall hold back," she quickly assured him. "Is that truly the case?" Luze inquired with a grin. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion retorted with a fierce glare. "So, will you fight or not?" "I shall not," Luze chuckled, and without granting her a moment to gather herself, he turned and dashed toward the core area. Realizing the sudden turn of events, the three-eyed golden lion's anger flared, and she shouted, "Luze, stop right there." With that, she sprinted after him. Not far into his run, Luze glanced back, only to be taken aback by the sight of the three-eyed golden lion, exclaiming, "Wow, how did you catch up so quickly?" Yet, before he could fully process the situation, she had already tackled him to the ground. "I'll make sure you can't run ever again," she growled menacingly. With a smile, Luze replied, "I was wrong. Please let me up." "Are you going to run?" She continued to interrogate. "I won't run, I promise," Luze reassured her slowly. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion insisted, "Then get up and let us fight." A subtle smile crept onto Luze's lips as he said, "All right, but first, allow me to rise." "You truly won't flee?" "Indeed, absolutely not." "Very well then." After saying this, she allowed Luze to stand, her gaze fixated on him. Once upright, Luze brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked at the three-eyed golden lion, asking, "Are you ready?" "Let us go," she exclaimed with excitement. As the two prepared to engage, they remained still, neither making the first move, as if waiting for a cue. Suddenly, the three-eyed golden lion sensed she had been tricked and lunged toward Luze. Just as the collision seemed imminent, a massive figure interposed itself between them. "Beast, return with me," came a familiar voice that interrupted their confrontation. The three-eyed golden lion, anticipating a long-awaited battle with Luze, found her opportunity thwarted by the Red King. Angrily, she glared at the Red King and shouted, "Why is it you again? Why mention again?" "It is simply that in the past, whenever she and Luze were on the verge of a confrontation, it was the Red King who intervened to prevent their clash." Upon hearing this, the Red King awkwardly remarked, "You cannot blame me. It was Lord En's command." Standing behind the Red King, Luze silently gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his candidness. After hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion turned its head aside in displeasure, muttering, "Humph," always attributing it to Lord En's orders. How excessive. With that, it dashed towards the core area, leaving the Red King and Luze feeling quite helpless. "Do not take offense. The auspicious beast has such a temperament," the Red King said nonchalantly. Luze nodded in agreement and slowly replied, "Take me to see the inn." "Very well, please take a seat upon my back," the Red King said gently. Without hesitation, Luze climbed onto the Red King's back. The Red King then soared towards the inn. Chapter 18, Cocooning New Book Seeking Support, in the core area of the Stardew Forest. Luze found himself face to face with the mightiest soul beast of the Douluo continent, the beast god the inn. "How have you fared in the human world?" the inn inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze replied with a smile, "It's quite good. Indeed, there is still much to learn." "That's wonderful," Tion chuckled, and then inquired once more, "What matters bring you back this time?" "The fourth spirit ring," Luze stated decisively. Hearing this, Tion expressed mild surprise, remarking, "You haven't yet reached the spirit sect, and yet you are already contemplating the fourth spirit ring. Such ambition. When do you plan to acquire it? What type of spirit ring effect do you desire?" Tion continued to question. After listening, Luze merely replied with a hint of indifference, "Let us wait for a while. The optimal effect of the soul ring should enhance our defensive capabilities." Understanding this, Tion nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the situation, Luze ceased his idle chatter, for he was determined to intensify his training and aspire to attain level 40 soul power within the forthcoming month. Thus, he concluded his conversation with Tion and turned to return to his previous dwelling. No sooner had he stepped out of Tion's vicinity than he encountered the three-eyed golden lion. Upon seeing Luze, the creature spoke with a hint of indifference. "Luze, are you here to challenge me again?" Luze promptly interjected, interrupting her words. The three-eyed lion was rendered speechless by his response and retorted, "Am I not permitted to converse with you? Oh, so it's not a fight." Lu Zhe chuckled, though internally he mused that as long as it wasn't a brawl, he was content. He then inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Nothing in particular," the three-eyed golden lion replied, turning away to depart. Left standing in place. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but he soon regained his composure and smiled. "This is rather pleasant. No interruptions," he murmured to himself, and then continued onward to his intended destination. Upon returning to his former abode, Lu Zhe took a moment to absorb the ambience around him. "This place remains so comfortable," he uttered softly. He then settled onto a stone slab, assuming a meditative posture and entering a state of deep reflection. Lu Zhe once again arrived at the Golden Palace, slowly stepping inside and absorbing the floating inscriptions that surrounded him. It had been quite a while since his last visit, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him, prompting a gentle smile. He then made his way towards the throne within the palace. Upon reaching the throne, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe seated himself upon it, instantly delving into the profound mysteries contained within. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Zhe was oblivious to how long he had been engrossed in his contemplation. Yet, an instinct urged him that it was time to emerge. Outside, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes, and a surge of formidable soul power began to erupt wildly from him. At that moment, Emperor Tian took notice. "Lu Zhe has awakened," he remarked softly, and then, accompanied by Bai Ji, he proceeded to Lu Zhe's location. Within the cave, Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, rising to approach the entrance. As he emerged, he encountered Emperor Tian, and the two shared a brief moment of mutual gaze. Subsequently, Emperor Tian broke the silence, inquiring, "Has your soul power ascended to the soul sect?" Lu Zhe nodded and then inquired, "How long have I been meditating?" "Approximately half a month," Tian replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief and subsequently inquired, "Have you found the soul ring I need?" "Ideally, it should be over 50,000 years old." Tian responded, "I have found it. Follow me." With that, he turned and walked in a particular direction, with Lu Zhe trailing behind. Soon, Tian led Lu Zhe to a pristine spring. Upon arrival, Lu Zhe felt a sense of bewilderment. There appeared to be no soul beasts in the vicinity. Why had Tian brought him here? Was he inviting him for a bath? At that moment, Tian slowly spoke, "Come forth. The opportunity for you to achieve greatness has arrived." Lu Zhe felt somewhat bewildered, yet he quickly grasped the situation. Before long, he observed the tranquil surface of the spring erupting with countless bubbles, and then, unexpectedly, a colossal creature emerged from the depths. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhe discovered that it was, in fact, a colossal tortoise. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the formidable defensive capabilities of its shell, which elicited a chuckle from him. "This is an ancient golden spirit tortoise, over 89,000 years old. I believe it perfectly meets your requirements," Tian said slowly. Upon hearing the mention of 80,000 years, Lu Zhe was taken aback, and then he nonchalantly remarked, "Do you truly believe I can absorb a soul beast that has existed for over 89,000 years? However, Tian merely smiled and explained, "Do not worry. I have already spoken to this soul beast. It has willingly agreed to become your soul ring and harbors no resentment. You may absorb it with complete confidence." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately understood and gratefully replied, "I appreciate your assistance, Beast God. It is but a trivial matter. Now, go ahead and absorb your soul ring." Tian responded with a casual demeanor. Lu Zhe nodded and approached the golden spirit turtle, extending his right hand to caress its body. "Though I feel somewhat remorseful, I require your soul ring," Lu Zhe stated calmly. At that moment, the golden spirit turtle unexpectedly spoke. "It matters not, for my lifespan is nearing its end. I am already content to serve Lord Beast God in the final moments of my existence." Its voice was profoundly aged, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was initially taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the golden spirit tortoise had existed for nearly 90,000 years, and its intelligence must have matured long ago. Thus, its ability to speak was not an extraordinary occurrence. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe decided to grant the golden spirit tortoise a swift resolution. Perhaps some humans and soul beasts, aware of their impending departure from the world, yearned to leave a lasting impact. As he gazed at the circle of black spirit rings, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. "Thank you." Since there was no trace of resentment within the spirit rings, Lu Zhe absorbed them with ease. Quickly ascending to the soul sect realm, Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of murky air and slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing Lu Ze's awakening, Tian approached and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Very strong," Lu Ze replied succinctly with just 2 words. Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. For the day of their soul beast's resurgence was drawing near. Lu Ze paid no heed to Tian's laughter, instead casting his gaze upon his own hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Lu Ze suddenly felt as though something had shattered within him, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Tian, noticing Lu Ze's strange demeanor, hurriedly inquired, "Lu Ze, what is the matter?" Yet, Lu Ze merely stammered, "Quickly, take me away from here." Upon hearing this, Tian swiftly lifted Lu Ze and soared towards his residence. Upon their arrival, Tian was taken aback by the sight before him. What on earth was happening? He too felt a wave of astonishment. Lu Ze was entirely enveloped in golden inscriptions, even his hair glimmering with the same radiant symbols. At that moment, Tian felt his hands repelled by an overwhelming force, the dragon scales upon his palms disintegrating in an instant. A searing pain coursed through him. It was a sensation he had never before experienced, as if even his very soul was being cast away by this power. Fearing for his own fate while cradling Lu Ze, he hastily set him down on the ground and retreated a considerable distance, staring at Lu Ze in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Ze, clinging to the remnants of his consciousness, staggered toward a massive tree hollow. Once inside, he could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed to the ground. Yet, at that very moment, the golden inscription surged forth from his body, slowly enveloping him. In no time, Lu Ze was cocooned within the golden symbols, which then filled the entirety of the tree hollow. Realizing that the throne was the source of this phenomenon, Lu Ze closed his eyes and began to meditate. Outside, Tian sensed an incomprehensibly terrifying aura, one that was utterly foreign to this realm. Concurrently, several other fierce beasts appeared on the scene. "My lord Tian, what is happening?" the Crimson King asked in astonishment. Tian fell silent for a moment before responding slowly, "Lu Ze is in peril. That power is beyond my capacity to withstand." At this revelation, the Crimson King and the others were rendered speechless. Just how formidable must this force be if even Tian could not contend with it? They could only fervently pray that Lu Ze remained unharmed, for he was the sole hope of the soul beasts. Soon, the power within the tree hollow stabilized, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Tian and his companions. However, when they transformed back into their human forms and stepped into the hollow, they were once again struck with astonishment. The interior was adorned with a web of golden inscriptions, and at its center hung a cocoon radiating a golden halo. "What is this?" Bai Ji gasped in surprise. Tian responded slowly, "It appears Lu Ze has spun a cocoon. Can humans truly undergo such a transformation?" The Red King, astonished, inquired, "What is happening?" "I do not know, but there is undeniably a presence of Lu Ze within this cocoon," came the reply. Tian also expressed his surprise. Soon, the crowd regained their composure and gradually withdrew from the tree hollow. All that remained was to wait for Lu Ze to emerge from his cocoon. However, the duration of this awaited event was uncertain. After stating this, Tian turned to leave, reminding the Red King to keep a close watch on the area, particularly on the three-eyed golden lion, ensuring it would not act recklessly. If any unusual occurrences arose, he was to inform him immediately. At this moment, Lu Ze, having just awakened from a meditative state, once again succumbed to slumber. Chapter 19. The Power of the Cocoon, New Book Seeking Support. In the core region of the Starry Forest, upon learning of Lu Ze's cocoon slumber, the three-eyed golden lion hurried to Tian for clarification. "Tian, what has happened to Lu Ze?" it inquired, its gaze fixed on Tian. In response, Tian replied slowly, "He is currently in a state of slumber, and it is uncertain when he will awaken." "Oh," the three-eyed golden lion acknowledged before turning to depart. Observing this, Tian hastily cautioned, "Be mindful, sacred beast. Do not even think of disturbing Lu Ze. Do you understand?" The three-eyed golden lion shot him a glare before retorting, "What do you mean? I can discern the situation." "Well, as long as you can." Tian sighed in relief, watching as the three-eyed golden lion left his presence. Once the three-eyed golden lion had departed, the Red King suddenly appeared before him. Tian promptly inquired, "Is there any news from Lu Ze?" "Lord Tian, there is nothing amiss with Lu Ze, but the area surrounding him is imbued with a peculiar power," the Red King replied hastily. Intrigued, Tian urged the Red King to lead him to the location. Upon arriving at Lu Ze's cocoon, Tian immediately sensed the potent energy. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. My cultivation is increasing? He exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was his cultivation enhanced, but he also sensed a faint stirring of evolution within his bloodline. This power can facilitate the evolution of my bloodline? Tion was taken aback. At that moment, the Red King also realized that the hellfire within him was stirring, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of its power. Lord Tion, what is happening? The Red King asked, bewildered. Tion responded slowly, go summon the others. Understanding the gravity of the situation from Tion's demeanor, the Red King realized that something monumental was indeed unfolding. Before long, the Red King returned with Bai Ji and others trailing behind him. Once Tion sensed their arrival, he turned with a serious expression and declared, the purpose of gathering you here is solely for one matter, cultivation. Cultivation? Bridget was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Not only she, but also Bear and the others shared her bewilderment. It felt rather peculiar to be summoned here solely for the purpose of cultivation. What on earth is happening, Tion? Bear inquired slowly. Tion, in turn, replied with measured calmness, simply attune yourselves to the aura of this place, and understanding will follow. With that, he settled into a meditative posture outside the tree hollow. Although Bear and the others were somewhat perplexed, they endeavored to emulate Tion and connect with the energy surrounding them, only to suddenly open their eyes wide in astonishment. Bloodline evolution, attribute sublimation, they exclaimed in unison, soon grasping Tion's intent, and subsequently seated themselves upon the ground to absorb this newfound power. After a period of time, Tion was the first to open his eyes, assessing the strength he now possessed. It surpasses the culmination of my years of training, he remarked slowly. Upon turning around, he discovered that Bridget and the others had already awakened. Tion, have you reached your limit as well? Bear queried softly. Tion nodded in resignation, acknowledging, indeed. That power is beyond our complete endurance. We can scarcely grasp a fraction of it, yet it suffices. That is undeniably true. The essence of that power feels entirely foreign to this realm, Bridget interjected. At that moment, Tion declared, very well, everyone should return to assimilate this energy. Once fully absorbed, we shall reconvene here. With those words, he turned and walked into the distance. Bear and the others, though eager to enhance their abilities, recognized the necessity of retreating. The intensity of that power was beyond their current capacity to bear. As Tion and the others departed, a figure materialized in the vicinity. It was the three-eyed golden lion. The creature approached the tree hollow, gazing around to survey the surroundings before slowly entering the cave. What on earth is this? Upon stepping inside, the three-eyed golden lion found itself momentarily frozen in astonishment, although it had heard tales of Luze's cocooning. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Any visitor would surely be struck by the spectacle before them. Regaining composure, the three-eyed golden lion circled the golden cocoon, attempting to glean some insight from it. Yet, despite prolonged scrutiny, it found nothing unusual. Subsequently, it laid itself upon a nearby stone slab, fixating its gaze upon the cocoon. When will you awaken? I long to engage you in battle, the three-eyed golden lion murmured softly. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over it, and it gradually closed its eyes. As it succumbed to slumber, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Golden inscriptions began to envelop its form. Ultimately, a second light cocoon emerged and was drawn alongside the first, securing its position. Several days later, Tion experienced a sudden pang of curiosity, prompting Bridget, who observed him, to inquire with a smile, Tion, what occupies your thoughts this time? After a moment of contemplation, Tion responded slowly, I wonder why I have not encountered the auspicious beast during this time. Upon reaching this point, Bijia suddenly realized, covering her mouth, she whispered, now that you mention it, I too have not seen the auspicious beast. Could something have happened to her? At that moment, the Red King hurriedly approached Emperor Tion, his expression frantic as he exclaimed, It is dire, Lord Tion. The auspicious beast is in trouble. Hearing this, Emperor Tion was immediately incensed, rising abruptly and demanding, What has happened to the auspicious beast? The Red King, trembling, replied, The auspicious beast entered that tree hollow, but then faltered, his voice fading into silence. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Emperor Tion dashed towards the tree hollow without a backward glance. Bijia and the Red King quickly followed suit. Before long, Emperor Tion arrived at the entrance of the tree hollow, with Bijia and the Red King close behind. Upon entering, he was taken aback. He beheld not just one cocoon of light, but another had formed, emanating the aura of the three-eyed golden lion. Emperor Tion found himself at a loss for words. What shall we do, Emperor Tian? Bijia asked, her expression grave. However, soon Emperor Tian composed himself and smiled, saying, we should not disturb it. Surely the auspicious beast has gained the recognition of this power, leading to the formation of the cocoon. This is a positive development. With this revelation, Bijia and the Red King were enlightened. Indeed, this situation likely indicated that the power had acknowledged the three-eyed golden lion, suggesting that upon emerging from the cocoon, its strength would be significantly enhanced. With this thought, Bijia and the Red King breathed a sigh of relief and gradually departed from the scene. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, an elder remarked with concern, why hasn't that child Lu Zhe returned to the academy? Could he have encountered some trouble outside? I do not know. He did not inform the academy that he would be delayed, Elder Xin replied slowly. The attention of the gathered elders then turned to the central figure, Elder Mu, in search of an answer. However, Elder Mu calmly stated, let us wait a little longer. If he has not returned before the commencement of the Soul Master competition, we shall find someone to take his place among the 7 monsters. But we must preserve his identity as an inner disciple. We cannot afford to lose this child. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, accepting Elder Mu's wisdom. After all, with Lu Zhe's extraordinary talent, his growth could potentially alter the entire continent. Chapter 20, Awakening New Book Seeking Support. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Zhe, lost in slumber, could not ascertain how long he had been asleep. Yet, his consciousness urged him to awaken. Who am I truly? In the midst of uncertainty, Lu Zhe whispered softly. And at that moment, he awakened once more. Outside, the members of Tian were engaged in meditation when suddenly Tian opened his eyes wide. As he did so, Bai Ji and the others also followed suit, gazing at Tian with expressions of curiosity. Bai Ji hastily approached him and inquired, Tian, what is the matter? Lu Zhe has awakened, Tian replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiangjun and the others were taken aback, quickly rising to stand behind Tian. He then made his way into the tree hollow, only to discover that the 2 light cocoons remained unchanged. Xiangjun then voiced his thoughts. There is no sign of awakening here, he remarked with confusion. However, Tian, with a resolute expression, replied, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps it will be any moment now. Just as those words left his lips, the light cocoons began to shift. Suddenly, a cracking sound resonated as the cocoons split, and the group felt an overwhelming pressure. Tian was filled with astonishment, uncertain of what would transpire next. In the blink of an eye, the cracks in the cocoons multiplied, and an immense aura erupted from within. With a resounding crack, the cocoons shattered completely, sending shockwaves throughout the continent, startling its formidable beings. Within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Elder Xin rushed in hastily. Elder Mu, did you sense that? Elder Xin exclaimed. Elder Mu's expression was grave as he responded. It seems that all the powerful beings across the continent have sensed it. Though that aura does not resemble that of a deity, it is even more potent. What could that aura possibly be? Elder Xin murmured, his expression heavy with concern. Elder Mu gazed silently at the sky outside for an extended moment before slowly uttering. A change is coming to the continent. At this moment, in the core area of the Stardow Forest, Tian and his companions fixated intently on the interior of the light cocoon. Suddenly, a hand emerged, causing Tian and the others to instinctively step back several paces. What transformation has Lu Zhe undergone? Tian pondered aloud. As the figure within the cocoon revealed himself completely, Tian and the others were left in awe. Before them stood a man, entirely nude, his body inscribed with golden runes, even his silvery hair adorned with such markings, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability, akin to that of a divine being. This man was none other than Lu Zhe. Tian stared blankly at Lu Zhe, his heart racing with disbelief. For Lu Zhe now emanated a presence that dwarfed even that of the dragon god from the past. How long have I been asleep? At this moment, Lu Zhe slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Tian, for reasons unknown, found himself instinctively prostrating before Lu Zhe. You have been asleep for nearly 6 years, Tian said. His head bowed, trembling with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slightly furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, has it been 6 years? It seems I have truly slumbered for too long. At that moment, however, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable gaze upon him, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He then slowly opened his eyes to gaze at the sky, cheerfully remarking, sometimes it is best to simply close your eyes. Tian, unaware of whom Lu Zhe was addressing, certainly not himself, remained silent. In the Douluo divine realm, Tang San, who possessed dual divine titles, suddenly sensed something amiss within the continent and began to observe intently. Just then, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Third brother, what has transpired in Douluo continent? At this moment, a figure appeared beside Tang San. It was Xiao Wu, who had just noticed Tang San's expression and inquired about it. Tang San, however, found himself momentarily lost in thought, struggling to shake off the recent incident. Third brother? Xiao Wu, sensing Tang San's unresponsiveness, grew increasingly anxious. Yet, Tang San quickly regained his composure, turning to Xiao Wu with a stiff smile. It's nothing, merely the birth of a new star. Although Tang San spoke lightly, Xiao Wu couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding, which she soon dismissed. Deep down, however, Tang San was filled with immense worry. While observing that new star, he had felt the gaze of the star upon him. It was inconceivable that someone from Douluo continent could perceive his scrutiny. Moreover, when that individual became aware of Tang San's observation, they had responded with a single remark that severed his connection to Douluo continent. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Tang San's concern deepened. What would happen if that person were to arrive in the divine realm? With a sigh, Tang San murmured, I hope nothing goes awry. In the heart of the Douluo Great Forest, after Lu Zhe spoke, he shifted his gaze towards Di Tian and the others. Di Tian, why are you all lying on the ground? Is there treasure there? Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Di Tian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, awkwardly laughing as he stood to face Lu Zhe. However, when he beheld the depths of Lu Zhe's eyes, he was once again taken aback. Lu Zhe's eyes were filled with myriad inscriptions, akin to a sky full of stars. For a moment, Di Tian stood frozen, and Lu Zhe, noticing his reaction, felt puzzled. Di Tian, what is the matter with you? Upon hearing this, Di Tian snapped back to reality, awkwardly laughing as he replied, in nothing, haha. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, and then before Di Tian and the others, he underwent yet another transformation. The golden inscriptions on Lu Zhe's body began to flow towards his right hand, swiftly vanishing without a trace. However, a distinct inscription appeared on his right hand, and his eyes regained their golden hue. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of turbid air and, smiling, remarked that it was time to return to the academy. Observing Lu Zhe's bare form, Di Tian chuckled lightly before suggesting, Lu Zhe, perhaps you should don some clothing first. Suddenly realizing his lack of attire, Lu Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to retrieve a set of clothes from his soul guide and dress himself. At that moment, Di Tian seemed to recall something and slowly inquired, Lu Zhe, what have you experienced over the past 6 years, and what is your current level of soul power? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe's face broke into a peculiar smile. He then fixed his gaze on Di Tian and remarked, it is merely a matter of undergoing some trials. My soul power has already reached the 55th level. Is there any problem? Observing Lu Zhe's strange smile, Di Tian felt an involuntary chill creep down his spine. After regaining his composure, he inquired, what are your intentions regarding the 5th soul ring? Soul ring? Lu Zhe paused, seemingly recalling something. I no longer need to hunt for soul rings. I can now condense them myself. As he spoke, he released his soul ring. Di Tian was astonished to discover that the 4 soul rings before Lu Zhe were adorned with a circle of inscriptions, while the 5th ring was a golden soul ring, manifesting golden inscriptions that were bizarrely etched upon its surface. Although he was uncertain if this truly constituted a soul ring, Di Tian was convinced that Lu Zhe's 5th ring was undoubtedly on par with a soul ring of 100,000 years. Given that, this is splendid news. We need not worry about lacking soul rings any longer, Di Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, preparing to take his leave. With a smile, he remarked, I shall take my leave now. Those old fellows must be starting to think I've perished after such a prolonged absence. Very well. You may go, Di Tian replied nonchalantly, subsequently stepping aside to allow Lu Zhe to exit. As Lu Zhe approached Di Tian, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and say slowly, by the way, the 3-eyed golden lion is still engrossed in deciphering the rules. Please refrain from disturbing her. If anything goes awry, I wouldn't know how to address it. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Upon hearing this, Di Tian shifted his gaze towards another cocoon of light, instantly comprehending the situation. Lu Zhe, now walking alone in the core area of the Douluo forest, wore a contented smile. I wonder if, after all these years, you still remember me? He mused cheerfully. Chapter 21. Return to Shrek, new book seeking support. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe leisurely strolled along a narrow woodland path. I shall soon be out of the Douluo forest. Not too shabby, he reflected. I wonder if anything has transpired in Shrek during my absence. At that moment, Luze detected the presence of humans nearby, piquing his interest. To his surprise, he encountered humans almost immediately upon reaching the periphery. He was curious about the intriguing events that might unfold. He gradually approached the source of the presence. Before long, he came upon two young men and a young woman. Out of courtesy, he smiled and greeted them. "Hello there." The trio was taken aback by Luze's sudden appearance. "Well, who are you?" the young woman exclaimed, leaping 3 meters away in shock. The two young men also turned their attention towards Luze. "May I inquire as to who you are?" One of the young men, whose appearance was both elegant and handsome, asked politely. Upon hearing this, Luze couldn't help but chuckle softly, gradually stating, "I apologize for startling you. I am Luze. And you are?" "Oh, I am Bei Bei," the young man replied with a smile. "And these are Tanya and Hui Yuhao." Upon hearing this, Luze first glanced at the girl named Tanya, and then turned his attention to the blue-haired youth, Hui Yuhao. There was something peculiar about Hui Yuhao. Although a white 10-year spirit ring hovered beside him, it did not appear to be a typical 10-year spirit ring. As Luze scrutinized Hui Yuhao closely, the latter, oblivious to his gaze, was also examining Luze. With long silver hair cascading down to his waist, tied neatly behind him, Luze possessed a remarkably fair complexion, delicate features, and stood slightly taller than his senior, Bei Bei. His striking golden eyes momentarily captivated Hui Yuhao. How wonderful it would be if I could resemble him. Hui Yuhao mused, envisioning himself with Luze's appearance and form. However, the dream-eyed silkworm within his spiritual sea sensed an anomaly and promptly alerted him. "Kid, quickly retract your spirit ring. That fellow has noticed me." Startled by this warning, Hui Yuhao snapped back to reality and hastily withdrew his spirit ring into his body. Meanwhile, Luze merely smiled faintly, internally murmuring, "So I've been discovered." Upon realizing he had been discovered, Luze slowly remarked, "You are soul masters, are you not?" "Indeed. We are students of Shrek Academy. May I inquire as to your identity?" Bei Bei politely questioned. In response, Luze smiled gently and said, "Oh, I too am a student of Shrek Academy, though I have not returned in quite some time. Might you allow me to accompany you back?" Bei Bei, initially taken aback, pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to Luze's request. Thus, Luze followed Bei Bei and the other two as they made their way to Shrek Academy. Throughout the journey, Hui Yuhao maintained a cautious distance from Luze, refraining from speaking too much for fear that Luze might uncover the secret of Tianming. Unbeknownst to him, Luze had already discerned the truth but chose not to reveal it, finding the situation rather amusing. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. As Luze gazed upon the grand gates, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He was curious to learn what had transpired during his absence, and he would only discover the truth upon meeting Elder Mu. "Well, since we have arrived at Shrek, I shall seek out my teacher first. Perhaps we can gather again when time permits," Luze said, smiling as he bid farewell to Bei Bei and the others. Bei Bei responded with a grin, "Very well, until we meet again. I too must report to my teacher now." "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Luze nodded and turned to walk towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Bei Bei, who remained in place, felt an inexplicable discomfort. He could not shake the feeling that he had heard the name Luze somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Ultimately deciding to let it go, Bei Bei accompanied Tanya away from Hui Yuhao's side. Hui Yuhao, on the other hand, was not idle. After receiving his badge, he made his way to the freshman dormitory. Upon arriving, he found it empty and proceeded to tidy up the space. Once finished, he settled cross-legged on his bed and entered his spiritual sea. Within this realm, Hui Yuhao approached Tianming directly. "Tianming, what exactly happened last time?" Hui Yuhao inquired, perplexed. Hearing this, Tianming expressed relief. "That fellow Luze is no ordinary soul master. He could sense my presence. Had you lingered with the soul ring for just a second longer, I would have been exposed." "Is that really true?" Hui Yuhao asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Indeed. Do you think I would deceive you? Try your best to avoid offending him in the future, understood?" Tianming replied tersely. Unbeknownst to them, Luze had realized Tianming's existence the instant he sensed him. However, Hui Yuhao trusted Tianming's words, for he was a million-year-old soul beast, certainly not so easily detected. Meanwhile, Luze's return to Shrek Academy did not go unnoticed by Mulao. By the sea god lake, Luze stood there, seemingly awaiting something. His gaze fixed upon the surface of the lake. "You finally decided to come back. Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" An aged voice rang out behind him. Turning slowly with a smile, Luze replied, "Mulao, can I explain? Will you believe me?" Indeed. The one who spoke was the venerable Xian Lao. If you wish to explain, do so to Mu Lao. I have no interest in your affairs, Xian Lao retorted gruffly, lifting Lu Zhe into the air as they soared towards the Sea God Pavilion. In no time, Lu Zhe found himself within the Sea God Pavilion. Yet Mu Lao was nowhere in sight. Xian Lao then said, "You should wait here. Mu Lao is likely outside basking in the sun and will return shortly." "All right." Xian Lao, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, obediently standing still while Xian Lao sat before him, munching on a chicken leg and sipping wine. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Lao suddenly appeared before Lu Zhe and Xian Lao. Xian Lao promptly stood, positioning himself respectfully beside Mu Lao. Lu Zhe remained quiet, standing still and watching Mu Lao. At that moment, Mu Lao finally spoke. "Child, where have you been these past few years?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and replied. The disciple inadvertently overexerted himself in his cultivation and lost track of time. Mu Lao nodded thoughtfully and then slowly remarked, "In that case, let us leave your matter as it is." At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly recalled something and gently inquired, "Mu Lao, may I ask whether I should head to the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard now?" However, it was Xian Lao who responded, his impatience evident as he said, "You, of course, belong to the inner courtyard. Are we sending you to the outer courtyard to crush others' self-esteem? Haha, then I must trouble both Mu Lao and Xian Lao. I shall take my leave now," Lu Zhe said, turning on his heel and striding toward the exit without a backward glance. Watching Lu Zhe's departing figure, Mu Lao couldn't help but smile. "Mu Lao, do you perceive any changes in Lu Zhe?" Xian Lao asked slowly. Mu Lao, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. "This child has undergone significant transformation. Even I can no longer see through his depths. Nevertheless, it is ultimately a positive development, providing Shrek with an additional layer of assurance." Xian Lao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and fell silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe proceeded toward the inner courtyard, eager to discover whether the individual who had once vowed to enter the inner courtyard had fulfilled that promise. "I wonder how much progress that fellow Dai Yaoheng has made," Lu Zhe mused with a smile. In the inner courtyard, Dai Yaoheng felt an inexplicable sense that something momentous was about to transpire, though he could not discern whether it would be good or ill. Chapter 22, Reunion, New Book Seeking Support. Within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, two youths sat on a bench along a corridor. Class leader, after so many years, where could Lu Zhe possibly be? One of them, lounging on the bench, finally spoke up. The other, maintaining an air of indifference, replied, "How should I know? He promised to wait for us in the inner courtyard, yet upon my arrival, he was nowhere to be found. Such a lack of integrity." Indeed, these two were Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun, who had successfully entered the inner courtyard of Shrek. However, one was among the Shrek's 7 monsters, while the other was merely an ordinary student of the inner courtyard. "That guy, if I ever catch him. Just wait and see if I don't smash his head," Yin Yun suddenly exclaimed. This startled Dai Yaoheng, who chuckled and replied, "You? What is wrong with you? I am strong too, you know." Yin Yun's words were delivered with such bravado that it almost seemed as if he could indeed accomplish that feat upon hearing this. Dai Yaoheng could no longer contain his laughter. Observing this, Yin Yun flushed with embarrassment and scolded, "What are you laughing at? Do you look down on me? Do you believe I won't go find Lu Zhe right now and practice with him? I will definitely smash him. Who said they wanted to practice with me? Let me see." A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Dai Yaoheng turned around abruptly and was instantly taken aback. "Lu Zhe, is that you back?" Dai Yaoheng slowly spoke. "What? Aren't you going to welcome me back?" Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, upon hearing their exchange, Yin Yun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to turn his head. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe casually placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "I just heard you say you wanted to blow my head off, right?" Yin Yun, trembling, stammered, "Well, perhaps you misheard. Haha. Is that so?" Lu Zhe's interest was piqued, and he responded with a gentle smile, "But it seems to me that the voice I heard was unmistakably yours." In a panic, Yin Yun hastily sought refuge behind Dai Yaoheng. "You must have truly misheard. I would never utter such words," he quivered, his body shaking as if he had encountered some monstrous entity. Lu Zhe gazed at him, unable to suppress a laugh, and then slowly remarked, all right. I shall cease my teasing." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Zhe turned his attention to Dai Yaoheng, smiling as he inquired, "How have you progressed over the past few years?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng chuckled softly and replied, "My talent is rather mediocre. I have merely managed to reach the Soul Emperor rank." "Soul Emperor?" Lu Zhe paused in surprise, then grinned and said, Impressive indeed. You truly deserve the title of our class leader. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback by this compliment and slowly responded, and what about you? Just a pitiable soul king at level 55. Lu Zhe feigned a sorrowful expression as he spoke. Upon hearing this, not only was Dai Yaoheng astonished, but even Yin Yun was taken aback, though he quickly burst into laughter. Yin Yun leaped out from behind Dai Yaoheng, exclaiming with mirth. So you are only at level 55. I am already at level 51. What are you trying to convey? Lu Zhe's lips curled upward slightly. Observing Lu Zhe's expression, Yin Yun felt a surge of irritation. Today, I shall join forces with the class leader to wash away past humiliations. Let us engage in a duel. Yin Yun boldly declared. His words were nothing short of shocking, even catching Dai Yaoheng off guard, yet it ignited a spark of competitive spirit within him. He was eager to ascertain the extent of the gap that had developed between him and Lu Zhe over the years. With a smile, he proposed, Lu Zhe, it has been a while. Let me witness whether your strength has advanced or regressed, shall we? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and inquired. Have you truly given it some thought? Should we perhaps invite a few more individuals? Yin Yun, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of familiarity. Yet he swiftly dismissed the notion, believing in his own capabilities. No need, Dai Yaoheng replied with a smile. Lu Zhe immediately understood his seriousness upon seeing his demeanor, and thus said, let us proceed to the soul fighting arena. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng was instantly filled with excitement. Let us go. Soon. The trio arrived at the soul fighting arena within the inner courtyard, an action that stirred the entire place. Have you heard? Dai Yaoheng, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, is about to engage in a soul fight with someone. Is that true? Absolutely. Others are already standing in the arena. Is there any doubt? Come on, come on. It's a rare sight to witness a battle involving a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon reaching the arena, Lu Zhe chuckled as he observed the inner courtyard students who had gathered, drawn by the spectacle surrounding Dai Yaoheng. Class leader, I didn't realize you were so popular. Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Just as Dai Yaoheng was about to respond, he was interrupted by Yin Yun. Of course, our class leader is now one of the Shrek 7 monsters. How could he not be popular? Yin Yun said with a sense of accomplishment. Oh, and what about you? Lu Zhe inquired with interest, teasingly. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun promptly turned her head away and fell silent. Lu Zhe observed with a faint smile before turning to Dai Yaoheng and gently remarked, you must prepare yourself mentally. I understand. There's no need for your concern. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng resembled a fierce tiger, exuding an intimidating presence. Then let us begin. Lu Zhe replied with a grin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Dai Yaoheng appeared before him in an instant. He unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a sandbag, aimed directly at Lu Zhe's face. As Dai Yaoheng's fist was about to make contact, an unseen force of gravity suddenly bore down upon him. Sensing this weight, he clenched his teeth and pushed forward once more. Oh, you have grown significantly stronger, Lu Zhe said with a smile. However, Dai Yaoheng offered no reply, continuing to strike at Lu Zhe. Yet, due to the gravitational force he was enduring, his movements were sluggish, while Lu Zhe moved with remarkable speed. As the gravity emanated from him, becoming increasingly oppressive for those who approached. In the arena, the two engaged in a dance of attack and evasion. At that moment, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, Ma Xiaodao, who had come to observe, felt a sense of disbelief. Does this guy only know how to evade? Can he not retaliate like a man? She exclaimed discontentedly. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters accompanying her were taken aback upon recognizing Lu Zhe. That guy's Lu Zhe. Didn't he disappear? Yao Haoshuan said in astonishment. Ma Xiaodao, upon hearing Lu Zhe's name, was intrigued. Is this the one who was replaced by Gong Imo? She quickly inquired. Yes, Sister Xiaodao, he is the monster who graduated with us, Yao Haoshuan responded with visible annoyance. Lu Zhe was perhaps the person he disliked most, as he had once humiliated him by pinning him to the ground for an extended period, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Ma Xiaodao, upon hearing this, became increasingly interested, as she had heard tales from her teacher about a freshman who had entered the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy ahead of time and had become the first member of the new Shrek 7 monsters, which included her cohort. However, after his mysterious disappearance, Gong Imo took his place. I have long wished to meet this individual. I can't believe I have encountered him today. Ma Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. She was eager to witness the prowess of the one her teacher had deemed the most gifted individual in the continent's history. Seeing Ma Xiaodao's enthusiasm, Yao Haoshuan became alarmed and hastily said, Sister Xiaodao, you aren't thinking of fighting that guy, are you? Ma Xiaodao nodded with a smile, but then curiously asked, why? Is that not permissible? Yao Haoshuan, in a panic, replied, "You absolutely must not engage that freak. He is not someone you can defeat." Why? Didn't Dai Yaoheng also pursue him? Ma Xiaodao expressed her confusion. Yao Haoshuan, however, responded earnestly, "He knows Dai Yaoheng and will undoubtedly go easy on him. But it would be entirely different if it were us." Is that so? Then I am even more eager to face him. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao did not waver. Instead, she became even more exhilarated. Without regard for Yao Haoshuan's attempts to deter her, she charged directly towards Lu Zhe in the soul fighting area. Yao Haoshuan, witnessing her reckless advance, was at a loss for what to do. He felt powerless to stop her and hopeless in his attempts to reason with her, causing a surge of panic to rise within him. What should I do? What if something happens to Sister Xiaodao? He exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice resonated behind him. Let Ma Xiaodao go. She is unaware of Lu Zhe's prowess and will soon find out. The speaker was none other than Ling Luocheng. Is that really wise? Yao Haoshuan murmured. Ling Luocheng, exuding confidence, replied, Rest assured, this is the academy. Lu Zhe will not act recklessly here. At most, he will just teach Ma Xiaodao a lesson. Upon hearing this, Yao Haoshuan found himself at a loss for words. Sighing helplessly, I hope nothing goes awry. Chapter 23, Ma Xiaodao vs. Lu Zhe, new book seeking support, in the soul fighting area of Shrek Academy, class leader. You are not up to the task, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Dai Yaoheng was infuriated by this comment, nearly reaching the brink of an explosion. Fortunately, with Yin Yun's assistance, he was able to endure for this long. At that moment, a burst of flames suddenly erupted between Dai Yaoheng and Lu Zhe. Upon seeing the flames, Dai Yaoheng instantly recognized the culprit. Lu Zhe, I challenge you to a match. A resonant voice echoed around them. Dai Yaoheng examined the figure closely and discovered it was a young girl, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. Who are you? Lu Zhe asked coldly. Before the girl could respond, Dai Yaoheng interjected, Ma Xiaodao, what are you doing? The girl, indeed Ma Xiaodao, responded excitedly, Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to see how strong someone with superior talent compares to me. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see we're in the middle of a soul fight? Dai Yaoheng expressed his irritation, though he refrained from raising his voice. That's all right. I just want to have a fair match with this Lu Zhe fellow. Ma Xiaodao replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng became anxious and urgently protested, Ma Xiaodao, you mustn't let her compete. A voice interrupted Dai Yaoheng's words. And the speaker was none other than Lu Zhe. At that moment, Lu Zhe's expression was icy. His once golden eyes had transformed into a crimson hue, brimming with murderous intent. In that instant, Dai Yaoheng felt as though a colossal hand had seized his heart, rendering it incapable of beating. Lu Zhe coldly commanded, Dai Yaoheng. Yin Yun, you two step down. Just as Dai Yaoheng was about to protest, he met Lu Zhe's gaze and promptly fell silent. Subsequently, he and Yin Yun obediently positioned themselves at the spectator's stand. Nonetheless, a deep concern etched itself on Dai Yaoheng's face. He had discerned a cruel facet of Lu Zhe within that piercing glance. Yin Yun, go fetch the teacher. I sense trouble brewing. Dai Yaoheng whispered urgently into Yin Yun's ear. Although taken aback, Yin Yun chose to trust Dai Yaoheng and swiftly dashed toward the arena's exit. Once Yin Yun had departed, Dai Yaoheng once again cast a grave look into the arena. At this juncture, not only was Dai Yaoheng troubled, but the other spectators were also engulfed in shock. Are you here to cause trouble? Lu Zhe coldly addressed Ma Xiaodao. To this, Ma Xiaodao responded with a smile, You could say that. But I merely wish to witness your prowess. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile, and then he fixed his gaze on Ma Xiaodao and said, Then let us proceed. Buzz. As soon as Lu Zhe's voice fell, a formidable gravitational force descended upon Ma Xiaodao. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming struggle, rendering her unable to even take flight. However, Ma Xiaodao was not one to be easily trifled with. Her immense soul power erupted, instantly filling the entire battle spirit arena. Even so, she could only manage to move slightly, but just as her soul power surged, Lu Zhe appeared before her. How could this be? Ma Xiaodao was taken aback. Before she could react, Lu Zhe grasped her head and pressed it to the ground. Is this the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters? Lu Zhe chuckled, then added, If you are so weak, why do you still wish to challenge me? Upon hearing someone call her weak for the first time, a surge of anger ignited within Ma Xiaodao. A fierce flame erupted, engulfing Lu Zhe in an instant. In that moment, Dai Yaoheng suddenly sensed something amiss. This is bad. Ma Xiaodao's dark fire has spiraled out of control. However, his greatest concern remained with Lu Zhe. who had taken the brunt of Ma Xiaodao's dark fire with his very face. Surely, trouble was imminent. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao's emotions began to spiral further. Yet she was abruptly met with an immense pressure. The engulfed Lu Zhe was steadily advancing toward her. The dark fire, how intriguing. As the flames dissipated, Lu Zhe stood unscathed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The onlookers were momentarily struck with awe. Even Dai Yaoheng felt a jolt of astonishment. Was it not said that dark fire was exceedingly difficult to extinguish? Why was it that not a single hair on Lu Zhe was harmed? Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao gazed at Lu Zhe in terror, acutely aware of the overwhelming force bearing down upon her. Lu Zhe approached Ma Xiaodao step by step, smiling as he remarked, "Is this the malevolent fire? How feeble." Enraged, Ma Xiaodao unleashed her 6 soul rings, illuminating the 6th one without hesitation. 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Countless fiery meteors hurtled towards Lu Zhe, yet he showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he walked through the meteor shower with a smile. Witnessing this, everyone recognized Lu Zhe's formidable power. Even Ma Xiaodao was taken aback. As the fiery meteors rained down upon him, each one was halted before it could reach him. "Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn," Lu Zhe said with a grin. He activated his 5th soul ring, transforming the surrounding environment into something extraordinary. Then, with his hands clasped together, he declared, "Mirror world, unfold." Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Lu Zhe and Ma Xiaodao vanished from the battle arena in the blink of an eye. Where did they go? They were just here. The crowd was momentarily stunned, including Dai Yaoheng, who was equally astonished. What kind of soul skill is that? He wondered, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Within the mirror world, Ma Xiaodao was bewildered. She found herself in this strange place in the blink of an eye, and Lu Zhe's figure had vanished. "What is this place?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Here, she felt her malevolent fire being suppressed, rendering her unable to unleash it. However, she understood the necessity of remaining vigilant, for this unfamiliar realm could harbor unseen threats. After wandering for a considerable time without encountering anyone, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. "Welcome to the mirror world." A voice echoed around her, startling Ma Xiaodao, prompting her to glance around in alarm. "Stop searching, you won't find me," the voice continued. Realization dawned upon her, and she coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her. Before her, a mirror materialized, revealing a reflection that was her exact likeness. However, this mirrored version depicted her malevolent fire in complete chaos, darkened sclera, blood-red irises, and an aura of malevolence. What truly astonished Ma Xiaodao was the sight of her reflection smiling. At that moment, the figure in the mirror spoke with a grin, "I am you." Stepping out of the mirror, it slowly approached Ma Xiaodao. Upon witnessing this, Ma Xiaodao was instantly engulfed in terror. It was the first time she had encountered such a being. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her reflection spoke again. "You have but 2 choices, either defeat me and leave this realm, or remain here forever. Please make your choice," her reflection said with a sinister smile. At the sound of these words, Ma Xiaodao felt a chill run down her spine. Without hesitation, she unleashed a phoenix ray towards her reflection. To her astonishment, her mirror image retaliated with its own phoenix ray, which proved to be even more powerful than hers. Realizing this, Ma Xiaodao swiftly dodged to the side, her gaze fixed coldly on her reflection. This was her first encounter with such a being, one that not only mirrored her movements but was also stronger than herself. This is a grave predicament, Ma Xiaodao thought with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, slumped on a nearby bench in the shadows, was thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Just how formidable is the dark side of the first intruder into my mirror world? Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile. Chapter 24. The might of the mirror world within the mirror realm. Ma Xiaodao was battered and bruised, never anticipating the sheer strength of the entity before her. Moreover, its soul techniques were identical to hers, each movement perfectly replicated. What on earth is this creature? And why is it like this? Ma Xiaodao pondered, then charged once more at her reflection. Yet, her mirror image mirrored her actions with chilling precision. Bang! The two collided, sending Ma Xiaodao sprawling back, blood spilling from her lips. Her reflection wore an eerily triumphant smile. "Give up. You shall remain here forever." Ma Xiaodao, now nearly depleted of soul power, observed that her reflection seemed to sustain no energy loss whatsoever. However, she refused to surrender. Rising once more, she fixed a fierce gaze on her counterpart. "I will escape," Ma Xiaodao declared vehemently. "No, you cannot escape," her reflection replied with a mocking laugh, instantly revealing the grim reality to Ma Xiaodao. With a sudden thrust, a hand pierced through her chest from behind. I told you, you cannot leave, it chuckled. Ma Xiaotao, in shock, turned to see another identical reflection alongside the bloodied hole in her chest, as hope slipped away from her grasp. You are no match for us. Remain here forever, her reflection said, gazing down at her prostrate form in the pool of blood, smiling wickedly. In that moment, Ma Xiaotao surrendered. She realized she was no match for these beings. Am I to perish? Is this what the teacher calls genius? He is truly formidable. Ma Xiaotao's consciousness became increasingly hazy, and she felt as though she would depart from this world in the next moment. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed in her ears. Before long, the footsteps halted before her, and through her blurred vision, she vaguely discerned a pair of feet standing in front of her. Despite her longing to lift her head and see who stood beside her, she found herself devoid of the strength to do so. How utterly wretched. She could hardly withstand this meager reflection. A familiar voice rang out, belonging to Lu Zhe. Upon seeing him, Ma Xiaotao's illusions vanished, while Lu Zhe gazed at her. Sprawled in a pool of blood. Now do you understand the gravity of my anger? Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Although Ma Xiaotao could hear his words, she was unable to respond. Lu Zhe continued to observe her as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, his smile unwavering, yet devoid of any inclination to offer assistance. After a while, perhaps moved by his conscience, Lu Zhe lifted the nearly lifeless Ma Xiaotao into his arms. Ah, I almost forgot you were Yin Xiaozhi's disciple. It would be quite troublesome if I inadvertently caused your demise. I would have much to explain to him. Lu Zhe chuckled as he spoke. He then conjured a golden rune in his hand and, without further ado, infused it into Ma Xiaotao's body. The moment the golden rune entered her, her form began to emit a dazzling golden light. When the radiance subsided, Ma Xiaotao's alluring figure was revealed in all its glory before Lu Zhe. Oh, this girl has developed quite nicely, Lu Zhe remarked with a grin, subsequently draping a cloth over her. Before long, Ma Xiaotao slowly opened her eyes. But the instant she regained consciousness, she realized her clothing was gone. Turning to the side, she caught sight of Lu Zhe, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Oh, you're awake. How do you feel? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile upon noticing her alertness. However, upon hearing his voice, Ma Xiaotao leaped several meters away. But due to her lack of clothing, her physique was once again laid bare before Lu Zhe. Stunned, she and Lu Zhe locked eyes, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Once Ma Xiaotao regained her senses, she swiftly swung her hand towards Lu Zhe's face. Unfortunately, her strike missed, and instead, Lu Zhe pinned her to the ground. I saved you, and yet you wish to strike me? Perhaps I should not have intervened, Lu Zhe said, disappointment evident in his voice. However, Ma Xiaotao, her face flushed with embarrassment, retorted, You scoundrel, release me, or you shall face dire consequences. Oh, do you believe I won't make you suffer right now? Lu Zhe leaned closer to Ma Xiaotao's ear and whispered, followed by a teasing remark, This is my independent world. No one will come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao felt a surge of panic. What if Lu Zhe truly acted recklessly? She realized she was utterly defenseless, unable to fight back or escape, and her fear intensified with every thought. However, Lu Zhe suddenly released her, chuckling. You can't possibly think I would act irresponsibly, can you? Ma Xiaotao was momentarily stunned by his words, but quickly distanced herself from him. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and said, You have clothes, don't you? Once you put them on, I will take you away from this world. Although Ma Xiaotao found it hard to believe upon hearing this, she obediently put her clothes back on. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe once again brought his hands together in prayer and slowly uttered, Open. No sooner had he spoken than a rift in space manifested before him. Turning to Ma Xiaotao, he gently urged, Why are you still dawdling? Let us depart. Oh, Ma Xiaotao, regaining her senses, hurried to the threshold of the spatial rift. Just as she was about to step through, she glanced back at Lu Zhe and inquired, Why did you bang? What are you prattling on about? Must you be so verbose? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Zhe, with a hint of exasperation, gave her a nudge that sent her tumbling into the rift. Instantly thrust into the unknown, Ma Xiaotao felt a surge of annoyance. Upon her eventual return to the tangible world, her face was a mask of fury as she muttered, Lu Zhe, when I catch you, you shall see my wrath. However, after waiting a considerable time without catching a glimpse of Lu Zhe, her bewilderment grew. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng appeared behind her, questioning, Ma Xiaotao, was not Lu Zhe meant to accompany you? With a perplexed expression, Ma Xiaotao replied, How would I know? He was the one who kicked me out. Dai Yaoheng grasped the situation immediately, realizing that Lu Zhe had no intention of emerging. Very well then, after your prolonged absence. Who emerged victorious? He queried once more. Yet, as he posed the question, Ma Xiaodao's demeanor shifted to one of deep despondency. I lost, she reluctantly admitted. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback. After all, Ma Xiaodao was a formidable opponent, even stronger than he. If she had faltered, his own chances seemed rather bleak. After their conversation, Ma Xiaodao soared back to her residence, while Dai Yaoheng remained rooted in thought, pondering how he might best Lu Zhe, who had grown exceedingly powerful. In the mirrored world, Lu Zhe ambled leisurely in a particular direction. Perhaps it would be wise to limit my interactions with such individuals, he mused contemplatively. Chapter 25. Assuming the role of the Shrek supervisory group within the mirrored realm, Lu Zhe continued his unhurried stroll. Soon enough, he paused at a location, joined his hands in prayer, and softly proclaimed, "Open," as yet another rift in space appeared before him. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe said little and gradually stepped into the spatial rift. When he re-emerged, he found himself by the shores of the sea god lake. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. "So, you were here all along," a familiar voice resonated from behind Lu Zhe. He turned with a smile and replied, "I believe this place is perfect for some respite." The speaker was none other than Dai Yaoheng, who stood beside Lu Zhe. His expression solemn as he declared, "I am aware of your current strength, but I shall not yield to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was slightly taken aback. Yet he quickly responded with a smile, expressing his belief that you would not be outdone by him, and that he awaited your ascension in strength. Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing this, also chuckled, turning his back to Lu Zhe and proclaiming, "Just you wait. There will come a day when you will truly recognize my prowess." With that, he strolled off into the distance. Lu Zhe gazed at Dai Yaoheng's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips before he turned and left the place. After a while, as Lu Zhe found himself devoid of any classes, he spent his days meandering aimlessly within the inner courtyard. Perhaps the academy could no longer tolerate his idleness. For today he was summoned before Elder Xian. "Lu Zhe, it seems you have nothing to occupy your time with, do you?" Elder Xian said with a warm smile. "How about this? I have a task that requires assistance. What do you think?" Lu Zhe gazed at the expression on Elder Xian's face and instinctively sensed that it portended trouble. Yet, what could he do? "Elder Xian, what is it that you wish to convey?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Elder Xian, however, replied with a grave demeanor, "There exists a band of malevolent soul masters, a gang of thieves over at Tianmen Mountain, and they find themselves in need of additional personnel. Thus, you came to mind." Malevolent soul masters? Lu Zhe's curiosity was piqued, as he was uncertain about the distinctions between them and ordinary soul masters. "In that case, I shall go," Lu Zhe declared, still smiling. Elder Xian was taken aback, for it was well known that most students from the inner academy would express reluctance upon hearing about malevolent soul masters, yet this child exhibited a remarkable enthusiasm. Amused by the thought, Elder Xian smiled in return and cautioned, "You must consider this carefully. The gang of malevolent soul masters is no trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled with confidence, "Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Besides, isn't there still you, esteemed elder?" Xian Lao, taken aback by his response, found himself at a loss for words, but eventually erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of our Shrek Academy's elite. I have great faith in you." Xian Lao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, before effortlessly lifting Lu Zhe into the air from behind. "Are we departing now, without a moment to prepare?" Lu Zhe's smile appeared somewhat forced, as if he were reluctantly complying with an obligation. Upon hearing this, Xian Lao burst into another fit of laughter and soared toward the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Lu Zhe, feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to go along with it. After a while, Xian Lao brought Lu Zhe to the base of a grand mountain. Lu Zedong glanced around but could not spot a single soul. He then curiously inquired, "Elder Xian, where are the others?" However, upon hearing this, Elder Xian's expression shifted dramatically, and he averted his gaze to another direction. Upon witnessing the appearance of Elder Xian, Lu Zhe immediately comprehended the situation. He then slowly inquired, "You cannot possibly be suggesting that I am to undertake this mission alone, are you?" Coughing twice, Elder Xian responded, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Fear not, for I shall be your unwavering support. Proceed with confidence." Subsequently, he placed a hand upon Lu Zhe's shoulder. Wearing a friendly smile and giving him a thumbs up, Lu Zhe gazed at the venerable Xian Lao before him, his expression darkening immediately. He then spoke slowly. "So you are deceiving me. I shall never return here again." With a reluctant heart, he began to make his way toward the mountainside. For he recalled Xian Lao's earlier mention of the malevolent soul sorcerers and their band of thieves, who were purportedly encamped within a cave halfway up the mountain. Though he was far from eager, Luze pressed on, driven solely by the desire to satiate his curiosity. Luze exhaled slowly and remarked, "I have yet to formally encounter a soul master, so I am uncertain about the differences." Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary cave nestled on the mountainside. Observing that there were no guards patrolling the area, Luze confidently strode into the cave. Upon entering, he discovered a hidden world within. What appeared to be a modest cave from the outside revealed an extensive network of passages that seemed to connect the entire mountain. Wow. I never anticipated that the excavation skills of these soul masters would be so proficient, Luze mused with a faint smile. Just then, a voice echoed, "Caution. There is an intruding soul master." Upon hearing the commotion, Luze turned to gaze at the man who was shouting incessantly, instantly feeling a surge of displeasure. Discovered. He thought, then I must apologize. He raised his right hand and made a subtle motion. In an instant, the man's voice was enveloped by a barrier, rendering him mute and causing him to realize he could no longer breathe. Panic-stricken, he began to struggle wildly, yet Luze approached him with deliberate calmness. "Sometimes, it's best not to raise your voice too much," Luze remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he patted the man's shoulder. Before the man could comprehend the situation, his body began to swell uncontrollably. Boom. Before Luze's eyes, the man exploded. A gruesome display of blood and flesh scattering in all directions. At that moment, other malevolent soul masters in the cavern arrived just in time to witness the horrific spectacle. "Ah, everyone is gathered," Luze said with an air of nonchalance. He then turned, revealing a sinister smile as he addressed the approaching malevolent soul masters. "Since you're all here, none of you shall leave." With that, he untied his long hair, which flowed freely without a breeze, shimmering silver in the dim light. His golden eyes transformed once more into a deep crimson hue. "Let us commence," Luze declared with a wicked grin. The malevolent soul masters, undeterred by Luze's presence, unleashed their soul power, surging toward him. As they stepped forward, an immense gravitational force, nearly 20 times greater than normal, bore down upon them. The weaker soul masters were crushed into a pulpy mass, blood erupting forth and shocking those who remained standing. "Who on earth are you?" bellowed one soul master, sprawled on the ground in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Luze slowly approached him, crouched down, and smiled as he said, "I am the one here to amend the rules." With a sharp crack, the moment his words fell, the unprepared evil spirit master was crushed into a pulp. The other evil spirit masters either lay prostrate on the ground or were immediately reduced to mere flesh. "Is this what an evil spirit master is like?" "They seem quite similar to ordinary spirit masters," Luze remarked with a smile. This statement swiftly provoked the ire of the leader of the evil spirit master bandits. "You will pay dearly for this, kid," a strange voice echoed from the depths of the cave. It was then that Luze sensed something amiss. He suddenly witnessed the surviving evil spirit masters committing suicide one after another. Luze was filled with confusion upon witnessing the scene. But he quickly grasped the situation as the bodies of the suicidal evil soul masters began to undergo a transformation, without granting Luze any time to react. A violent explosion ensued. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the elder Xian sensed the shockwave from the explosion, and his expression instantly changed. However, when he arrived at the cave, he was left astounded by the sight before him. The area surrounding the cave had been reduced to ruins, and a massive pit appeared before the elder Xian's eyes. Seeing this, he shouted, "Luze, are you all right?" But there was no response. Growing anxious, elder Xian rushed into the debris. At that moment, a figure hurriedly emerged from the wreckage, coincidentally encountering elder Xian. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an evil soul master, which ignited a surge of fury within him. "You scoundrel! I shall make you pay for this," elder Xian bellowed. He swiftly pinned the evil soul master to the ground. However, elder Xian was perplexed by the abnormal behavior of this evil soul master. Yet, he soon understood as a familiar voice echoed from the direction the soul master had just fled. Indeed, the evil soul masters are quite formidable. A figure slowly stepped into view. Elder Xian immediately felt relieved and chuckled. "So it turns out you were unharmed. I thought you had met with misfortune." As Luze emerged, he noticed that the leader of the escaping evil soul masters had been captured by elder Xian, prompting a smile to spread across his face. "Elder Xian, it's you. Now that the mission is complete, can we return?" Upon hearing this, elder Xian scrutinized Luze and was astonished to find not a single scratch on him, considering that the recent explosion could have harmed even himself. However, After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That one do. Your purpose for coming out this time extends beyond just this mission." Having secured the evil soul master, Elder Xian turned to leave. Lu Zai's expression darkened at these words, but after pondering, he felt that this wasn't so bad. At least it meant he wasn't idling around the academy. Very well then, where is our next destination? Lu Zai inquired as he walked alongside Elder Xian. The elder cast a meaningful glance at Lu Zai before smiling. Our next destination is the North Country Mountain Range. Chapter 26. The Human-Formed Soul Beast, Mist Demon. At a cliff in the North Country Mountain Range, an old man and a young boy stood gazing at the expanse of the mountains. After a while, the boy broke the silence. "Where is the target?" The elder glanced at the boy and replied with a smile, "I'm not certain. But the target lies within these mountains." Upon hearing this, the youth's expression darkened instantly. He then replied in a calm tone, "Elder Xian, are you certain you are not jesting with me?" Indeed, the elder referred to as Elder Xian, and the youth was none other than Lu Zai, who had only recently arrived at this place. Upon hearing Lu Zai's words, Elder Xian's expression grew grave as he responded, "Young man, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It appears that within these mountains, there exists a peculiar force that has diminished the range of my perception." Upon hearing this, Lu Zai could barely accept it, as he had indeed felt that surge of power. "Very well, what is the plan?" Lu Zai inquired once more. Observing the peculiar expression on Elder Xian's face, a bead of sweat formed on Lu Zai's forehead as he thought, "You cannot be telling me that there's no plan, and we shall simply charge him blindly." Yet, Elder Xian's demeanor remained unchanged, leaving Lu Zai at a loss for words. Ultimately resigning himself to the situation, without looking back, he ventured into the depths of the northern mountain range. "This child is far too hasty," Elder Xian mused, watching Lu Zai's retreating figure with a sigh. Had Lu Zai heard this, he might very well have exploded in anger, thinking, "Isn't my urgency due to your obstinacy, you old fool?" Thus, Lu Zai and Elder Xian parted ways, both promising to remain vigilant for any signs of the malevolent soul master. After some time, by a small stream within the northern mountain range, Lu Zai busied himself washing some wild fruits. "It has been so long. I have not seen a single soul. Have I been deceived?" Lu Zai lamented. "What choice do I have? I am already deep within this mountain. Am I to turn back and head outside?" Just as Lu Zai was contemplating the monotony of his situation, a sudden cry for help pierced the air from a distance. "Help!" Upon hearing this sound, Lu Zai was instantly intrigued, and without a glance back, he hurried towards the source of the noise. In no time, Lu Zai arrived at the origin of the sound. There, in the distance, he saw a young girl being pinned to the ground by two men, yet she was desperately struggling against her captors. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zai could not help but burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind the two men. By the time they sensed Lu Zai's presence, it was already too late. With a hum, as the two men turned to look at Lu Zai, they were instantly crushed into a pulp by the force of gravity. The little girl, who had been struggling on the ground, was suddenly drenched in blood, leaving her momentarily stunned. Lu Zai gazed at the dazed girl and couldn't help but chuckle. "Little sister, are you all right?" he gently inquired, extending his left hand towards her. However, the little girl remained lost in the shock of the recent fright, unable to regain her composure. Seeing this, Lu Zai was at a loss for what to do, so he could only retract his left hand and turn to leave. However, just as he turned, he was halted by the little girl grasping at his garment. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zai's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then turned once more to her, inquiring with a gentle tone, "Little sister, could you kindly share your name with me? And might I ask what brings you here?" Lu Zai gently inquired about these matters, and the little girl gradually regained her composure upon hearing his words. "My name is Suya," she said, her eyes welling with tears as she continued. "I got separated from my father." Upon hearing this, Lu Zai gently embraced Suya, whispering words of comfort, "Do not fear. I shall take you away from here at once. Just remain by your brother's side." As he spoke, he tenderly wiped the blood from Suya's face and then smiled at her. Suya was touched by Lu Zai's smile. It was the first time she had encountered such a gentle stranger, and her heart inevitably stirred with a subtle flutter. Once Suya's emotions had calmed, Lu Zai rose, taking her small hand in his, and inquired, "Do you remember the place where you became separated from your father?" After a moment of careful contemplation, Suya replied softly, "I recall, it was near the northern mountains." Upon hearing this, Lu Zai immediately understood and casually rose to lead Suya northward. However, as they departed, a sudden mist enveloped the area, swiftly shrouding it in dense white fog. Unbeknownst to Lu Zai, who had distanced himself. He continued to advance northward without any awareness of the peculiar shift. After a while, Lu Zhe and Suya arrived at the outskirts of a valley. Gazing into the fog-laden depths, Lu Zhe felt an unsettling eeriness in the atmosphere. Yet, Suya remained unfazed, tugging at Lu Zhe's hand and saying, "Big brother, it seems my father is somewhere within." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's resolve only grew stronger, yet he exhibited no signs of refusal. "Then shall we proceed inside?" Lu Zhe said with a smile. Upon witnessing his smile, Suya couldn't help but smile back, and she eagerly took his hand, leading him into the valley. Once they entered the valley, Lu Zhe quickly discerned that the surrounding mist was far from ordinary. The fact that he could not see through the fog led him to conclude that something substantial lay hidden within the valley. "Big brother, we're almost at my father's place," Suya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, Lu Zhe merely smiled softly, following her without any apparent caution. Suddenly, in an instant, Lu Zhe was pierced in the shoulder by a spike formed from the very mist itself. Realizing he had been attacked, he immediately halted in his tracks. Suya, who had been pulling him along, abruptly stopped in front of him and turned back, her expression one of surprise. "Big brother, what happened? Are you hurt?" Suya inquired anxiously. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe gently patted Suya's head and, with a smile, suggested, "How about you rest against your brother's back?" Without a second thought, Suya hurried to position herself behind Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "Although I am unaware of your nature, I have little fondness for those who engage in ambushes." Thus, no sooner had he spoken than a gravitational force nearly 30 times stronger enveloped him. The surrounding mist was pressed down to the ground. Yet Lu Zhe's movements were not yet complete. With a flick of his right hand, the previously grounded white mist was instantly drawn away, causing the flora around him to wither, indicating the onset of a vacuum domain. Once Lu Zhe retracted the vacuum, he wore a gentle smile and inquired, "Are you still unwilling to reveal yourself?" Upon hearing this, Suya felt a surge of confusion. "It seems you are no ordinary soul master." A husky, yet resonant voice echoed around them. This voice may have been unfamiliar to Lu Zhe, but for Suya, it was unforgettable. "Father!" Suya exclaimed as she emerged from behind Lu Zhe. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the valley fell into an eerie silence. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A man, emanating a white mist, gradually materialized before Lu Zhe and Suya. The moment Suya beheld his visage, she rushed towards him without a second thought. Curiously, Lu Zhe did not impede her. Instead, he watched her retreating figure with a tranquil demeanor. In no time, Suya reached the man and, without hesitation, leaped into his embrace. The man, taken aback, quickly smiled and tousled her hair, saying, "It is my fault, all my fault." Yet, upon hearing this, Suya wriggled free from his grasp, puffing her cheeks in indignation. "Humph! You lost, Yuya, so I shall never speak to you again." The man, flustered by her words, waved his arms in disarray, unsure of how to respond. However, Suya turned her back and sprinted towards Lu Zhe, soon finding refuge behind him. The man, at a loss for words, approached Lu Zhe and slowly asked, "Who are you? And why does Yuya hide behind you?" "Oh, I am Lu Zhe. I saved this little one on my journey," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. The man immediately inquired about the events that had transpired with Suya, prompting Lu Zhe to provide an explanation. After sharing the details, their conversation flowed naturally, and it was not long before Lu Zhe learned that the man before him was named Subai and the nature of his being. "Ah, so you are not human," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Subai, feeling somewhat awkward, responded with an embarrassed smile, "I must apologize for the trouble, young brother. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Having spoken, he embraced Suya and ventured deeper into the valley, leaving Lu Zhe standing still with a smile as he watched their retreating figures. "Such a soul beast is truly rare," Lu Zhe murmured with a grin. Indeed, Subai and his daughter were not human, but rather a unique species known as mist spirits, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, akin to the Ice Empress, yet lacking her formidable power. After settling this matter, Lu Zhe turned to depart, feeling an innate certainty that he would encounter Subai and his daughter once more. Our fates are not yet concluded. We shall meet again soon. Chapter 27. Long time no see. Emerging from the valley, Lu Zhe did not linger, for he had not forgotten the mission that had brought him here. Before long, he found himself atop a rocky outcrop with a broad view. "Ah, it must be over there," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile as he gazed at a wisp of azure smoke rising in the distance. Without a backward glance, he hastened toward it. Upon reaching the location from which the smoke ascended, Luze first concealed himself atop a large tree, observing the movements below. There were two men at the side of the smoke, both clearly possessing soul power at the Soul King level. As for why Luze remained undetected, it was due to the vacuum field enveloping him, rendering his presence imperceptible to all but those with exceptionally keen spiritual awareness. Hey, have you heard? It seems the boss brought us here for a soul beast, one of the men spoke slowly, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, the other man expressed his astonishment and replied, "What kind of soul beast do you think the boss desires? I'm quite curious. Don't bother thinking about it. The boss's affairs are beyond our understanding," the first man chuckled. "Indeed, as mere lackeys, we have no chance of knowing." After a brief exchange, Luze, perched on the tree, regarded them with an expression of calm detachment. Soon, unable to endure their chatter any longer, he swiftly appeared behind one of the men. "Look out behind you," one man exclaimed the moment Luze materialized. Yet, the two had no opportunity to resist, for Luze merely flicked his right index finger. Buzz. In an instant, a gravitational force 15 times greater than normal bore down upon the two men. They immediately felt their bodies grow heavy. Yet they glared at Luze with defiance. "Who on earth are you?" one of the men inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then slowly remarked, "Do not worry. I have but a single question for you. As long as you answer honestly, there is a 99% chance you shall live." The two men, taken aback by his words, exchanged bewildered glances and inquired with skepticism, "Are you truly serious?" Luze nodded with a smile and said, "Of course it is true. So what do you think?" After exchanging glances on the ground, the two men made a resolute decision. "Speak, what do you wish to know?" one of the men slowly inquired. Upon hearing this, Luze smiled and inquired, "For what purpose do you find yourselves within this mountain range?" Although the man felt conflicted, he ultimately chose to speak the truth for the sake of his life. "We have accompanied our leader to this mountain in search of a soul beast. While the two of us are merely here to assist," he replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze nodded thoughtfully before continuing to inquire, "In which direction is your leader's team?" The man promptly replied, "They have headed northwest. Our leader and the others are making their way in that direction." "Ah, I see." Luze responded with a smile. The two men, witnessing his demeanor, became increasingly agitated and hurriedly asked, "So, can you let us go now?" However, to their surprise, Luze wore a peculiar smile as he slowly fixed his gaze upon them and said, "Not so fast. There is one final question. Go ahead and ask." "So we can avoid any further delays," one of the men replied with a hint of impatience. Yet, what the two men did not anticipate was the shocking question that Luze posed. "Are you, by any chance, practitioners of the dark soul arts?" Luze inquired with a grin. At this point, the two men began to harbor doubts, but alas, it was already too late. As Luze observed that the two men remained silent, he once again smiled and inquired, "For the final time, are you not soul masters?" One of the men struggled to articulate a response, stammering incoherently. Meanwhile, his companion bellowed defiantly, "We are not soul masters. We are merely passing through." However, upon hearing this declaration, Luze not only found himself disinclined to release the two men, but instead laughed even more heartily. "I beg your pardon. The soul power within you has already betrayed you," Luze remarked with a sinister grin. "Hey, did you not promise to let us go? How can you be so contradictory?" The man expressed his frustration, yet he found himself unable to escape the oppressive force of gravity. Upon hearing this, Luze's face broke into a faint smile, and he slowly remarked, 100% is composed of 99% and 1%. And you two happen to be that 1%. As his words fell, he turned and walked away into the distance. The moment he departed, the bodies of the two men erupted in a violent explosion. The resounding blast drew the attention of a group of spirit masters in the distance. But now was not the time for distractions. Their mission remained unaccomplished. "Ah, I wonder where they are now," Luze mused with a smile. Soon, he caught sight of the group, though it was merely fleeting traces, confirming that he was indeed on the right path. In the distance, a group of spirit masters was in pursuit of a white figure. "Capture that creature. It is precisely what the boss seeks. Whoever catches it will be rewarded with a soul bone," shouted one of the pursuers. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more exhilarated, frantically launching attacks at the fleeing white figure. Despite their relentless assaults, the white figure showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its escape until Luze appeared on the scene. "It seems this chase is indeed for those two humanoid spirit beasts," Luze remarked with a faint smile as he observed the fleeing white figure. This figure was none other than Subai, desperately fleeing with his daughter, Suya, from the relentless pursuit of the spirit masters. At this point, one might question why Subai, a spirit beast of 100,000 years, would fear these spirit masters, who lacked even a spirit Douluo among them. The answer is simple. The mist demon, as a spirit beast, is not adept in offensive capabilities and seldom engages in combat. Even so, among the pursuers were several spirit saints, if not a spirit Douluo. Suddenly, Subai was grievously wounded by a combined attack from two spirit saints. He coughed up a significant amount of blood, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the humans before him. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm me?" Subai demanded vehemently. Yet, the spirit masters paid no heed to his words. Retrieving a specially designed cage from their soul-guiding devices. "Cooperate and step inside," one spirit saint said coolly. However, Subai would never submit to these fiends. In a sudden burst of soul power, he enveloped his surroundings in a thick shroud of white mist. As the spirit masters regained their composure, they discovered that Subai had vanished within the fog. "Remain alert. The spirit beast has disappeared," warned the spirit saint gravely. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected event unfolded. In an instant, a soul master found his chest pierced by a white spike. Yet, this was not the end. A second would surely follow. Soon, those soul masters fell one after another to the white mist. Even the few titled soul saints heightened their vigilance. "You will pay for this," echoed Subai's chilling voice from within the fog, and in an instant, a flurry of attacks surged towards one of the soul saints. The soul saint, realizing the danger, swiftly prepared his defenses. However, despite his efforts, he could not evade entirely. While he avoided a fatal blow, several wounds marred his body. The soul saint, unable to endure any longer, ignited his seventh ring. Martial soul true form. With a furious roar, a colossal figure materialized from the white mist. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a massive black bear. The true form of a martial soul. How intriguing. Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile from a distance, observing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Subai found himself deep in thought, facing such a formidable behemoth. His only option was to flee. Yet, just as he prepared to escape, a barrier suddenly obstructed his path. "This barrier was set up to prevent your escape," chimed another soul saint with a grin. Seeing his retreat cut off, Subai fell into silence, realizing he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Just as he felt overwhelmed, an invisible force of gravity descended, rendering the soul saints immobile. "Long time no see, Mr. Subai," a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Upon recognizing the figure approaching, a wave of relief washed over him. Lu Zhe slowly approached Subai and Suya, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your timely arrival," Subai spoke slowly, his gratitude evident. Lu Zhe, maintaining a gentle smile, waved at Suya. "Hello there. It's nice to see you again." Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Suya's small face brightened with a smile, and she quickly ran to him. "Big brother, how did you end up here?" she asked cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not provide an elaborate response. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "I merely happened to pass by. Why don't you stay with your father for a while? I have a few trivial matters to attend to." Suya, not lacking in wit, understood Lu Zhe's intentions. She gradually retreated to Subai's side, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zhe's departing figure. At that moment, Lu Zhe had turned to face the few soul saints he had just encountered, yet he exhibited no signs of trepidation, wearing a gentle smile instead. The black bear soul saint, pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force, bellowed indiscriminately, "Who exactly are you? Do you realize you are provoking us, the evil soul masters?" "Evil soul masters?" Lu Zhe responded with a hint of surprise. Observing Lu Zhe's astonishment, the black bear soul saint mistakenly assumed it was a manifestation of fear toward the evil soul masters, thereby becoming even more arrogant. "Kid, since you are aware of the terror that evil soul masters invoke, you would do well to release us." The black bear soul saint roared imperiously. Little did he know that in the next moment, Lu Zhe had placed his foot squarely on the black bear soul saint's head, chuckling. "You evil soul masters certainly hold yourselves in high regard. However, have you misjudged the current situation?" As Lu Zhe's smile faded, he gazed down at the black bear soul saint with a disdainful grin, declaring, "Your lives are now at my mercy. Act wisely, and I may yet spare you." No sooner had he spoken than the black bear soul saint felt the weight upon him intensify, as if his very insides were on the verge of bursting. Coughing violently, the black bear soul saint was unable to withstand the pressure, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. The situation was even graver for the soul saints behind him, who, lacking their martial spirit forms, endured the same crushing force as the black bear. If the black bear was in agony, the others were faring far worse, with a few being reduced to mere pulp under the immense weight. What do you want? The black bear's soul saint finally grasped the magnitude of Lu Zhe's menace, trembling as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He then settled onto the back of the black bear spirit saint and spoke slowly. Where is your leader? Or perhaps you could divulge the location of your stronghold within this mountain range. The black bear spirit saint hesitated upon hearing this. Revealing such information would mean he would be hunted down by the Holy Spirit sect. Even if he were to escape death this time, it was a perilous gamble. Momentarily, the black bear spirit saint found himself in a dilemma, yet Lu Zhe had little patience for indecisiveness. With a sudden burst, the gravity crushed the black bear spirit saint's right hand, causing blood to spurt forth. Ah, he screamed in agony. You have 2 more chances. Are you truly unwilling to speak? Lu Zhe inquired, a smile gracing his face as he perched upon the creature's back. The black bear spirit saint, momentarily taken aback, barely had time to react before his feet were similarly obliterated by the relentless force of gravity. At that moment, he was engulfed by fear, and through gritted teeth, he gasped, I will talk. I will tell you everything. Lu Zhe, who had raised his right hand, merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then slowly asked, So, where is your leader? And what of your stronghold? This time, the black bear spirit saint cast aside any thoughts of the future and promptly replied, Our leader is resting in the stronghold, which is located in a valley at the westernmost part of the mountain range. And what else? Lu Zhe pressed on. Without a moment's hesitation, the black bear spirit saint continued, Our leader is a level 90 soul Douluo. He requires the 9th ring, which is why he sent us out to search. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly rose to his feet and descended from the back of the black bear spirit saint. The black bear spirit saint, believing he had earned his freedom since Lu Zhe had ceased his inquiries, eagerly asked, Can I leave now? However, Lu Zhe whispered softly into the black bear spirit saint's ear, I believe you have lived long enough. Without allowing any further reaction, he applied gravity, causing the black bear spirit saint's head to implode. With the demise of the black bear spirit saint, the other spirit saints met a similar fate, their heads crushed under the immense force of gravity. After dispatching these spirit saints, Lu Zhe gradually approached Subai and Suya. Fortunately, Subai had just covered Suya's eyes. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been left with a lasting psychological scar. Thank you, Subai murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and remarked, It's merely a trivial matter. Are you planning to head to that stronghold now? Suddenly, Subai was struck by a thought. Indeed, what is the matter? Lu Zhe replied, somewhat puzzled. However, Subai quickly interjected, Take me with you. I can assist you in dealing with those lackeys. Yet, his good intentions were promptly dismissed by Lu Zhe, who waved his hand and stated, No, your presence would only hinder me. It would be far better for you to spend time with that girl. Taken aback, Subai momentarily struggled to respond, but upon reflection, he realized the truth in Lu Zhe's words. He would be of little help and might even become a burden. While he pondered this dilemma, Sia tugged at his sleeve and inquired, Daddy, why are you lost in thought? The big brother has already left. At her words, Subai was momentarily stunned and quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find no trace of Lu Zhe. What on earth is happening? The realization sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had appeared atop a large tree nearly 500 meters away from Subai. It seems this technique is quite effective, he mused with a smile. However, he had undergone a subtle transformation. Intricate runes adorned his right eye, each swirling within like a myriad of stars. Additionally, the golden runes on his right hand had become markedly pronounced, extending up to his neck. Gazing towards the west with a gentle smile, Lu Zhe murmured, You better not let down the appearance I've taken on. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhe vanished from sight, only to reappear above the western stronghold moments later. At that moment, Elder Xian sensed Lu Zhe's aura and abruptly looked up, finding him hovering in the air, surveying the structures below. That lad indeed possesses hidden cards. I had sensed it all along, Elder Xian muttered. Noticing Elder Xian, Lu Zhe swiftly approached him in the blink of an eye, startling the elder. Just how many hidden cards do you possess? I never anticipated that even I would be unable to perceive your presence, Elder Xian exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon seeing Lu Zhe's current appearance, understanding dawned upon him, and he chuckled casually. This stronghold of the evil soul master is entrusted to you. Is that acceptable? Elder Xian said slowly. His intention was not only to challenge Lu Zhe, but also to ascertain just how formidable he had become in this new form. Lu Zhe remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the formidable stronghold of the malevolent soul masters before him. He raised his right hand, as if summoning some unseen power. Xian Lao, appearing thoroughly bewildered, inquired, "What are you up to, young man?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe displayed no signs of concealment. Instead, responding with a smile, "It's nothing, merely a simple manipulation of gravitational forces." However, it did not take long for Elder Xian to sense something amiss. He observed a dark spot emerging on Lu Zhe's right hand, which rapidly expanded until a terrifying aura erupted from within the spot, revealing its true horror. Before Elder Xian could react, Lu Zhe hurled the dark spot directly into the heart of the evil soul master's stronghold. The moment the dark spot touched the ground, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, instantly consuming everything in its vicinity. As a blinding light flashed, Elder Xian opened his eyes to a scene that left him utterly astonished. The once formidable stronghold of the evil soul master had been reduced to ruins in the wake of the brilliant flash. And even the towering mountains adjacent to it had been flattened. Furthermore, the site where the evil soul master's stronghold stood was left with a massive crater, resembling the aftermath of a meteorite impact. Staring at the scene before him, Elder Xian was momentarily rendered speechless, but as he regained his composure, he approached Lu Zhe to inquire, "What on earth was that technique you just employed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "It merely compresses gravity into a singularity. This is my first attempt, and I am somewhat unpracticed." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian instantly lost his temper. That previous strike could easily rival his own most powerful blow. It is crucial to note that this was merely unleashed by a soul king. Contemplating this, Elder Xian could not help but feel a sense of dread, pondering that if this technique were to be employed within Shrek Academy, it would undoubtedly obliterate the place. After a moment of reflection, Elder Xian solemnly stated, "Listen well. Young man, you must never employ this technique within Shrek Academy. Do you understand?" Lu Zhe was not foolish. He understood this principle well. He merely wished to ascertain the extent of his strength after employing a portion of the inscriptions. At that moment, Elder Xian began to monitor Lu Zhe more closely. While Lu Zhe comprehended the formidable power of the golden inscriptions, even with just a small number of inscriptions, he had already become immensely powerful. If he were to be enveloped entirely in golden inscriptions as he was during his initial emergence, would it not lead to cataclysmic destruction? Contemplating this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile faintly, internally murmuring, "Perhaps it is best to refrain from playing with fire in the future." Thus, the task in the northern mountain range was completed, and Elder Xian led Lu Zhe towards another destination. Chapter 29, Summer Flames. Following their journey through the northern mountain range, Lu Zhe and Elder Xian finally arrived at a more respectable locale. They temporarily settled in a town near the border of the Sun and Moon Empire. Within an inn, Elder Xian stood gravely before a table, his expression notably serious, which caused Lu Zhe to feel a palpable tension. "Are you prepared? It is about to commence." Elder Xian spoke up. "I am ready. Let it begin." Lu Zhe responded with utmost seriousness. "Then I shall truly commence." Elder Xian declared. "Go ahead. I truly am starting now." Lu Zhe gazed at the elderly man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, perhaps unable to continue the charade, he snatched a wooden box from the old man's hands and, without a second thought, hurled it to the ground. "If we are to open it, let us do so without all this hesitation," Lu Zhe remarked, his displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, the old man awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, responding, "Ha ha. I was merely testing your patience, young one. What do you truly understand?" Lu Zhe gazed at the grinning old man before him, momentarily questioning whether he had mistaken his identity. Upon noticing Lu Zhe's patronizing expression, Old Xian promptly adopted a serious demeanor. "You understand now, don't you? I am returning to the academy, so this mission will rest solely upon your shoulders," Old Xian stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a slight surprise. Yet he swiftly acclimated to the situation. "What is the task?" Lu Zhe inquired calmly. Elder Xian gestured towards the tattered wooden box on the ground and slowly replied, "The task lies within that box. You may examine it for yourself. I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze to the wooden box, and without uttering a word, he grasped it in his hands. He then turned to engage in conversation with Elder Xian, only to find that the elder had already departed. In that moment, the room was left with only Lu Zhe and the wooden box he held. After a brief interval, Lu Zhe slowly opened the box. Perusing the information contained within, investigate the recent spate of missing 6-year-old children in this town, Lu Zhe felt utterly at a loss. Consequently, He tidied his belongings and stepped outside the inn. Once on the town streets, Lu Zhe feigned nonchalance as he ambled along, occasionally greeting passersby. Before long, he paused in front of a small breakfast shop. He noticed a child seemingly pilfering an item before darting into a narrow alleyway. However, this was not the reason for Lu Zhe's halt. Rather, it was the shopkeeper's apparent indifference to the incident that piqued Lu Zhe's curiosity. Approaching the proprietor with a smile, he inquired, "What's the story with that child?" The shopkeeper, taken aback by Lu Zhe's question, was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually relented and explained, "Ah, that child is an orphan. I pity him, so I chose to turn a blind eye." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and paid the shopkeeper a gold soul coin as a fee for the information. Before the shopkeeper could fully comprehend the transaction, Lu Zhe had already vanished from his sight. At that moment, Lu Zhe found himself in the narrow alley where the child had entered earlier. Upon entering the alley, Lu Zhe did not rush to search for the child. Instead, he leisurely strolled through the passage. He walked for quite some time, yet he saw no sign of the child. However, Lu Zhe displayed no signs of discouragement. On the contrary, he wore a cheerful smile. After an indeterminate period, Lu Zhe finally halted and, with a smile directed towards the empty air, remarked, "I have wandered for such a long time. Do you not intend to show yourself?" From the very beginning, Lu Zhe had harbored doubts about this alley. Initially, it seemed benign, but he soon realized that it appeared endless, leading him to surmise the reason behind it. As soon as Lu Zhe's words fell silent, a raspy yet powerful voice echoed from within the alley, inquiring, "Who are you? And why have you come here?" Yet, Lu Zhe paid it no heed and replied with a smile, "Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you?" With that, he unleashed a terrifying force, causing the surrounding space to fracture. In a matter of moments, the space around him shattered completely, and Lu Zhe found himself standing in a regular alley once more. Before him lay the alley's end, along with a narrow door. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe pushed open the door and entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld the creator of that very space. "You are indeed the master of this realm, are you not?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The response came from an elderly gentleman in his 80s, reclining in a chair. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's question, the elder smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it is I. However, may I ask what brings you, young sir, to my humble abode?" Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Zhe did not mince words and directly inquired, "Just one question. Have you seen a child?" The expression of the octogenarian shifted slightly upon hearing this, and this subtle change stood out remarkably to Lu Zhe. The old man replied slowly, "I do not understand what you mean, and besides, I have lived here alone for a long time without having seen any child." However, Lu Zhe, who had already sensed something amiss, felt his countenance darken gradually. "Old man, I am not jesting. That child is of utmost importance to me," Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Yet the elderly man maintained his stance, insisting he was correct. Lu Zhe, unable to contain his frustration, intensified the surrounding gravity to 30 times its normal level, leaving the old man in a state of astonishment. "Old man, this is your final opportunity," Lu Zhe declared icily. At that moment, the elderly gentleman comprehended Lu Zhe's formidable nature. Even the suffocating gravity was overwhelming enough, let alone any other techniques. "You truly would not harm that child?" The octogenarian seemed unable to relinquish something. Upon realizing his misstep, Lu Zhe retracted the 30-fold gravity and inquired, "To be candid, I am here to investigate the disappearance of the child. Having come this far." The octogenarian lowered his defenses and gradually replied, "The elder has concealed that child within my realm. He is quite safe. In that case, why not engage in a discussion?" Lu Zhe casually procured a chair and seated himself before the elder. "What is your name?" Lu Zhe asked with a smile. The elder, upon hearing this, first chuckled softly, then spoke with a tone steeped in age. "I am called Xia Yin. You may refer to me as Elder Xia." "Ah, so it is you, esteemed elder. Regrettably, I am not acquainted with you," Lu Zhe responded with a grin. Xia Yin, taken aback, momentarily pondered how to respond before waving his hand dismissively. "What is your reason for wanting to see that child?" "Oh, nothing much. Merely seeking to glean some information from him," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, Xia Yin's expression remained unperturbed as he responded, "I fear you shall be disappointed. I, too, am monitoring that situation, and there is no pertinent information to be found with the child. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe understood and subsequently turned to walk outside. "I shall take my leave now, old sir," Lu Zhe said with a smile as he turned. He then pushed open the door without looking back. But as he stepped out of the room, an unusual occurrence transpired. As Lu Zhe stepped out of the doorway, he immediately found himself in empty space, plummeting downward. Illusion. Chapter 30. Slaughter. Illusion. Upon discerning the current situation, Lu Zhe stood suspended in midair. He then coldly remarked, "Why do you all relish orchestrating such a spectacle?" However, there was no response from those around him. Noticing this, Lu Zhe's gaze grew even colder as he raised his right hand and gently waved it. With a resounding crash reminiscent of shattering glass, the surrounding space was instantaneously fractured. "Are you not planning to emerge?" Lu Zhe stated chillingly, having dispelled the illusion. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from the alleyway, yet Lu Zhe paid it no mind. His eyes became even more frigid. Soon, a shadow appeared not far from Lu Zhe, confirming that this was no ordinary soul master. "I never expected you could shatter my illusion," the shadow cackled ominously. The true visage of the shadow revealed a scarred man with a fiercely menacing glare. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Zhe suddenly pressed the scarred man's head forcefully to the ground. "Do you not know that villains perish from verbosity?" Lu Zhe coldly retorted. The once smug grin on the scarred man's face instantly transformed into shock, but he quickly restored his eerie smile. "You are quite the talker," he began. But before he could finish, the immense gravity crushed his legs. "Who sent you? Speak," Lu Zhe demanded icily. In that moment, the scarred man realized the terror embodied by the youth before him, yet he stubbornly believed he could never be bested by a mere child. "I shall never divulge it. Even in death." "Ha ha." The scarred man laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately struck by a sense of tedium, and he promptly crushed the dog's head. He then slowly rose, wiping his hands as if regarding the headless corpse on the ground with disdain. "So much nonsense," Lu Zhe remarked coldly, before continuing his stride towards the exit of the alley. In a brief moment, Lu Zhe emerged onto the street outside the alley, but as he stepped onto the thoroughfare, he instantly sensed something amiss. The ordinary people on the street moved slowly, resembling a horde of mindless zombies. Just as Lu Zhe began to harbor doubts, these ordinary individuals suddenly noticed him and charged towards him without a hint of fear. Upon noticing these ordinary individuals, Lu Zhe chose not to take action. Instead, he ascended to the rooftop, gazing down upon them. "Were they hypnotized?" Lu Zhe questioned softly. Yet, before he could fully process this, a different presence emerged behind him. Buzz. The instant he sensed someone approaching from behind, Lu Zhe hesitated not for a moment and unleashed a gravity domain 50 times that of normal. Poof. Lu Zhe turned around to see a man clad in the same attire as the scarred man he had just crushed beneath his heel. Instantly, he grasped the probable reason behind this encounter. The man, utterly unprepared, bore the brunt of Lu Zhe's 50-fold gravity, causing his internal organs to shatter, and he vomited a copious amount of blood on the spot. "Who on earth are you?" Lu Zhe inquired once more, his tone icy. Yet, the man maintained the same peculiar smile as the previous scarred individual. Before he could no longer withstand the oppressive gravity and subsequently exploded into a mist before Lu Zhe's eyes. Lu Zhe gazed down at a pool of blood at his feet, feeling a surge of astonishment. "Ah, a suicide squad?" he remarked with a cold sneer. He then shifted his attention to the surroundings, taunting, "No matter how many of you there are, I shall slay them all. I refuse to believe that not a single one among you fears death." He began to search the town, but after a considerable duration, doubts began to plague his initial assumptions. Instead of encountering the reckless squad, he found an increasing number of ordinary residents relentlessly pursuing him like a horde of zombies. Growing impatient with the throngs of common folk behind him, Lu Zhe gestured with his right hand, unleashing a gravitational field that pinned them firmly to the ground. Once these individuals had calmed, he resumed his search for the scarred man and his accomplices. "Rats indeed, adept at evasion," Lu Zhe scoffed. Gradually, he came to a halt, the golden inscriptions on his body beginning to spread. In no time, the shimmering symbols reached his neck, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above the town. Lu Zhe gazed down upon the town beneath him. His right eye, inscribed with runes, began to scan the surroundings. Soon, a smile crept across his lips as he softly murmured, "I have found the rat." In a blink, Lu Zhe vanished from the sky above the town, while the cloaked figures hiding within remained oblivious to the impending peril. Before long, he materialized behind the first of the black-robed men. "Brother, what are you waiting for?" Lu Zhe remarked as he patted the shoulder of the cloaked figure. The man, unaware that he was being ambushed by the very one he sought, only realized the truth too late. As he turned, Lu Zhe seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Tell me who sent you, and I shall spare you," Lu Zhe stated coldly. The black-robed man struggled futilely against the grip tightening around his neck. "Speak," Lu Zhe urged, growing increasingly impatient. Yet, like the two before him, the man wore a sinister grin and stammered, "The master is not a mere mortal like you can comprehend." Bang! In an instant, the black-robed figure erupted in a violent explosion, while Lu Zhe stood stoically amidst the chaos. However, within moments, the lifeless forms of ordinary townsfolk reappeared, encircling him. Yet Lu Zhe's expression shifted. He could no longer tolerate these nuisances. The gravitational force around him surged to several times its normal strength, rendering the ordinary residents incapable of withstanding it, crushing them into a gruesome pulp. In an instant, the streets ran red with blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. While Lu Zhe stood at the center, his gaze icy, devoid of any empathy. He then looked skyward and coldly declared, "I hope it is not you wretches causing trouble from the shadows. If so, I would not hesitate to entertain myself by slaying a few deities." With that, Lu Zhe strode towards the alley he had previously visited, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake, as countless innocent lives were reduced to mere flesh. This gruesome spectacle did not go unnoticed by the cloaked figures lurking in the shadows. However, as they prepared to strike, two long swords swiftly dispatched them into oblivion. By the time Lu Zhe reappeared outside the door of the alley, the town's populace had been decimated. Upon opening the door, his fury reached a boiling point. The room lay in utter disarray, strewn with corpses and blood, while the elder Xia sat slumped on the ground, his body marred with wounds. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe approached Elder Xia without hesitation, assisting him to his feet and gently inquiring, "Elder Xia, what transpired here?" Elder Xia, upon hearing Lu Zhe's voice, slowly opened his weary eyes, casting a glance at him before offering a faint smile. "It is nothing, merely a few petty thieves intruding. I have already dealt with them." Elder Xia replied softly. However, Lu Zhe had already sensed the fragility of Elder Xia's vitality, and he cautiously responded, "Elder Xia, do not move just yet. I shall find a way to save you." With that, he prepared to harness the power of the golden inscriptions. Yet, Elder Xia recognized the essence of this golden energy and made a resolute decision. "Cease, young man. I have long since been meant to depart this world. I have merely lingered here." Elder Xia spoke slowly. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe remained undeterred, the golden energy continuing to surge forth. Observing this, Elder Xia hastily pushed Lu Zhe away. Trembling as he stated, "Young man, save your strength for those who may benefit from it. Even if you were to heal this old body, I would be of little assistance to you." "Elder Xia, have you truly made up your mind?" Lu Zhe inquired, beginning to grasp the elder's intention. Upon hearing this, Elder Xia smiled gently and replied, "I have made my decision, but you must promise me one thing." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe ceased his insistence and gently inquired, "What is it?" "I shall certainly comply." "Very well. I hope you can safeguard this child for me," Elder Xia said, as he carefully emerged from a space, cradling a small child and presenting them to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed in astonishment at the child cradled in his arms. Was this not the very same child from before? "Elder Xia, what is this?" Lu Zhe inquired, his confusion evident. Yet, Elder Xia had already closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowly spoke. "This child was found by me. He bears the essence of a divine being within him. Perhaps he will be of assistance to you in the future." As he spoke, his breath gradually faded away. Lu Zhe, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of surprise wash over him, but tranquility soon enveloped him as he regarded Elder Xia, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, Lu Zhe embraced the child and made his way towards the door, resolutely stating, "I shall take good care of this little one." Chapter 31, The Yu Family Before Long. News spread that a town on the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire had descended into desolation. Many speculated that the sinister Soul Master was behind this calamity, for in their eyes, only such a malevolent figure could orchestrate such devastation, thus attributing this blame to them. However, the higher-ups of Shrek harbored suspicions that Lu Zhe was the true orchestrator, as they perceived his strength to have ascended to an unfathomable realm, rendering soul power levels inadequate for assessment. Within the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Mu sat at the center, observing the other elders gathered around him. The atmosphere grew palpably heavy. "Chuanzi, what is your perspective on this matter?" Elder Mu broke the oppressive silence. Elder Xian, taken aback by the question, hesitated momentarily before responding, to speak candidly. "I cannot ascertain the truth of the situation, given that I was not present. I have no knowledge of what trials or actions Lu Zhe has faced." His expression was grave as he relayed his thoughts. Upon hearing this response, the other elders began to express their viewpoints. with the most pressing concern being how to address the situation should it indeed be Lu Zhe's doing. A profound silence fell over the assembly. While most attributed the blame to the sinister Soul Master, the predicament surrounding Lu Zhe remained a complex enigma. After an indeterminate period of silence, Elder Mu spoke once more. Let us set this matter aside for now. Our foremost priority is to locate Lu Zhe. We shall deliberate further upon his return. Mu Lao spoke slowly. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd lost their tempers and expressed their acceptance of this viewpoint. After all, ever since the incident in the Dead City, Lu Zhe's whereabouts had vanished, leaving no one aware of his destination, nor the true cause behind the events. Consequently, the Sea God Pavilion decided to send Xian Lao outside to search for Lu Zhe, and upon finding him, to bring him back for questioning. In the afternoon, within a small town on the border of the Xinglua Empire, a young boy was walking down the street, holding the hand of a child. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the young boy was indeed Lu Zhe, and the child beside him was undoubtedly the one entrusted to Lu Zhe by Xia Yin. The child possessed exquisite features, with jet black hair and a pair of crimson eyes, dressed entirely in black garments adorned with golden patterns at the edges, exuding an air of nobility. Previously, while in the Dead City, the child appeared quite ordinary, yet Lu Zhe discovered that this was not his true appearance. His genuine visage was akin to his current form. It appeared that Xia Yan had disguised him to avoid complications. However, after Xia Yan's demise, the disguise vanished, revealing the true nature of the young lad. "Xiao Yu, are you hungry?" Lu Zhe inquired gently. The child, holding Lu Zhe's left hand, looked up at him and softly replied, "I'm hungry." The child's name was Xiao Yu, but he had no surname, so Lu Zhe decided to adopt his surname, calling him Lu Xiao Yu. Observing Xiao Yu's blushing cheeks, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, then said with a smile, "Very well. I shall take you to enjoy something delicious." Upon arriving at a small restaurant, Lu Zhe seated himself and Lu Xiao Yu in a corner to partake in a meal. However, while Lu Zhe was contentedly eating, a nearby table was engrossed in a discussion. "Have you heard? The Yi family is in grave trouble." "The Yi family? That is impossible. I wouldn't deceive you. It seems the Yi family has indeed encountered some formidable force." Their animated conversation piqued Lu Zhe's interest. Lu Zhe sat at a nearby table, his appetite lost as he listened intently to their discussion regarding the Yi family. After a while, he deemed the time appropriate and took Lu Xiao Yu out of the restaurant. Once outside on the street, Lu Xiao Yu observed Lu Zhe's expression and inquired, "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Zhe emerged from his reverie and replied with a smile, "It's nothing." However, Lu Xiao Yu harbored a deep skepticism. Though there was little she could do, it was difficult to pry information from Lu Zhe when he chose to remain silent. Thus, she obediently followed behind him. Upon reaching a hotel room, Lu Zhe turned to Lu Xiao Yu with a smile and said, "Xiao Yu, why don't you stay here quietly and wait for me to return?" Confused, Lu Xiao Yu asked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Zhe chuckled upon hearing this, then stood up, preparing to depart. Turning to him, he said, "I will step out to attend to a minor matter. You should patiently await my return." "Oh," Lu Xiao Yu replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe chose not to linger any longer and promptly exited the hotel room. Once he reached the street, he surveyed his surroundings before inquiring for directions to the so-called Yi family. The Yi family was the paramount clan within this small town, with few daring to provoke them. However, they now found themselves in considerable trouble. Lu Zhe had come for this very reason, as his intuition hinted that this matter might be connected to the malevolent soul masters. Lu Zhe stood at the entrance of the Yi family residence, gazing indifferently at the structure before him. Without uttering a word, he boldly pushed the door open and entered. Who would dare to intrude upon the Yi family uninvited? As Lu Zhe stepped into the Yi family estate, he was immediately confronted by a group of men, dressed in identical attire. It was evident that they were members of the Yi family security team. Lu Zhe stood silently, observing them with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the leader of the group approached him, his expression grave. "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon the Yi family?" he demanded. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. "I have heard that your esteemed Yi family is facing some troubles, and I am here to assist you in resolving them." Upon hearing this, the man immediately expressed skepticism and retorted, "Where did you hear such things? The Yi family is not in any trouble." He then turned away, adding, "Considering this is your first offense, you would do well to leave quickly, lest you find yourself in a predicament." Lu Zhe did not take action and was subsequently escorted out by the guards. Standing once more at the entrance of the Yi family estate, Lu Zhe felt a tinge of amusement. "Thrown out, it seems I must seek an opportunity," he remarked with a smile. He then turned to leave, only to encounter a group of individuals. Who are you? And why do you linger at my family's doorstep? A clear, resonant female voice rang out from the crowd. Luze turned his gaze towards the sound and discovered a girl of similar age. She was clad in a vibrant green attire, her skin as white as snow, and her face was charmingly delicate. Hey, I'm talking to you. The girl spoke again at that moment. Luze smiled faintly upon hearing this and then remarked, I am merely an ordinary person, simply taking a glance at the Yi family. Really? The young girl expressed her confusion, then approached him to scrutinize him closely. After a moment of observation, she still could not discern anything significant, and thus waved her hand dismissively, saying, since there is nothing of note, please leave quickly and do not linger at my doorstep. Upon hearing this, Luze chuckled softly, then turned and strolled towards the distance. Upon reaching the nearby crowd, someone began to tease Luze. I say, young man, are you truly unaware of that young lady? A tall man remarked with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Luze smiled faintly and then explained, I apologize. I am new here and unfamiliar with the circumstances. I see. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Luze then inquired once more, who exactly is that young lady? Ah, she is the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, Yi Xiaomon, and she has already attained the strength of a soul king, the man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze immediately felt intrigued. After bidding farewell to the man, he made his way towards the inn. As night fell and the air grew cooler, Luze lay on the bed of the inn, preparing to rest. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, who was sleeping beside him, softly inquired, Brother, what did you do today? Luze turned his head upon hearing this, smiling as he remarked, It's nothing. Just go to sleep. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied irritably, and then she turned her body to the side. Upon witnessing the scene, Luze found himself at a loss for words, offering only a faint smile before turning his gaze towards the ceiling to resume his contemplation. The Yi family, indeed intriguing. Chapter 32, Little Rain meets Emperor Tian. Having arrived in this quaint town nearly a week ago, Luze remained by Lu Xiaoyu's side as usual. Yet, there were times when trouble loomed, as it did now. Who exactly are you? A young maiden stood before Luze, questioning him with intensity. The girl was none other than Yu Xiaoyue, the daughter of the Yi family, whom Luze had encountered previously. Miss Yi, what is the meaning of this? Luze managed an awkward smile. Instead of stepping aside, Yi Xiaoyue moved closer, demanding, Is it too much to ask for you to reveal your identity? You have been loitering near my home for some time now. Do you harbor ill intentions? Her voice rang out, leaving Luze momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he responded with a gentle smile. To be honest, Miss Yi, I am merely passing through. He feigned a look of helplessness. Observing his demeanor, Yi Xiaoyue began to doubt her suspicions, subsequently relaxing her stance. Seizing the opportunity of her distraction, Luze took Lu Xiaoyu's hand and strolled away. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyue remained oblivious to their departure until a kind-hearted passerby alerted her that Luze had already left. Otherwise, she might have stood there for quite some time. How dare he leave without my consent? I shall not let him escape my grasp. Yi Xiaoyue muttered in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Meanwhile, Luze, having distanced himself, cast a soft smile in the direction they had come from. Brother, who was that sister? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Luze's response was simple. Just a passerby in our lives. Ultimately, we must part ways. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu appeared to contemplate something, her expression becoming markedly despondent. Sensing the reason, Luze, who was nearby, immediately inquired, What's wrong? He crouched down, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu with gentle concern. In response to his demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu quickly turned her head away, displaying a haughty attitude as she retorted, It's nothing. Upon witnessing this, Luze smiled faintly, then rose and took his hand, leading him forward. It appeared that the affairs of the Yi family did not require my intervention at this moment. I shall return to Emperor Tian, Luze mused within. He then guided Lu Xiaoyu towards the direction of the Stardow forest. After a while, within the depths of the Stardow forest, Luze was walking along a narrow path with Lu Xiaoyu. Brother, where are you taking me? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as it was her first visit to the Stardow forest. Upon hearing this, Luze replied with a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. Lu Xiaoyu was filled with perplexity, pondering the wonder of having friends. The two of them ventured along the narrow path through the forest, making their way towards the heart of the Stardow forest. Along the journey, no soul beasts dared to obstruct their passage, as the aura emanating from Luze was overwhelmingly terrifying. deterring any beast from disturbing him. After a while, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu successfully arrived at the core area of the Stardow forest. "You have returned," a resonant voice echoed from a distance. Lu Xiaoyu was rather perplexed about the source of the sound, but she quickly regretted her curiosity. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized before the two of them. Upon recognizing the figure before her, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly concealed herself behind Lu Zhe, her complexion paling. The newcomer was none other than the formidable Emperor Tian in his spirit beast form. Upon noticing the little one hiding behind Lu Zhe, Emperor Tian was immediately filled with curiosity. He then inquired slowly, "Lu Zhe, who is this little one?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and then gradually remarked, "This is my younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu." "Oh, I can't believe you have a brother," Tian responded, taken aback. Lu Zhe then glanced at Lu Xiaoyu's pale complexion before turning to Tian and gently said, "You're still in your beast form. You startled Xiaoyu." Tian, feeling a bit awkward, managed a laugh and promptly transformed into his human form. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been hiding behind Lu Zhe, cautiously peeked out and scrutinized Tian. "Brother, what is he?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, his curiosity piqued upon seeing Tian in human guise. "He is none other than Tian, the mightiest among soul beasts. And my friend," Lu Zhe replied calmly. Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in understanding, and he slowly stepped out from behind Lu Zhe, fixating his gaze on Tian. The exchange between the brothers left Tian with a sense of unease. "Are you implying that I am not what I seem?" Tian retorted, finally catching on. Yet Lu Zhe, with a grin, countered, "Is it possible that you truly are just a mere beast?" Tian found himself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile before leading Lu Xiaoyu to his resting place. Once he had settled Lu Xiaoyu comfortably, he approached Tian alone. "What is the condition of the three-eyed golden lion?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Tian's expression shifted to one of seriousness at this question. He did not respond, but instead guided Lu Zhe to a tree hollow. Upon arrival at the hollow, Lu Zhe beheld the luminous cocoon, devoid of any signs of breaking. "It seems we have a while yet," he remarked with a gentle smile. Tian remained silent, quietly retreating from the hollow, leaving Lu Zhe to contemplate alone. In solitude, Lu Zhe gazed at the golden cocoon, refraining from unnecessary movements. Instead, he seated himself beneath it and entered a meditative state. The forces of the surrounding rules sensed Lu Zhe and surged towards him with fervor. While meditating, Lu Zhe once again found himself in that resplendent golden palace. Observing the floating golden inscriptions around him, a slight smile graced his lips. "Long time no see," he whispered. The golden inscriptions, akin to children who had been separated from their parents for many years, rushed towards Lu Zhe, enveloping him completely in a matter of moments. Encased within the golden inscriptions, Lu Zhe smiled softly, gesturing with his hand as he proceeded toward the throne. The inscriptions obediently followed in his wake. "It has been far too long since I have contemplated," Lu Zhe mused as he approached the throne, a smile forming on his face. He then seated himself upon it, closing his eyes to delve into the mysteries that lay upon the throne. Outside, a month had passed, and Lu Xiaoyu had undergone significant changes. Initially timid upon her arrival, she gradually forged close bonds with Tian and the others. However, Tian found himself in quite the predicament, ever since becoming acquainted with the little one. He was bombarded daily with her incessant questions, whether it was inquiring about when her brother would awaken or debating who was stronger, Tian or her brother. He was at a loss for answers. He dared not respond, as he too was uncertain. After all, Lu Zhe, cloaked in inscriptions, possessed the power to sever the connection between the divine realm and Douluo continent, and to this day, Tian had yet to witness Lu Zhe exerting his full strength. Thus, Lu Zhe's true power remained an enigma in the eyes of Tian and the others. One day, Lu Xiaoyu sought out Tian once more. "Uncle Tian, when will my brother wake up?" she asked earnestly. Tian, caught off guard, found himself at a loss for words. "You ask me. But who can say when Lu Zhe will awaken?" he thought. "Soon, very soon," he replied, feigning reassurance. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu accepted his words with innocent faith. Smiling brightly before departing, Tian watched her retreating figure and sighed. This little one is even more challenging to care for than the mythical beasts. Yet, what can be done? After all, he is Lu Zhe's brother. With a sigh, Emperor Tian reclined once more upon the stone slab, resuming his rest. Meanwhile, within the depths of the tree hollow, momentous events were unfolding. Chapter 33, Direction. Inside the tree hollow in the heart of the starry forest, The aura of rules surrounding Lu Zhe intensified markedly, profoundly affecting the environment around him. Before long, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and noticing that the golden inscriptions had become increasingly pronounced. Even the luminous cocoon enveloping the golden net began to show faint cracks. It had been quite a while, and it was time to return, Lu Zhe murmured softly as he gradually rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Dition and the others sensed Lu Zhe's awakening and instinctively stood outside the tree hollow, awaiting his emergence. Lu Xiaoyu gazed eagerly into the hollow of the tree, and had it not been for Dition's restraint, she might have dashed in without hesitation. Oh, you are all here. Lu Zhe emerged slowly at that moment. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Dition and the others exchanged knowing smiles, while Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to his side. Brother, why did it take you so long to wake up? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a cheerful tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile. He gently ruffled his hair, but chose not to respond, instead making his way directly to Dition. Dition, there is a matter in which I require your assistance, Lu Zhe said slowly. Dition, taken aback, realized that this was the first time he had ever been asked for help by Lu Zhe after all this time. With a smile, he replied, Speak freely, I shall certainly assist you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled lightly and glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, while Dition appeared to grasp the situation as well. Rest assured, we shall take good care of your brother, Dition said slowly. That is reassuring, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Their conversation was overheard by Lu Xiaoyu, who, not being foolish, quickly discerned Lu Zhe's intention. He then seized his brother's hand and anxiously inquired, Brother, are you planning to leave me behind? Lu Zhe did not respond immediately, and upon seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She pressed on with her inquiry, You will stay by my side, right? Observing Lu Xiaoyu's woeful demeanor, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he still provided her with an answer. Xiaoyu, you must understand that the outside world is fraught with danger. I cannot always be there to protect you. At times, you will need to face things on your own, Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile. Upon receiving a clear answer, Lu Xiaoyu instantly felt disheartened, realizing it was due to her own circumstances, and gradually loosened her grip. Lu Zhe smiled faintly after he let go, then affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. How about this? When you become strong enough, I will take you along with me. Lu Zhe spoke with a gentle smile. Though Lu Xiaoyu was quite reluctant, she dutifully responded to his words. However, Dition, standing nearby, perceived an anomaly. While others might assume that Lu Zhe was merely comforting his younger brother, Dition understood that as Lu Zhe ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, a portion of the power of rules had already begun to merge with the little one's essence. It was evident that Lu Zhe was considering the welfare of his brother. It is worth noting that Lu Xiaoyu was just over 5 years old, and in a few months, she would awaken her martial soul. With Lu Zhe's power of rules as a foundation, it was certain that the little one's martial soul would embody this very strength. After soothing Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe called Dition aside. Dition, summoned alone, felt a wave of confusion, pondering whether Lu Zhe had further matters requiring his attention. But he quickly dismissed this thought. On a tranquil mountaintop, Lu Zhe and Dition stood side by side, gazing into the distance. They maintained a prolonged silence until at last, Lu Zhe broke the stillness. He spoke softly, Dition, do you long for someone to awaken? Dition, taken aback by the inquiry, quickly regained his composure and replied, Indeed, I yearn for my master to awaken. She has fallen into slumber due to severe injuries. I see. Lu Zhe responded slowly. Suddenly, Dition realized something and turned, hastily asking Lu Zhe, Do you possess a means to awaken my master? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and then turned to him, saying, Yes, but it comes at a cost. He continued, I am willing to bear any price if it means awakening our master. At this, Dition became visibly excited. However, Lu Zhe's expression gradually shifted as he spoke. Dition, noticing the change in Lu Zhe's demeanor, felt an unsettling premonition. Have you truly considered this? Lu Zhe replied coldly. Although Dition harbored some reservations, he ultimately acquiesced, slowly stating, I am prepared to endure anything as long as it brings our master back to consciousness. Yet at that moment, a sly smile crept onto Lu Zhe's lips as he regarded Dition, saying, Do not overthink it. The cost will not be borne by you, but rather by your so-called master. Dition was instantly rendered speechless. Observing Dition's expression, akin to one who had ingested something distasteful, Lu Zhe chuckled softly. Rest assured, the cost will not be a burden, but rather a blessing. Dition, now filled with confusion, pondered the meaning behind Lu Zhe's words. questioning how any cost could be regarded as a good thing. At this juncture, Lu Zhe turned his gaze toward the horizon, speaking thoughtfully at this moment. The rules of the world require rectification, and once they are amended, a steward will be needed to uphold these rules. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Di Tian experienced a sudden epiphany, grasping Lu Zhe's intent. Yet after careful contemplation, he began to speculate. He then spoke slowly. The one destined to govern the world's rules will be your younger brother when he matures, while my master will merely assist him, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then turned to Emperor Tian and said, "You are quite astute." However, at that moment, Emperor Tian was filled with curiosity and inquired, "Then why do you not manage the rules of this world yourself?" "There are certain matters best left unasked," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. After hearing this, Emperor Tian chose to remain silent. Before long, he asked again, "When will you allow the master to awaken?" "Once the three-eyed golden Qilin emerges from its cocoon, your master shall naturally awaken," Lu Zhe responded slowly. Emperor Tian was taken aback, pondering whether everything was indeed connected to the auspicious beast. Yet, since Lu Zhe had stated it so, he felt he had no choice but to believe. "Are you then going to leave this place?" Emperor Tian inquired gently. Lu Zhe did not respond verbally. Instead, he conveyed his intentions through action. He turned and strode away towards the outskirts of the starry forest without a glance back. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, facing away from Di Tian, and said, "Please take care of Xiaoyu. Once his martial soul awakens, ensure he trains diligently." Di Tian, understanding the weight of his words, replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe once again set forth, striding towards the distance. Di Tian was uncertain when Lu Zhe would return this time, yet he firmly believed that as long as he followed Lu Zhe, the soul beasts would have a chance for resurgence. After leaving the starry forest, Lu Zhe walked straight in a singular direction, his destination being the Shrek Academy. Following his recent meditation, he had firmly established his purpose, to continuously grow stronger until he could rectify the rules of this world. Moreover, he had an inkling that his journey would not end here. Once he had amended the rules of this realm, he would surely venture into another. This was not without reason, for during this time, he had come to grasp the mysteries of that throne. Every world possesses its own rules, each containing flaws that necessitate correction, and he was destined to be the one to rectify them. The conversations he had previously shared with Emperor Tian were, in fact, his plans for departing this world. Once he had amended the rules here, someone would need to manage them, and the most suitable candidate for that role was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. "I shall indeed rectify the rules of this world," Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile as he walked along the path. Outside Shrek City, a silver-haired youth arrived, reminiscing, "It has been a long time since I returned. I wonder what delightful events await me at the academy." This silver-haired youth was none other than Lu Zhe, who, after several days of travel, had finally made his way back. In truth, he could have reached Shrek City much earlier, but he had been captivated along the way by various intriguing sights, causing his delay. After standing still for a brief moment, Lu Zhe set off towards the location of Shrek Academy. The instant he arrived at the entrance, Elder Mu within the Sea God Pavilion sensed his presence. "He has returned," Elder Mu announced softly. Elder Xian, initially confused, soon also sensed Lu Zhe's aura. With a smile, he approached Elder Mu and said, "Elder Mu, I shall fetch that lad for you right away." Before Elder Mu could respond, Elder Xian vanished from the Sea God Pavilion. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. As Lu Zhe approached the entrance, he immediately spotted Elder Xian and walked towards him with a gentle smile. "You had the sense to return. I thought you had perished." Elder Xian chuckled. Lu Zhe, feeling a bit awkward, smiled back and replied, "How could that be? I just didn't expect Elder Xian to personally come to greet me. I am deeply touched." Lu Zhe walked towards Shrek Academy, seemingly eager to shake off Elder Xian. However, how could Elder Xian allow him to leave in his presence? He placed a hand firmly on Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Hold on, young man. Let us first pay a visit to Elder Mu," Elder Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Lu Zhe had no choice but to accompany Elder Xian to meet Elder Mu. Without hesitation, Elder Xian lifted Lu Zhe and soared towards the Sea God Pavilion. Before long, the two reappeared before Elder Mu and several other esteemed elders. Elder Xian positioned himself attentively beside Elder Mu. Lu Zhe faced Mu Lao and the others with an air of unwavering composure, exuding an effortless tranquility. "Lu Zhe, we have summoned you here for but one purpose," Mu Lao slowly began, shattering the silence. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled lightly and remarked, "I am uncertain what matter requires my elucidation." Master Mu, hearing this, responded with a faint smile and subsequently gestured for Elder Xian to speak. Receiving the cue, Elder Xian stepped forward and slowly inquired, Lu Zhe, please be candid with us. Did that town's descent into a ghost town occur because of you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected himself and replied with a smile, it was I. The elders, including old Mu, were taken aback, after all. The city had housed nearly 1,000 souls, all of whom had met their demise at Lu Zhe's hands, which was indeed a staggering revelation. However, old Mu quickly regained his composure and inquired slowly, Lu Zhe, I trust that you are not the sort to indiscriminately take innocent lives. Could you elucidate the reasoning behind your actions? In response to this query, Lu Zhe spoke with an air of ease. The rationale was straightforward. They had long been enslaved by another, their souls extinguished, reduced to mere puppets. Their continued existence would only prolong their suffering. Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this explanation, old Mu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you were not that kind of person, old Mu said with a gentle smile, then continued, in that case, let us return to the inner courtyard. This matter shall be settled here. After receiving permission from Elder Mu, Lu Zhe departed without looking back. Meanwhile, Elder Mu and the others displayed expressions of gravity. And a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Xuanzi, investigate the true mastermind behind the dead city. Elder Mu broke the oppressive silence, taking the initiative. Xian Lao accepted the directive without question, for the situation was far more complex than they had initially presumed. The individual capable of controlling an entire city was certainly no ordinary person, possibly even more formidable than the organization of the evil soul masters. If they failed to clarify the matter, it could pose a threat to the safety of the entire continent. Thus, under Elder Mu's command, Xian Lao set forth to investigate the so-called mastermind behind the dead city, while Lu Zhe returned once more to Shrek Academy. In the inner courtyard, the news of Lu Zhe's return swiftly reached Dai Yaoheng and the others. In a serene corner of Shrek's inner sanctum, Lu Zhe lay on a bench, resting with his eyes closed. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted as two young men approached him, gazing intently. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Indeed, these two were none other than Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. After such a long absence, can't we skip class just to see you? Yin Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe examined him with interest, rising slowly and chuckling. What's the matter? Is your skin itching again? Yin Yun, feeling a surge of embarrassment from the remark, retorted, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Are you questioning my rank as a level 55 support soul king? Indeed. Are you suggesting you could defeat me single-handedly? Lu Zhe responded with a grin. At these words, Yin Yun instantly fell silent, for he was no fool, after such a long time. It was impossible that he alone had made progress. Moreover, Lu Zhe's innate talent was already superior to his own, and his combat prowess was remarkably strong. Noticing Yin Yun's silence, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze to Dai Yaoheng. It's been a while, he said softly. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng smiled faintly and replied, I wonder how much you have improved during this time? Ah, you greet me with such questions after so long? Have we grown distant? Lu Zhe feigned a pitiful expression. However, Dai Yaoheng was not swayed by such antics and firmly stated, enough of that. Show me your progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe ceased his pretense of vulnerability and slowly replied with a smile, I haven't made much progress. I have merely managed to reach the realm of the Soul Emperor. Although Lu Zhe's words seemed humble, they appeared remarkably exceptional to those around him. You have become a Soul Emperor? Dai Yaoheng responded as if he already knew. His tone measured. Indeed, Lu Zhe said, revealing his 6 soul rings. As usual, the first 4 remained unchanged, but the last 2 had grown increasingly peculiar. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's soul rings, Dai Yaoheng could no longer maintain his composure, for he had never encountered rings like Lu Zhe's last 2 elsewhere. After a brief moment, Dai Yaoheng regained his focus and, with fierce determination, challenged, Are you brave enough to face me in a soul battle? Is it possible to decline? Lu Zhe felt quite vexed by this proposition. Yet, Dai Yaoheng showed no inclination to relent, growing even more competitive. At that moment, Yin Yun chimed in enthusiastically, No way. This time, the class leader, and I will certainly teach you a lesson. The 3 found themselves in a stalemate. Step aside. Today, I shall make Lu Zhe aware of my prowess. A clear female voice rang out from a distance. Before Dai Yaoheng and the others could react, a blaze of flames swiftly engulfed Lu Zhe. After Lu Zhe was entirely consumed by the fire, the assailant appeared before Dai Yaoheng and the others. Ma Xiaodao. What on earth are you doing? Dai Yaoheng shouted at Ma Xiaotao, who had launched a surprise attack on Lu Zhe. However, Ma Xiaotao had no time to heed his words and dove straight toward the engulfed Lu Zhe. Seeing this, Dai Yaoheng sensed impending danger and rushed toward Ma Xiaotao, but ultimately fell short. Just as Ma Xiaotao approached the fiery mass, a hand emerged from the inferno and seized her by the head, offering no chance for resistance, and forcefully slammed her to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth beneath them shattered into countless fissures, while Ma Xiaotao found herself pinned down, unable to move. After all this time, are you still this weak? The flames gradually receded, revealing Lu Zhe unscathed. Enraged, Ma Xiaotao unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy. Oh, it seems you have made some progress, Lu Zhe remarked, chuckling as he sensed her soul power. Yet, no matter how fiercely Ma Xiaotao exerted her soul energy, she could not break free from Lu Zhe's grasp. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Ma Xiaotao felt utterly powerless. What is wrong with us? Lu Zhe inquired with earnest seriousness. Ma Xiaotao, in her heightened state of indignation, uttered a strikingly audacious challenge. Do not bully me too much. Dare you let me up? The tone of Ma Xiaotao sounded almost like a playful pout, leaving both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun utterly astonished. Upon hearing her words, Yin Yun momentarily struggled to articulate a response. Not only him, but even Dai Yaoheng was taken aback by the unexpectedness of Ma Xiaotao's declaration. However, Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, became intrigued, subsequently releasing his grip and stepping aside, slowly inquiring, "All right, and then?" Freed from Lu Zhe's constraints, Ma Xiaotao surged towards him like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, in the next instant, a familiar scene unfolded once more. As she reached Lu Zhe, he swiftly pinned her to the ground, this time even sitting upon her back. "Give it up. Even if you had one hand free, you couldn't overpower me," Lu Zhe stated bluntly while perched on Ma Xiaotao's back. Upon hearing this, she fell silent, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Noticing her lack of movement, Lu Zhe gradually stood up, gazing down at her prone figure. While others might have rushed to help her up, Lu Zhe found himself inexplicably amused by Ma Xiaotao's predicament. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Encounter by the Sea God Lake. Support requested. "Hey, are you all right?" Lu Zhe gazed at the motionless Ma Xiaotao lying on the ground and inquired with a smile. However, Ma Xiaotao remained utterly still, as if she were lifeless. Lu Zhe gazed at her, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. He sensed that something was amiss with her mental state, prompting him to turn away and prepare to leave. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun, witnessing this scene, found themselves at a loss for words and subsequently followed in Lu Zhe's wake. "Lu Zhe, can you truly be so heartless?" Yin Yun inquired with compassion, her gaze fixed on the forlorn figure of Ma Xiaotao on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and slowly responded, "Is this truly heartless? I believe it is perfectly appropriate." Yin Yun was at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Just as Lu Zhe and his companions were about to depart, a voice suddenly pierced the air behind them. It was Ma Xiaotao. "Stop." Upon hearing this command, Lu Zhe halted, turning slowly to regard Ma Xiaotao, who had just risen to her feet, a wave of confusion washing over him. "What do you want now?" Lu Zhe inquired with a measured tone. Ma Xiaotao did not respond. Instead, she shot him a glare before sprinting off into the distance. Left standing in place, Lu Zhe pondered. "Did you call me to a halt merely to glare at me?" Yet, he soon dismissed the matter from his mind and resumed his forward stride. "That girl is truly vexing," Yin Yun remarked with evident annoyance. Even Dai Yaoheng, who stood nearby, found himself at a loss for words, letting out a quiet sigh. After a while, Lu Zhe experienced a period of relative tranquility. Ever since their last encounter, Ma Xiaotao had not troubled him, and even Dai Yaoheng and his companions had seldom sought him out. However, as time wore on, Lu Zhe began to feel a sense of loneliness and monotony. Thus, he resolved to explore Shrek Academy today. By the shores of the Sea God Lake, Lu Zhe found a long bench to sit upon, reveling in the picturesque scenery of the lake. "The view is absolutely splendid," he remarked with a look of contentment. At that moment, two distinct presences began to approach from afar. Lu Zhe focused his gaze and recognized that one of the approaching auras was familiar to him. In the distance, two small figures were making their way towards the shores of the Sea God Lake. One of them, a youth with delicate features and fair skin, possessed a pair of strikingly unique eyes that shimmered in a soft shade of powdery blue, complemented by his neatly cropped hair of the same hue. Conversely, the other young man with blue hair appeared rather ordinary. Although not particularly outstanding, he was quite easy on the eyes. This blue-haired youth was none other than Hui Yuhao. whom Lu Zhe had coincidentally encountered before, while the youth with the powdery blue hair was none other than Wang Dong. Lu Zhe smiled and waved at Hui Yuhao. This gesture caught Hui Yuhao's attention, and upon recognizing the figure, he was momentarily taken aback. How could he be here? Hui Yuhao murmured softly. Wang Dong. Noticing Hui Yuhao's unusual demeanor, quickly inquired, Yuhao, what's wrong? And who is he? Upon hearing Wang Dong's question, Hui Yuhao swiftly regained his composure and began to explain. He is Lu Zhe, according to my senior brother. He seems to have been admitted to the Inner Academy shortly after entering the college, and even became the first new member of the Shrek 7 monsters at that time. Hui Yuhao elucidated. Once he finished his explanation, Wang Dong was left in a state of shock. To be admitted to the Inner Academy so soon after enrollment and to be a member of the Shrek 7 monsters was indeed quite extraordinary. Oh, it's you, Junior. Long time no see, a figure suddenly appeared before them, startling Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao glanced at Lu Zhe, forcing a smile, and slowly replied, Long time no see, Senior. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then scrutinized Wang Dong with great attention, a subtle grin appearing at the corners of his mouth. Conversely, Wang Dong felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare before Lu Zhe, causing a chill of sweat to break out upon him. Yuhua, is this your friend? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Hui Yuhua forced a stiff smile and replied, Yes, this is my friend, Wang Dong. Your friend is certainly quite striking. Lu Zhe remarked with a hint of significance. However, this comment struck Wang Dong as particularly peculiar, setting his heart in a tumult. Unbeknownst to the implications, Hui Yuhua responded nonchalantly, Indeed, Wang Dong is remarkably handsome. Lu Zhe let out a faint smile upon hearing the conversation, and after a brief chat with Hui Yuhao, he took his leave. Once Lu Zhe departed, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exhaled in relief, as though they had just escaped from the gates of hell. They sighed deeply and then settled onto a nearby bench to rest quietly for a moment, as Hui Yuhao took a break. The two entities within his spiritual sea became restless. Tianming, who exactly was that fellow? I felt an overwhelming pressure from him. A green silhouette gradually spoke. This figure was none other than the third guest of Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, the Ice Emperor of the Ice Scorpion. Honestly, I am unsure of his origins as well. One thing is certain, he is not someone we should provoke, Tianming replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was taken aback. After all, he was one of the 10 great ferocious beasts, and yet there existed a human whom he could not afford to offend. But that guy only possesses the cultivation of a soul emperor. Why do you say that? The Ice Emperor questioned, puzzled. Before Tianming could respond, a small gray sphere spoke up first. Little Scorpion, allow me to offer you a word of caution. That young man might currently be capable of contending even against a titled Douluo, or perhaps even a deity. The gray sphere intoned slowly. At this revelation, both the Ice Emperor and Tianming were stunned. It is known that Tianming is a million-year soul beast, and he should be the most aware of the disparity between gods and mortals. If what the gray sphere claimed were true, it was unfathomable just how formidable Lu Zhe's true power was. Furthermore, given that the gray sphere was a fragment of divine consciousness, its words carried significant weight. At this moment, the Ice Emperor found himself at a loss for words. However, the gray sphere's next statement left her even more astounded. Moreover, that young man has likely already sensed our presence. He simply chooses not to disclose it, the gray sphere said in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Tianming and the Ice Emperor could no longer maintain their composure. After all, their existence was a monumental secret, and if it were to be revealed, Hui Yuhao could potentially face dire consequences. It seems we must ensure that Yuhao builds a good rapport with that individual. Otherwise, if conflicts arise in the future, we will undoubtedly suffer, Tianming remarked with a serious expression. In the outside world, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were both regrouping, each affected by Lu Zhe's presence. Hui Yuhao was influenced by the entities in his spiritual sea, while Wang Dong was preoccupied with his own secrets. After an indeterminate period, the two finally regained their composure and stood up to head towards the classroom. Chapter 36, 7 against 7, a call for support, in the Sea God Pavilion. An elder stood before Mu Lao, and this elder was none other than Xian Lao, who had just returned from outside. Xuanzi, how is the investigation regarding the dead city progressing? At this moment, Elder Mu spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian responded with a grave expression. The situation is rather bleak. The city is littered with bloodstains and debris, offering no clues whatsoever. I see, Elder Mu nodded thoughtfully, before continuing. Let us set aside matters over there for now. The Soul Master competition is about to commence. As soon as Elder Xian heard this, he understood immediately. He then briefed Elder Mu on the current circumstances before turning and departing. In the training room of the Shrek 7 Devils within the inner courtyard, Dai Yaoheng and the others were seated in meditation, while Lu Zhe reclined leisurely on a nearby sofa, observing their practice. Perhaps due to Lu Zhe's presence, Dai Yaoheng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Lu Zhe, if you're not going to cultivate, could you please step outside and not disturb our training? Unable to contain himself any longer, Dai Yaoheng suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted at Lu Zhe. This outburst not only startled Lu Zhe, but also jolted the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils from their meditation. I'm not disturbing your cultivation. I'm merely lying here, Lu Zhe replied with a light smile. Dai Yaoheng, upon seeing his expression, felt an overwhelming irritation and wished he could kick him out. Yet, what could he do? He was no match for Lu Zhe. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, just then, a figure appeared before them, diffusing the tension. Elder Xian, what brings you here? Someone inquired. Dai Yaoheng turned to look and indeed found it was Elder Xian, which prompted him to settle down. Lu Zhe also stood up naturally. Elder Xian surveyed their conditions and then smiled, saying, "All right, children, it's time for class. Today's lesson will be quite fascinating." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe and his companions obediently followed Elder Xian. Before long, Elder Xian led the 7 of them to the battle spirit zone, where 7 individuals were already standing on the battle spirit platform. Dai Yaoheng and his companions instantly grasped Elder Xian's intentions and approached the platform. The 7 individuals across from them were immediately filled with confusion upon seeing Dai Yaoheng and his group. "Yu Hao, what do you think Elder Xian summoned us here for?" Among them was Wang Dong. Hu Hao, also present, shared his bewilderment and replied, "I have no idea." "Oh," Wang Dong responded slowly. Just as they were engulfed in curiosity, Elder Xian stepped forward to address them. "Children, today's lesson is quite simple, a 7 versus 7 match featuring a blend of the current Shrek 7 monsters." Elder Xian proclaimed loudly. 7 versus 7? Hu Hao and his companions were taken aback as they stood before the reigning Shrek 7 monsters, whose overall strength far surpassed theirs. At that moment, Elder Xian continued, "Let us first introduce ourselves." Upon hearing this, everyone proceeded with their introductions. After the introductions, Hu Hao was not primarily astonished by the individual strength of the current Shrek 7 monsters, but rather by the presence of Lu Zhe. "Yu Hao, that guy is also here," Wang Dong whispered to Hu Hao. Hu Hao smiled helplessly upon hearing this. There was nothing he could do, as his senior brother had mentioned that Lu Zhe was indeed formidable. "Oh, this." Wang Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. Dai Yaoheng and the others, upon realizing the overall strength of the new Shrek 7 monsters, were equally astonished. "What a weak feeling," Dai Yaoheng murmured. However, he immediately regretted his words, for there was someone among them who was stronger than all 6 of them combined. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe was intrigued. He wanted to assess Hu Hao's capabilities, as not everyone possessed an extraordinary soul ring. Soon, the teams were divided. One team consisted of Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaodao, Ling Luoqing, Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan, and Kai Tu, while the other comprised Lu Zhe, Hu Hao, Wang Dong, Su Sanshi, Chen Zifeng, Xiao Xiao, and Cici. As both sides took their positions, Elder Xian surveyed the situation before promptly announcing the start. "It's on." Ma Xiaodao glared fiercely at Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng showed no signs of relaxation, his gaze firmly fixed on Lu Zhe. Hu Hao felt surprised upon witnessing Ma Xiaodao's serious expression. "Why is everyone staring at Lu Zhe?" Wang Dong whispered at that moment. "I don't know either," Hu Hao replied slowly. Wang Dong, hearing this, was left speechless, thinking, "Every time I ask you, you have no idea. What use are you?" At this moment, Lu Zhe turned around with a smile and slowly addressed Hu Hao and the others, saying, "They are rushing towards us, so let's brace ourselves." However, Wang Dong retorted with irritation, "We are not foolish. It is evident that they are targeting you." Wang Dong's words served as a revelation to everyone. Su Sanshi clapped his hands together and then, with a grin, remarked, "Senior, why do I have the impression that Sister Tao and her companions seem intent on eliminating you?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe momentarily displayed an expression of embarrassment, then slowly replied with a smile, "You must be mistaken. Is that so?" Su Sanshi looked at Lu Zhe with a face full of disbelief. For a brief moment, an unusual silence enveloped them, until suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. "Phoenix meteor shower." With that, the exuberant Ma Xiaotao ignited her 6th ring. Upon witnessing this, Su Sanshur exclaimed in astonishment, utterly at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe smiled faintly, truly unchanged. No sooner had he spoken than countless fiery meteors descended upon Lu Zhe and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the arena was ignited with a flurry of sparks, and even Elder Xian was taken aback by Ma Xiaotao's unexpected ferocity. However, he soon regained his composure. He had no doubt that Lu Zhe would not be vanquished by such an assault. Once the barrage of meteors subsided, a thick haze enveloped the arena. As the smoke cleared, Elder Xian could not help but chuckle. Just as he had anticipated, Lu Zhe and his 6 companions remained unscathed amidst the onslaught of fiery meteors. What has transpired? Hui Yuhao and his companions were filled with confusion. When Hui Yuhao beheld Lu Zhe standing before them, he was struck with astonishment. Lu Zhe was surrounded by 6 soul rings, and the configuration of these rings was astonishing. The first 4 consisted of 2 purple and 2 black, each inscribed with a peculiar set of runes that appeared exceptionally bizarre. Yet, what truly left Hui Yuhao in awe were the last 2 rings, 2 golden soul rings. Hui Yuhao's heart raced with disbelief. He had learned from Tianming that golden soul rings could only be produced by million-year soul beasts, and he possessed only 1 million-year spiritual soul ring from Tianming. How could Lu Zhe possess 2 golden soul rings? Even Tianming and Ice Emperor, residing within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, were taken aback. Tianming, did you not claim to be the only million-year soul beast on the continent? How could that individual have 2 golden soul rings? Ice Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Tianming also expressed his shock, as he was equally puzzled by the situation. Fortunately, the presence of the little gray ball allowed for clarity. It discerned the truth behind Lu Zhe's 2 golden soul rings with a single glance. Those 2 golden soul rings are not million-year soul rings, the little gray ball stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, and then cautiously remarked, I knew it. Are there other million-year soul beasts apart from me on this continent? However, the next statement from the little gray ball directly contradicted Tianming. Although those 2 golden soul rings are not million-year soul rings, the power they possess far exceeds that of million-year soul rings, the little gray ball asserted gravely. Tianming was momentarily engulfed in confusion before he slowly inquired, what exactly is the origin of those 2 golden soul rings? The little gray ball fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding, those 2 golden soul rings can no longer be classified as mere soul rings. At this point, the little gray ball paused, leaving Tianming in a state of urgency, pressing for answers. Then what are they? However, a single statement from the small gray sphere profoundly disrupted the perceptions of both Tianming and the Ice Emperor. It was a soul ring forged from the essence of rules. In Chapter 37, titled Overwhelming, at the soul fighting platform of Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao and his companions stood in utter astonishment, gazing at Lu Zhe, who was enveloped by 6 soul rings, an arrangement that was nothing short of terrifying. Elder Xian, standing outside the platform, was taken aback upon noticing the 2 golden soul rings adorning Lu Zhe. It was the first time he had displayed such astonishment before his students. After all, the colors of soul rings were limited, so what could the golden rings on Lu Zhe signify? Nonetheless, after a moment's contemplation, Elder Xian resolved to allow Lu Zhe to make his own decisions, understanding that if he chose to reveal the secret of the golden rings, he would, but if not, he would not press the matter. Everyone harbors their own secrets, after all. Why is this happening? Ma Xiaotao floated in midair, staring at the unscathed Lu Zhe, perplexed. However, she quickly regained her composure, just as Dai Yaoheng had approached Lu Zhe. After completing his martial soul manifestation, Dai Yaoheng aimed a punch at the unsuspecting Lu Zhe. Everyone anticipated that this punch would send Lu Zhe flying, but the next moment shattered their expectations once more. Dai Yaoheng's powerful punch abruptly halted just a few centimeters from Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng, what is wrong? Why aren't you striking? Ma Xiaotao, suspended in the air, became anxious. Dai Yaoheng's subsequent remark clarified the situation. I can't push my attack forward. It's as if something is blocking Lu Zhe. The revelation plunged everyone into a state of shock, leaving them bewildered by the unfolding mystery. At that moment, Lu Zhe smiled gently and remarked, You probably haven't officially witnessed my 4th soul skill yet. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng grasped the implications but, realizing something was amiss, quickly retreated 10 meters. His expression grave. Noticing his retreat, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and continued, Let us formally engage with my 4th soul skill. This is absolute defense. Possessing a singular ability, to provide a 360-degree shield with no blind spots. The closer one approaches, the more the speed of attacks and objects slows down. Lu Zhe smiled again, elaborating, in simpler terms, it may seem very near, yet it is eternally unattainable. After hearing this explanation, beads of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads, for this soul skill was truly insurmountable. In fact, after contemplating for a long time on that throne, Lu Zhe had uncovered one of its true mysteries, paradox. In addition to the established rules, one can also discern paradoxes upon the throne, seamlessly integrating these enigmas into soul skills to attain unforeseen heights. Lu Zhe's fourth soul skill, absolute defense, indeed embodies such a paradox, famously represented by Zeno's tortoise. After Lu Zhe elucidated his fourth soul skill, a smile once again graced his lips. He then turned to Dai Yaoheng and said slowly, "It has been quite some time. Yet you remain so weak. I believe I could handle you all with just one hand." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and his companions felt a surge of indignation. "Are you mocking us?" Dai Yaoheng retorted coldly. Hui Yuhao and the others had expected Lu Zhe to clarify his statement, but to their astonishment, his response was refreshingly candid. A smirk crept across Lu Zhe's face, laced with disdain. You may interpret it as such. The moment these words escaped his lips, they ignited the fury of Dai Yaoheng and his party. The expressions of the seven turned icy, their eyes ablaze with anger, as if they wished to slay Lu Zhe on the spot. "I will make you pay for those words," Ma Xiaotao declared coldly. In an instant, as her voice fell, she transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Lu Zhe. However, the ensuing scene took everyone by surprise. Lu Zhe sidestepped her charge with ease and swiftly grasped the back of her head with his left hand. Without uttering a word, he forcefully slammed Ma Xiaotao's head down onto the soul-fighting platform. Boom! The humiliation of being pinned to the ground overwhelmed Ma Xiaotao, while Lu Zhe let out a laugh filled with contempt. "You are far too weak. Such recklessness is ill-advised," he remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. This infuriated Ma Xiaotao to the brink of explosion, yet before she could react, Lu Zhe delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Hui Yuhao was struck with shock. He had not anticipated that the seemingly refined Lu Zhe could be so ruthless. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng noticed a peculiar change. Lu Zhe's eyes had shifted in hue, and his expression turned grave. The golden irises had transformed into a deep crimson, revealing the source of Lu Zhe's ferocity. Indeed, Lu Zhe had now fully mastered the balance between his benevolence and malevolence, rendering the ability of the absolute scale ineffective against him. "Aha, why does the class leader wear such a countenance? Are you frightened?" Lu Zhe remarked with an eerie smile. "You are not Lu Zhe," Dai Yaoheng retorted coldly. Yet, the next moment, Lu Zhe appeared directly before him, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Pooh! Dai Yaoheng, struck and sent flying, felt his insides churn violently, expelling bile as he soared through the air. In that instant, he comprehended the true nature of the opponent he had underestimated. After Dai Yaoheng was sent sprawling, his remaining teammates regained their senses. Thunder Dragon's head. The swiftest to react was Bei Bei, who instantly illuminated the fourth soul ring. A dragon's head, forged from lightning, surged directly towards Lu Zhe. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. No attack could breach Lu Zhe's impenetrable defense. Instead, Lu Zhe smiled as he activated his first ring, calmly declaring, 20-fold. With a mere flick of his right index finger, Bei Bei and his companions found themselves immobilized on the ground. At that moment, Elder Xian's voice resonated. "The match is over." Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Zhe, who had raised his right hand, lowered it, and the gravitational field dissipated. Immediately after the match concluded, the color of Lu Zhe's eyes reverted to golden, and his expression gradually normalized. "It seems I may have been a bit too forceful," he remarked with a scratch of his head and a smile. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and the others were at a loss for words, merely gazing at him in silence. Elder Xian then approached Lu Zhe, his expression grave, and said, "Lu Zhe, we are all friends. Why did you resort to such severity? Shouldn't a competition be approached with full efforts?" Lu Zhe feigned ignorance, to which Elder Xian replied coolly, "Enough of that. I will let it slide this time, but be mindful in the future. However, when it comes to the Soul Master competition, do not hold back." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and replied, "Very well, no problem." Elder Xian then proceeded to treat Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng before commencing the second match of the day. However, Elder Xian altered the format of the duel this time. "In this round, all of you shall battle against Lu Zhe," he proclaimed loudly. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone at a loss for what to do. "Are we really going to fight Lu Zhe? He is absurdly powerful," Su Sancher exclaimed in terror. Yet, Elder Xian retorted firmly, "What is there to fear? Can't the 13 of you handle just one Luze?" Reluctantly, but with a sense of determination, Hui Yuhao and the others acquiesced, for the odds of 13 against 1 appeared overwhelmingly favorable. "Let us give it our all," Dai Yaoheng suggested slowly. Indeed. The others quickly echoed in agreement. In the sole fighting area of Shrek's inner court, Dai Yaoheng and his companions were intently fixated on Luze. Just as they were about to engage in combat, Elder Xian reappeared and casually remarked, "Oh, there is one more thing I must mention." This statement immediately captured everyone's attention, and they turned to Elder Xian with expressions of confusion. Seeing their reactions, Elder Xian smiled and added, "For the sake of fairness in this contest, Luze will be permitted to use only one soul skill, and he is prohibited from employing his 4th soul skill. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and the others displayed expressions of satisfaction, as this arrangement seemingly increased their chances of victory. However, Luze appeared unfazed, responding with a cheerful, "All right, no problem." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Dai Yaoheng's lips, and he remarked, "Luze, it seems your only fate this time is to lose." The others also exhibited similar sentiments. Upon witnessing this, Luze offered a faint smile and slowly remarked, "That will depend on you." Observing the disdainful expression on Luze's face, Dai Yaoheng and the others wore grim countenances. "This time, we must teach you a lesson," Ma Xiaotao said, visibly displeased. Subsequently, at the command of Elder Xian, Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao charged towards Luze, with the others swiftly following suit. As Luze observed the situation, a hint of amusement graced his lips, and his golden eyes transformed once more into a vivid crimson, as if he had already devised a strategy. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao accelerated, appearing behind Luze in an instant. Without uttering a word, she unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at his back. With a dull thud, Ma Xiaotao's expression shifted to one of disbelief, for her fiery punch had been effortlessly intercepted by Luze, and the flames enveloping her fist had vanished entirely. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Luze seized the opportunity to hurl her away. However, she quickly regained her composure and landed firmly on the ground. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng had already approached Luze, launching a direct punch towards his face. Fortunately, Luze reacted swiftly, blocking the blow, yet unable to employ absolute defense. He was still pushed back several meters. Seeing Luze stagger from his punch, Dai Yaoheng's confidence surged, and he pressed forward relentlessly. Luze, sensing the force of Dai Yaoheng's recent punch, smiled faintly and remarked, "The class leader's strength is quite impressive." However, Dai Yaoheng offered Luze no respite. With a swift movement, he reappeared before him, delivering yet another powerful blow. Upon witnessing this, Luze swiftly sidestepped to evade the incoming punch, and then firmly grasped Dai Yaoheng's nape. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Luze, with no hesitation, pressed Dai Yaoheng forcefully to the ground. Thud! After Luze pinned Dai Yaoheng to the ground, he began to unleash a flurry of strikes. Just as he was about to kick him away, a figure intervened. A powerful arm, adorned with dragon scales, seized Luze's right foot and forcefully hurled him aside. Wow! Luze smiled as he was propelled through the air, landing gently on the ground. The one who had thrown him was Bei Bei, whose right hand had transformed into a dragon claw, with scales enveloping his entire arm, crackling with arcs of electricity. "Be careful, senior," Bei Bei said slowly to Dai Yaoheng. Hearing this, Dai Yaoheng felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He, a prominent member of the current Shrek 7 monsters, was being cautioned by a junior. "It's nothing," Dai Yaoheng replied, feeling a tinge of shame, before refocusing on Luze. "Let's all go at him," Dai Yaoheng shouted. Upon hearing this, the others charged toward Luze, with support and control type stationed behind, while the attackers engaged him head-on. Despite facing nearly 7 opponents, Luze appeared unperturbed, effortlessly countering their assaults. "It's flattering to have so many come at me," Luze remarked with a smile. "Enough chatter. Take this." A slender figure suddenly appeared behind Luze. It was Yao Haoshuan, who had longed to deliver a sound thrashing to Luze. He could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Bang! However, before he could react, Luze delivered a piercing jab straight to his abdomen. Yao Haoshuan immediately felt a surge of nausea, and before he could recover, Luze's right hook landed solidly on his face. Bang! Yao Haoshuan was sent flying by Luze's swift strike, leaving the others with expressions of embarrassment. Is Luze's reaction speed truly this remarkable? Su Sancher was instantly thrown into a state of panic, for they had not anticipated Luze's astonishing reflexes and physical combat prowess. However, before they could regain their composure. Lu Zhe took the initiative to strike, with his first target being the support class. Upon seeing Lu Zhe charge towards her, Xiao Xiao became flustered and hastily unleashed her soul skill for defense. Yet, the agile Lu Zhe deftly evaded her attack and suddenly appeared before her. Standing before the petite and adorable Xiao Xiao, Lu Zhe displayed no semblance of mercy, raising his left hand in preparation to strike. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng and the others were alarmed, rushing to mount a defense. However, their response was far too slow to catch up. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, Hui Yuhao intervened. Employing a mental disruption combined with the purple extreme demon eye to lock onto Lu Zhe. Momentarily hindered by the mental interference, Lu Zhe paused, allowing Zhang Nannan to swiftly rescue Xiao Xiao to safety. Yet, Hui Yuhao's situation was far from favorable. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion turned pale, clearly struggling to contain Lu Zhe's power. Mental attacks? In that instant, Lu Zhe regained his composure, casting a smile towards Hui Yuhao, who was now gasping for breath and appearing quite feeble. My mental energy has backfired. Hui Yuhao could hardly believe that his own mental prowess had turned against him. It was then that he failed to notice Lu Zhe charging towards him. As he lifted his gaze, he found Lu Zhe's foot coming directly at him. Thud! Hui Yuhao was struck solidly by Lu Zhe's kick, sending him flying. Fortunately, Wang Dong was there to catch him. Otherwise, he would have been propelled off the soul arena. Are you all right, Yuhao? Wang Dong inquired anxiously. Hui Yuhao coughed a couple of times before turning his attention back to Lu Zhe, slowly replying, I'm fine. I can continue. Lu Zhe gazed at Hui Yuhao, whom he had just sent flying, and offered a faint smile. As he prepared to advance and resolve the situation, he was abruptly halted. A fiery ray, coalesced from flames, struck him squarely on the back. Ma Xiaohao, believing she had succeeded, immediately displayed a triumphant grin, only to be rendered speechless a moment later. As the crowd turned their attention to Lu Zhe, they were astonished to find him unscathed. Just as their confusion deepened, Ling Luoqing suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, that is Lu Zhe's second soul skill. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and his companions quickly grasped the situation. Remembering Lu Zhe's prior explanations regarding the capabilities of his second soul skill, no sooner had Ling Luoqing finished speaking than Lu Zhe materialized before her. You know too much, he said with a smile. Without a hint of mercy, he swiftly kicked Ling Luoqing away. In an instant, the crowd's confidence began to wane. He is not someone we can contend with, Su Sanshur exclaimed, fear etched across his face. However, Dai Yaoheng and his companions appeared undeterred, charging forward once more. Still not giving up? Lu Zhe scoffed coldly at their persistence. I seem to be growing weary of this. His crimson eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. As Dai Yaoheng and the others approached, they sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Lu Zhe moved with remarkable speed, seizing Dai Yaoheng by the throat and hurling him towards Ma Xiaodao suspended in midair. With a resounding crash, the two collided and fell to the ground, instantly losing their resolve. The remaining individuals found themselves pinned down by Lu Zhe, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Ultimately, this contest concluded with Lu Zhe's overwhelming dominance. The onlookers were once again compelled to reassess their understanding of him. They had assumed he was unskilled in close combat, only to discover he was as formidable as a seasoned veteran. Even the observing Elder Xian regarded Lu Zhe with newfound respect, recognizing his flawless execution in every aspect, truly a multifaceted warrior, unmatched and enigmatic. Following this clash, Lu Zhe garnered a reputation as a ruthless adversary, showing no leniency regardless of his opponent's appearance. Chapter 39, The Inspection Mission, Seeking Support. All right, that will be all for today, Elder Xian said, casting a slow glance at Lu Zhe and the others. Upon hearing his words, the group immediately ceased their activities and shifted their focus to him. Elder Xian, noticing their attentiveness, continued, tomorrow morning, gather at the school gate to prepare for the Soul Master competition in Star Luo City. Do you understand? Understood. In unison, the crowd responded. Subsequently, they returned to their respective homes, while Lu Zhe, wearing a smile, strolled in a particular direction, within a tranquil grove of Shrek Academy. Lu Zhe lay on a patch of ground, basking in the sunlight. At that moment, a figure appeared around him. Young man, I knew you would be here, came the voice of none other than Elder Xian. Upon hearing the voice of Elder Xian, Lu Zhe slowly rose and inquired, What brings you to seek me, Elder Xian? The elder was not one to beat around the bush. He stated his purpose with utmost clarity. I have come to you for a singular reason, Elder Xian said thoughtfully. Intrigued, Lu Zhe responded with a smile. What does this matter? Elder Xian then adopted a serious demeanor and continued. You must possess some insights regarding the dead city, for you are indeed one of its witnesses. At this juncture, Lu Zhe's expression began to shift, his countenance growing increasingly grave. Do you truly wish to learn about the dead city? Lu Zhe said slowly. Elder Xian offered no reply, yet his gaze remained fixed upon him, clearly eager for the knowledge. Seeing this, Lu Zhe no longer concealed anything. He spoke gravely. The assailants of that city are likely not from this world, and their target appears to be a child. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Elder Xian's expression shifted, and he promptly inquired. If they traversed from another realm for the sake of a child, what is so extraordinary about this child? There is a divine aura within the child. It is highly probable that he is the son of God, Lu Zhe continued. Elder Xian, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his composure. The term God held immense sanctity in his eyes. If the child were indeed the son of God, then everything could be elucidated. And what of the child? Elder Xian pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. However, it seemed Lu Zhe was reluctant to divulge any information regarding the child. Elder Xian noticed Lu Zhe's demeanor and soon grasped the underlying sentiment. Since you prefer silence, I shall not press you. I only hope that the child can live safely. Elder Xian sighed. He then turned to leave, reminding Lu Zhe not to be late the following morning before departing. Left behind, Lu Zhe gazed at Elder Xian's receding figure. It is not that I wish to withhold information. Rather, Xiao Yu is of great significance to me, and I cannot afford any mishap, Lu Zhe murmured. He then resumed basking in the sunlight on the open ground, soon setting the matter aside. The following morning, Dai Yaoheng and the others arrived punctually at the school gate. Though one individual was notably late, Lu Zhe is tardy again. I can hardly tolerate him, Dai Yaoheng grumbled. Fortunately, with Elder Xian present, they had no choice but to wait patiently. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe finally emerged within their line of sight. Hey, did you all rise so early? Lu Zhe greeted with a smile. The others, taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words, merely staring at him. Becoming the center of attention left Lu Zhe feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to dutifully join the ranks. Once everyone had gathered, Elder Xian cleared his throat and slowly announced. All right, since we are all here, let us set forth. Lu Zhe initially believed they would head directly to Xinglua City, but was unexpectedly informed by Dai Yaoheng that they would have to undertake an inspection mission en route. The target of this mission was a band of evil soul master bandits, and the destination lay in the Mingdo mountain range, where the territories of the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire converge. Upon receiving this news, Lu Zhe felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated a leisurely excursion, only to find himself embroiled in an inspection task. Contemplating this turn of events, he let out a silent sigh, and the smile that had grazed his face vanished instantly. Lu Ge, why the sigh? Xiao Xiao, who was accompanying Lu Zhe, inquired with curiosity. However, Lu Zhe's response left them utterly speechless. He lamented, an inspection mission is fraught with danger. Who would willingly partake in such a venture? The surrounding companions felt a profound sense of exasperation upon hearing this, thinking to themselves, aren't you the one in the most perilous position? Humph. Wang Dong scoffed at that moment. Noticing Wang Dong's expression, Hui Yuhao felt puzzled and subsequently asked, Wang Dong, what is troubling you? To which Wang Dong replied irritably, it's nothing. I just find Lu Zhe's demeanor rather annoying, that's all. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, left at a loss for words. However, the two soon fell silent, for Lu Zhe had overheard them. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Lu Zhe chose not to engage, but merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before dismissing him. After all, Lu Zhe had recently bested Wang Dong in a confrontation, and anyone would be irked by that. All right, the senior students will guide the junior students of lower cultivation levels. Their supervising teacher, Wang Yin, spoke slowly. Understood. Dai Yaoheng promptly responded and took the necessary actions. Originally, Ma Xiao intended to mentor Hui Yuhao, but due to Wang Dong's presence, Lu Zhe ended up taking on that responsibility. Throughout the journey, Hui Yuhao was on edge, fearing that Lu Zhe might divulge his secret. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Lu Zhe's pace was notably slower than that of Ma Xiao and her group, consistently trailing behind. At that moment, the very scenario Hui Yuhao dreaded unfolded. Yuhao, there is something I've been meaning to ask you, Lu Zhe suddenly remarked midway through their trek. Hui Yuhao, taken aback, stammered, what is it? Please, Lu Ge. Ask away. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, reassuring, there's no need to be so anxious. I merely wish to inquire what you most desire to do upon meeting the White Tiger Duke. Hu Yuhao initially anticipated that Lu Zhe would pose questions concerning Tianming and the others, but he was taken aback by the inquiry regarding the White Tiger Duke, a figure with whom he held a certain connection. Hu Yuhao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Lu Zhe's subsequent remark shattered Hu Yuhao's composure entirely. Leaning closer, Lu Zhe whispered into Hu Yuhao's ear, "The White Tiger Duke is your father, is he not?" Stunned by this revelation, Hu Yuhao's mind raced, pondering how Lu Zhe could possibly know, for he had never disclosed this matter to anyone. "Don't overthink it," Lu Zhe chuckled. "I am aware of much more, including those three within your sea of consciousness." Hu Yuhao was rendered speechless, for the first time truly feeling the chilling aura of Lu Zhe. Observing Hu Yuhao's silence, Lu Zhe grew impatient and declared, "Since you prefer not to speak, so be it. Rest assured, your matters will remain confidential." Only then did Hu Yuhao exhale slowly, though his heart remained unsettled. Thus, during their journey to the destination, Hu Yuhao maintained his silence, while Lu Zhe paid him no mind. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where the inspection mission was about to commence, yet Lu Zhe retained his nonchalant demeanor. The others paid little attention, for there were few capable of causing Lu Zhe any harm. Chapter 40. The Corpse Explosion. Seeking support, Elder Xian led the two previous members of the Shrek 7 monsters to the outskirts of the Mingdo mountain range. He then gestured for them to rest briefly in preparation for the night's ambush. After ensuring everyone was settled, Elder Xian approached Lu Zhe, casting him a glance before stating, "Lu Zhe, come with me." Upon hearing Elder Xian's words, Lu Zhe did not hesitate for a moment and promptly rose to follow him. Once the two arrived at a secluded location, Elder Xian stood before Lu Zhe, turning his back to him, and slowly spoke. "Do you know why I have summoned you here?" Although Lu Zhe had surmised a few reasons, he refrained from expressing them directly. Instead, he smiled subtly and remarked, "Elder Xian summoned me surely for a special matter, which I, as a student, cannot fathom." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian offered a faint smile and gradually replied, "I called you here for but one thing." "Oh, in that case, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it," Lu Zhe responded with a smile. "In truth, it is not of great consequence. I am aware of your ability to single-handedly vanquish those malevolent soul masters. Yet this time I wish for you to focus solely on their protection, allowing them to confront these wicked soul masters on their own," Elder Xian elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe comprehended Old Xian's intention, which was quite straightforward. He was to serve as a formidable support for Dai Yaoheng and the others, while they should endeavor to resolve the matter concerning the evil soul master on their own, refraining from intervention if possible. This realization aligned perfectly with Lu Zhe's own desires, as he had initially contemplated such an approach. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Zhe promptly conveyed his response to Old Xian. "No problem. I shall be the strongest support for our team." After resting for a day in the vicinity of Mingdo Mountain, the group prepared to commence their mission. "You are about to embark on your first inspection task. Stay alert." Old Xian called out to Hu Yuhao and the other newcomers. Without a hint of hesitation, Hu Yuhao and his companions readily agreed, subsequently summoning their utmost focus. Observing their spirited demeanor, Old Xian could not help but smile, then gestured for Lu Zhe to lead Hu Yuhao and the others to the location of the evil soul master's bandits ahead. Lu Zhe refrained from idle chatter and directly took the lead as a guide, swiftly leading the group to the vicinity of their mission site. Upon observing the wandering evil soul masters, he did not rush in immediately. Instead, Dai Yaoheng let out a resounding shout and charged towards the band of evil soul masters. Inspired by Dai Yaoheng's boldness, the others followed suit, plunging into the midst of the enemy ranks. The evil soul masters, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, were thrown into disarray, scrambling about in confusion, yet met their demise shortly thereafter. After neutralizing the foes outside the cave, Ma Xiaotao turned to Hu Yuhao and the others, instructing them, "You newcomers stay outside and ensure that no one escapes from within the cave. Understood?" "Understood, Sister Xiaotao," Hu Yuhao replied earnestly. Ma Xiaotao smiled at this, and then joined Dai Yaoheng and the others as they charged into the cave. Meanwhile, one individual remained outside, Lu Zhe. "Lu Zhe, why aren't you going in with them?" Wang Dong expressed his displeasure. However, Lu Zhe's response only served to infuriate Wang Dong further. "Why should I go in? Don't be deceived by the fact that I've subdued them. They are quite formidable," Lu Zhe chuckled. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, nearly lunged at Lu Zhe in a fit of rage, but Hu Yuhao managed to restrain him. Eventually, however, Lu Zhe succumbed to Wang Dong's insistence and stood up, making his way into the cave. After a period of time, Hu Yuhao and the others outside the cave presumed the mission was concluded, gradually lowering their guard. Just then, an unexpected calamity struck. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the vicinity of the cave, followed by a series of collapses that sent the onlookers into a panic. Even the recently arrived Elder Xian displayed a moment of alarm, though he quickly regained his composure. Hu Yuhao and the others stared in disbelief at the ruins before them. Rendered speechless, suddenly, a shadow emerged from the debris, racing toward them. Panic spread among the group, yet Hu Yuhao noticed that the figure seemed to be fleeing in terror. The mystery unraveled in the next instant. Buzz! The shadow was suddenly ensnared by an overwhelming force of gravity, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, a disdainful laughter echoed from the ruins. Is this all you evil soul masters are capable of? How utterly pathetic. The voice was unmistakable to Hu Yuhao and his companions. As the smoke dissipated, they beheld Lu Zhe enscathed amidst the ruins. Behind him lay several individuals, the first group who had rushed into the cave, including Dai Yaoheng. However, they appeared to be injured and in a rather poor state. Once the smoke cleared, Lu Zhe slowly approached the fallen evil soul master on the ground. Standing before him, Lu Zhe coldly remarked, "Is it true that you rodents can only resort to ambushes? I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you." The evil soul master displayed a face of sheer terror, quickly pleading for mercy. Yet, Lu Zhe had no intention of granting him reprieve. Instead, he placed a foot upon the man's head. "So you can feel fear too. I previously thought you were unafraid of death," Lu Zhe said with a faint smile. At that moment, the evil soul master was beyond caring for his dignity. All he desired was to survive. "Please," I begged suddenly, before he could finish his plea. He exploded on the spot, splattering the nearby Wang Dong with his blood. Upon realizing what had transpired, Wang Dong felt a wave of nausea and hurriedly retreated to the side, violently vomiting. This wave of sickness also affected several others, including Bei Bei, though their strong willpower allowed them to endure. Lu Zhe, having dealt with the evil soul master, exhibited no signs of distress, even during the explosion. He did not so much as blink. Meanwhile, Elder Xian sensed something amiss and hurried to the scene. Upon seeing Ma Xiaodao and the others lying amidst the ruins, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he urgently inquired, "Lu Zhe, what happened to Xiaotao and the others?" Upon hearing Elder Xian's inquiry, Lu Zhe solemnly responded, "It was a corpse explosion. Although we managed to save Dai Yaoheng and the others' lives within a second, we did sustain some minor injuries. But a brief period of rest will suffice for recovery." Elder Xian, relieved by this news, felt that as long as there were no severe injuries or fatalities, it was a fortunate outcome. It appeared that the injuries were not grave, and a few days of rest would remedy the situation. However, as he contemplated further, Elder Xian's expression grew serious. He turned to Lu Zhe and the others, slowly articulating, "Although this mission has concluded, our primary team has been injured." At this juncture, Elder Xian paused, and an unsettling sensation washed over Hu Yuhao and the others. Indeed, Elder Xian's next statement plunged them into a somber atmosphere. With the main team injured, the remaining members must shoulder the responsibility of the Soul Master competition. I do not expect monumental achievements from you. Merely showcasing your best selves will suffice. Once the primary team has recuperated, you may relinquish this shared burden, Elder Xian declared gravely. Initially, Hu Yuhao and the others felt a wave of panic upon hearing this. But suddenly recalling Lu Zhe dispelled the heavy atmosphere. As the sun began to rise, Elder Xian gazed at the newly risen orb and gently proclaimed, "Children, the glory of Shrek rests upon your shoulders." "Understood. We shall not disappoint Shrek." Hu Yuhao and the others responded in unison. Elder Xian, witnessing their resolve, felt a surge of satisfaction and smiled softly, saying, "Let us depart." To Xinglua City. Chapter 41. That world in Xinglua City, Lu Zhe and his companions, under Wang Yan's guidance, arrived to prepare for the forthcoming Soul Master competition. Within the opulent confines of the Xinglua Royal Hotel, Lu Zhe and his friends marveled at the grandeur of their surroundings. However, the thought of the impending competition soon enveloped them in silence. "Hey, you can't be this downcast," Lu Zhe remarked, breaking the silence. Hu Yuhao and the others brightened at Lu Zhe's words, laughingly responding, "Indeed. We have Lu Zhe with us. He alone is akin to an entire team." Taken aback by their words, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Let us proceed. Teacher Wang Yan has summoned us for a meeting." After speaking, he turned and walked toward Wang Yan's location. while Hui Yuhao and the others naturally followed suit. Upon arriving at the temporary conference room of Shrek Academy, Wang Yin was smiling warmly at Lu Zhe and the others, leaving them curious about what he would say. In contrast, Lu Zhe appeared at ease, while Hui Yuhao and his companions were unsure of how to respond. Now that you all understand the challenges we are about to face, let us put in extra effort, Wang Yin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of comprehension, and thereafter, they engaged in a discussion. Ultimately, after a thorough exchange of thoughts, the group's spirits were steadied. All right, everyone. It would be best to return and rest for now, in preparation for tomorrow's Soul Master competition, Wang Yin concluded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but express his relief at finally being able to leave, feeling nearly suffocated in that place. He then turned on his heels and departed the conference room without a backward glance, while others also made their way to their respective chambers. As evening descended, Lu Zhe found himself alone on the hotel rooftop, enjoying the gentle breeze and gazing at the starry sky, a hint of contentment washing over him. He mused to himself, curious about the intriguing events that tomorrow's Soul Master competition might bring, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. So, you are here. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Zhe slowly turned his head and discovered that it was none other than Dai Yaoheng. He then smiled and remarked, "Is it really wise for you to venture out and frolic about while neglecting your recovery?" Dai Yaoheng was momentarily taken aback by this, but soon managed a gentle smile as he settled down beside Lu Zhe. "Do you think we will emerge victorious in this Soul Master competition?" Dai Yaoheng mused, gazing up at the starry sky. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and thus he retorted, "Have you forgotten about me? With my presence, how could we possibly lose?" Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile before slowly responding, "Indeed, with a prodigy like you around, defeat is out of the question." As he spoke, he rose to leave, while Lu Zhe remained seated on the wall, motionless. The following morning, the Soul Master tournament commenced as scheduled, and the starry sky square buzzed with excitement. The teams standing in the square were representatives from prestigious Soul Master academies across the continent. Naturally, the loudest cheers were for Shrek Academy, as its reputation for consistently securing the top position was undeniable. Your first soul fight is about to begin, so everyone remain calm, Wang Yinyu advised earnestly from the Shrek Academy preparation area. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and the others exchanged determined glances, silently conveying to everyone present that they were indeed the best. In contrast, Lu Zhe appeared somewhat indifferent. He reclined casually on a nearby bench, an expression of nonchalance adorning his face. This sight ignited Wang Dong's irritation, prompting him to stride up to Lu Zhe and exclaim, "Lu Zhe, can't you take this seriously? This is the Soul Master tournament." Lu Zhe cast a slow glance at him and simply replied, "All right." Though he uttered these words, he remained motionless on the bench, which infuriated Wang Dong to no end. In that moment, Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhe gazed at Wang Dong's flushed face, unable to suppress a smile. He then slowly adjusted his posture and remarked, "What do you mean by you? This match is yours. I am merely here to observe." Upon hearing these words, Wang Dong could no longer maintain his composure. Fortunately, Hui Yuhao intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. At that moment, in the center of Xinghua Square, a man gradually appeared on the battle platform and announced, "The first match begins. The Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy against Shrek Academy. Both sides, please prepare yourselves." Hearing the referee's announcement, Hui Yuhao and his companions adopted a serious demeanor and confidently strode onto the stage. Their entrance was met with a resounding chorus of cheers from the crowd. In that instant, their resolve solidified. They were determined not only to win but to do so with great distinction. Once the referee confirmed that both teams were ready, he bellowed, "Commence the match." At the sound of the command, the members of Tianling Academy were instantly struck by shock. Hui Yuhao's 6 vibrant red soul rings utterly extinguished their fighting spirit. Before long, the match concluded, and Shrek Academy exited amidst the jubilant cheers of the audience. Hui Yuhao became the focal point of everyone's attention. 600,000-year soul rings? Surely that cannot be true. Truly, Shrek Academy is a school of prodigies. After the match, Wang Yin and the others returned to their hotel for rest. However, Lu Zhe's expression shifted, turning notably cold. "Teacher Wang Yin, may I step out for a moment?" Lu Zhe approached Wang Yin with a smile. Yet, upon seeing that smile, Wang Yin felt a chill run down his spine and replied cautiously, "Just remember to return promptly." "Understood." With that, Lu Zhe turned and walked away. leaving behind a silhouette imbued with an unsettling aura. What is wrong with him? It feels as though he has encountered something troubling, Bei Bei murmured. Wang Yin shook his head, saying, I am unsure of what troubles that boy. Perhaps he has his own matters to attend to. With a sigh, Wang Yin turned and continued toward the hotel. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had arrived at a deserted location. Who are you? He coldly addressed the shadows surrounding him. An uninformed observer might think he was speaking to himself, but soon a dark figure emerged directly in front of him. Lu Zhe glanced over and realized that the figure was akin to those from the desolate city he had encountered before. The shadow emitted a series of eerie, cackling laughs, and then slowly spoke. We did not come here intentionally to trouble you. We merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the child you have concealed. Upon hearing that this individual was approaching Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What if I choose not to speak? Lu Zhe remarked coldly. The shadow, upon hearing this, wasted no words and charged directly towards Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe did not attempt to evade but instead stood his ground, awaiting the approach of the shadow. The shadow, taken aback, felt a twinge of confusion, yet soon grew bolder, launching a punch aimed directly at Lu Zhe's face. However, it was swiftly met with a jarring realization. The shadow found itself mere centimeters away from Lu Zhe's visage, plunging into a state of terror. This was a paradox. The shadow comprehended the gravity of the situation it had instigated and was filled with dread, yearning to flee. Yet, it was firmly pressed to the ground by Lu Zhe's gravitational domain, rendering it immobile. Are you aware of what a paradox is? Lu Zhe inquired with a hint of surprise as he settled upon the shadow's back. The shadow, upon hearing this, panicked and hastily replied, I don't know what a paradox is. But before it could finish, its legs were crushed under the weight of the gravitational pressure. It would be wise for you to be honest. How do you know of paradoxes? Lu Zhe stated coldly. At that moment, the shadow was utterly terrified and quickly confessed. I learned about paradoxes from our general. The general informed us that a paradox is a power that transcends divine might, capable of influencing reality, time, and space. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's curiosity was piqued regarding the general the shadow spoke of, who evidently possessed knowledge of paradoxes. How does your general know of them? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. The shadow, aware of the urgency, replied without hesitation, because our general is also a wielder of a paradox. And my arrival in this world is due to the general's spatial paradox. At this revelation, Lu Zhe's composure faltered. It appeared that paradoxes were not solely within his grasp, but were accessible to others as well, albeit he could command them to a greater extent. Contemplating further, he posed another question. Since you do not belong to this world, from which realm do you hail? The shadow was momentarily ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain whether to divulge the truth or remain silent. Just as the shadow mulled over its response, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, the shadow's body erupted in a violent explosion, leaving Lu Zhe momentarily bewildered. His gaze turned icy in an instant. I do not know your true intentions, but should you desire death, do not hold me accountable. Lu Zhe declared with a chilling tone, before rising and returning to the hotel. What continued to plague Lu Zhe was the existence of the shadow's world, where, according to the shadow, many might already wield paradoxes yet were unable to traverse to this realm for various reasons, thus sending reckless individuals like the shadow to their doom. It seemed that he was not the sole possessor of a paradox. With a cold smirk, Lu Zhe mused, I am somewhat intrigued by your paradoxes. I trust they will not disappoint me. Chapter 42. The second possessor of paradox. The following day, at noon, Shrek was about to engage in the second match. Well, today's format will be a round-robin tournament, and the rules have been clearly explained to you, Wang Yin stated calmly. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Yin's attention was drawn to Lu Zhe. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Zhe looked bewildered at everyone, then slowly inquired, You want me to participate? What else could it be? You are our main player, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could only manage a faint smile before rising slowly to approach the Soul Duel platform. What a bother, Lu Zhe said with palpable disinterest. Wang Yin and the others could only watch in silence as he ascended the platform. In the first round of the circular tournament, the Shrek Academy representative team was set to face off against the Douluo Academy representative team. Please send one contestant from each side to the stage. The referee announced loudly from the center of the platform. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted into a wave of cheers. At this moment, Lu Zhe stepped into the spotlight. Once he had firmly established his position, the opposing contestant also made his way onto the stage, albeit appearing somewhat unsteady and timid. I'm Ma Jun. I kindly ask for your mercy, Senior, the representative from Douluo Academy said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and waved his hand reassuringly, indicating, "Rest assured, I shall be gentle." Only after hearing these words did Ma Yingjun release a sigh of relief. After all, encountering a behemoth like Shrek upon arrival would instill trepidation in anyone. At that moment, the referee, observing the readiness of both parties, promptly announced the commencement of the match. As soon as the referee's command was issued, Lu Zhe appeared before Ma Yingjun with an uncanny swiftness, leaving no opportunity for reaction. "You have lost," he declared with a serene smile, extending his right index finger and flicking it. In an instant, Ma Yingjun was propelled like a cannonball, soaring beyond the effective boundaries of the arena. "Is this the end?" echoed a collective thought among the spectators. The referee, still processing the spectacle, incredulously rubbed his eyes. After several moments of verification, he finally announced, albeit slowly, "The first round of the first match has concluded. Shrek Academy emerges victorious." The arena erupted into exuberant cheers, while Lu Zhe continued to regard his next opponent with a smile. "Next," he said with a grin. In that instant, the contestants from Douluo Academy found themselves at a loss, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure. Subsequently, under the guidance of their team leader, they opted to concede defeat. For an ordinary academy like theirs, losing to Shrek was not a disgrace. After all, not everyone could stand alongside the extraordinary beings of Shrek Academy. "We, Douluo Academy, concede," the team leader proclaimed loudly before the referee. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, but upon reflection, they found no fault in this decision and thus ceased further inquiry. Once the referee regained his composure, he understood and announced with conviction, "The first round of the round robin has concluded. Douluo Academy concedes, and the victors are Shrek Academy." With the completion of the referee's statement, the entire Xinglua Square erupted in fervent cheers. "Shrek forever! Shrek Academy is the strongest." And so, amidst the jubilant clamor of the audience, Lu Zhe gradually made his way back to the preparation area of Shrek Academy. Upon his return, Lu Zhe instantly became the center of attention. Su Sancher, upon seeing Lu Zhe, wasted no time and approached him with a smile, saying, "Brother Lu is indeed unmatched. Even his aura leaves others in the dust." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, and then he playfully delivered a punch to Su Sancher. "When flattering, make sure to distinguish between people, do you understand?" Lu Zhe said with a friendly smile. Su Sancher, realizing his mistake, immediately became more subdued. At that moment, Wang Yin also approached Lu Zhe, expressing his joy. "Lu Zhe, all the glory of Shrek is resting upon your shoulders. You must bear this responsibility," Wang Yin remarked with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately lost interest in dealing with him any further. Instead, he slowly rose and began to make his way back to his hotel. Lu Zhe walked calmly along the path back to the hotel. But soon he became aware that something was amiss. Lu Zhe found himself seemingly ensnared within a fabricated realm, the surrounding environment appearing exceedingly peculiar. Contemplating this, his expression grew increasingly frigid, and he gradually surveyed his surroundings. "Are you not coming out?" Lu Zhe uttered coldly. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an eerie laughter reverberated around him. "Hee, I advise you to hand over that child. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." At that moment, a phantom emerged before Lu Zhe, emanating a presence he recognized all too well. "Have you also mastered the paradox?" Lu Zhe inquired icily. The phantom, taken aback by the inquiry, soon detected the aura surrounding Lu Zhe. "Hee," it cackled. "I never imagined there would be someone in this world capable of wielding the paradox. How fascinating." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe also began to gather his spirits, for paradoxes are not to be trifled with. "Allow me to witness your paradox." The phantom let out a hearty laugh and charged toward Lu Zhe. In the blink of an eye, the phantom stood before Lu Zhe, raising its hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The phantom's attack was halted mere centimeters from Lu Zhe. In that moment, the phantom finally comprehended Lu Zhe's paradoxical abilities and swiftly retreated to a safe distance to observe him. "Your paradox is for defense, isn't it?" the phantom remarked with a faint smile. However, Lu Zhe displayed a scornful grin and suddenly appeared before the phantom. As the phantom regained its composure, it exclaimed, "You, yet." Before it could finish, Lu Zhe kicked it away. "You seem to have a lot to say," Lu Zhe remarked impatiently. Coughing, the phantom slowly rose and gazed at Lu Zhe, immediately engulfed by a sense of dread. Buzz! Just as the phantom caught its breath, it found itself immobilized by an unseen force. What are you?" the phantom stammered. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly before stepping forward to the shadowy figure. gripping its hair and coldly stating, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that if anything were to befall Xiaoyu, your world would lose all reason for existence." The shadowy figure was struck with terror. It was the first time encountering such a prodigy as Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe slowly rose and continued, "Return and inform your general that should there be a next time, I shall come for you directly." The shadowy figure was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. It was utterly bewildering to be allowed to leave. However, it quickly regained its composure. And with the weight of gravity lifted, it prepared to depart. Just as it was about to vanish, Lu Zhe revealed an enigmatic smile. "I hope you possess intelligence." Ten Yao's last seat, Tengu. Upon hearing these words, the shadowy figure instantly lost its composure. How could this young man know its identity and origin without it having uttered a word? Indeed, the shadowy figure was one of the so-called Ten Yao, codenamed Tengu, a paradox within a fictional realm. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Tengu abruptly vanished from sight, and the moment it disappeared, the surrounding space began to shatter. Soon, Lu Zhe found himself back in reality, gazing at the desolate path, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Those among the Ten Yao all possess paradoxes, how astonishing." Lu Zhe murmured softly. It seemed that what the earlier individual had claimed was indeed true. "You are not the only one endowed with a paradox." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Lu Zhe. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and then slowly remarked, "Although I am not the only one who possesses paradoxes, I am indeed the sole individual who embodies all the rules and paradoxes." Chapter 43, Natural Disasters. The Soul Master competition continued as usual, with today featuring a team battle between Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy. The overall strength of Qianling Academy had vastly improved compared to previous teams, boasting 6 soul ancestors and 1 soul king, working together with remarkable synergy. In contrast, Shrek's lineup appeared rather ordinary, aside from Hui Yuhao, who had previously showcased 600,000-year soul rings. Lu Zhe, who had compelled Douluo Academy to concede in the last match, also took the stage. The match commenced swiftly, with both sides exchanging polite greetings. Hui Yuhao remained positioned at the back of his team, while Lu Zhe stood still, seemingly oblivious to his opponents. "Who exactly is that Lu Zhe?" a young boy murmured in the preparation area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. "Marulong. You must pay close attention to Lu Zhe. He is likely the main force behind Shrek Academy." A tall man approached the boy. The boy was none other than Marulong, the captain of the main team at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing this, Marulong immediately comprehended, his expression turning serious as he replied, "Rest assured, Shrek will undoubtedly fall to us this time." The man nodded slowly, before once again shifting his gaze toward the battle arena. The arena was soon dominated by a swirling frost tornado that had erupted. Just as the crowd believed the outcome was imminent, Lu Zhe calmly positioned himself in front of the frost tornado. "This is quite troublesome," Lu Zhe muttered impatiently. With a swift wave of his right hand, the massive frost tornado vanished without a trace. Before the spectators could fully grasp what had transpired, Lu Zhe utilized gravitational compression once more. The 7 participants from Qianling Academy suddenly felt a surge of life-threatening danger, but fortunately, their team leader promptly conceded. "The match is over. The victors are Shrek Academy," the referee exclaimed excitedly. The entire Xinglua Plaza erupted in fervent applause. Conversely, within the preparation area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Marulong and his companions wore expressions of concern. "Did you see what just happened?" the tall man asked, his face grave. Marulong, incredulous, replied, "Lu Zhe merely raised his hand and dispelled that frost tornado, and he hasn't even fought seriously thus far. It appears he truly is the mainstay of Shrek Academy. Regardless, I refuse to believe I will be defeated by him." A silver-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes approached slowly. Upon hearing the voice, Marulong turned to him, dissatisfied, and said, "We will only know after we compete, and as of now, we are still unaware of Lu Zhe's martial soul and soul ring configuration. How can you be so certain you won't lose?" The visitor was none other than the illustrious Xiao Hongchen from the Royal Soul Master Academy's reserve team. Rather than responding immediately to Marulong, Xiao Hongchen approached the window to gaze upon the positioning of the Soul Duel platform. "No matter how formidable Lu Zhe may be, he too shall concede in my presence," Xiao Hongchen declared with an air of arrogance. Marulong, unable to tolerate this boastful demeanor any longer, turned and departed. Within the Shrek Academy's preparation area, the atmosphere was one of celebration following their victory. "Indeed, we owe it all to our brother Lu. Single-handedly defeating an entire team is hardly a challenge." Wouldn't you agree? Su Sancher proclaimed with a hearty laugh. This sentiment resonated with everyone present, as Lu Zhe's prowess was undeniable. He had triumphed with seemingly little effort. All right, everyone should head home early to rest. Let us strive for victory again tomorrow, Wang Yin suggested, his voice calm. Hearing this, Hu Yuhao and the others chuckled as they made their exit, while Lu Zhe remained in place. Why do you linger? Is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Yin inquired, regarding Lu Zhe with curiosity. Lu Zhe, in a forthright manner, replied, I need to be away for a while. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's composure faltered, his expression one of astonishment. But this is a crucial time for the competition. You intend to leave now? Yes, I have important matters to attend to. Lu Zhe responded earnestly. Wang Yin, noticing the gravity of the situation, adjusted his demeanor and continued to inquire, pray tell, how long do you plan to be away? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before replying, I am uncertain. I will return once the matters over there are resolved. Wang Yin was at a loss for words. However, Lu Zhe seemed disinclined to engage further, turning abruptly to leave, offering no response whatsoever. The moment Lu Zhe departed, Wang Yin was engulfed by a sense of despair. Without Lu Zhe, the upcoming competition appeared insurmountable. At that moment, several figures emerged in the vicinity. Rest assured, Teacher Wang Yin, we will take care of the forthcoming matches, they declared. Wang Yin swiftly turned to face these figures, astonished to discover that it was Dai Yao Heng and Ma Xiao Tao along with others. You all? Wang Yin questioned, incredulous. Yet Dai Yao Heng smiled and replied, Our injuries have healed. We are ready to take the field at any moment. Understanding dawned upon Wang Yin as he realized Lu Zhe's departure was timed with the recovery of Ma Xiao Tao and the others. With this revelation, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders regarding the Soul Master tournament. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had ventured alone to the outskirts of Xingluo City. It seems those rascals are indeed disobedient, Lu Zhe stated with a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location. In the heart of the Stardow Forest, an unprecedented calamity was unfolding. What are these two individuals? Tian found himself grievously wounded, with a multitude of life-threatening injuries adorning his body. Indeed, this devastation was not wrought by nature but rather by human hands. Two men clad in black and gold stood aloft, surveying Tian and his companions from above. Beast, you had better divulge the whereabouts of that child. Otherwise, both you and your friends will meet your demise. One of the bald men stated coldly. A shiver coursed through Tian's body. This was the first time he had experienced such profound injury. Do you foreigners not fear the wrath of the gods of this world? Tian retorted icily. Gods? Is it possible that this world possesses deities? The bald man scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his face. They are merely pets of higher planes. It is truly laughable. Tian, we can at least perish together with these two. Xiang Jun shouted in anger. Yet Tian remained silent, seemingly awaiting something, unable to contain himself. Xiang Jun charged at the bald man. As Xiang Jun approached, the bald man did not flinch. Instead, a delighted grin spread across his face. Let me witness the courage of this beast, he exclaimed, clenching his right fist and delivering a powerful blow to Xiang Jun's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Xiang Jun was forcefully plunged into the depths of the earth. Gasping, he expelled a mouthful of suppressed blood and then struggled to utter that he would climb out of the pit. Tian, let us charge together. Xiang Jun, still defiant, sought to join forces with Tian to confront the bald man. However, Tian was not foolish. The bald man's strength was evidently beyond the dimensional limits of this world, perhaps even surpassing that of Lu Zhe from earlier. To charge blindly would likely result in grievous consequences. One last chance. Hand over the child. The bald man spoke with growing impatience. At that moment, an aura began to emanate. Tian and the others were all too familiar with it. It was unmistakably the presence of the three-eyed golden lion. The sacred beast has awakened. Xiang Jun exclaimed with surprise, though soon a wave of concern washed over him. The might of the two before them was far too formidable, and even the sacred beast might struggle to overcome them. Meanwhile, the bald man scanned his surroundings with a serious expression. The aura of rules, he exclaimed in astonishment. Tianlang, should we retreat? Another man suggested cautiously. Yet, the bald man merely smiled. Fear not. The power of rules is evidently incomplete and poses no threat. With that, he continued to advance towards Tian and the others. Submit, the bald man declared slowly. However, before he could finish, he was engulfed by an attack. Fortunately, this strike did not inflict any harm upon him. This is not a place for outsiders like you. A clear female voice resonated around them, and soon, The speaker materialized before Tian and his companions. Chapter 44, 10 Sons. 7 Sins? I am utterly fed up. Is it so difficult to find a mere child without being interrupted every time? The previously attacked bald man seemed genuinely enraged as he turned his gaze towards his assailant. The one who had struck was a maiden enveloped in a divine aura, with golden eyes and hair inscribed with golden runes. She was none other than the newly emerged three-eyed golden lion. I will not repeat myself. I implore you to leave this place, the three-eyed golden lion stated coldly. The bald man, displeased by her words, chuckled. You think a mere girl, lacking complete rules, can deter me? As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared directly before the sacred beast, striking at her face without mercy. Bang! Fortunately, the sacred beast managed to block the blow just in time, preventing herself from being sent flying. I am curious about who bestowed upon you the power of rules. The bald man displayed a friendly smile and spoke. The mythical beast instantly comprehended the disparity between itself and the other. The bald man, noticing this, joined his hands together and calmly proclaimed, Paradox. Fictional space. Activate. As his words echoed, the surrounding environment began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The trees twisted grotesquely, the sky gradually dimmed, and the atmosphere grew stifling. Welcome to my world, the bald man remarked with a chilling smirk. Meanwhile, the man accompanying him slowly interjected, Don't play for too long, Tianlang. We have a mission from the general. Rest assured. Renoir, I shall conclude this battle swiftly, the bald man replied with a grin. Known as Tianlang, he held the 9th seat among the 10 sons, while the man beside him, taller in stature, occupied the 8th seat, known as Renoir. Although their strength was among the weakest within the 10 sons, their power here was astonishingly formidable. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Renoir ceased his concern and positioned himself on the ground, preparing to observe the impending clash. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, the mythical beast adopted a serious demeanor, readying itself for the next step. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Tianlang vanished from sight, only to reappear mere centimeters from the mythical beast. Without hesitation, he seized the beast's face and hurled it to the ground. The earth cracked violently, and a deep crater formed where the beast had fallen. Coughing, the mythical beast gradually rose, gazing up at Tianlang, and murmured, Is this the gap in strength? Little girl, it is not that I look down upon you, but rather the essence of rules within you is far too scant to inflict any harm upon me. Tianlang mocked with a smile. In that moment, the mythical beast resolved to remain silent about the matter concerning Xiaoyu, even if it meant facing death here. It summoned the last remnants of its rule power and charged at Tianlang. Desperate are we? Tianlang mused softly, then continued with a laugh. But what of it? You will still perish. As the mythical beast appeared before him, Tianlang mercilessly pierced through its chest. Blood gushed from the beast's mouth as it helplessly fell to the ground. Mythical beast. Tian and the others, witnessing this, became frantic and rushed towards its position. Tianlang, however, waved his hand dismissively. What a nuisance. In an instant, countless spikes ensnared Tian and his companions. If you have the ability, let us go, Tian shouted defiantly. Yet, Tianlang remained unfazed, continuing to wave his hand indifferently. Bang! In an instant, the bodies of several individuals exploded, leaving only the lone figure of Tianlang in the midst of the chaos. Initially, Tianlang remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him, but soon he sensed that something was amiss. Disaster, do you not feel that this space is not my own? Tianlang remarked gravely. However, he received no response, prompting him to scrutinize his surroundings with urgency. Who dares to show themselves? Step forward if you possess the courage, he declared icily. What transpired next startled Tianlang profoundly. In the blink of an eye, the environment and spatial fabric reverted to its original state, and both Ruisho and Nithi appeared before him once more. At that moment, a wave of fear washed over Tianlang. Yet as he beheld Nithi and the others charging towards him, he swiftly annihilated them. Just when he thought the ordeal had concluded, Nithi and his companions resurrected and advanced upon him yet again. I can't take this anymore, Tianlang exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. An overwhelming force erupted, obliterating everything in his vicinity. But despair gripped him the very next moment. What a formidable presence from the 9th seat of the 10 sons. A voice echoed around him. When Tianlang turned to look, he realized he had long since departed from the previous illusory space and found himself in an entirely different realm. Who are you? Show yourself, Tianlang shouted, growing increasingly anxious as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to fracture, and a youth materialized before him. grasping none other than the 8th seat of the 10 Suns, Rinhua, in his hand. "Who are you?" Tianlang inquired, sensing an ominous turn of events upon witnessing Rinhua's predicament. It was evident that Rinhua was superior to him in strength. "You need not know my identity. Simply understand that you have offended someone you ought not to have." The youth replied coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of fearsome power erupted from him. Golden runes began to spread from his right hand up to his neck, with intricate inscriptions filling his right eye. Perfect rules. Tianlang finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he faced. Just as he attempted to flee, the suddenly appearing youth struck him with a force that sent him crashing into the earth. At the moment of impact, the space around him shattered entirely, and everyone returned to reality. Vithi slowly opened his eyes to gaze at the youth suspended in the air, exclaiming with delight, "Lu Zhe, you have finally returned." Indeed, the youth was none other than Lu Zhe, who nodded in acknowledgement at Vithi before turning his attention back to Tianlang. The Rinhua he had been holding was merely an illusion, crafted to divert Tianlang's focus, now present in the same space. The real Rinhua emanated a powerful aura that even Lu Zhe regarded with caution. "Given that you possess the power of rules, you cannot be allowed to remain," Rinhua declared coldly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe's expression grew grave, for the other party emanated an aura of paradox. Paradox, space cutting. The calamity offered Lu Zhe no opportunity to react and directly engaged in combat. Sensing something amiss, Lu Zhe calmly raised his hand to block. Crack. Soon, he realized the severity of the situation. This attack could slice through space. "Give it up. You are still far too inexperienced," the calamity spoke slowly. Yet Lu Zhe simply smiled, and with a squeeze of his right hand, the space cutting vanished without a trace. The calamity stood by, stunned. For paradoxes do not simply dissipate unless rejected by reality or overshadowed by a stronger paradox. Given the circumstances, it appeared to be the latter, which caused the calamity to grow increasingly serious. "Do you possess a paradox?" the calamity inquired tentatively. However, Lu Zhe did not respond. Instead, he instantaneously appeared before him and, without a word, delivered a punch. Thud. A dull sound resonated as the calamity was instantly sent flying. Without holding back, Lu Zhe began to compress gravity with his right hand. Gravity was swiftly condensed into a singularity. Whoosh. A small black dot shot forth like a bullet, heading straight for the calamity. As the calamity finally registered the terrifying nature of the small black dot before him, he attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Boom. The surrounding environment was instantly reduced to rubble, and just as Lu Zhe believed it was over, an unexpected event transpired. "You strike hard." A profoundly magnetic voice echoed through the ruins. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe immediately sensed a formidable threat. As the smoke cleared from the debris, a man stood aloft, holding both the calamity and the celestial wolf. "Are you also from the 10 Suns?" Lu Zhe inquired coldly. The man, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, No, I am not from such a lowly faction as the 10 Suns. I am Greed, one of the 7 sins." After introducing himself, the man slowly turned to leave with the calamity and the celestial wolf in tow. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe was taken aback, gazing at the man's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the man had already opened a spatial rift and, after casting the 2 individuals into it, paused just as he was about to step through. Turning his back to Lu Zhe, he spoke slowly. "That child will inevitably be reclaimed by me one day. I hope you will not interfere when that time comes." With those words, the man entered the spatial rift, leaving Lu Zhe to exhale heavily in his wake. Was it the face of greed, one of the 7 sins? It appeared that the beings of that world were indeed formidable. Chapter 45. Lu Zhe's speculation after experiencing an assault from powerful entities of other realms. Di Tian and his companions were suddenly struck by a sense of their own insignificance. Even the recently emerged Emperor Beast felt a deep sense of embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Zhe regarded Di Tian and the others with an expression of calmness. He then inquired softly, "Where is Xiaoyu?" Upon hearing this, Di Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, and he began to evade Lu Zhe's gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe immediately sensed something amiss and directly approached Di Tian, demanding, "Where is Xiaoyu? Where has he gone?" Di Tian, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon contemplated the potential consequences if Lu Zhe were indeed to become enraged. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Xiaoyu is safe. Ever since I assisted him in awakening his martial spirit, he has been diligently cultivating with our master." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief and continued, "Since your master has awakened, take me to him." Dition felt a surge of conflict within, pondering the possibility that their master might not be inclined to heed Lu Ze's request. Yet, Lu Ze quickly perceived Dition's hesitation and calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. Nothing will go awry." With that, he gestured for Dition to lead the way. Left with no alternative, Dition acquiesced and guided him towards their master. Coincidentally, they were spotted by the recently arrived Imperial Divine Beast, who without hesitation, smiled and followed suit. Within the cavern at the bottom of the Lake of Life, a magnificent silver dragon sensed Lu Ze's presence. She understood that this was a deliberate release of energy from Lu Ze, for otherwise she would have been unable to detect him. Soon enough, Lu Ze stood before the silver dragon. "You are the Silver Dragon King, the master of Dition, correct?" he inquired, surveying her with keen eyes. The silver dragon nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, "You have come here for Xiaoyu, have you not?" "Of course," Lu Ze responded nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than a small figure leapt towards him. However, midway through the flight, Lu Ze effortlessly caught the figure in his hands. "Brother, let me go," exclaimed the one in his grasp, revealing himself to be Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu had grown noticeably taller, a striking transformation compared to his former self. After gently placing Lu Xiaoyu on the ground, Lu Ze scrutinized her carefully, a smile spreading across his face. "I never expected you to have reached level 40, he murmured with a chuckle. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu immediately felt a surge of pride. And with a pat on his chest, he proclaimed, "Brother, I am now capable of standing on my own." And then, Lu Ze replied with a faint smile, rising to face the Silver Dragon King. "Well, then of course, you must take me with you when you go out," Lu Xiaoyu said with a grin. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ze did not take his words to heart. Instead, he approached the Silver Dragon King and gazed at her. "You must have been aware of my intentions since the moment you awakened," Lu Ze said slowly. The Silver Dragon King showed no signs of refusal upon hearing this, and she nodded in agreement, saying, "If you wish for me to assist Xiaoyu, what benefits will you offer me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ze was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "You shall not be deprived of benefits, as long as you fulfill your duties diligently." The Silver Dragon King fell silent, for Lu Ze was the first to exert such a presence over her, second only to the divine beings. Moreover, upon her awakening, she had sensed the aura of royalty emanating from Lu Xiaoyu. "Very well, I shall remain by Xiaoyu's side. Should you encounter anyone beyond your capacity to handle, do not hesitate to summon me," Lu Ze said, turning slowly to make his way outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Xiaoyu hastily followed suit, eager to leave the current place. Upon his arrival in the outside world, he encountered a young girl. "Lu Ze, come and spar with me," the girl exclaimed, leaving Lu Xiaoyu utterly astonished. "Lord Beast, you have transformed. It is time to shed your poor habits," Lu Ze remarked with evident impatience. The girl was none other than the three-eyed golden lioness, who had emerged from her cocoon, now a tall and exquisite beauty. Upon hearing Lu Ze's words, the beast seemed to sense something, and with a swift motion, she interjected, "This beast has taken form and requires a name." At this moment, Lu Ze felt a tinge of helplessness, yet he gradually uttered, "Fallen leaves herald autumn. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaoer." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion was instantly enveloped in joy, and without a second thought for Lu Ze's expression, it turned and dashed off into the distance. Observing the retreating figure of the three-eyed golden lion, Lu Ze couldn't help but question the creature's sanity. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Ze's hand and softly inquired, "Who is that sister?" Lu Ze chuckled as he gently ruffled his hair, slowly remarking, "She is merely someone whose mind is not particularly sharp. There is no need to concern yourself with her." Lu Xiaoyu's expression appeared rather pessimistic, which left Lu Ze somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly dismissed this thought as Lu Xiaoyu seized his hand and dashed towards the distant mountains, offering him no opportunity for contemplation. Nevertheless, Lu Ze found this transformation quite pleasing. The young lad had changed significantly. Before long, Lu Ze was led by Lu Xiaoyu to a picturesque location. The two brothers reclined on the grass, basking in the beauty of nature, their faces adorned with expressions of utter contentment. "Brother, I now possess the ability to protect myself. Does this mean I can accompany you on your travels?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly posed this question. Instantly roused from his drowsiness, Lu Ze pondered for a moment before responding. "There are now individuals stronger than I. Accompanying me would only bring you hardship." Lu Ze spoke slowly. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu held a different belief in his eyes. His brother was the mightiest, and no one could inflict harm upon him. Observing Lu Xiaoyu's incredulous expression, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lu Xiaoyu retorted, visibly displeased. After regaining his composure, Lu Zhe took a moment to steady his emotions before he slowly remarked, it's nothing, just a happy thought. Lu Xiaoyu, 100 times skeptical, refrained from voicing her doubts. At that moment, however, Lu Zhe's expression suddenly shifted, adopting a grave demeanor. This change alarmed Lu Xiaoyu, prompting her to urgently inquire about his condition. Yet, Lu Zhe insisted that he was fine. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly conceded, understanding that whatever had caused her brother to display such an expression was surely not trivial. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhe finally spoke again. Xiaoyu, if you ever encounter a situation that even I cannot resolve, you must run, and run as fast as you can, Lu Zhe said earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had ever encountered such sentiments, yet it would undoubtedly be the last. The reason Lu Zhe expressed his thoughts stemmed from the previous attack of the outsiders. Ever since the last battle, Lu Zhe had gained some insights about that world. For instance, regarding the 10 Sons, he had encountered 3 members, albeit the weakest 3. Yet, these seemingly inferior individuals could easily overpower soul beasts of the caliber of Tian. One could only imagine the immense strength of the first 7. Not to mention the 7 sins that towered above the 10 Sons. Even the gluttonous visage he encountered previously exuded a terrifying aura, let alone the other 6 sins. However, upon reflection, Lu Zhe realized that the gluttonous entity had the power to eliminate him, yet refrained from doing so, possibly due to its inability to exert its full strength in this realm. This further substantiated Lu Zhe's hypothesis: rejection. Anything foreign to this world would be met with resistance from reality itself. The more one exerted their power or presence, the greater the backlash they would face. It was likely that the gluttonous entity was hindered for this reason. Otherwise, they could have easily sent the 7 sins to locate Lu Xiaoyu without any difficulty. Contemplating this, Lu Zhe glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, pondering what secrets this little one possessed that could attract such formidable beings. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lu Xiaoyu sensed discomfort and turned to Lu Zhe, inquiring softly, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing, Lu Zhe replied, smiling faintly as he lay back on the ground. Lapsing into silence, Lu Xiaoyu, perplexed yet reluctant to press further, obediently reclined beside him. As twilight descended, fatigue began to envelop both Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu. Beneath the vast starry sky, lying on the grass, Lu Zhe couldn't help but reminisce about past events. I will wait for you. Do not let me down. Chapter 46. Transformation. After some time, under Lu Zhe's watchful eye, Lu Xiaoyu experienced a significant enhancement in her abilities. Even the companions of Tian, who were present, reaped substantial benefits. Alright, let's conclude for today. We must strive to familiarize ourselves with the power of rules, Lu Zhe gently conveyed to Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly relaxed, then lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe wandered alone to a tranquil spot and began to close his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Upon returning to the Golden Palace, Lu Zhe was no longer the same as before. He had transcended to a higher state. He had nearly comprehended the concepts of rules and paradoxes. Yet he could not help but murmur about the true secret of the throne. He then seated himself upon the throne, and an immense influx of information surged into his mind. The incoming data incessantly invoked the notion of truth, plunging Lu Zhe into deep contemplation. What constitutes truth? Why does this term resonate within me? Could it be that the throne's ultimate secret is, in fact, truth? A multitude of questions flooded Lu Zhe's mind, leaving him without any answers. Thus, time and again, he ceased to ponder the so-called truth and instead refocused on cultivating his soul power. Soon, he would reach level 70. He wondered what form his martial soul would take, a faint smile gracing his lips. Days passed, and Lu Zhe underwent a remarkable transformation. When he finally opened his eyes again, the atmosphere around him had grown exceedingly heavy. Sensing this aura, Emperor Tian and the others naturally approached Lu Zhe. You have finally awakened, Emperor Tian remarked at the sight of him. Lu Zhe responded slowly. Did anything happen during my meditation? Emperor Tian, slightly embarrassed, hesitated. But Lu Zhe pressed on. If there is something, it is best to speak of it. Just as Emperor Tian was about to speak, he was interrupted by Bai Ji beside him. The divine beast has ventured into the human realm, Bai Ji said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately displayed an expression of indifference, then casually remarked, if she wishes to go, let her. What concern is it of mine? However, at that moment, Bai Ji appeared to harbor some unspoken worries. Observing her expression, Lu Zhe sensed something amiss and inquired, but what is it? unable to conceal the truth any longer. Bai Ji responded directly. When the mythical beast left, it took Xiao Yu along. What's that to me? Upon learning that Xiao Yu had also entered the human realm, Lu Zhe's composure faltered. It was well known that the 10 sons and 7 sins in that world could easily overpower any faction. If Xiao Yu and the others encountered them, they would stand no chance of escape. Contemplating this, Lu Zhe's countenance darkened, and he slowly inquired, "What about the Silver Dragon King?" "The master has also ventured out," Ditian replied. Hearing this, Lu Zhe finally relaxed, as he deemed the Silver Dragon King's strength acceptable. "Well then, I must take my leave. If those individuals from before appear again, do not engage in prolonged combat. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity for rescue," Lu Zhe declared, turning to depart. As his words echoed, he strode toward the outskirts of the Stardow forest. "Ditian, what do Lu Zhe's remarks truly signify?" At that moment, Xiang Jun queried, filled with confusion. Xiang Jun had always been somewhat skeptical of Ditian, yet the enemies they faced were overwhelmingly powerful. If they did not unite, their demise would be inevitable. Sighing, Ditian responded, "Do you not comprehend? Lu Zhe is warning us to be cautious of those individuals from before." With that, he turned and walked toward his residence, leaving Xiang Jun and the others in a state of melancholy. In a secluded canyon at the bottom of Douluo continent, Renhua and Tian Lang knelt before a man, their expressions laden with trepidation. "You cannot even complete such a simple task. What use do you serve here?" The man's countenance was frigid. Upon hearing this, Renhua and Tian Lang bowed their heads even lower. "Please, Lord Mammon, grant us another opportunity. We assure you we will fulfill the task," Renhua implored, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The man, known as Lord Mammon, was one of the 7 sins embodying greed, and his power was beyond even Lu Zhe's current capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Mammon coldly declared, "Were it not for my true form's inability to traverse this realm, would I still require your services?" Upon grasping his meaning, Renhua quickly bowed his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Mammon, for this chance. We will certainly accomplish the task this time." In an effort to enhance efficiency, Mammon stated with a nonchalant demeanor, "I shall summon the calamities to assist you." Having uttered these words, she opened a rift in space and stepped through without hesitation. The two figures, Renhua and Tian Lang, who were prostrated on the ground, gasped for breath as though they had narrowly escaped the tiger's jaws. "That was terrifying. I truly believe that Lady Mammon intended to end our lives," Tian Lang remarked, gradually rising to his feet. Meanwhile, Renhua, with a grave expression, replied, "You ought to be grateful that we are still alive. Our current mission is to locate the divine offspring. However, the divine offspring is accompanied by that individual. Relying solely on the two of us, we stand little chance." Tian Lang responded thoughtfully. At this juncture, Renhua couldn't help but smirk, then slowly articulated, "Did not Lady Mammon mention that she would send the calamities to aid us? Furthermore, with that fellow Tengu backing us, do you truly believe we cannot confront him?" Upon hearing this, Tianlong's spirits lifted, for the calamity indeed stood above Renhua. The division of power among the Shiryao occurred precisely within the realm of calamity. The true strength of the calamity could be such that even 10 Renuos might not survive, illustrating its formidable nature. "By the way, what about that fellow Tengu?" Renhua suddenly pondered. After a moment of reflection, Tianlang replied, "It seems he is thriving within some organization." "What is the name of that organization?" Renhua inquired. "If I recall correctly, it was something akin to the Holy Spirit sect," Tianlang responded. "Shrek Academy." Within the Sea God Pavilion, Lu Zhe stood before a group of venerable elders, exuding an air of composure, devoid of any visible tension. "Has Elder Mu truly departed?" he inquired slowly. "He expressed a desire to meet you before he left," Elder Xian replied solemnly. "Did he leave me any words?" At this moment, a subtle shift began to manifest in Lu Zhe's expression. After a brief silence, Elder Xian turned to the other elders and spoke with gravity. "The future of the continent rests upon your shoulders. Elder Mu hoped that you would wield your strength to alter the current state of affairs. Is that all?" Lu Zhe responded with a faint detachment. The elders fell silent, and Lu Zhe comprehended the unspoken weight of the moment. He then turned and strode out of the Sea God Pavilion. The elders refrained from stopping him, choosing instead to watch him depart. "Why does the future of the continent hinge upon him?" one elder murmured. Elder Xian merely cast a glance in his direction before shaking his head and leaving. "The continent is destined for change, and the harbinger of that change is Lu Zhe." These were the final words Elder Mu imparted to Elder Xian the night before his departure. Chapter 47. Teacher Lu Zhe? In the Shrek Outer Academy, the classroom of the new students was abuzz with noise. Each student engaged in their own discussions. Except for 3 individuals seated quietly in the last row, a young boy accompanied by 2 young girls. The boy radiated an aura of nobility, while the 2 girls possessed beauty that could be described as breathtaking. The girl on the left had flowing white hair and exquisite features, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to ward off strangers. In stark contrast, the girl on the right sported resplendent golden hair and a demeanor that conveyed an overwhelming pride, as if no one could possibly capture her interest. The classroom was raucous, yet no teacher intervened, which only emboldened the students to grow increasingly boisterous. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when a man appeared at the podium. "Class, please quiet down," he said with a calm demeanor. His voice was soft, yet every student in the room heard him distinctly. "Who is he? I don't know. But he seems to be our new teacher. He appears so gentle." In an instant, the students began to murmur amongst themselves about the man at the front. The boy in the back row, upon seeing him, underwent a profound change in expression. "Hello, everyone. I am your new homeroom teacher, Luze," the man announced slowly. The once aloof boy, upon hearing that name, instantly perked up and exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother." As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes in the classroom converged upon him. Luze, wearing a gentle smile, remarked, "I never expected you to come to Shrek." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, the younger brother of Luze. Seated beside him were 2 young ladies, transformed into the 3-eyed golden lion and the silver dragon king. Both girls displayed profound astonishment, which left the other classmates in a state of bewilderment. The new teacher was actually his elder brother. Furthermore, it appeared that the goddesses were also familiar with him. Luze listened to the murmurs of the classroom, and a subtle change began to manifest on his face. "Could you all please quiet down?" His expression was exceedingly amiable. This instantly brought a hush over the previously boisterous students in the room. After observing that everyone had quieted down, Luze revealed a smile. "It is well known that Shrek Academy only admits prodigies. I understand that you all consider yourselves to be geniuses, but this place has never been short of talent. Therefore, I implore you to set aside your self-proclaimed titles and concentrate on your cultivation. Otherwise, you may find yourselves as the least capable in your class." At this point, Luze's tone turned exceedingly grave, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet. Noticing the students' compliance, Luze stated without hesitation, "I want to see you all on the playground in 1 minute." As soon as the words left his lips, every student dashed towards the playground as if fleeing for their lives. Upon seeing this, Luze displayed a look of contentment on his face, only to realize that Lu Xiaoyu and the others were standing beside him. "Brother, how did you become a teacher?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Luze smiled faintly and then turned his gaze to the 2 young girls beside Lu Xiaoyu. "What are your aliases?" The 2 girls, known as the Silver Dragon King, replied obediently, "My alias is Gu Yuna, and she is Chioer." "Very well, let us gather at the playground," Luze said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna promptly took Chioer by the hand and walked towards the playground without another word. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu remained behind, smiling as she observed Luze. "Aren't you coming?" Luze inquired slowly. "No, I wish to stay with you," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. However, Luze showed no mercy as he stated, "If I tell you to go, you must go. This is the academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a sense of grievance wash over her, and without looking back, she turned and left. Watching Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Luze couldn't help but chuckle before following her. Before long, all the members of the first-year class stood on the playground of the Outer Academy, ready to run. Luze stood before them with an air of nonchalance, and after a brief appraisal, he arrived at a decision. Everyone dashed towards the playground, as it was their first encounter, and completing 50 laps would suffice. Luze stated calmly, 50 laps? Was the teacher mistaken? Wasn't this a bit excessive? When Luze heard a portion of people complaining, his expression instantly turned cold. "I told you to run, so run. Why are you hesitating? Do you wish to add more laps?" Luze spoke icily. Upon hearing this, the students promptly fell silent and, without further ado, began their grueling 50 laps of running. Meanwhile, Luze, with a satisfied demeanor, settled down to the side, initially believing that nothing would transpire. However, at that moment, an acquaintance approached him. "Luze, is this how you treat your students?" An aged voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing this, Luze smiled faintly and then slowly remarked, "Wasn't it my intention to keep it this way from the beginning? This should be considered quite easy. Wouldn't you agree?" The visitor was none other than Elder Xian. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian was momentarily at a loss for a response, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Well, it shall be as you wish. How you choose to manage them is your affair. Old man has no say in it. Elder Xian replied slowly. However, Lu Zhe did not believe that Elder Xian had come merely for such trivial conversation, so he inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Elder Xian chuckled awkwardly and said, "All right then, since you are perceptive, accompany me for a moment." "Oh, is there something of great importance you wish to discuss with me? To warrant such seriousness?" Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Indeed, Elder Xian nodded, his expression grave. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased his chatter and promptly rose to follow Elder Xian. This scene piqued the curiosity of Lu Xiaoyu, who was currently jogging. However, she had no time to ponder it and could only wait for a more opportune moment to inquire privately. In a secluded area of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe accompanied Elder Xian to this location. "Speak plainly. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Zhe stated directly. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "There are two matters of significance," he began slowly. "Do tell," Lu Zhe replied, preferring straightforwardness over circumlocution. Not wishing to linger any longer, Elder Xian proceeded to convey, "The first matter is that the rules for the next Soul Master competition have changed, permitting forces beyond the Soul Master academies on the continent to participate in the Soul Duels." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a slight surprise and continued to inquire, "What about the second matter?" At this juncture, Elder Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. "The mastermind behind the Dead City incident has resurfaced and seems to have joined the Holy Spirit sect," Elder Xian spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression also shifted, not due to the mastermind of the Dead City incident, but rather because of their affiliation with the Holy Spirit sect. Moreover, they may appear in the next Spirit Master competition. Elder Xian continued. "I understand. I will be more vigilant when the time comes," Lu Zhe replied softly. After conversing for a while, he left, citing matters related to his class, leaving Elder Xian in a state of melancholy, lost in thought. "Has Shiyu made a move?" Lu Zhe murmured on his way back to the playground. Although he was unsure if the Shiyu that had taken action was indeed the same ones he had encountered previously, his intuition warned him that this situation would undoubtedly be intricate. It might even disrupt his plans, prompting him to decide to hold off on any action for now. Were it not for the presence of an even more powerful entity, the Seven Sins, above Shiyu, Lu Zhe might have already sought out Zhai and the others. With this thought, a strange smile crept onto Lu Zhe's lips as he whispered to himself, "You had better behave yourselves during this time." Chapter 48. The second phase in the Outer Academy of Shrek. The students of Class 1 for new students had completely succumbed to Lu Zhe's authority. Nearly a month of interaction had made them acutely aware of Lu Zhe's severity. Despite his daily cheerful demeanor, when he became stern, none could withstand his discipline. Even Lu Xiaoyu had experienced his punishment, and it was twice as severe as that of the other students. In the classroom of Class 1, Lu Zhe stood at the podium with a smile on his face. "Classmates, the new student assessment is approaching. I hope you will not bring shame to our class," Lu Zhe said with a smile. However, to the students of Class 1, Lu Zhe's smile resembled that of a demon, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. "We will certainly not disappoint you, teacher," the students in the classroom replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, then picked up a folder and meticulously began to peruse its contents. Gradually, he spoke. "In that case, I shall announce your group assignments. The first group comprises Yiyu, Xiaofei, and Yinjia. The second group consists of Huang Long, Li Jing, and Wu Yong. The third group. Finally, the last group includes Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Qiu'er. Well, these are your respective groupings," Lu Zhe concluded as he closed the folder. He continued, "In the next 2 days, I expect you all to rest well and prepare for the freshman assessment." With that, Lu Zhe prepared to leave the classroom, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoyu from the back row stealthily followed him out. In the corridor of the teaching building, Lu Xiaoyu quietly trailed behind Lu Zhe, which left him somewhat perplexed. However, he paid no heed to her actions and continued walking ahead. Lu Xiaoyu presumed she had not been noticed, so she maintained her pursuit. The reason for her following him was her curiosity about what Lu Zhe typically did after class. She had long desired to shadow him, but time had eluded her until now. Thus, she believed she had successfully concealed herself as she followed Lu Zhe. Eventually, Lu Zhe arrived at the shores of the Sea God Lake, and Lu Xiaoyu, noticing the absence of others around, prepared to reveal herself. Just as she was about to make her presence known, a young girl suddenly dashed to Lu Zhe's side. This unexpected turn of events halted Lu Xiaoyu in her tracks. Her curious gaze fixated on the pair. Initially, she assumed their interaction was merely casual, but her thoughts soon ceased as she observed the evident intimacy between the girl and Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe even affectionately ruffled the girl's hair mid-conversation, a sight that pierced Lu Xiaoyu's heart. She felt as though something precious had been taken from her, leaving her restless within. Before long, the girl beamed and waved goodbye to Lu Zhe, who reciprocated with a smile. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Xiaoyu was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. All she yearned for was to confront the girl and demand clarity regarding her relationship with Lu Zhe. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was lost in her thoughts, a voice abruptly pulled her back to reality. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing that voice, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly regained her senses and turned to look at the other person with a blank expression. "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly, just as she was lost in thought. Lu Zhe had approached her. Upon observing Lu Xiaoyu's expression of utter numbness, Lu Zhe was immediately filled with curiosity. He then gently inquired, "What troubles you? Why does your countenance appear so dismal?" Upon realizing her expression was amiss, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly laughed and feigned ignorance, saying, No, it's nothing. I merely wanted to come here for a stroll and happened to encounter you and that sister engaged in conversation." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zhe replied, somewhat skeptical. "Then why does your expression appear so troubled? Have you encountered some unfortunate matter?" Lu Zhe inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu quickly clarified, "It's nothing. I was merely astonished that you actually have friends of the opposite sex." Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly inquired, "Who is that sister?" "You mean her?" Lu Zhe seemed to grasp something. "MHM." Lu Xiaoyu fervently nodded in agreement. Lu Zhe paused for a moment before saying, "She is my friend." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Zhe fell silent. Originally filled with anticipation, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly taken aback. "Is that all?" Lu Xiaoyu slowly inquired. "Well, what else could it be?" Lu Zhe chuckled. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him with a smile adorning his face, yet internally, disbelief lingered. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Lu Xiaoyu remarked as he turned away. Without a backward glance, he departed, leaving Lu Zhe standing in a state of perplexity. Could this lad have ventured elsewhere? Lu Zhe chuckled helplessly. Subsequently, he chose to abandon further contemplation of the matter and made his way toward his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoyu's expression was icy, since he refused to disclose anything. "I shall seek out that woman myself for clarity," Lu Xiaoyu lamented as he walked along the path. By evening, Lu Zhe lay in his dormitory, engrossed in unraveling the secrets of the throne, entirely oblivious to the world outside. At the shores of the sea god lake, the cold-faced Lu Xiaoyu stood, feeling the gentle breeze. "Is this your summons for me? Is there something you wish to convey?" At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice resonated from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu glanced back, yet she offered no kind expression. The young girl possessed a gentle and exquisite appearance, captivatingly beautiful, with long black hair tied into a ponytail at the side and a pair of emerald green eyes. This girl was none other than Xiao Xiao, one of the current members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Xiao Xiao was perplexed as to why this boy had summoned her. "What is your relationship with Lu Zhe?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of confusion but was prepared to respond. However, in the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu approached her without a word and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Fortunately, Xiao Xiao reacted quickly and summoned the 3-life cauldron to block the attack. Yet, due to the tremendous force behind Lu Xiaoyu's kick, Xiao Xiao, along with the cauldron, was sent flying. Crash! The propelled Xiao Xiao collided heavily with a large tree by the sea god lake. Coughing, Xiao Xiao regained her senses and looked at Lu Xiaoyu in shock, her face filled with bewilderment. Slowly rising to her feet, Xiao Xiao began to speak. "What are you?" Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly kicked her in the abdomen again. A wave of intense pain surged through Xiao Xiao's entire body. Xiao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, then struggled to gaze at Lu Xiaoyu. Confusion etched across her face. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu coldly declared, "I will not allow you to touch Lu Zhe. He is only for me." It was then that Xiao Xiao comprehended Lu Xiaoyu's intentions. This was all about Lu Zhe. However, she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoyu. "Though I don't know what your relationship with Lu Gu is, I have not touched him," Xiao Xiao asserted earnestly. Despite this, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced. "I only believe in the dead." Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned particularly frigid. In the next instant, she appeared before Xiao Xiao once more. leaving Xiao Xiao unable to react and subject to Lu Xiaoyu's fierce onslaught again. Uffed. Xiao Xiao coughed up another mouthful of blood and collapsed a short distance away. When she lifted her head again, Lu Xiaoyu had already positioned herself before Tang, wielding a golden longsword. In that moment, Xiao Xiao sensed the taste of death. She had never anticipated that this boy would be so formidable, rivaling Lu Zhe himself. At this point, Xiao Xiao found herself devoid of the ability to evade. Watching helplessly as Lu Xiaoyu's golden sword descended towards her, she had resigned herself to her fate, believing she was doomed, but just as she braced for the inevitable, the golden sword did not strike. When Xiao Xiao dared to open her eyes once more, she discovered that the sword had been intercepted. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated in Xiao Xiao's ear. Are you intent on committing murder? Chapter 49. Apology. Are you intent on taking a life? A chilling voice echoed in Xiao Xiao's ear. As she heard the voice, she gradually raised her head, only to discover that the person before her was, in fact, Lu Zhe. In contrast, Lu Xiaoyu stepped back a few meters, her face etched with terror. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu timidly uttered. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Xiao was taken aback. She had never imagined that this formidable young man was actually Lu Zhe's brother. It was a revelation she had never anticipated, as it was the first time she had heard of Lu Zhe having a sibling. Since you are aware that I am your brother, perhaps you could elucidate the reasons behind your actions, Lu Zhe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words, her head bowed low, unable to meet Lu Zhe's gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe fell silent and approached Xiao Xiao to assist her in standing. How's your injury? Lu Zhe inquired in a gentle tone. Xiao Xiao replied slowly, it's nothing, merely some minor wounds. Well, in that case, you should leave this place for now. My brother, and I need to speak privately, Lu Zhe stated calmly. Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, did not object. She expressed her gratitude and walked away into the distance. Soon, only Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu remained. Now that we are alone, please speak, Lu Zhe said, fixing his gaze on Lu Xiaoyu. However, Lu Xiaoyu kept her head bowed, unwilling to utter a word. The two maintained this tense silence for some time, leaving Lu Zhe perplexed. He then stepped directly in front of Lu Xiaoyu, preparing to lift her chin, only to be interrupted by her quiet query. What is your relationship with that woman? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. What do you mean? Lu Zhe felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Upon hearing those encouraging words, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly lifted her head and fixed her gaze intently on Lu Zhe. What exactly is your relationship with that guy? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was loud, yet it was tinged with a hint of tearfulness. At this moment, Lu Zhe began to fathom his intentions, and subsequently, a smile graced his lips. Upon witnessing Lu Zhe's smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately felt displeased and exclaimed, what are you laughing about? Do you truly have any connection with that guy? All right, Lu Zhe replied. Xiao Xiao and I are both members of the Shrek 7 monsters, and I am several years her senior, so it is only natural for me to show concern. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair, instantly subdued by the gesture. Lu Xiaoyu fell silent and refrained from further comments. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe believed that the matter had been resolved. He then remarked, it is getting late. You should return to your dormitory to rest. After saying this, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, Lu Xiaoyu grasped his arm tightly. Perplexed, Lu Zhe turned back to her and inquired gently, what is it? Is there something else you wish to discuss? Yet, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated and stammered, I was thinking, perhaps I could stay the night at your place. Upon hearing this remark, Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then took Lu Xiaoyu's small hand and led her towards his dormitory. Before long, they arrived at his room. You can wash up and then sleep on this big bed, Lu Zhe said with a smile, pointing to the spacious bed. What about you? Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly. Of course, I will sleep on the other bed, Lu Zhe chuckled, continuing, at your age, do you still wish to sleep with me? With that, he headed towards the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned slightly displeased, yet she accepted it willingly. Later, as she entered the bathroom to prepare for her wash, she discovered Lu Zhe was already in the shower, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. She quickly completed her washing and dashed to the bed, diving under the covers. Shortly after, Lu Zhe emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. His long silver hair, previously tied back, now cascaded down his back. With his damp appearance and exquisite features, anyone unfamiliar with him might mistakenly perceive him as a woman at first glance. As Lu Zhe stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed Lu Xiaoyu, whose head was buried in the covers, and with a smile, he settled onto the other bed. In the dead of night, Lu Zhe had already succumbed to slumber, while Lu Xiaoyu quietly approached his bedside. The soft moonlight illuminated Lu Zhe's face, momentarily captivating Lu Xiaoyu. She recalled that her brother had not seemed so handsome before. How had he transformed so remarkably? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she found herself climbing onto his bed. The following morning, Lu Zhe felt as though something was constricting his neck. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Xiaoyu's face alarmingly close to his own. "Hey, it's time to get up." Lu Zhe gently patted Lu Xiaoyu's back and said. Startled from her deep slumber, Lu Xiaoyu gradually opened her eyes. "Is it morning?" she murmured sleepily. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, she appeared somewhat flustered. However, Lu Zhe seemed unfazed, instead lifting her into his arms. Given that Lu Xiaoyu was already several heads shorter than him, she resembled a small child cradled in his embrace. Gradually, Lu Xiaoyu grew accustomed to being held this way, resting her head comfortably on Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Get up and let's apologize to Xiao Xiao," Lu Zhe suddenly declared. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyu was jolted awake. "Can I not go?" she replied reluctantly. "No," came Lu Zhe's firm response. Lu Zhe outright refused, providing no opportunity for him to offer any reasons for sleeping. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyu was taken to the inner courtyard by Lu Zhe. "When you see Xiao Xiao later, remember to call her sister," Lu Zhe said slowly, walking ahead of Lu Xiaoyu. "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu replied, clearly reluctant. Before long, Lu Zhe had led Lu Xiaoyu to Xiao Xiao. "Lu Ge, do you need something from me?" Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then slowly inquired, "How is your injury?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao quickly responded, "It's fine now. With the teacher's treatment, I'm feeling much better." "Well, it's good to hear that," Lu Zhe remarked as he gently pushed Lu Xiaoyu in front of her. "Who is this?" Xiao Xiao felt a wave of confusion as she looked at Lu Xiaoyu. However, the next moment, she was struck with astonishment. "I apologize." Lu Xiaoyu hesitantly uttered a phrase. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Xiao's delicate form trembled, and she found it hard to believe what she had just heard. At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly remarked, "Be a bit more honest." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wore a displeased expression and slowly remarked, "Sister Xiao Xiao, I was in the wrong last night, so please forgive me." With that, she bent down slightly. Xiao Xiao, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu, couldn't help but smile, then replied gently, "It's all right. I understand it wasn't intentional. Yes, this child may have had a moment of impulse." "Let it go," Lu Zhe interjected softly. Xiao Xiao, hearing this, chuckled and said, "It's fine. He must care for you quite a bit." Indeed, Lu Zhe responded with a smile. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, they parted ways. On the way back to the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyu wore a sullen expression, while Lu Zhe, observing her demeanor, pondered her thoughts but couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, turning to him upon hearing his laughter. Hearing this, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about some amusing incidents." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu expressed a hint of disbelief. "No more questions. Go prepare for the impending freshman assessment," Lu Zhe concluded, leaving her standing alone. Momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately decided to seek out her teammates. Chapter 50. The invitation. The new cohort of students at Shrek Academy had been present for quite some time, and the freshman assessment had finally arrived. The Seoul arena buzzed with excitement, as nearly 100 three-member teams gathered together. It seems this year's talent surpasses that of the previous cohort. A man standing beside Lu Zhe remarked slowly. Indeed, Lu Zhe responded with a smile, then continued, "This year's freshmen possess exceptional abilities." After this exchange, the two fell silent, for the freshman assessment had commenced. Lu Zhe naturally arrived at the combat arena where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were present. "The match has already commenced," he remarked with a smile as he stood in the spectator area. Although the first match did not involve Lu Xiaoyu's team, both competing teams exhibited considerable strength. The first round of the freshman assessment begins now, with Class 4 facing off against Class 3. "May the participants from both teams enter the arena," announced the referee loudly from the combat platform. With that, the two teams ascended the platform amidst the watchful eyes of the audience. Both sides boast Seoul Emperors. "It seems we are in for an exhilarating display of this year's dark horse teams," Lu Zhe commented with a gentle smile. At that moment, a man approached him, grinning as he said, "It seems that your team might be the true dark horse of this competition." Lu Zhe turned around to discover that the individual was none other than his old acquaintance, Gong Yang. "What a surprise," Lu Zhe chuckled. However, Gong Yang was no fool. He had long heard that this year's freshman class had 3 Soul Masters, and it was evident they would form a team. I didn't expect you to be so modest, Gong Yang-mo replied with a faint smile. The two then fell silent as the competition commenced. Though both teams in the first match possessed Soul Sovereigns, the coordination of the freshman Class 4 was far inferior to that of Class 3. Initially, the two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground. Yet, due to their teamwork issues, the team from freshman Class 3 quickly gained the upper hand. Before long, the match concluded, with freshman Class 3's team undoubtedly emerging victorious. With the referee's announcement, the second match of the competition began. In the second round of the freshman assessment, freshman Class 1, Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiaoer will face off against freshman Class 10, Yifei, Huang Sha, and Li Yan. The referee announced loudly. Upon receiving the notification, the contestants quickly ascended the soul fighting platform. Upon reaching the platform, Lu Xiaoyu began to scan the area, seemingly searching for something. Meanwhile, Yifei, noticing Lu Xiaoyu's lack of regard for him, felt his temper flare. "Are you being a bit arrogant?" Yifei muttered under his breath. Hearing his remark, Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to attention and coldly replied, "And if I am?" At this, the already irate Yifei charged towards Lu Xiaoyu, but fortunately, the referee intervened. "This is the soul fighting platform. You are not to make any moves before I call for the start. Otherwise, it will be counted as a concession," the referee stated sternly. Confronted with this admonition, Yifei immediately calmed down, casting a menacing glare at Lu Xiaoyu. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his search around the platform. Witnessing this, Yifei let out a disdainful snort. "Kid, you'll regret this soon enough," he retorted before turning away. Lu Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to his words, still scanning the area. Soon, his gaze fell upon Lu Zhe, who was watching him, and a smile broke across his face. "Just watch. I will definitely win this match," Lu Xiaoyu whispered joyfully to himself. Before long, the referee took his position at the center of the soul fighting platform. Glancing at both sides, "Let the battle begin." With the referee's command, Yifei shot forward like a cannonball. "Kid, you will pay for your previous actions," Yifei shouted loudly. Upon spotting Yifei charging towards her, Lu Xiaoyu could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Just as she prepared to make her move, someone behind her seized the opportunity first. It was Gu Yuna, who softly uttered, "Flame wave." No sooner had the words left her lips than a wave of fire surged towards Yifei. Faced with the fiery onslaught, Yifei faltered, hastily attempting to evade it. Although he narrowly escaped the inferno at the last moment, when he lifted his gaze, he found a striking figure before him. It was Xiaoer, wielding a golden spear, who wasted no time and lunged towards his face. With a resounding thud, Yifei was sent crashing into the arena. When his teammates rushed to assess the situation, they were momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere was charged with bewilderment. The referee, standing outside the arena, also sensed something was amiss and quickly approached to investigate. "Class 10 of the newcomers, Yifei has lost his qualification to continue fighting," the referee announced loudly. The spectators were struck with astonishment at this declaration. One blow had rendered Yifei incapable of combat. Was this girl truly that formidable? Surely not. Yifei was a soul master after all. A wave of murmurs cascaded through the crowd, with most unable to believe what had just transpired. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before them, and the other competitors fell into a hushed silence. Soon after, the remaining 2 members of Class 10 chose to forfeit, recognizing the vast disparity in strength. Not only was it futile to attempt to teach Lu Xiaoyu a lesson, but they could barely breach the defenses of the 2 young women before him, let alone confront her directly. As the competition drew to a close, Lu Xiaoyu's team from Class 1 emerged victorious. With the referee's announcement echoing in the air, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly descended from the arena, making her way towards Lu Zhe. In no time, she stood before him. "Congratulations." Lu Zhe spoke before Lu Xiaoyu could utter a word. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a warmth spread through her heart. She lifted her proud head and gazed at Lu Zhe with a beaming smile. "Brother, I won. Aren't you going to say anything?" she said with an innocent, cheerful grin. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly, then gradually replied, "All right, once you secure the championship, I promise you one thing," instantly invigorated by his statement. Lu Xiaoyu beamed and asked, "Really?" To which Lu Zhe replied with a smile, "Do you not trust your brother's words?" "Okay, let's make a pact," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, extending her small hand with a smile. Lu Zhe did not decline. He extended his hand and engaged in a pact with him. Just at that moment, a man clad in distinctive attire approached them. Upon seeing him, Lu Zhe instantly understood. Xiaoyu, you should head back first. I have matters to attend to, Lu Zhe said with a smile. He then followed the man away from the scene, as Lu Zhe's figure gradually receded into the distance. Lu Xiaoyu felt an unsettling premonition, yet she quickly regained her composure. My brother is so strong. How could anything happen to him? Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a smile before turning to walk towards Gu Yuna and the others. Chapter 51. That world. What could Elder Xian possibly want with me? Lu Zhe followed a man clad in special attire and inquired softly. The man, upon hearing his question, expressed his ignorance and replied, Let us discuss the report with Elder Xian. He merely instructed me to escort you. It seemed that Lu Zhe had already surmised some details. Subsequently, the two continued their journey toward the Sea God Pavilion. Before long, Lu Zhe found himself standing before Elder Xian, guided by the man. Upon meeting Elder Xian's gaze, the man instinctively knelt. Remaining in place, Lu Zhe naturally asked, Elder Xian, is there something you wish to discuss with me? The elder's expression turned grave as he slowly responded, It pertains to the future of the continent. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's demeanor became serious. Have you discovered something? He inquired earnestly. Indeed, Elder Xian, with a solemn countenance, revealed the reason, stating, We have made progress regarding the matter of the dead city. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately understood and subsequently inquired, What have you discovered? Elder Xian, not one to beat around the bush, responded directly. Our Shrek inspection team has sensed an exceptionally strong spatial energy emanating from the bottom of a vast canyon. Are you suggesting that there may be a spatial rift at the bottom of that canyon? Lu Zhe asked gravely. Elder Xian did not speak, but merely nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe's expression grew increasingly grave. If that place truly led to the realm where the 10 suns resided, the consequences were beyond their imagination. Only Lu Zhe comprehended the immense power of that world, primarily due to the being who referred to himself as the 7 deadly sins of greed. His strength was of an entirely different dimension compared to this world, and if his true form were to arrive, the ramifications would be unfathomable. I have a rough idea, Lu Zhe said slowly, contemplating the implications. Xian Lao, observing the gravity of the situation, interjected, Very well. I shall arrange for the talented individuals from the inner court to accompany you on this reconnaissance. However, Lu Zhe firmly rejected Xian Lao's proposal. No, that place is exceedingly perilous. Others cannot be permitted to go, he stated with utmost seriousness. Xian Lao, taken aback by his expression, felt a surge of confusion. Why? He inquired, puzzled. Lu Zhe replied with unwavering seriousness, There is no reason. If it is indeed that place, even you may not emerge unscathed. Upon hearing this, Xian Lao realized that Lu Zhe must possess some knowledge he was reluctant to share. Yet upon further reflection, he understood that Lu Zhe was likely acting out of a desire to protect them, as that place could indeed be extraordinarily dangerous. Allowing others to accompany them might result in total annihilation. Very well, if you insist, I shall accompany you, Xian Lao said slowly. Without allowing Lu Zhe a moment to respond, he continued, Rest assured, I will only assist you from the edge of the canyon. Initially inclined to refuse, Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, fell silent and nodded in agreement. Let us not delay. We shall set forth at once, Xian Lao stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded in agreement and turned to set off with Elder Xian. After a while, they arrived at the destination of their mission. Is this the place? Lu Zhe inquired softly. Elder Xian nodded and replied, You must exercise utmost caution during this operation. If anything seems amiss, retreat at once. Do you understand? Lu Zhe nodded in response, then turned his gaze towards the depths of the canyon, leaping down without a moment's hesitation. Before long, he arrived at the canyon's floor. Observing the surrounding environment, Lu Zhe increasingly suspected that this place served as a portal to another realm. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a spatial rift. Gazing at the vast crack before him, Lu Zhe could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It seemed this was indeed the location, he murmured gravely. Without further contemplation, he stepped directly into the rift. As a dazzling light enveloped him, he instinctively closed his eyes. When Lu Zhe opened them once more, he was instantly taken aback by the breathtaking scene before him. Words failed him in that moment. The scene before Lu Zhe could only be described as hellish. The dark crimson moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an eerie pall over the world. As Lu Zhe stepped into this realm, a commotion erupted within a distant palace as someone sensed an ominous presence. That guy's aura. Has he returned? Was he not already dead? In an instant, chaos ensued among the inhabitants of the palace. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in a black suit emerged. Observing the pandemonium around him, he coldly inquired, What are you all doing? The murmuring crowd fell silent upon hearing his voice, promptly taking their seats. Once they settled, the man inquired with a slow deliberation. What is all this fuss about? Silence enveloped the room until a man stood to provide an explanation. Lucifer, did you not sense that guy's presence? He questioned. Indeed. The impeccably dressed man was none other than Lucifer, the embodiment of pride, the foremost of the 7 deadly sins. The questioner was Leviathan, ranked second among the sins. Embodying envy. Leviathan, do you truly believe I would be oblivious to that guy's presence? Lucifer retorted with a cold smirk. Leviathan, taken aback by his expression, immediately complied and returned to his seat. Noticing this, Lucifer chose to ignore him and address the others. His aura is faint. It seems he is not fully awakened. Go and bring him back, alive. With that, he turned and departed. The others, including Leviathan, dared not defy his command, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among them at that moment. Are we really meant to capture that guy ourselves? One man inquired hesitantly. Leviathan glanced at him and replied, no need. Since Lucifer mentioned that he is not fully awakened, let the 10 sons handle it. Very well, the man responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Luce remained oblivious to the unprecedented crisis looming ahead. How could this be? He murmured as he wandered along a narrow path, lost in thought. The reason for his bewilderment lay in the uncanny familiarity of this world. It felt as though he had been here before. Countless questions flooded his mind. Just as he was lost in contemplation, an attack surged toward him. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the surroundings, reducing the terrain to rubble. Fortunately, Luce possessed the protection of Xeno's turtle, rendering him unharmed, though the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon his expression. Luce slowly lifted his head to gaze at the sky above, and at that moment, he was utterly astonished. 7 figures stood suspended in midair, their eyes fixed intently upon him. At that instant, a man positioned at the center of the 7 began to speak. Come with us for a while. Chapter 52. A first encounter in a forest of a different realm. Luce was panting heavily. To his surprise, he bore wounds upon his body. The cause was none other than the 7 individuals who were the foremost among the 10 sons. The strongest among them was the leader of the 10 sons, codenamed Collapse. I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament. Luce chuckled as he leaned against a tree. Even though he had employed his first form, it was merely by chance that he had managed to escape from those 7. It is best not to linger in battle, he thought to himself with a faint smile. He then prepared to rise and depart from the area, but just as he stood, he was suddenly locked onto by an overwhelming aura. Have they come after me again? Luce murmured as he gazed up at the dark red sky. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than several figures materialized in the air. You would do well to come along quietly, the leading man spoke slowly. He was none other than the leader of the 10 sons, Collapse. Luce exhaled a breath of murky air, then regarded them with a faint smile. If you can achieve it, I shall remain silent, Luce remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Collapse felt a surge of anger. Are you provoking us? He retorted. Who knows? Luce chuckled softly. In that case, do not blame us, Collapse said in a low voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Collapse vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood behind Luce, launching a swift kick towards his ribs without uttering a word. However, Luce was no novice. As Collapse approached, he activated his absolute defense. Yet, Luce soon found himself at a disadvantage. Crack. With a sound akin to shattering glass, Luce's absolute defense crumbled. Collapse's kick landed squarely on his ribs. With a grunt, Luce was sent hurtling away, spitting blood as he collided forcefully with a distant rock. Boom. The impact stirred a cloud of dust. What a mess. Luce scoffed from within the haze. Gradually rising, he turned his gaze back to Collapse and his companions, his expression shifting. I haven't employed this move yet. I wonder what the outcome will be, Luce mused with a smile. Instantly, a formidable power erupted from within him. Upon sensing the sheer terror of this force, Collapse's expression shifted, and he charged at Luce without hesitation. Something feels amiss, a man standing with Collapse remarked solemnly. As if on cue, an unusual scene unfolded. Golden runes began to spread across Luce's body, reminiscent of the time he had emerged from his chrysalis. It's been a while since I experienced this feeling, Luce murmured softly. At that moment, Collapse was already in front of him, throwing a punch without hesitation. Bang! In an instant, the surrounding terrain resembled a wasteland ravaged by a meteor strike. Yet, Collapse stood there, astonished, staring straight ahead. How is this possible? The remaining 6 were equally taken aback, fixated on the spot where Collapse had stood, for Luce had effortlessly received Collapse's punch. Is this the prowess of the Tenyao's chief? Lu Zhe inquired softly. Hearing this, Collapse felt a rush of indignation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself several dozen meters away from Lu Zhe. Authority. Why are you still lingering behind? Collapse coldly demanded. A man suspended in midair chuckled at this, then replied slowly, Apologies, I momentarily lost track of time. This man was Authority, ranked second among the 10 Yao. After sharing a smile, Authority continued, It is time to join the fray, my brothers. Understood. The remaining 5 individuals displayed expressions of exuberance. Shall we proceed together? Lu Zhe remarked casually, and upon further contemplation, he chuckled, realizing it was indeed preferable to avoid wasting time. The 10 sons comprised 10 members, each possessing a unique codename, granted only to those of considerable prowess. The codenames, ranked from highest to lowest based on strength, were as follows: Cataclysm, Authority, Wealth, Judgment, Equity, Justice, Calamity, Man-Made Disaster, Canis Major, and Canis Minor. Currently, Man-Made Disaster, Canis Major, and Canis Minor remained within the Douluo continent, while the other 7 sons found themselves in a stalemate with Lu Zhe. Cataclysm was utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that this individual could single-handedly contend with all 7 of them without losing ground. Is this truly the extent of your power? Authority inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a faint smile and then slowly remarked, That's about right. Your strength in the 10 sons is rather mediocre. Huh. In response to this statement, the Arbiter scoffed coldly, Can you still speak such words when none of us could even inflict harm on a single one of you? Lu Zhe retorted, You 7 cannot even suppress me. Do you not comprehend the disparity? The Arbiter, taken aback by his words, found himself at a loss for a reply. At that moment, Fortune suddenly interjected, If it weren't for the fact that the elders wish to remain alive, do you truly believe you could still be here now? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell silent, fully aware of the opponent's prowess. In his prime, he could barely hold his ground against their combined forces, and he was incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. If they truly wished to end his life, he doubted he could withstand for long. At that moment, the entity known as Collapse intervened. I strongly advise you to accompany us. Otherwise, when those esteemed individuals arrive, you will find yourself regretting your decision, Collapse stated coldly. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition washed over Lu Zhe. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved that it would be wise to vacate the premises. As he prepared to depart, he was abruptly halted by Judgment. Where do you think you're going? Boom. The moment the words left Judgment's lips, a powerful punch landed squarely on Lu Zhe's chest. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, using his arm to absorb the blow. Seizing the momentum from Judgment's strike, he sprinted away with great haste. Sensing something amiss, the others immediately gave chase. However, by that time, Lu Zhe had already evaded their encirclement, and in the instant of his breakout, he hurled a gravity singularity. A tremendous explosion obliterated everything in the vicinity. The Collapse group, caught off guard, swiftly assumed defensive positions. Yet, Lu Zhe took advantage of the chaos to distance himself. Damn it! The Collapse members seethed with fury in the aftermath of the explosion. The expressions of the others mirrored their irritation. They yearned to dismantle Lu Zhe piece by piece. Having successfully escaped, Lu Zhe glanced back and, upon realizing that Collapse had not pursued him, breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for this world harbored beings even more formidable than Collapse. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived near the spatial rift at an astonishing speed. Just as he prepared to leave, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Did you think you could simply walk away? A magnetic voice resonated behind him. Startled, Lu Zhe spun around and retreated several meters. Who are you? He exclaimed, astonished. The fact that he could not sense this individual standing behind him left him bewildered. He had no inkling of how they had appeared. Such a phenomenon could arise from only 2 scenarios. Either the individual excelled in stealth, or their strength far surpassed his own. What I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you will accompany me, the stranger replied with a smile. Upon hearing the words, Lu Zhe instantly discerned that the individual before him was no ordinary person. He was undoubtedly affiliated with the forces of destruction. However, before Lu Zhe could fully react, the man reappeared right before him. Approaching Lu Zhe, the man raised a hand, intending to place it upon his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming pressure. In the face of this imminent threat, he hastily unleashed his newfound technique. With a resonant hum, everything around him, save for Lu Zhe, became frozen in time. Even the leaves, poised to touch the ground, hung suspended in midair. The man before Lu Zhe was also ensnared in this moment of stasis. Believing the ordeal to be over, Lu Zhe exhaled in relief and made his way toward the rift in space. Yet, just as he turned to take a step, a shocking scene unfolded. With a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, the previously frozen world erupted back into motion. "You are quite intriguing." A familiar voice resonated behind Lu Zhe, immediately followed by an aura of profound terror enveloping the vicinity. "Who are you?" Lu Zhe inquired gravely. The man, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and responded, "You are far more entertaining than I anticipated. It is no wonder you have inherited that individual's power." Doubt clouded Lu Zhe's mind as he pondered the man's identity. The man, noticing Lu Zhe's perplexed expression, grinned with delight. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucifer, one of the 7 deadly sins, representing pride." Upon hearing this name, Lu Zhe was struck with astonishment. It was widely known that pride was the most grievous sin among the 7 deadly sins, indicating that this individual before him was likely the strongest among them. And then, Lu Zhe replied with a smirk. If his assumptions held true, crossing the rift in space would render him beyond Lucifer's reach. He sought to divert Lucifer's attention, seizing the opportunity to slip into the rift and escape this world. However, he soon realized the folly of his aspirations. "You wish for me to divert my focus and allow you to enter the rift?" Lucifer remarked with a faint smile. Lu Zhe was taken aback. He could not fathom how Lucifer had discerned his intentions. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a gamble. Seizing the moment, he sprinted towards the rift behind him. Yet, as soon as he turned, he was engulfed in shock. "Stop," Lucifer uttered softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Zhe found himself immobilized. The sensation of being frozen was utterly bewildering for Lu Zhe, as it was starkly different from his own ability to halt time. The essence of Lu Zhe's stasis is akin to the suspension of time. However, any individual or object imbued with formidable strength and paradoxical power can shatter this temporal standstill. Yet, the stasis imposed by Lucifer is markedly distinct, for it ensnares only Lu Zhe among all surrounding entities, and he retains consciousness. Immobilized in this state, Lu Zhe finds himself at a loss, yearning to break free from the stasis, yet his power pales in comparison to Lucifer's, rendering him incapable of overcoming it. "If you wish to escape my grasp, I advise against futile resistance. It would be prudent to comply and accompany me," Lucifer remarks, a smile gracing his lips as he places a hand upon Lu Zhe's shoulder from behind. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Come with me," Lucifer declared, lifting Lu Zhe with the intention of departing from the scene. However, at that precise moment, Lu Zhe unleashed a remarkable surge of strength, forcefully breaking free from Lucifer's grasp. "Ah, I truly underestimated you," Lucifer remarked with a smile, observing Lu Zhe's newfound liberation. "Heh!" Lu Zhe let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Lucifer. Confusion flickered across Lucifer's face. He could not fathom how Lu Zhe could still find amusement at such a moment. "You are truly intriguing," Lucifer remarked slowly. Yet, the instant those words left his lips, a dark point of light materialized before him, only to erupt in a violent explosion. Boom! Before Lucifer could react, he was instantly engulfed by the tremendous blast. The architect of this havoc was none other than Lu Zhe. Observing the aftermath of Lucifer's obliteration, Lu Zhe spared no further thought and swiftly turned to flee towards the rift in space. In a mere instant, he stood before the fissure, poised to enter. However, at that critical juncture, a figure abruptly appeared in his path. The individual flicked their right index finger lightly, unleashing a terrifying force that swiftly consumed Lu Zhe. Bang! Caught off guard, Lu Zhe braced himself against the impact, only to crash violently into the earth. In an instant, the terrain around Lu Zhe transformed into a desolate ruin. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to gaze at the figure before him. "You cannot escape. Come with me willingly," the figure said, revealing itself to be Lucifer. Lu Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then fixed a grave gaze upon Lucifer. "No one can stop me from leaving," Lu Zhe stated coolly. Lucifer, taken aback by this declaration, soon broke into laughter. "How amusing. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner," he chuckled lightly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a long sword appeared before him in an instant. Without hesitation, Lucifer deflected the blade. However, he was unprepared for another sword to emerge from behind him. He intended to parry it as well, but was soon met with astonishment. Thud! Lucifer was shocked to find that he had indeed been wounded by a mere sword. "The power of rules?" he murmured. Yet, Lu Zhe offered no reply, continuing to wield both swords in his assault against Lucifer. Initially, the two blades proved significantly effective, But Lucifer quickly discerned their underlying principles. With a knowing smile, he was about to speak when an unexpected sword interrupted him. In a heartbeat, he found himself behind Luce, wrapping his arms around his waist. Caught off guard, Luce instinctively grasped Lucifer's intentions at the last moment. He attempted to break free from the embrace, but to no avail. "Let me go," Luce commanded loudly. Lucifer remained silent, holding him tightly until a sword pierced through both their chests. Thud. As Luce gazed at the sword piercing through his chest, he fell into a profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Lucifer, with a gentle smile, embraced him tightly. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you," Lucifer whispered softly into Luce's ear. Yet, at that moment, Luce was oblivious to everything around him, as if he had lost his senses entirely. Sensing something amiss, Lucifer quickly released Luce and stepped aside, observing him with growing seriousness. "Have you awakened?" Lucifer asked, astonished. No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying aura erupted from Luce, affecting even Lucifer himself. Luce's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, enveloped by a dark, shadowy mist. Just as Lucifer was taken aback, Luce slowly turned to face him. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, Lucifer felt a flicker of fear. However, Luce did not act aggressively. Instead, he merely cast a glance at Lucifer before preparing to step into the rift of space. This prompted Lucifer to become visibly displeased. As he appeared directly in front of Luce, blocking his path, "Did I permit you to leave?" Lucifer uttered coldly. Yet, Luce simply regarded him momentarily before softly commanding, "Stand there and do not move." Upon hearing this, Lucifer was rendered utterly astonished, as his body inexplicably refused to obey him, leaving him frozen in place. As Luce's words faded, he stepped boldly into the rift in space. Before long, he had traversed the fissure, and Lucifer's form was restored. With a calm demeanor, Lucifer gazed into the rift, lost in contemplation. Is this the truth? It seems the tales of old hold some veracity. At the bottom of the Grand Canyon in Douluo continent, Elder Xian, overwhelmed with concern for Luce, had recently arrived at the rift's edge. Peering into the abyss, Elder Xian's expression betrayed his grave thoughts. It has been nearly a month. Why has Luce not returned? Could it be that he has encountered peril? Elder Xian pondered aloud, just as he resolved to venture inside. A figure emerged from the rift. Upon recognizing the figure, Elder Xian was instantly engulfed in shock. "Luce, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the frail form before him. Luce, bloodied and battered, exuded an air of near death. Trembling, he urged, "You must leave this place at once." Understanding the urgency in his words, Elder Xian immediately scooped him up and soared towards the canyon's exit. As they ascended above the canyon, Elder Xian glanced back at the depths, his face etched with concern, lost in thought about what might lie within. Chapter 54, Awakening of the Truth? It has been such a long time. When will my brother return? In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu stared out at the blue sky and white clouds, lost in thought. Just then, the dormitory doors swung open. Lu Xiaoyu, sensing a disturbance, abruptly turned to glance at the doorway, only to find that the person returning was the one he had longed to see. "Brother, you're back," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with uncontainable joy, and then plunged into the embrace of the other. Lu Zhe, having just returned, looked down at Lu Xiaoyu nestled in his arms and couldn't help but smile. "I heard you secured the championship in the freshman assessment," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. She then looked up at him and said, "Well, does that mean you are about to fulfill our agreement? Speak, what is it that you desire?" Lu Zhe smiled gently in response. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to voice her thoughts, she suddenly noticed something unusual about Lu Zhe. She observed that his complexion was exceedingly pale, resembling someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. Concerned, she inquired, "Brother, is something wrong? Why do you look so unwell?" At her words, Lu Zhe's brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly replied, "No, how could anything be wrong with me?" However, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced by his assurances. Just as she was about to press further, Lu Zhe interrupted her, saying, "Quickly tell me what you want. Otherwise, I might not honor my word later." He smiled playfully. "Ah," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, then hurriedly added, "Please don't say that. My request is quite simple." "Oh, how simple is it?" Lu Zhe inquired with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately burst into laughter, then looked at Lu Zhe with a mischievous glint in her eyes and said, "How about I move in with you from now on? It's quite simple. I assent to it." Upon hearing this request, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but without much thought, he readily agreed. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's agreement, Lu Xiaoyu's laughter grew even more exuberant. This behavior left Lu Zhe feeling quite puzzled, yet he dismissed the thought, considering he was merely his younger brother. The two siblings engaged in light conversation for a while before stepping out of the dormitory. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu was eager to uncover what Lu Zhe had been up to during this period, but he remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Once outside the dormitory, Lu Zhe slowly began. There is something I need to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of confusion and subsequently inquired, "What is it?" Upon observing the situation, Lu Zhe paused for a moment before gently articulating, "From this moment forth, I shall no longer be your teacher." "Ah, why is that?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, her confusion palpable. Lu Zhe then proceeded to elucidate, "Due to certain circumstances, I must return to the inner courtyard to assume the role of instructor for the Shrek 7 monsters. Hence I can no longer continue as your teacher." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a touch of confusion, yet after some contemplation, he found it quite agreeable and in line with his desires. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Will you have the opportunity to be my teacher in the future?" In response to this question, Lu Zhe smiled faintly, gently ruffling his brother's hair as he replied, "Certainly. Once you enter the inner courtyard and become a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, that opportunity will arise." Lu Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. The two brothers lingered outside until evening, and after enjoying dinner, they returned to their dormitory. "Brother, shall we sleep together tonight?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile as he lay on the bed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and replied, "All right. You rest for now while I take a shower." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed even more joyfully, and then she dived headfirst into the blanket. Lu Zhe, after a faint smile, turned and walked into the bathroom. Inside, his previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Lucifer, you will pay for this," he murmured coldly. He then fell silent, focusing intently on tending to his wounds. Vivid crimson blood trickled from his chest, slowly seeping onto the floor. After a brief treatment, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Upon reaching his bedside, he noticed that Lu Xiaoyu appeared to be asleep. Without further thought, he lay down beside her. Once settled on the bed, Lu Zhe once again entered his mental sea. The architecture within remained unchanged, save for the once golden palace and its ornate inscriptions, which had transformed to a deep crimson hue after his battle with Lucifer. Most strikingly, however, was the transformation of the throne. The throne, which had always eluded his complete understanding, was now laid bare before him. Besides the powers of rules and paradoxes, it harbored an even mightier force, absolute truth. Those who fully grasp the truth wield the power to alter everything. The words of one who masters the truth are the truth itself, irrefutable, unbreakable, demanding absolute recognition and obedience. This is the essence of truth. Upon entering the former Golden Palace, Lu Zhe approached the throne. Gazing upon it, he whispered without hesitation, "Is truth supreme? Can anyone truly master it? Are those who possess the power of truth mere puppets of the truth?" How absurd. Lu Zhe did not believe that he could fail to grasp even a trivial truth. In his world, there existed no force beyond his control, save for himself. Without uttering another word, he shattered the throne. With a resounding explosion, the entire Crimson Palace underwent a dramatic transformation. At the moment of the throne's destruction, both the palace and his mental realm began to collapse. Countless inscriptions surged into Lu Zhe's mind, and in an instant, he was engulfed in unprecedented agony. With a contorted face, Lu Zhe let out a pained roar before collapsing into the void. Time became an enigma. Was it a millennium? A myriad of years? Or perhaps 100,000? At long last, I can once again intervene in this world. Hiki. In the depths of the unknown, Lu Zhe seemed to hear an eerie voice. When he opened his eyes once more, he discovered that Lu Xiaoyu, with tearful eyes, was resting on his chest, slowly rising and gathering his thoughts. Lu Zhe felt her stir and quickly lift her head. "Brother." Lu Xiaoyu called out to Lu Zhe with a voice so sudden that it left him bewildered. "What is the matter?" Lu Zhe inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Lu Xiaoyu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her voice tinged with anger as she exclaimed, "You clearly sustained such a serious injury. Why did you not inform me?" At that moment, Lu Zhe, taken aback by the revelation of his bandaged wounds, found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, Lu Xiaoyu grew increasingly displeased and, without further ado, delivered a punch to his chest. Suddenly realizing her misstep, she hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, prompting Lu Zhe to comfort her. It's all right. It's just a minor injury. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a sweet taste surged in his throat, and he promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu gasped in alarm, her concern palpable. Lu Zhe merely waved his hand to indicate that all was well. But soon after, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and he fainted completely. This left Lu Xiaoyu, who was beside him, in a state of shock, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Despite his desperate attempts at treatment, Lu Zhe remained unable to open his eyes, and ultimately, he had no choice but to seek assistance. Eventually, Elder Xian arrived, and upon seeing Lu Zhe's condition, he too was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly lifted Lu Zhe, heading towards the Sea God Pavilion. Lu Xiaoyu had wanted to follow, but Elder Xian firmly refused, insisting that Lu Zhe's situation was far from trivial. Left with no alternative, Lu Xiaoyu could only stand in Lu Zhe's dormitory, lost in thought, his mind a blank canvas. Please, let nothing happen to you, brother. Chapter 55. Has Lu Zhe been ruined? Truth, such an ethereal existence, remains unseen and untouchable by anyone. In the depths of the unknown, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself within the shattered realm of his own consciousness. Surrounded by darkness, he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a strange laughter echoed in his ears. Hee. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe was abruptly jolted back to reality, scanning his surroundings in search of the source of the laughter. However, he found himself enveloped in impenetrable darkness, unable to discern anything. Consequently, he began to navigate through the endless blackness. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe remained empty-handed. Just as he paused to gather his thoughts, that eerie laughter resonated once more. Instantly, Lu Zhe halted his contemplation and swiftly glanced around. Are you lurking in the shadows? He called out, his voice echoing in the void. No sooner had he spoken than a dark crimson apparition began to coalesce before him, gradually taking on a human form. Greetings, Lu Zhe. It uttered in a peculiar tone. This unexpected greeting stirred a flicker of surprise within Lu Zhe, prompting him to scrutinize the dark figure intently. What are you? He inquired, perplexed. The crimson apparition paused momentarily before responding with a mischievous grin. First and foremost, I am not merely an object. I am truth. Secondly, I am you. Yet you are not me. What do you mean? Lu Zhe asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Truth continued, in simple terms, you are merely my vessel. Your body will ultimately belong to me. At this proclamation, Lu Zhe erupted into laughter, approaching Truth with a cold demeanor. Do you truly believe you can accomplish that? Nothing is impossible. After all, I am Truth, it replied, chuckling impudently. Lu Zhe was uncertain about the true identity of the insufferable individual before him. Yet one thing was clear. This person possessed the power of truth, thus he could not afford to be complacent. Why the silence? Truth continued to hover around Lu Zhe, grinning mischievously. Gazing at this figure, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable surge of anger. I have no time to play games with a fool like you, he retorted before turning to leave. However, just as he pivoted, Truth once again obstructed his path. Are you still unaware that your soul power has been depleted? Truth remarked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe remained silent, for he was acutely aware of the state of his own body. From the moment he opened his eyes, he realized that his soul power had long since vanished, leaving him devoid of any sensation of its ebb and flow. The two of them lingered in silence for an extended period, until, after what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe coldly proclaimed, even in the absence of soul power, I can traverse the continent alone. Oh, is that so? Replied Truth with a hint of sardonic amusement. Lu Zhe wished to disregard him and turned to leave the sea of consciousness. However, he suddenly realized that he was utterly incapable of departing from this realm. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but after several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Forget about leaving. Without my consent, you shall never escape. Truth chuckled in Lu Zhe's ear. What have you done? Lu Zhe replied with an icy demeanor. Upon witnessing his expression, Truth's laughter grew more exuberant. Hee. This place has ceased to belong to you since the collapse of the Golden Palace, Truth remarked playfully. Then, floating gently above Lu Zhe, Truth spread his arms wide and proclaimed, Welcome to my world. As soon as the words left his lips, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The once boundless darkness gradually morphed into a terrain entirely familiar to Lu Zhe. How can this be? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Gazing down at the pavement beneath his feet, the towering skyscrapers, the vehicles rushing by, and the well-known streets all stimulated his senses profoundly. Was this not a modern city? As a resident of the 21st century, Lu Zhe felt an indescribable sensation upon encountering the modern metropolis once more. Though astounded, he quickly regained his composure and fixed an icy glare upon Truth. Who exactly are you? Lu Zhe's tone had noticeably intensified, revealing the depth of his anger. Do you truly believe that your accomplishments in the Douluo continent were solely due to the system's enhancement? Truth mocked. What do you mean? Lu Zhe was instantly shaken by this revelation. However, upon reflection, he began to comprehend Truth's insinuation. So you imply that this power originates from you? Lu Zhe inquired coldly. Bingo. But there is no reward, Truth replied with a sly grin. Lu Zhe felt a twinge of shock. After all, those two forms of power were far from ordinary. At that moment, Truth spoke again. What do you say? If you agree to one request of mine, all your previous powers can be restored. What kind of deal? Lu Zhe asked nonchalantly. Truth erupted into laughter and responded, It's quite simple. I merely desire your body. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell into a profound silence, uncertain of the choice before him. If he acquiesced to Truth's demands, would not his very being become the property of another? What then would be the purpose of the power he once wielded? Yet, should he refuse, would he not resign himself to a mundane existence, bringing his journey to a premature conclusion? What are you still pondering? Merely agree, and your strength shall be restored immediately, Truth remarked with a smile. Lu Zhe maintained a prolonged silence before finally turning around and coldly stating, I refuse. I would rather be an ordinary person than possess that power. At least I want to become a puppet of others. Upon hearing these words, Truth stood there, momentarily stunned, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, Truth managed to smile once more. Hee, one day you will agree, Truth said with an enigmatic grin. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lu Zhe vanished from sight. In that instant of his disappearance, the modern city surrounding Truth began to crumble. In a room within the Sea God Pavilion, a pale-faced Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. Am I back? He pondered, initially sensing a tinge of unreality. However, he quickly regained his composure, sitting up gradually to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a vibrant room. Just then, the door swung open, and the person who entered froze upon seeing Lu Zhe awake. Lu Zhe? The newcomer was none other than Elder Xian. Elder Xian, how long have I been asleep? Lu Zhe inquired softly. Elder Xian chuckled lightly, taking a seat on the stool beside his bed. You've been asleep for nearly a month. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack, he remarked with a sense of relief. Has it really been that long? Lu Zhe murmured slowly. At that moment, Elder Xian suddenly sensed something unusual about Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, what has happened to your soul power? Elder Xian paused, wary of provoking him further. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Then he forced a smile and replied, It's all right. Being an ordinary person is not so bad. Xian Lao, upon hearing this, felt a mix of emotions swirling within him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, Rest assured. Even if you become an ordinary person, we at Shrek will still cherish you. Lu Zhe nodded gently with a faint smile. Xian Lao, observing his demeanor, found himself at a loss for a suitable response and could only rise slowly, saying, You should take some time to recuperate here. I will take my leave for now. With that, Xian Lao turned and exited the room. Left alone, Lu Zhe gazed at his hands, lost in thought. He then lifted his gaze to the reflection in the window, letting out a helpless, bitter laugh. Just an ordinary person. It's nothing to be concerned about, he murmured with a wry smile. He then lay down on the bed to begin his recovery. Indeed, Lu Zhe had truly become an ordinary person. The golden inscriptions on his right hand had vanished, and even his once golden eyes had transformed into the most commonplace shade of black. For another individual, such a circumstance might represent the most profound injury of their life, one from which they could never recover. Yet, it was Lu Zhe who faced this situation, and he had come to terms with his current state. As he lay on the bed, he stared at the ceiling and couldn't help but smile. From now on, I should eat, drink, and spend more time with Xiaoyu. Chapter 56. Strength gradually returns, not much, but sufficient. Within the core class of Shrek's outer courtyard, in the classroom where Lu Xiaoyu currently resides, it is a time of respite, and all around him, his classmates engage in cheerful conversation, leaving him isolated in his gloom. The cause of his distress is none other than his concern for Lu Zhe's well-being. At that moment, a figure appears at the entrance of their classroom. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu does not notice the newcomer until a voice calls out to him. Lu Xiaoyu, someone is looking for you outside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu slowly directed her gaze towards the entrance, only to discover that it was Xiao Xiao who had come looking for her. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps Xiao Xiao had learned about her brother's predicament, prompting her visit. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed to stand before her. "Sister Xiao, how's my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Xiao, recognizing her concern, did not indulge in unnecessary words but replied succinctly, "Yes, Lu Gu has awakened." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu's expression transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. From this, Xiao Xiao could discern the depth of her worry for Lu Zhe and subtly gestured for her to follow. Lu Xiaoyu did not refuse. In her eagerness to see Lu Zhe as soon as possible, she urged Xiao Xiao to quicken her pace. This left Xiao Xiao feeling quite exasperated, yet she could only manage a smile. Before long, Xiao Xiao led Lu Xiaoyu into the Sea God Pavilion. Upon arriving outside a room, Xiao Xiao halted her steps. "Xiaoyu, you may enter by yourself. I shall take my leave," she said with a smile. However, the stiffness of her smile only deepened Lu Xiaoyu's confusion. As soon as Xiao Xiao departed, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly plunged into the room. Inside, she found Lu Zhe lying on the bed, his eyes closed in rest. Without a second thought, she leaped onto the bed. "Brother!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Xiaoyu beaming at him. After a gentle smile, he ruffled her hair. "Ah, it's Xiaoyu. I thought it was someone else," Lu Zhe said softly, chuckling. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's feeble voice, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately filled with concern and hurriedly asked, "Brother, are you feeling any better?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's concern for him, Lu Zhe revealed a grateful smile and gradually replied, "I'm fine. I feel much better now." Despite his words, Lu Xiaoyu could still discern the pallor of his condition. "Are you truly all right?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend his younger brother or to chastise him. "Do you truly wish for me to be in trouble?" Lu Zhe murmured softly. No, not at all," Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly refuted. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sight of Lu Zhe's beaming smile left Lu Xiaoyu momentarily stunned, nearly causing her to leap forward. Realizing that her thoughts may have strayed a bit too far, Lu Xiaoyu quickly lowered her head. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of confusion and, after a moment of contemplation, gently inquired, "What troubles you?" At this question, Lu Xiaoyu panicked, hastily waving her hands in denial. "It's nothing, really." Lu Zhe responded with a casual smile before shifting his gaze towards the window. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly noticed something amiss with him and promptly asked, "Brother, what has become of your soul power?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "As you can see, I am now an ordinary person devoid of any soul power." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's spirits immediately sank. Lu Zhe gazed at his brother's expression, ready to offer comfort, but was interrupted by a resolute declaration. "Brother, I will definitely protect you in the future," Lu Xiaoyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Observing the determination etched on his face, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. He then replied gently, "All right, if you intend to protect me, let us first take a leisurely stroll." As dusk descended, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu ambled along the shores of the Sea God Lake. "Brother, without soul power, how will you manage?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly, walking beside Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe pondered thoughtfully for a moment before jestingly remarking, "From now on, I suppose I shall focus on how to live a stable life." Oh, Lu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. She pondered, could it be that her once invincible brother now truly desires to lead an ordinary existence? The sky was growing dim. "We should head back," Lu Zhe said slowly at that moment. Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded, then, deep in thought, followed closely behind him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Zhe laid down on the bed without uttering a word. Standing by the bedside, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to do. After a short while, she glanced at Lu Zhe, who was fast asleep. Observing his pallid complexion, an inexplicable ache gripped her heart. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu lay down beside Lu Zhe, her gaze fixed on his ailing visage, gradually surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that his brother was nestled in his embrace. As he attempted to rise, he realized that Lu Xiaoyu had entwined himself around him tightly, making it quite difficult to move. Thus, he remained in the embrace for an indeterminate time. After a while, Lu Zhe made another attempt to sit up, and soon he managed to do so. However, he had scarcely settled when Lu Xiaoyu pushed him back down onto the bed. "Xiaoyu, it's time to get up," Lu Zhe gently patted his back and said. Yet, he soon realized that Lu Xiaoyu was already awake. though his expression seemed somewhat askew. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression exuded a chilling sensation, as if he were profoundly afraid of Lu Zhe's departure. Xiaoyu, what is the matter? Lu Zhe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Realizing the situation, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly leaped down from the bed, subsequently fixing a bashful gaze upon Lu Zhe. Lu Xiaoyu stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled, then gradually rose to his feet and said, "You should hurry to your class." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu quickly came to her senses and abruptly stood up. "Oh no! I almost forgot that I have class today," she exclaimed in a flurry. This amused Lu Zhe, who was standing nearby. After the two brothers briefly attended to their grooming, they parted ways. Lu Zhe watched as Lu Xiaoyu disappeared from his sight before turning back to his dormitory. However, his expression turned icy cold, starkly contrasting with the demeanor he had exhibited while facing Lu Xiaoyu. "You ought to show yourself soon, don't you think?" Lu Zhe spoke coldly into the air. Initially, he was alone in the dormitory, but as soon as his words faded, a mocking laughter echoed around him. You found me." With this utterance, a shadow of a deep crimson hue began to coalesce before Lu Zhe. "Who are you, Truth? How can you possibly leave my body?" Lu Zhe stated bluntly upon seeing the figure. Truth chuckled mischievously in response, then slowly articulated, "I have no intention of leaving. You have only two options, either consent to the transaction, or I shall remain by your side until you do." "What if I choose neither?" Lu Zhe replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Truth did not press him further. Instead, they retorted with a sneer, "You will make a choice." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was about to retort when he was once again interrupted by Truth. "How about this? To prevent you from perishing before our transaction, I shall bestow upon you a modicum of power," Truth remarked with a derisive tone. Without allowing Lu Zhe any opportunity for rebuttal, Truth vanished once more. After his disappearance, Lu Zhe, with a sense of skepticism, began to sense the energy coursing through his body. To his astonishment, he realized that the essence within him was no longer soul power, but rather the power of paradox and a fragment of rule power. "Is this a form of earnest money?" Lu Zhe mused with a cold smirk. Yet, this was not without merit. At least he now possessed the means for self-preservation. However, a lingering question plagued Lu Zhe. Why had Truth acted so unexpectedly, and what was the true purpose behind such actions? After much contemplation, Lu Zhe formulated a rather audacious hypothesis, yet he quickly suppressed it. It was still too early. In due time, all enigmas would be unraveled. Lu Zhe's lips curled upwards once more. "I will leisurely accompany you in your games." Chapter 57. A Meeting of Two Reigns. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lu Zhe's life remains unchanged as he spends his days idly. It is likely that apart from himself, no one else is aware that his powers have returned. In the evening, within Lu Zhe's dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu, who had just returned, silently approached and took a seat beside him, gazing intently at him. "You're back quite early today," Lu Zhe remarked, slowly opening his eyes upon sensing Lu Xiaoyu's presence. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled with delight. Upon witnessing his exuberance, Lu Zhe felt a surge of curiosity and gently inquired, "What has brought you such joy today?" After a brief pause, Lu Xiaoyu replied, "I have been selected for the inner courtyard ahead of schedule." "Ah, then congratulations are in order," Lu Zhe said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Thereafter, Lu Xiaoyu shared numerous personal anecdotes, instilling in him a newfound sense of confidence. However, as their conversation deepened, Lu Zhe revealed a pivotal piece of information. "It seems the inner courtyard is set to host an event soon, where you shall have the opportunity to witness a grand occasion," Lu Zhe stated thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became intrigued and hurriedly inquired, "What event is it? Can I participate?" Observing the eager expression on her face, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems to be called the Sea God Connection," Lu Zhe replied slowly. Lu Xiaoyu was hearing the term Sea God Fate for the first time, and his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further, "What does Sea God Fate mean?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe took a moment to reflect on what Yin Yun had previously shared with him. After some contemplation, he finally recalled and slowly replied, "It seems that Sea God Fate refers to an activity for finding one's soulmate. As long as one completes a series of steps, they can be together with the person they admire." Upon hearing this clearly, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly let out a loud cry, startling Lu Zhe, who was standing nearby. "What is the matter with you?" Lu Zhe inquired, astonished. Lu Xiaoyu let out a loud exclamation before sinking into contemplation. After a moment, She returned to her senses and offered an awkward smile. It's nothing. Really? Lu Zhe asked, somewhat skeptical. Yes. Lu Xiaoyu was frantically tapping her head, as though concealing something. Seeing this, Lu Zhe chose not to pursue the matter further, as he believed that his younger brother harbored no ill intentions. Let it be, he thought. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up again. Brother, may I ask you something? Go ahead, what is it? Lu Zhe responded readily. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu hesitantly inquired. Will you be participating in the ocean deity event? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Upon witnessing his momentary daze, Lu Xiaoyu began to feel a sense of unease. Brother, you can't possibly be considering participating, can you? But it seems you don't have a girl you like. If you do participate, it wouldn't. All right. Lu Zhe quickly interjected to halt her words. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced, continuing, you really should reconsider your decision to participate. Lu Zhe initially intended to inform him of his decision to abstain from participating in the sea goddess fate. However, upon witnessing his fervent demeanor, his interest was piqued. Yet, a friend has extended an invitation for me to join. It would be rather ungracious to decline their kindness, Lu Zhe expressed slowly, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked, seizing his collar and exclaiming loudly, No, I cannot permit you to partake in that wretched sea goddess fate. Absolutely not. Lu Zhe was momentarily bewildered by his actions, a hint of an awkward smile etched upon his face. I was just joking, please don't take it seriously. Lu Zhe said with a forced smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu, who had nearly toppled Lu Zhe, gradually regained a semblance of composure. Her taut muscles beginning to relax. Yes, Lu Xiaoyu replied softly, tinged with a hint of regret. Seeing this, Lu Zhe did not blame him but gently ruffled his hair. All right, I have something to attend to outside. You can go ahead and sleep, Lu Zhe said slowly after placing Lu Xiaoyu aside. With that, he prepared to walk out of the dormitory. As Lu Xiaoyu caught sight of Lu Zhe, who was about to leave the dormitory, a wave of panic swept over her, prompting her to swiftly grasp his hand. I want to go too, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and said, I will step out to meet a few friends. I shall return shortly. No, I wish to meet your friends, Lu Xiaoyu insisted resolutely. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, striving to persuade her. Stay in the dormitory and I shall bring back whatever you desire. No, I want to go. Be obedient. No, I absolutely must go. Ultimately, Lu Zhe could not withstand Lu Xiaoyu's determination and conceded to take her along. As the sun gradually descended, the sky swiftly darkened. Within the confines of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe ambled ahead, while Lu Xiaoyu dutifully followed in his wake. Brother, who exactly are you going to meet? Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly from behind. You will know when we arrive, Lu Zhe replied languidly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded to his words with evident displeasure. Walking ahead, Lu Zhe could only smile helplessly. Soon, the two arrived at the restaurant within the Shrek inner courtyard. The moment Lu Xiaoyu entered, he noticed a few individuals approaching from a distance, which instantly heightened his alertness. At that moment, a blue-haired youth stepped forward and gently remarked, Lu Ge, you have also arrived. It's been a while. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. Long time no see. You how? Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Xiaoyu, who had initially harbored some wariness, relaxed immediately. He then approached Lu Zhe, tugging at his sleeve, and inquired softly, Brother, is he your friend? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a brief introduction to the azure-haired youth before him. This is my former teammate, Hui Yuhao, who has just returned from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Lu Zhe explained slowly. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyu began to relax her vigilance. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao scrutinized Lu Xiaoyu with keen interest. Although he had learned of Lu Zhe's brother upon returning to Shrek Academy, he was not well acquainted with him. The sea god fate is approaching. Will you be participating, Lu Ge? Hui Yuhao inquired gently. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Lu Xiaoyu interjected forcefully. No. My brother will not participate. Her voice was notably loud, as if she feared that her statement might go unheard. This outburst immediately drew the attention of those around them, causing all eyes to converge upon her. Is it really necessary to be so agitated? Was the unspoken thought of the onlookers. Oh, don't mind her. My sister is just like that, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile, pressing down on Lu Xiaoyu's head. Instantly subdued, Lu Xiaoyu fell in line beside Lu Zhe. The group engaged in merriment for a considerable time, but as the day waned, Lu Zhe decided it was time to leave. Having been informed by Elder Xian that there was a matter requiring his attention the following day, he deemed it wise to rest early. During this brief interlude, Lu Xiaoyu managed to familiarize herself with Hui Yuhao and the others. Chapter 58. The transaction. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived at the Sea God Pavilion as promised. Upon witnessing the solemn expressions of the elders, he felt an unsettling premonition. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Elder Xian, has there been an incident with the spatial rift?" The elders sighed collectively, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Indeed, there had been an issue with the spatial rift. At that moment, Elder Xian spoke up, breaking the oppressive silence. "What has transpired?" Lu Zhe's concern deepened. The consequences of entities from that realm crossing over to the mainland were unimaginable. Observing Lu Zhe's worried expression, Elder Xian hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Ultimately, it was one of the elders seated beside Elder Xian who began to explain. The energy emanating from the spatial rift is growing increasingly formidable, as though something is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe spoke with grave seriousness. "Everyone stationed around the spatial rift must withdraw immediately." "What does this mean? Could there truly be something terrifying within?" the elder inquired, perplexed, as he was unaware of the harrowing scene Lu Zhe had encountered upon his emergence. "I can only say this. If those creatures emerge, this continent will descend into hell," Lu Zhe asserted with solemnity. The elders, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of astonishment, their disbelief palpable. They even believed they could eradicate the beings within the spatial rift through their own strength. However, at that moment, Elder Xian intervened, quashing their notions. "Everyone stationed around the spatial rift must withdraw," Elder Xian proclaimed, his countenance grave. The elders, taken aback, expressed their confusion, prompting one to voice a question. "Elder Xian, do you truly place such faith in Lu Zhe's words?" "What if?" "There is no what if." Elder Xian interrupted forcefully before the elder could finish. "This is not a trivial matter. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Moreover, Lu Zhe is the only one who has ventured into the depths of the spatial rift," Elder Xian stated firmly. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the elders ceased their objections and chose to trust Lu Zhe's words, for he alone possessed knowledge of the nature of the existence within the rift. Yet, upon further contemplation, the elders found themselves grappling with another question. "Lu Zhe, once those people have evacuated, what shall be our next step?" Upon hearing the question, Lu Zhe's expression gradually grew solemn. He then spoke slowly, "I will address this matter. You need not worry. Are you out of your mind?" As soon as Lu Zhe finished speaking, the frail voice of Elder Xian resonated in the air. "When you emerged from that place while still possessing soul power, you were gravely injured, let alone now." Elder Xian's words were stern, reflecting his desire to prevent Lu Zhe from taking further risks. However, upon hearing this, Lu Zhe exhibited no impulsive behavior. Instead, he calmly replied, "I have compelling reasons to go, and having made this choice, I will undoubtedly find a way." The elders, taken aback by his words, fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Xian regained his composure and slowly stated, "I will accompany you. If all else fails, I can bring you back." To everyone's astonishment, Lu Zhe outright rejected Elder Xian's offer. "No, anyone who goes will face certain death, rather than embark on a futile journey. It is better to remain here," Lu Zhe said softly. The elders finally grasped the peril of the spatial rift. "But do not speak any further," Elder Xian began, only to be interrupted by Lu Zhe, who showed no regard for sentiment. "Remember, I do not act for the continent. This is solely for my own reasons," Lu Zhe replied coldly. With that, he turned and exited the Sea God Pavilion, leaving no opportunity for Elder Xian and the others to respond. Elder Xian sighed as he watched Lu Zhe's retreating figure. This child. Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening descended. Lu Zhe had already returned to his dormitory. "Brother, I'm back," came the voice of Lu Xiaoyu from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly shifted his gaze towards him. Observing the beaming face of Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe felt a renewed inner turmoil. "Welcome back." Yet, despite this, Lu Zhe compelled himself to wear a serene smile as he faced Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu hopped joyfully to Lu Zhe's side. "Brother, I am about to reach the Soul Emperor level. Impressive, isn't it?" Lu Xiaoyu beamed with a hopeful smile, seeking praise. Lu Zhe glanced at his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Gently ruffling his hair, he softly remarked, "Well?" The two then engaged in light-hearted banter for a while, until Lu Zhe broached a particular topic, causing the atmosphere in the dormitory to grow heavy. "Brother, you're joking, right?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a forced smile. Observing his expression, Lu Zhe felt a pang of guilt and replied with a smile, "Of course, I was just joking. I merely wanted to know what you would do if I were to disappear one day. Naturally, I would set out to find you, until I locate you." Lu Xiaoyu asserted with unwavering determination. Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that he would not ask such a question without reason. At that moment, however, Lu Zhe urged him to sleep. Unable to articulate his feelings directly, he could only obediently lie beside him. As the night deepened, Lu Xiaoyu remained troubled by Lu Zhe's earlier words. He impulsively embraced him tightly and whispered, "Please don't leave me," initially believing Lu Zhe to be asleep. He was unaware that Lu Zhe had been keeping his eyes open all along. "I'm sorry." The following morning, Lu Xiaoyu awoke to find that Lu Zhe had already vanished. Brother! Lu Zhe. After calling out several times into the empty dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu realized that Lu Zhe was truly gone, and he curled up on the bed, tears streaming down his face. Why? At that moment, Lu Zhe had arrived on a small path outside Shrek City. As he walked along the path, he couldn't help but glance back in the direction of Shrek Academy. In that fleeting moment, it seemed he had resolved to make certain decisions. "Truth, show yourself, I know you have been watching," Lu Zhe said coldly. No sooner had he spoken than that familiar laughter echoed around him once more. Hee. Have you made up your mind? Truth appeared before Lu Zhe, smiling. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe paused for a moment before slowly responding, "I agree. Let us proceed with the transaction." Truth, upon hearing this, immediately burst into laughter and then approached him. "Let the exchange begin," Truth said with a smile. Lu Zhe stood there without any resistance, waiting quietly. Upon seeing this, Truth ceased to speak further and pressed its brow against Lu Zhe's. As a dark crimson energy enveloped Lu Zhe entirely, he slowly opened his eyes. His once profound black irises had transformed into a vivid scarlet, and even his silvery long hair had shifted to a deep black. "Is this the end?" Lu Zhe extended his hand to feel. No sooner had he spoken than Truth emerged once again. "You are now my vessel. In due time, your body will wholly belong to me," Truth said with a sly grin. It continued, "From now on, you may freely wield all my powers, and I shall gradually impart the methods of their use to you." Lu Zhe merely nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture that surprised Truth slightly. Such a rapid transformation, Truth remarked before retreating into Lu Zhe's body. Without looking back, Lu Zhe continued toward the rift in space. He understood that relying solely on his current powers of paradox and rules would not suffice to suppress the seven sins. The only viable option was the power of truth. Only by restraining the seven sins could his brother live safely in this world, which was the very reason for his pact. Chapter 59, Contradiction. On the Douluo continent, high above the chasm where the rift lay, a young boy appeared. He gazed down at the depths of the gorge, his scarlet eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he had just clawed his way up from the depths of hell. This boy was none other than Lu Zhe, who had just arrived. "Are you already impatient?" Lu Zhe murmured as he looked down at the bottom of the gorge. Instead of leaping into the abyss immediately, he surveyed his surroundings. After some contemplation, Lu Zhe decided to establish a temporary camp in the vicinity, waiting for the opportune moment. At Shrek Academy, a figure curled up on a bed in Lu Zhe's room. This figure was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, who could not accept the reality of Lu Zhe's silent departure. He had never imagined that Lu Zhe would leave him without a word. After Lu Zhe's departure, he remained curled up on the bed, oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until today that the door to the room was opened. Hearing the sound of the door, Lu Xiaoyu thought Lu Zhe had returned and rushed to the entrance. However, upon reaching the doorway, he discovered that the visitor was not his brother, but rather the esteemed elder, Xian Lao, from Shrek Academy. "Xiaoyu," Xian Lao said, noticing the disappointment in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, a look that filled him with confusion. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu coldly responded, "Do not call me Xiaoyu. That name is not for everyone to use." Lu Xiaoyu's expression was solemn, devoid of any semblance of jest. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian instantly comprehended his current emotional state. After all, it is never pleasant when someone dear to you departs without a word. "Very well, Lu Xiaoyu. I have come to discuss something with you," Elder Xian began, his tone measured and deliberate. Upon hearing that Elder Xian sought her presence, Lu Xiaoyu's immediate thought was of her brother. She hurriedly inquired, "Is this related to my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu's voice resonated with urgency, as if she feared that Elder Xian could not hear her. Upon hearing her, Elder Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Enveloped in silence. "Speak quickly. Is it related to my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu, noticing the expression on Elder Xian's face, became increasingly anxious. Yet, Elder Xian remained uncertain of how to respond, eventually uttering with great caution, "Yes, it is indeed connected to Lu Zhe," but at that juncture, he abruptly fell silent, as if deliberately concealing something. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu nearly leapt forward, but fortunately he managed to restrain himself. Elder Xian, observing the murderous expression on Lu Xiaoyu's face, was momentarily taken aback. After a period of contemplation, he devised a solution. He then spoke slowly. Very well. If you can lead Shrek to victory in the upcoming Youth Soul Master Tournament, I shall disclose the whereabouts of Lu Zhe. Agreed. I accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu agreed, for he believed that his brother's matters were of paramount importance, unparalleled by anything else. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him during the Soul Master competition, he would have no choice but to eliminate them. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's consent, Elder Xian smiled with satisfaction and gently remarked, in that case, let us proceed to the training chamber. With that, he turned and made his way outside the dormitory, followed closely by Lu Xiaoyu. Upon entering the training room, Lu Xiaoyu was greeted by familiar faces, Guyuna and Qiu'er. Xiaoyu, you're here too? Qiu'er exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards him. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xiaoyu interrupted her. Do not call me that again. If you do, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. He replied coldly. Initially, Qiu'er had thought he was jesting and was ready to tease him, but she was swiftly pulled aside by Guyuna. Once they were apart, Guyuna gravely warned, do not provoke him. Lu Xiaoyu is not joking. At these words, Qiu'er was momentarily taken aback. But upon meeting Lu Xiaoyu's gaze, she promptly settled down. At that moment, Elder Xian suddenly spoke up. All right, everyone is here. I have important matters to discuss. The attention of those in the training room immediately focused on Elder Xian. Observing their rapt attention, he began. I have summoned you here for one reason, to represent Shrek Academy in the upcoming Soul Master competition. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone raised an objection. What about the Shrek 7 monsters? Elder Xian responded naturally. The next Soul Master competition will allow participation from various sects, and the Shrek 7 monsters will represent the Tang sect. Therefore, the contestants from Shrek Academy will be selected among you. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The upcoming Soul Master competition will be led by Lu Xiaoyu as the captain, with Guyuna as the vice-captain. Elder Xian continued. Why? They are merely new students. What qualifies them for the captaincy? Protested a blonde youth, his displeasure evident. However, Elder Xian's reply swiftly silenced them. You inquire why? He said slowly. Allow me to enlighten you. Lu Xiaoyu has already reached level 60 in soul power. He simply has yet to acquire a soul ring, and his strength surpasses that of a soul emperor. Most soul emperors are no match for him. As for Guyuna, her cultivation is already at level 67 soul emperor, and her prowess is beyond question. Do you still doubt their capabilities? Elder Xian cast a meaningful glance at the golden-haired youth. Upon meeting Elder Xian's gaze, the young man promptly silenced himself and obediently stood amidst the crowd. Observing this, Elder Xian slowly remarked, very well, let it be. For the glory of Shrek Academy, let us all strive together. As his words echoed in the air, he turned and departed from the scene, leaving the others in the training room to scrutinize the trio of Lu Xiaoyu. After all, they were the only newcomers among them, while the rest were already acquainted with one another. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained unfazed by their scrutiny, expressionless as she approached the window. I will find you. As Lu Xiaoyu gazed out the window, a soft murmur escaped her lips. At that moment, a disgruntled blonde youth approached her from behind. What exactly makes you superior to me? I am quite curious, he provocatively exclaimed. However, Lu Xiaoyu merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before dismissing him entirely, igniting a surge of anger within the blonde youth. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? He shouted indignantly. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, her attention fixed on the azure sky outside. In a fit of rage, the blonde youth hurled a fist toward Lu Xiaoyu, and the onlookers anticipated a significant blow to her. To their astonishment, however, a striking figure intervened, blocking the punch with ease. Dai Huabin, is it? The figure was none other than Guyuna. Dai Huabin, a peer of Hui Yuhao, was well known for his volatile temperament. He was taken aback to find that his blow had been effortlessly thwarted by a girl of exquisite beauty. Momentarily stunned, he instinctively stepped back from Guyuna. This is a matter concerning my friend. You would do well to steer clear, Dai Yaoheng coldly asserted. Yet, Guyuna showed no inclination to yield, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Xiaoyu. What do you mean by that? Dai Huabin questioned, perplexed. The presence of a celestial beauty like Guyuna shielding Lu Xiaoyu only fueled his jealousy. At that moment, Qiu'er joined Lu Xiaoyu, standing resolutely alongside Guyuna. The entire training room was engulfed in astonishment. They were baffled as to what made Lu Xiaoyu so special as to warrant the protection of two enchanting maidens. If you wish to confront him, you must first contend with me, Xiao Er boldly declared. As her words echoed through the room, her soul power, comparable to that of a soul emperor, erupted forth. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb by the overwhelming force. The collective realization dawned upon them. Each of these three individuals possessed soul power at least on par with a soul emperor. The atmosphere in the training room buzzed with speculation, and Dai Huabin was left to retreat in humiliation. Once he exited, curiosity about the identities of the trio began to swirl among the remaining spectators. In hushed tones, someone remarked, "I recall now. Lu Xiaoyu seems to be the younger brother of Lu Zhe, the most formidable soul master among the previous generation of the Shrek 7 monsters." The moment this was revealed, it became clear to everyone why Lu Xiaoyu was so remarkably strong. After all, if one's brother was a paragon of strength with no peers, could the younger sibling truly be any less formidable? I initially believed that the matter had concluded, yet unexpectedly, the individual who had previously revealed Lu Xiaoyu's identity uttered another remark, igniting her fury. "I heard whispers that Lu Zhe has recently become incapacitated, though the reason remains unclear. It seems he has lost his spiritual energy," the person murmured. I assumed there would be no further repercussions, but that single utterance instantly provoked Lu Xiaoyu's wrath. Bang! Before the individual could comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere, forcefully pressing him into the floor. "What did you say?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with a fierce expression. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to discern how Lu Xiaoyu had approached them. Even Gu Yuna and Xiaoer were caught off guard. The man pinned to the floor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath waning rapidly. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu showed no intention of relenting, poised to extinguish his life. In that critical moment, thankfully, Gu Yuna and Xiaoer intervened and pulled her away. "Lu Xiaoyu, he has already been sufficiently punished. If this continues, he will perish," Xiaoer shouted emphatically. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu showed no intention of halting. She swiftly hurled Gu Yuna and Xiaoer aside. "You should not speak of my brother in such a manner," Lu Xiaoyu retorted coldly. She then advanced step by step towards the individual, nearing him with each stride. Fortunately, at that moment, Elder Xian materialized before her. "Lu Xiaoyu, have you forgotten the pact we share?" Elder Xian spoke gravely. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly regained her composure and turned to Su In Lao, gently stating, "I shall not forget, but he should not speak ill of my brother." The old man replied solemnly, "I am aware of the matters concerning Xia Huanyue, and I will handle them accordingly. However, if you wish to uncover the whereabouts of your brother, I advise you to cease your actions." Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly became docile, casting a fierce glare at Xie Yue Wan before turning to leave the training room. Elder Xian, observing his retreating figure, found himself at a loss for words and could only let out a faint sigh. Subsequently, he escorted the severely injured Xie Yue Wan to the infirmary. And this incident imparted a crucial lesson to everyone. Never discuss his brother in Lu Xiaoyu's presence, lest one suffers dire consequences. Chapter 60. An irresistible dilemma. Has it been nearly half a month? Lu Zhe murmured softly as he gazed down at the depths of the canyon surrounding the space fissure. Sensing that the time was ripe, he took a leap into the abyss. Once again standing before the space fissure, Lu Zhe refrained from excessive movement, instead raising his right hand in preparation to erase the fissure. After nearly 2 weeks, he had nearly mastered the forces of rules and paradoxes. His previous hesitance to act stemmed from a mere brush with the edges of these powers. Now, under the aegis of truth, he had delved deeper into their essence. It was time to eliminate the space fissure. "It has lingered long enough," Lu Zhe slowly declared, raising his right hand. He then began to channel the power of rules and paradoxes. The principle was straightforward. By overlaying rules onto the paradox, one could achieve a formidable existence. "Erase," Lu Zhe intoned softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than an ethereal, colorless stream enveloped the space fissure, which began to gradually dissipate. In essence, this was the paradox augmented by the power of rules. Over the past half-month, Lu Zhe had also gained a preliminary understanding of paradoxes. They exist in contrast to reality, and if sufficiently potent, they can obliterate real entities without affecting the fabric of reality itself. Lu Zhe gazed at the completely vanished spatial rift, gradually feeling a sense of relaxation. However, just as he was about to depart from this place, an unforeseen incident occurred. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted behind Lu Zhe, and an immense force instantly spread out from behind him. Lu Zhe slowly turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed into the swirling clouds of dust. Can they really emerge from there? Luze remarked coldly. Ha ha, at this moment. A brazen and arrogant laugh echoed from within the haze. Gradually, 7 figures materialized within Luze's line of sight. These 7 individuals were none other than the first 7 of the 10 sons. The first to emerge was Judgment, who immediately spotted Luze not far away. And his expression instantly lit up with excitement. What a twist of fate to encounter you here! Judgment exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, Luze's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at them. Truly, it was a case of adversaries meeting in narrow circumstances. Just as the two were about to engage in combat, the Judgment intervened, halted by the presence of Collapse. What are you doing, Collapse? That fellow is right before us. If we eliminate him, the elders will regard us with renewed respect. Judgment inquired, perplexed. However, Collapse discerned something amiss. Do not act recklessly. That boy seems somewhat different now. Indeed, as the mightiest among them, Collapse could perceive Luze's transformation. Yet before they could fully react, Luze charged towards them. Eradicate. A surge of colorless energy rushed towards the 7 of Collapse. The group immediately felt the dread of this force and swiftly attempted to evade. With a swift motion, they managed to dodge the impending strike. However, when Collapse turned to regard the spot where Luze had just attacked, he was momentarily stunned. The Judgment group found themselves at a loss for words. You dodged rather swiftly, Luze remarked with a devilish grin, prompting Judgment to reconsider their underestimation of him. Now fully alert and prepared for a confrontation. In that moment, Luze spoke slowly. I'm curious to know the difference between the power you rely on through others' charity and my own strength. Upon hearing this, Collapse was taken aback. For this matter had not been discussed lightly before. Stand still and do not move. Luze commanded suddenly, sending shockwaves of fear through Collapse and his companions. Cannot move. Judgment gasped in astonishment. Not just him, but all 6 others found themselves immobilized upon hearing those words. Luze had now approached them directly. How absurd. Luze chuckled softly before delivering a powerful kick to Judgment's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Judgment was sent crashing into the canyon's rock wall. At that moment, Collapse and the others felt their bodies regain mobility, and they quickly distanced themselves from Luze. Scatter. This fellow is no longer the same as before, Collapse said gravely. The others instantly grasped his intent and swiftly fled the canyon with remarkable speed. Luze cast a cold smile as he observed the figures that had fled in haste. He then turned his gaze toward the Judgment, who had been forcefully thrust into the rock wall. With a cough, Judgment emerged slowly from the gaping hole in the wall. Upon his emergence, he quickly realized that the 6 members of the Collapse had vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of astonishment. However, upon noticing Luze approaching him, his expression shifted to one of palpable fear. Since they've escaped, I shall extract some information from you, Luze stated calmly. The moment Judgment heard this, he was immediately struck with trepidation. His rational mind warned him that this individual was exceedingly dangerous, nearing the level of the 7 sins. Do not be too arrogant. Judgment feigned composure as he retorted. Am I being arrogant? Luze replied with a faint smile, stepping closer to Judgment. Their eyes locked. And Judgment felt a surge of fear wash over him. In a desperate attempt, he swung a powerful punch toward Luze. Kneel. Luze merely uttered a single statement. Upon hearing these words, the judge's body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. What manner of monster are you? The judge struggled to lift his gaze, fixing it upon Luze. In contrast, Luze regarded him with a detached demeanor, offering no further movements. What exactly is that world of yours? Luze inquired coldly. Yet, the judge appeared reluctant to divulge this information, instead responding with a furious shout, I advise you to release me at once, otherwise the 7 Sin Lords will undoubtedly come and slay you. Upon hearing these words, Luze's expression instantly turned frigid. He then placed a foot upon the man's head and declared, I have no desire to engage in futile conversation. What exactly is your world? Tell me. Luze activated the power of truth. Upon hearing this, the judge was momentarily taken aback, and his mouth involuntarily uttered, Our world is the world of truth. Upon hearing that name, Luze fell into a moment of contemplation before continuing to inquire, What exactly are the 7 sins? Speak. The judicator found itself at a loss. For no matter how fiercely it resisted, it could not help but respond to Luze's words. The 7 sins consist of 7 esteemed individuals, who became the overseers following the fall of the former ruler of the realm of truth. The most formidable among them is Lord Lucifer, the embodiment of pride, followed closely by Lord Leviathan, the personification of envy. The remaining 5 are Lord Samuel, representing wrath, Lord Belphegor, the epitome of sloth, Lord Mammon, symbolizing greed, Lord Beelzebub, the manifestation of gluttony, and Lord Asmodeus, who embodies lust. Each of these 7 is a paragon of power within the realm of truth, akin to divine beings. The judicator could not restrain its own tongue, and thus the identities of the 7 sins were unveiled before Luze. So it is, Luze murmured thoughtfully. And as he pondered further, curiosity began to stir within him. Who was the former ruler of the realm of truth? Speak, Luze inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, the judicator complied, stating earnestly, "This matter is known only to the lords of the 7 sins. I do not possess that knowledge." Upon hearing this, Luze did not pursue the matter further but continued to inquire, "Why do you seek to capture the divine child?" Speak. The judgment, on the verge of tears, responded. It is said that the divine child is the progeny of the former master of the realm of truth, the only one capable of unlocking the sealed gates of that world. With this information in hand, Luze ceased his interrogation and turned to leave. The judgment, believing he had evaded danger, began to lower his guard. Little did he anticipate Luze's next words. "You may choose your own end." With that, Luze soared towards the mouth of the canyon. The judgment, kneeling on the ground, was seized by terror upon hearing these words. His hands, no longer under his control, instinctively grasped his own throat, and he began to apply pressure. He attempted to muster his strength to break free, but realized that his power had vanished entirely. He was now merely an ordinary man, and this asphyxiation would prove fatal. "Help, help me." The judgment felt the encroaching darkness of suffocation, but no response came to his desperate calls. Ultimately, the depths of the canyon bore witness to a lifeless body, his succumbing to the fate of an ordinary man. Emerging from the canyon, Luze's gaze had turned icy, and a sinister smile played upon his lips. "I shall erase you all, one by one. Just wait." Chapter 61. Inquiry. Is the judgment dead? In a palace within the realm of truth, the proud Lucifer, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, sensed the severed connection with the judgment. This revelation sparked his curiosity. The judgment was formidable, yet had met his demise upon arriving in Douluo continent. "How intriguing, Luze," Lucifer murmured, gazing out at the dim sky. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. "Lucifer, when do you intend to deal with that individual?" It was Leviathan, the second of the 7 deadly sins, embodying jealousy. Upon hearing the voice, Lucifer turned with a smile. "Not yet. Without the assistance of the divine child, we cannot hope to breach the barrier left by that individual." Leviathan pondered this, recognizing that had it not been for that barrier, they would have already escaped. Even when united, the 7 deadly sins had only managed to create a narrow rift in space, through which only those weaker than them could pass entirely. Though they could enter the rift, they were unable to wield their powers. However, it seemed the rift had been eliminated by that young man previously. Even if the 10 sons captured the divine child, they would be unable to return. At that moment, Leviathan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Yet Lucifer, unperturbed, replied, "Do not worry. I left something for the collapse that will allow us to return to the realm of truth in an instant." Upon hearing these words, Leviathan finally comprehended the situation and ceased his inquiries. "Only the Son of God possesses the ability to confront the truth. He must be persuaded to join us," Lucifer stated with a slow deliberation. Leviathan stood beside him, lost in thought, for they had witnessed the formidable power of the truth in the past. In the border city of the Sun and Moon Empire within the Douluo continent, a figure was sprinting through the narrow alleyways. Ha ha ha. Moments later, the figure halted, leaning against a wall, gasping for breath. "Surely that fellow won't catch up with me?" the man murmured. "Damn it, how did I encounter such a monster?" he lamented, before turning to resume his flight. However, at that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Upon hearing this voice, the man's face instantly drained of color, and he trembled as he turned to look. There stood a youth clad in a black trench coat, with raven hair and crimson eyes, his expression as frigid as ice, fixated upon him. "What kind of monster are you?" the pallid-faced man exclaimed as he collapsed onto the ground. "I am here to claim your life," the boy replied with a chilling smirk. He then began to advance slowly towards the man, who, filled with dread, scrambled to his feet, intent on fleeing once more. Yet this time, escape would not be as effortless as before. "Halt," the boy commanded coldly. The man, upon hearing those words, found his body frozen in place. With a smile, the youth approached from behind and patted the man's shoulder. "I told you, you cannot escape," he said with a sneer. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead as he stole a glance at the boy. "Where is the address of the Holy Spirit sect? Tell me," the boy suddenly inquired. To the boy's astonishment, The man involuntarily replied, I don't know. The boy paused, then pressed further. Why do you not know? Speak. The address of the Holy Spirit sect has been relocated due to certain circumstances. As a mere follower, I am unaware of its current location, the man retorted coldly. Hearing this, the boy sighed and prepared to depart. Yet, before leaving, he waved his right hand towards the man's body. Erasure. In an instant, a formless current enveloped the man, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Even the surrounding aura dissipated entirely, as if the man had never graced this world. You truly are ruthless, erasing an ordinary person simply for inquiring about an address. A shadow of deep crimson circled around the young boy, chuckling derisively. My affairs are none of your concern, the boy retorted coldly. Without a backward glance, he strode out of the alley. The boy was none other than Douluo, who had been in this place for quite some time, intent on uncovering the whereabouts of the Holy Spirit Church. The intervention of the 10 Sons had led to the relocation of the Holy Spirit Church, which was why Douluo had yet to seek them out. What are your next steps? Truth inquired, materializing around Douluo in an instant. Upon hearing his words, Douluo offered no elaborate response, merely stating, find them. And then erase them. Truth stood momentarily speechless before the dramatically transformed Douluo. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to remain by his side. As they were indeed partners in this transaction, thus commenced Douluo's pursuit of the malevolent soul masters. And it seemed that none who crossed his path met a favorable fate. Consequently, the Holy Spirit sect swiftly received pertinent intelligence due to his actions. They issued a decree. Any member of the sect, once targeted, was to commit suicide without hesitation, for they must not fall into the hands of that individual. It appeared that he was indeed taking matters seriously. Within the Holy Spirit sect, a man sat languidly in the central chair of the grand hall, softly murmuring. The most astonishing sight was that Yi Shishui, who once held the position of the sect's leader, now knelt before this man. This individual was none other than the Ruin, who had emerged from the spatial rift. Alongside him sat 8 other men, the remaining members of the 10 Sons. However, the original 10 Sons had now been reduced to 9 Sons, a consequence of Douluo's actions, which required no further elaboration. My lord, how may we serve you? Yi Shishui inquired, bowing deeply. Upon hearing this, Ruin pondered thoughtfully before responding. Have you gathered any information on the child I instructed you to investigate? Yi Shishui promptly replied. In response to your inquiry, my lord, the child has yet to be located, but I possess a promising approach that may lead us to him. Oh, do share. Ruin said with keen interest. It pertains to the upcoming Youth Soul Master Tournament. Yi Shishui articulated each word with precision. He proceeded to elucidate a series of plans to Ruin. After considering the explanation, Ruin agreed that it was indeed a sound strategy. If the divine child could be located during the tournament, they would be able to return to the realm of truth immediately. This plan is acceptable, Ruin smiled, continuing. Provided you assist us in locating that child, you shall have the opportunity to become the new son among the 10 Sons. Yi Shishui felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon hearing the news. There was no need to question the reason for initially. She too had been skeptical of the group known as the Collapse until she witnessed their formidable prowess, which allowed her to see the truth. Even her current spiritual strength might not withstand a single strike from them. Hence, by aligning herself with them, she was certain to reap substantial rewards. Very well. You may all withdraw now, said Collapse slowly. Yi Shishui and the others, without further thought, respectfully exited the grand hall. Once they had completely departed, Collapse cast a cold smile towards the outside and uttered, Douluo, you will undoubtedly pay the price in due time. Meanwhile, Douluo had already arrived at the outskirts of a new city in the Sun and Moon Empire. Observing the bustling metropolis before him, he remained silent, his expression impassive as he strode into the heart of the city. Chapter 62. The Chen family such liveliness, wouldn't you agree? Truth chimed playfully, encircling Douluo. However, Douluo paid him no heed, continuing his forward march. Unperturbed by Douluo's indifference, Truth floated behind him, for apart from Douluo, no one else could perceive his presence. Before long, Douluo reached a street corner. Just as he was about to pass through, a figure abruptly collided with him. Bang! That hurt. Before Douluo could register the impact, he heard a melodious voice belonging to a young girl. When he looked up, he found a girl crouched on the ground, cradling her head. Are you all right? Douluo inquired politely. Yet, the girl's response left him astonished. Are you blind? You bumped into me and caused me pain, she exclaimed, her anger directed squarely at Douluo. Upon hearing these words, Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. He then gazed at her coldly and remarked, It was you who collided with me. Do you understand? The young girl had initially intended to retort, But upon meeting Lu Zhe's frigid gaze, she immediately fell silent. The air of defiance she once possessed was swiftly extinguished, leaving her speechless and stammering. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe chose to disregard the matter and turned away, continuing his journey forward. As the distance between him and the young girl diminished, she finally mustered her courage. "What are you so arrogant for? Do you believe I could easily dispose of you?" she shouted, pointing at Lu Zhe's departing figure. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed to her words and pressed on. Frustrated, the girl puffed her cheeks and turned to run away, likely marking this encounter in her memory. Little did she realize that her earlier actions had drawn the attention of someone lurking in the shadows, daring to ignore my sister's words. "It seems that boy is courting death," a man concealed in the darkness remarked coldly, signaling to several others beside him. The men understood immediately, their faces lighting up with confident smiles as they commenced their plan. As Lu Zhe strolled along the street, a hint of surprise crossed his face. "Someone is tailing you. What will you do about it?" Truth chimed playfully beside him. "I am aware. No need for your reminders," Lu Zhe replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Truth ceased her chatter, letting out a sigh before merging back into his being. Once Truth vanished, Lu Zhe began to steer towards a less populated area. "That boy is actually heading towards a place with fewer people. It saves us some effort," one of the men trailing him mused with a faint smile. Before long, Lu Zhe found himself in an empty alley, the men following closely behind him. "I am quite curious about what grievance I have caused you," Lu Zhe said nonchalantly. Facing away from the men, the man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhe was already aware of the pursuit. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "You are rather perceptive. Since that is the case, I shall graciously inform you," he declared proudly, tilting his head. Yet, Lu Zhe scarcely paid attention to his words, turning to regard him coolly. "Who are you? Speak." In an instant, Truth's power activated. The man found himself unable to resist this force and could only respond truthfully. "I am Chen Tao, from the Chen family, and these are my attendants." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded slightly, and then gazed at Chen Tao with keen interest. Meanwhile, Chen Tao, regaining his senses, wore an expression of astonishment and hastily covered his mouth. Muttering to himself, "What is happening to me? Why am I involved with the Chen family?" Lu Zhe smiled faintly before continuing to inquire, "Why are you following me?" Once again, this sensation. Chen Tao appeared stunned, yet he found himself unable to suppress the urge to respond to the inquiries posed by the individual before him. "It is because you disregarded my sister. I find you displeasing," Chen Tao confessed, unable to resist the compelling force within him. Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Zhe instantly comprehended the situation. It was indeed related to that woman from earlier. He then prepared to leave the vicinity, but Chen Tao could no longer contain himself. "Do not be so brazen. Eliminate him at once," Chen Tao bellowed in fury. Following his command, several attendants behind him charged towards Lu Zhe without a moment's hesitation. Lu Zhe glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. "Just a few soul kings," he remarked nonchalantly, before slowly raising his hand. "Erase." The few soul kings charging towards Lu Zhe were engulfed by a formless stream of energy before they even had a chance to react. Whoosh. When Chen Tao opened his eyes again, he was instantly enveloped in shock. "Where is everyone?" Chen Tao stammered. The soul kings that had originally rushed towards Lu Zhe vanished in an instant along with the formless energy, as if they had never existed in this world. There was not a trace of their presence. Terrified, Chen Tao hurriedly retreated, but slipped and fell to the ground. What kind of monster are you?" Chen Tao exclaimed in horror. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and gradually approached him. As Lu Zhe drew nearer, Chen Tao, overwhelmed by fear, retreated repeatedly, as if he were about to be devoured. "Do not be afraid. If you promise me one thing, I shall release you," Lu Zhe said with a beaming smile. "Really?" Chen Tao stammered, trembling slightly. "Indeed," Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Upon witnessing Lu Zhe's seemingly harmless smile, Chen Tao immediately relaxed. He then cautiously rose and inquired, "How may I assist you?" "Let us dispense with the pleasantries," Lu Zhe chuckled, his expression shifting as he coldly asked, "Have you ever encountered a malevolent soul master?" "Huh?" Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback, a look of discomfort crossing his face. "Are you not going to respond?" Lu Zhe's displeasure was evident. Sensing the rising fear, Chen Tao hastily replied, No, I truly do not know, but my father might." "Your father?" Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tao quickly added, "My father is the head of the Chen family. He possesses extensive knowledge and is likely to have encountered a malevolent soul master." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly, then remarked, "In that case, take me to meet your father." Chen Tao offered no objections and promptly took the lead, guiding Lu Zhe towards the Chun residence. Lu Zhe followed closely behind him, both making their way to the Chun residence. Along the journey, Chen Tao regaled Lu Zhe with numerous anecdotes about his father, describing him as a formidable figure with extensive connections, someone who was virtually known by everyone in the town. Moreover, he frequently ventured beyond the town to expand his influence. This piqued Lu Zhe's curiosity, intensifying his desire to uncover the true nature of the Chun family patriarch and whether he could provide answers to his inquiries. Before long, Lu Zhe, guided by Chen Tao, arrived at the Chen estate. Upon their arrival, two attendants stationed at the entrance promptly bowed and greeted, "Welcome back, young master." Chen Tao merely acknowledged their greeting with a brief response before leading Lu Zhe into the Chen household. "I can't believe you are still the young master of the Chen family," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. "Not at all. I merely rely on my father's reputation," Chen Tao quickly replied. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and chose not to pursue the inquiry further. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhe arrived in the living room of the Chen family. "Please wait here for a moment. I will summon my father," Chen Tao said with utmost respect. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely gesturing for him to depart swiftly. Shortly after Chen Tao's exit, the truth emerged once more. "This lad possesses a keen intellect," Truth remarked with a smile. However, Lu Zhe had no inclination to engage, instead settling slowly into a chair as he awaited the arrival of the Chun family patriarch. "Do not be so cold. After all, we have conducted a transaction together," Truth chided with a sly grin. "Should you continue to prattle, I shall terminate our agreement immediately," Lu Zhe retorted icily. Upon hearing this, Truth ceased his banter, aware that Lu Zhe had seen through his scheme. During this interval, Lu Zhe had already disclosed to Truth what he had gleaned. First, that the powers of paradox and rules were not truly possessed by Truth. Their previous disappearance was merely due to Truth's suppression, which had failed, leading to the assertion that it was merely a deposit for the transaction. Secondly, with the power of rules at his command, Lu Zhe could nearly stand against Truth. Although neither could entirely overcome the other, both would suffer considerable damage. Moreover, should Lu Zhe alter the terms of their agreement using the power of rules, only Truth would bear the brunt of the consequences. "I am truly intimidated by you," Truth replied, displeased, before retreating into Lu Zhe's body. At that moment, Chen Tao entered the living room, accompanied by his father. "Is it you who sought me?" A robust voice resonated within the Chen family's parlor. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his gaze and discovered that the speaker was seemingly none other than the head of the Chen family. "You are the head of the Chen family, are you not?" Lu Zhe inquired with a faint smile, gradually rising to stand before him. The man, upon observing the youthful figure before him, was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable sensation. "Indeed, I am the head of the Chen family, Chen Xian. And you are?" The man inquired politely. "I am Lu Zhe, a junior here seeking to inquire about a matter," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Chen Xian did not engage in further pleasantries, but instead gestured for Lu Zhe to take a seat. "Speak freely. What is it that you require my assistance with?" "I shall do my utmost," Chen Xian said, settling down beside Lu Zhe. "Then I shall not mince words," Lu Zhe stated, his expression turning notably frigid. "Are you familiar with the term evil soul master? Or perhaps Holy Spirit cult?" Lu Zhe coldly questioned. Upon hearing these two phrases, Chen Xian was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Lu Zhe observed his expression and immediately realized that this individual undoubtedly possessed some information. "You must know something, right?" Lu Zhe pressed, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Chen Xian felt increasingly uncomfortable under Lu Zhe's unwavering stare, his eyes incessantly darting away as if evading something. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased to engage in further trivial conversation and directly harnessed the power of truth. "Reveal to me all that you know." At the utterance of these words, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming shock within, and regardless of his attempts to resist, he found himself irresistibly compelled to respond to the inquiry. Chen Xian endeavored to resist with the strength of his soul, yet his power proved insufficient. "Speak." Lu Zhe grew somewhat impatient, prompting the power of truth to intensify. This time, Chen Xian found himself utterly unable to resist. He opened his mouth and confessed, "I have encountered individuals from the Holy Spirit sect. With their assistance, I swiftly attained my current accomplishments. However, to avoid future repercussions, I voluntarily severed all ties with the Holy Spirit sect. That is all there is to it." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately taken aback, and he stood up, preparing to depart. "Wait, Just as Lu Zhe had taken a few steps away, Qin Xian, who had been seated, hurriedly called out to him. Lu Zhe turned around and coldly inquired, "Is there anything else?" Upon meeting his icy gaze, Qin Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling, he stammered, "Why do you have to provoke the Holy Spirit sect? They are practitioners of dark arts." "Provoke the Holy Spirit sect?" Lu Zhe scoffed, then elaborated, "You must be mistaken. Seeking the Holy Spirit sect is merely a side quest. My true target is those few individuals." Hearing this, Qin Xian was engulfed in confusion, and by the time he regained his composure, he discovered that Lu Zhe had already exited the living room. As Lu Zhe departed from the parlor, he intended to head outside the Qin residence. But he encountered a familiar face once more at a corner. Bang! The familiar scene, the familiar person, and the familiar collision unfolded once again in Lu Zhe's life. "What are you doing here again?" he exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, the one he collided with was none other than Qin Guo, the young lady of the Qin family, whom he had briefly met earlier on the street. Qin Guo glared at Lu Zhe, her face flushed with anger. "Hey, are you a stalker? Why do I keep seeing you everywhere?" However, this time, Lu Zhe was not inclined to be as accommodating as before. He regarded Qin Guo with a frigid stare. In that instant, she sensed a palpable aura of menace and instinctively recoiled. "I warn you, this is the Qin family. At my command, you..." Before she could finish, Lu Zhe seized Qin Guo by the neck, lifting her off the ground as he coldly interrupted, "That will suffice." Struggling to breathe under his grip, Qin Guo flailed helplessly. "You certainly have a lot to say," Lu Zhe remarked with a chilling smirk. At that moment, Qin Guo comprehended her own vulnerability. She wished to apologize but found no opportunity. Just as she was about to surrender, a robust voice resonated from behind Lu Zhe. "Stop." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe turned to discover that it was none other than Qin Xian, the head of the Qin family. At that moment, Qin Xian was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily as he implored, "Could you possibly spare my daughter for my sake? However, your influence appears to hold little weight with me." Lu Zhe replied with a cold sneer. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xian was plunged into a state of panic, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Zhe smiled upon seeing his bewildered expression, and then carelessly tossed Qin Guo to the ground. "You should be grateful for having a good father," Lu Zhe remarked coldly. However, Qin Guo kept his head bowed, lost in his own thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe chose not to pay her any further heed and strode toward the entrance of the Qin residence. After Lu Zhe departed, Qin Xian hurriedly approached Qin Guo, expressing concern for her well-being. "Are you all right, Guo? Did you sustain any injuries?" he inquired anxiously. However, Qin Guo offered no response, her head bowed, her body trembling incessantly. "Guo," Qin Xian gently caressed her head. Yet, an unexpected turn of events left him astounded. Qin Guo abruptly lifted her head, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Father, what is his name?" Qin Xian found himself at a loss, sensing that Qin Guo had undergone some transformation. Nevertheless, she persisted in her questioning, "What is his name?" Realizing there was no point in concealing the truth, Qin Xian thought it futile to shield her from the reality. Thus, he replied, "The young man's name is Lu Zhe. You would do well not to harbor any notions. He is quite formidable." Upon learning his name, Qin Guo slowly rose and dashed toward her room. Even her father, Qin Xian, was perplexed by her current state. Once in her room, Qin Guo promptly locked the door and buried herself under her blankets. "Lu Zhe, his name is Lu Zhe," she murmured repeatedly, seemingly entranced. A sinister energy began to emanate from within her, signaling a transformation in her soul force. At this moment, Lu Zhe appeared to sense something amiss. Directing his gaze toward the direction of Qin Guo's room, It seems another sin manifestation has awakened," Truth emerged with a playful grin. "What does that mean?" Lu Zhe queried, bewildered. Hearing this, Truth chuckled and said, "Would you like to know? If you beg me, I might tell you, Forget it." Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Not wishing to press further, Truth beamed and continued, "Very well, it's better to inform you. Listen closely. A sin manifestation is the vessel of the 7 deadly sins. When an individual's transgressions reach a certain threshold, they earn the recognition of the sin manifestation and ultimately become a new sin. But what are the 7 sins in the world of truth?" Lu Zhe immediately recalled Lucifer and his companions upon hearing this. Truth chuckled lightly and replied, "They too received the recognition of the sin manifestation. They were merely the first batch and the strongest. However, it is peculiar that this world should not give rise to sin manifestations. Why has one appeared this time?" Truth pondered, visibly intrigued. Lu Zhe swiftly comprehended the reasons behind it all. "It is due to the power of rules that resides within me," he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Truth's understanding became clear, for with Lu Zhe's arrival, a segment of this world's rules was subtly shifting. There is more than one sin face, isn't there? Lu Zhe suddenly pondered. Truth responded with a faint smile, you are correct. Did you truly believe that the sin faces were limited to the 7 in the realm of truth? If my memory serves me right. There are indeed 7 sins in this world as well. At this realization, Lu Zhe smiled subtly. The 7 sins of the divine realm? That seems rather ridiculous. Hee. I forgot to mention, if the sin faces proliferate, this world will inevitably transform into the next realm of truth, Truth remarked playfully. What do you mean? Lu Zhe inquired. Puzzled. You will come to understand in due time. It is still too early for you, Truth said, gradually merging into Lu Zhe's being. Left standing alone. Lu Zhe felt a twinge of foreboding. The next realm of truth? Lu Zhe murmured softly. It appeared that the consequences of this revelation were indeed grave. Chapter 64, The Division of Sin. What will you do next? In a quaint inn, Truth floated beside Lu Zhe, speaking gently. Lu Zhe glanced out of the window, his contemplative expression inviting intrigue. After a brief moment, he slowly remarked, let us first observe what movements arise from that criminal. With a smirk that oozed mischief, Truth inquired. What, are you not heading to the Holy Spirit Church? Lu Zhe felt a sense of displeasure upon hearing those words. After casting a sidelong glance, he remarked, let us set aside matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church for now. If this world were to transform into the realm of truth, how is Xiao Yu supposed to live? He paused momentarily before continuing. I do not wish to see Xiao Yu dwelling in a world rife with sins. Truth could not help but chuckle at this. Ha ha. Do not forget that fellow was born in the realm of truth. Perhaps he harbors some great transgressions within him. Truth laughed heartily. However, as soon as he uttered this remark, he was met with Lu Zhe's icy stare. You ought not to speak of my brother in such a manner. Lu Zhe replied coldly. Realizing he had misspoken, Truth quickly adopted a more humble demeanor. All right. Your brother is of utmost importance to you. I shan't speak carelessly. Truth said with a cheeky grin. He then withdrew into his own being. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, seated in silence, shifted his gaze toward the bustling streets outside the window. Lost in contemplation. At the Qin residence, Qin Xian wore an expression of anxiety. Ever since the last incident, his daughter had exhibited peculiar behavior. Not only had her strength surged, but her personality had undergone a significant transformation as well. During practice sessions with her brother Qin Tao, she struck with far greater ferocity than before, nearly sending Qin Tao off on several occasions. Fortunately, Qin Xian had since restricted anyone from engaging in soul combat practice with Qin Gua. Otherwise, the Qin family would undoubtedly be in a state of disarray. Father, what on earth is wrong with Gua? Qin Tao entered, wearing a look of confusion as he regarded Qin Xian. Upon hearing his son's voice, Qin Xian slowly turned, exhaling a sigh. Alas, I do not know. All I can say is that we must maintain our distance from her, otherwise. He trailed off, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, and sighed once more. Qin Tao had a nagging feeling that this matter was somehow related to Lu Zhe, and thus he resolved to seek him out for clarity. After a brief conversation with his father, he departed the Qin residence. Once on the street, Qin Tao took a moment to compose himself before organizing his thoughts. Lu Zhe must be aware of my sister's situation. He is surely still in the city. He murmured to himself, formulating a plan to instruct his subordinates to search various inns around town. Time passed, and eventually, Qin Tao received promising news. You say you have located the individual? In Qin Tao's room within the Qin residence, a servant knelt before him. Qin Tao's expression was one of exhilaration. For Lu Zhe's whereabouts had been discovered. Quickly, take me to him, Qin Tao urged eagerly. The servant nodded promptly, replying, Yes, young master, please follow me. Having spoken, he led Qin Tao out of the Qin residence. Before long, the two arrived before a quaint inn. Gazing at the establishment, Qin Tao felt an overwhelming sense of inner turmoil, pondering how to approach Lu Zhe regarding his sister's situation. Ultimately, with a surge of courage, he stepped into the inn, where the manager guided them to the door of the topmost room. Young Master Qin, the person you seek is within. I shall take my leave now, the manager said with utmost respect. Qin Tao, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart swiftly, and then fixed his gaze intently on the door before him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he boldly reached for the doorknob. Yet, just as his hand made contact, Lu Zhe's voice resonated from within. Since you are here, do come in. Startled, Qin Tao froze momentarily but then obediently opened the door. Upon entering, he found Lu Zhe seated by the window, looking directly at him. The unexpected encounter left him flustered, but fortunately, Lu Zhe broke the silence first. Speak. What is it that you have been searching for me about all this time? Lu Zhe asked, his tone laden with significance. With a sheepish chuckle, Chen Tao scratched his head and replied, It concerns my little sister. You mean the girl named Qinghua? Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly. Chen Tao nodded fervently, offering Lu Zhe a hopeful smile. However, Lu Zhe's reply was disheartening. Regrettably, her matters seem beyond my purview, he said with a smile. Initially, Chen Tao thought he must have misheard, but after repeated confirmations, he grasped the harsh truth. Is there truly nothing you can do to assist my sister? Chen Tao pressed on, unwilling to relent. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at him, which instantly instilled a sense of foreboding in Chen Tao. There is a solution, but the cost is quite substantial, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile. Chen Tao found himself hesitating upon hearing these words. You must consider this carefully. The power residing within your sister is no trifling matter. Should it ever erupt uncontrollably, even your father might be unable to restrain her. Lu Zhe reiterated. Chen Tao fell into silence, pondering what he would do if Lu Zhe's words proved true. Furthermore, during this period, he had already sensed the sinister aura of the malevolent soul power within his sister. Very well, as long as you can aid in my sister's recovery. I am willing to bear any cost, Chen Tao declared, steeling himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and gradually rose, saying, Let us go. Take me to the Chen family. Chen Tao, upon hearing this, was instantly overjoyed and eagerly led the way ahead of Lu Zhe. In no time, they arrived at the Chen residence. The head of the Chen family, Chen Xian, promptly came to the entrance to receive Lu Zhe, having been informed by Chen Tao's attendant. I sincerely appreciate your presence, Chen Xian said, standing before Lu Zhe with utmost respect. Lu Zhe did not respond to him, but gestured for him to take him to see Qinghua. Chen Xian immediately understood, and without further ado, led Lu Zhe to the door of Qinggua's room. Upon their arrival, the attendants, under Chen Xian's silent cue, discreetly withdrew. Lu Zhe, sensing the atmosphere within the room, began to wear a solemn expression. Has the change occurred so swiftly? Lu Zhe murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian hurriedly inquired, Little brother, did the girl? He hesitated to continue, as the most dreadful outcome crossed his mind. However, Lu Zhe soon revealed a smile. Gazing at both Chen Xian and Chen Tao as he slowly said, I believe it would be best for you to leave this place. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety shortly. Chen Xian was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Yet, he ultimately chose to take his son and depart, realizing that if Lu Zhe had said so, then the matter concerning Qinghua must indeed be quite precarious. Once Chen Xian and his son had left, Lu Zhe's expression gradually turned cold. Truth, do you know whose sin aspect this fellow embodies? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Hiki, how rare of you to ask me, how delightful. Truth replied with a mocking grin. Enough with the nonsense. Answer my question. Lu Zhe shot a glare at Truth. Seeing this look, Truth smirked playfully and then said, If I am not mistaken, that girl should represent the sin of lust. Lust? Lu Zhe expressed profound astonishment. Yes, she must be infatuated with you. It seems your allure is quite significant, Truth chuckled mischievously. Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Observing the room before him, he unhesitatingly opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he heard someone repeatedly uttering his name. Following the direction of the voice, he was taken aback to discover a young girl curled up in a corner, incessantly murmuring Lu Zhe's name. Can you discern the current state of this individual? Truth, he slowly inquired. Upon seeing Qinghua, Truth was momentarily stunned, then gravely remarked, How could the sin face evolve so rapidly? Evolve? The sin face can evolve? Lu Zhe felt a wave of confusion wash over him once more. Do you think that the 7 sins in the realm of truth became formidable for no reason? Truth retorted with irritation. Subsequently, she began to elucidate that evolution is a challenging process. The sin face can be categorized into 4 levels. Initially, there is the newly awakened sin face, the lowest tier, followed by minor sin, major sin, and finally, original sin, the latter being the closest in strength to the 7 sins. At this juncture, Truth fell into contemplation once again. Logically, the emergence of a sin face in this world is already a rarity. How could this girl evolve to the level of minor sin in such a short span of time? She has reached the minor sin level? Lu Zhe expressed his astonishment. Truth nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to speak, a voice interrupted them. Lu Zhe, I want it so much. Chapter 65, A New Objective. Lu Zhe, I want it so much. Suddenly, Qinghua, who had been huddled in the corner, lunged towards Lu Zhe. However, He reacted swiftly, evading her. Qingguo crashed onto the floor, while Lu Zhe observed her coldly from the side. Is this what it means to be provoked? Lu Zhe remarked nonchalantly. It seems so. Truth responded. Before Lu Zhe could continue, Qingguo, still on the floor, once again sprang up and charged at him. Reluctantly, Lu Zhe knew he had to subdue her. Lie down. As Lu Zhe unleashed the power of truth, Qingguo, who had been rushing towards him, instantly dropped to the ground upon hearing his words. Lu Zhe, why are you doing this? Qingguo shouted from her prone position. However, Lu Zhe was far from possessing a heart of compassion. He callously placed his foot upon Qingguo's head. I am quite curious about how you awakened the sin of lust, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile, his foot pressing down on Qingguo. Yet, to his astonishment, Qingguo managed to break free from the constraints of truth and seized his ankle with a fierce grip. I truly long to be with you. Qingguo's face was contorted with madness, as if she might devour Lu Zhe whole in the next instant. Seeing this, Lu Zhe did not hesitate and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Bang! Qingguo was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the room. However, it appeared that Qingguo felt no pain. Her expression became increasingly frenzied. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt a surge of interest and proceeded to stretch his limbs. Let me see just how formidable your sin is, he remarked with a cold smirk. Qingguo seemed to grasp something profound and suddenly lunged at Lu Zhe. Her speed was remarkably swifter than those he had encountered before. However, it still paled in comparison to the individuals from the realm of truth. Yet, on the Douluo continent, it was undeniably exceptional. Suddenly appearing before Lu Zhe, Qingguo laughed maniacally and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. If I cannot possess you, then I shall ensure that no one else can, she declared with frenzied laughter. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe effortlessly evaded her strike and positioned himself behind her. Devoid of any mercy, he landed a decisive elbow strike on the back of her head. Bang! Once again, Qingguo was sent flying by Lu Zhe, but this time, upon rising, she appeared to be taking the situation seriously. I will destroy you, she proclaimed in a fit of rage. As she spoke, an aura filled with sin began to permeate the room. Lu Zhe observed everything with keen eyes, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. It was becoming rather entertaining, he mused, as truth floated beside him, chuckling. No sooner had the words left truth's lips than Qingguo shot towards Lu Zhe like a cannonball. 4 soul rings manifested around Qingguo, the third of which radiated a brilliant purple light. Third soul skill, Skyward Strike. Qingguo shouted, unleashing a devastating attack right before Lu Zhe. Boom! In an instant, the entire room was reduced to ruins, while Lu Zhe narrowly evaded the onslaught in the final moment. Chun Xian and Chen Tao, sensing the residual force of the attack, hurried to Lu Zhe's side. Upon their arrival, they were immediately struck by the scene before them. Qingguo's once pristine room lay in shambles, and amidst the debris, Lu Zhe stood aloft, gazing down at the almost frenzied Qingguo. What distinguishes her from a beast? Lu Zhe remarked coolly. Who can say? Those who awaken the sin aspect are simply like this, Truth replied with a smile. Is that so? Lu Zhe pondered aloud, seizing the moment while Lu Zhe was distracted. Qingguo reappeared before him. Noticing her, Lu Zhe calmly commanded, Stop. At his words, Qingguo froze, plummeting straight down into the ruins. Thud. She crashed heavily to the ground, causing Chun Xian, who stood nearby, to wince in pain. Yet, before he could react, Lu Zhe materialized in front of the prostrate Qingguo. Without a word, he seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Since you have awakened the sin aspect, your existence will only endanger those around you, Lu Zhe stated coldly. Chen Xian, witnessing this, panicked and rushed to Lu Zhe's side. Lu Zhe, I implore you, spare my little sister. She is just a child, he cried out desperately. However, Lu Zhe appeared indifferent, his grip tightening. Qingguo's complexion began to turn purple, on the verge of losing consciousness. In a critical moment, Chen Tao intervened, wrenching her from Lu Zhe's grasp. Do you even realize what you are doing? Lu Zhe glared at Chen Tao with icy disdain. Chen Tao, unfazed, retorted. She is my sister. I cannot allow her to perish. If she lives, you all will perish. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Lu Zhe responded coldly. Chen Tao fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a period of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. Before Chen Tao could complete his words, a hand pierced through his chest. With a gasp, he immediately expelled a copious amount of blood, staring in disbelief at Qingguo, who was cradled in his arms. At that moment, Qingguo wore a maniacal smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the man before her was her own brother. Haha. No one can stop me from being with Lu Zhe. Qingguo laughed madly. Nevertheless, Qin Tao was unwilling to relent. He reached out in an attempt to caress her face, only to be struck away by a powerful blow. Fortunately, Chun Xian appeared just in time to catch the flung Qin Tao, or he might have truly met his demise. It seems there is no hope left, Lu Zhe remarked coldly. In an instant, he materialized before the cackling Chunghua, seizing her face in his grasp, just as he intended to erase her with a paradox. The embodiment of truth emerged. Not so fast. This girl is still salvageable, Truth said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. And then he gradually inquired, how shall we save her? Truth replied with profound significance, do you not possess a paradox? Simply employ the paradox to eradicate the sins within her. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, I understand. However, if I proceed in this manner, her soul power and martial spirit will be eradicated alongside her. She would be relegated to the status of an ordinary person. And there is a possibility that her memories could be wiped away as well. Which is more vital, power or life? Truth inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the words left his lips, a formless stream of energy enveloped Qinguo, accompanied by Lu Zhe's command to erase. Qinguo emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Qin Xian, holding the severely injured Qin Tao, stood a short distance away, fixated on Lu Zhe and his companions. Before long, Lu Zhe cast Qinguo onto the ground. Chun Xian hurriedly rushed to her side to assess her condition, only to be engulfed by shock. The soul power and martial soul have vanished? Chun Xian murmured in disbelief. However, Lu Zhe coldly remarked, if I hadn't done this, she would have faced a certain demise. Qin Xian replied, her head bowed in response. Lu Zhe glanced at him but did not dwell on it. Instead, he turned and walked towards the entrance of the Qin family. The moment Lu Zhe turned away, tears streamed down Qin Xian's face. However, these were not tears of sorrow, but of joy. In her eyes, as long as her child was alive, that was enough. Even if they were reduced to an ordinary person, they would still be her child. Thank you, Qin Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and then continued to walk forward. The events concerning the Qin family had long since passed, and at this moment, Lu Zhe was prepared to embark on his journey to the next town. What are your plans next? Truth floated beside Lu Zhe, speaking with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe looked up at the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, if even a mere soul master can awaken the sin facade, could it be that she is the only one in this world? What could this possibly mean? Truth felt a sense of bewilderment. Lu Ziduan paused for a moment, then thoughtfully remarked, this world has undergone a transformation. I must eradicate these sins, or else Xiaoyu will be unable to live a proper life. What about the 10 sons and the 7 sins? Truth continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile before replying that they would bring it along. Chapter 66. The current state of the continent a year later. The continent underwent a dramatic transformation. During this year, an unknown ability emerged on Douluo continent. Those who awakened this ability possessed an exceptionally pure form of malevolence. And it was not only soul masters who awakened this power. Even ordinary individuals could potentially awaken it under certain conditions. Those endowed with this ability were labeled as sinners by the continent's foremost powers. Within Shrek Academy in the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian and several esteemed elders convened to discuss matters concerning these sinners. Elder Xian, the sinners are exceedingly perilous. If we cannot control them, it will disrupt the balance of the continent. We must devise a means to restrict them, an elder remarked with a grave expression. Elder Xian nodded thoughtfully, then slowly responded. Many sinners have already emerged, and even our children at Shrek Academy have been affected. If we do not impose restrictions, the balance of the continent will indeed be shattered. But how should we restrict them? We cannot simply eradicate them, can we? An elder seated to Elder Xian's left spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. After an indeterminate period, Elder Xian finally broke the heavy atmosphere. Very well, let us disperse for now. I shall contemplate ways to address the issue of the sinners, he said gently. The gathered individuals ceased their discussions, for such matters were no trifling joke. Once most had departed, Elder Xian lifted his gaze toward the window and sighed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Without hesitation, he soared out of Shrek Academy. Before long, he arrived at the hillside, where a man awaited him atop the slope. You've come, the man greeted as Elder Xian approached. You are? Elder Xian inquired. a hint of confusion in his tone. Have you forgotten me after all this time? The man replied with a gentle smile, slowly turning to face Elder Xian. Upon seeing the man's visage, Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback. The figure before him was Lu Zhe, yet he appeared transformed, exuding an enigmatic aura, his power unfathomable. You have changed remarkably, Elder Xian remarked with a faint smile as he recognized the man before him. Lu Zhe wore a gentle smile and slowly inquired, how has my younger brother been lately? As for your brother, Xian Lao replied with a chuckle, everything else is well, except he incessantly speaks of you every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but laugh. He then approached Elder Xian and spoke slowly, have you noticed the changes on the continent over the past year? Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this recent upheaval was indeed connected to Lu Zhe. Regaining his composure, Elder Xian nodded and replied, indeed. The transformations on the continent have been utterly unforeseen. However, just as Elder Xian was reflecting, Lu Zhe suddenly interjected. I have heard that those individuals are referred to as sinners. Have you encountered them? Elder Xian inquired with astonishment. Haha. Lu Zhe smiled and continued. I have not only encountered them, but also specialized in eradicating such individuals. What does that mean? Elder Xian inquired with a hint of confusion. To be precise, they are not sinners. They are manifestations of sin, individuals sanctioned by the 7 sins, Lu Zhe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian began to feel a twinge of unease. Wasn't Lu Zhe's statement indicative of his profound understanding of these individuals? You should refrain from getting involved with matters concerning manifestations of sin. If you encounter some ordinary manifestations or minor sins, it may be manageable. But should you confront a major sin, you may find that escape is not even an option, Lu Zhe cautioned. Elder Xian was no fool. It was evident that Lu Zhe was subtly reminding him that this was beyond his jurisdiction. Very well, but do exercise caution. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to account for your brother. Elder Xian nodded slowly in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe chose to remain silent and turned to leave the place. However, just as he took his first step, he paused once more. Do not let my brother know. Lu Zhe whispered softly. Xian Lao understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe smiled and departed from the location. Elder Xian was unaware of his next destination. Yet it was certain that wherever there was malevolence, traces of him would inevitably follow. As he regained his composure, Elder Xian's expression grew solemn. This was not without reason. It was due to the impending Soul Master competition. The emergence of malevolence had instantly augmented the overall strength of several Soul Master academies and sects across the continent, thereby heightening the possibility of the forthcoming competition. Elder Xian sighed deeply, murmuring, I hope the next Soul Master competition unfolds without incident. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, in Lu Zhe's former chamber, a young lad lay contemplatively upon his bed. Where could he possibly be? The boy was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was no longer the same as before. Since Lu Zhe's departure, he had seldom smiled. In fact, there were times when the mere mention of Lu Zhe's name in conversation could easily provoke an emotional outburst. Initially, Elder Xian believed this was a consequence of the malevolent influence, but later concluded that Lu Xiaoyu seemed unaffected by such forces. Over time, it became common knowledge within the inner courtyard that one should never mention his brother in Lu Xiaoyu's presence, lest they risk a sudden and dramatic change in his demeanor. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the door to his room creaked open, revealing a striking figure. Lu Xiaoyu. Elder Xian has summoned us to gather with him today. He seems to have matters to discuss, spoke none other than Qiu'er. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xiaoyu slowly lifted his head to glance at her, then said, let us go. Observing his indifferent expression, Qiu'er felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet, she understood that Lu Xiaoyu's matters were beyond her purview. He would have to navigate them on his own. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoyu, under Qiu'er's guidance, arrived at the location of Elder Xian. They were not alone. Gu Yuna, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong'er, and others were also present. It seemed everyone had gathered. And upon Lu Xiaoyu's arrival, Elder Xian smiled and remarked. However, Lu Xiaoyu showed him no courtesy, bluntly asking, what is the purpose of our summons here? Elder Xian, taken aback by this directness, felt a twinge of embarrassment, while the others could only express their helplessness. After all, Lu Xiaoyu was the only one audacious enough to speak to Elder Xian in such a manner. The others were compelled to show him some respect. Very well. I shall be straightforward, Elder Xian replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Then, under the collective gaze of the assembly, he proclaimed loudly, as you all are aware, the emergence of sinners has been noted. With their arrival, Our Shrek monitoring group has gained an additional task to oversee the wayward sinners. Does this mean our mission is to confront those who have strayed? Chioer interjected loudly. Elder Xian did not deny it. Instead, he chuckled, indicating the obviousness of the situation. Since you have deduced it, the mission is indeed to monitor the sinners in a town along the border of the Star Luo Empire, Elder Xian elaborated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hui Yuhao and the others subtly shifted. Yuhao, I've heard that these sinners are significantly stronger than ordinary soul masters. Will we encounter them? Wang Donger whispered to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, with a calm smile, reassured her, do not worry. With me here, nothing will go awry. A wave of murmurs swept through the group. Seeing this, Elder Xian gradually stated, everyone, please quiet down. Our mission will commence the day after tomorrow, so prepare yourselves. With that, he signaled for Lu Xiaoyu and the others to take their leave. Lu Xiaoyu said little, not looking back as she walked towards the dormitory. No one knew what would transpire during this mission. Even old Xian was uncertain about the extent of the malevolence lurking in that place. The game had commenced. Do not let me down. Lu Zhe. Chapter 67. The unknown peril. In the early morning, the sun ascended high into the sky. Today marked the day when Lu Xiaoyu and her companions would embark on their supervisory mission. At the gates of Shrek Academy, they arrived before dawn, waiting in silence. At that moment, old Xian appeared, and upon seeing the gathered group, he let out a hearty laugh. All right, since everyone is present, let us commence our journey to the mission site, old Xian declared with a broad smile. The team assigned to this mission included Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, Chioer, Hui Yuhao, Wang Donger, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and others, along with old Xian and the senior sister from the inner courtyard, Zhang Lishuan, totaling just over 10 individuals. Though their numbers were considerable, should they encounter a formidable foe, surrender would be their only option. As they prepared to set out, a figure stood at a distance, observing everything unfold. What was old Xian contemplating? Why was he acting this way? The speaker was none other than Lu Zhe, who had recently met with old Xian. At that moment, Lu Zhe was perplexed, unable to grasp old Xian's intentions. It was vital to recognize that if a great evil were to manifest in that place, even Lu Zhe might find himself powerless. The difference between a minor and a major evil was not merely a matter of rank. The disparity in power was a qualitative leap. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. Lu Zhe had no desire to witness harm befall his younger brother. Thus, after their departure, he followed closely behind. After an indeterminate amount of time, old Xian and Zhang Lishuan finally brought Lu Xiaoyu and the others to the vicinity of the mission site. Upon arrival, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze fixated intently on the grand town before her, her expression grave. Have you made any discoveries? At that moment, Gu Yuna approached her and inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instantly returned to her senses and calmly remarked, I am uncertain. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that there exists a profoundly dangerous presence within this town. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuna's expression immediately turned grave. She had no reason to doubt Lu Xiaoyu's words. At that moment, Elder Xian slowly turned to face them, smiling as he said, All right, children. We have arrived at our destination. Let us proceed into the town to carry out our mission. How shall we execute it? Chioer inquired with a smile. First, we will settle within the town, and for the time to come, we shall conduct our investigations here, Zhang Lishuan interjected to clarify. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged cheerful smiles, for, according to Zhang Lishuan, Elder Xian would not impose restrictions on their actions during this period, as long as their investigations were thorough. Subsequently, the group, led by Elder Xian, entered the town. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who had just arrived, wore a grave expression. Alas, it seems your brother and his companions are in grave peril this time. Truth naturally emerged from within Lu Zhe. Upon hearing Truth's statement, Lu Zhe did not refute it, for it rang true. Indeed, it was unexpected that two major sins would simultaneously manifest within such a town, Lu Zhe stated with solemnity. Truth did not respond immediately, but instead fixated intently on the town before them. Although others could not perceive the aura emanating from the town, he could see it clearly. No, Truth said, having regained his composure, with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately filled with confusion. What did it mean? This town contained more than just two great sins. There were at least 5. Truth's expression was grave, clearly indicating that he was not jesting. However, Lu Zhe found it hard to believe. After all, how could 5 great sins possibly manifest in one place simultaneously? Are you joking? Aren't great sins exceedingly rare? Lu Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Truth revealed a bitter smile and slowly replied, I am uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. You have never faced this before? Luze inquired. Truth did not respond verbally but nodded affirmatively. Seeing Truth in such a state, Luze began to comprehend the formidable entities his brother was about to confront. While the awakening of a great sin in an ordinary person might be manageable, the emergence of a high-tier soul master could prove to be exceedingly challenging. After all, Luze's strength was only comparable to that of a great sin. And although Truth's abilities were effective against great sins, their duration was limited. As for the power of rules, it correlated directly with the regulations of this world. Only by disqualifying the individual who governs these rules could Luze's power of rules be enhanced. Furthermore, the paradoxical power within him was constrained by the power of rules, preventing it from manifesting its true potential. Otherwise, obliterating Truth's world would be a trivial pursuit for Luze. Additionally, the power of rules was merely a supplementary ability for Luze, capable of rectifying all the forces within him, but it could not yet amend anything beyond himself. Overall, Luze's current strength could no longer be measured by soul power. His martial soul and soul power had been altered by the power of rules, leaving his capabilities at a level comparable to a great sin, significantly lacking when compared to original sins. Nonetheless, on the Douluo continent, the strength of great sins had long surpassed that of the ultimate Douluo. However, a uniquely gifted ultimate Douluo could still hold their ground against a great sin for a time. It seemed that this time, Luze needed to adopt a more serious approach. He gazed earnestly at the town before him and declared his resolve. Within the town, Lu Xiaoyu and the others, under the guidance of Elder Xian, settled into a hotel. After a period of organization, Elder Xian began to assign tasks. Under his direction, the original group of 15 was divided into 5 teams of 3. Lu Xiaoyu was naturally grouped with Gu Yuna and Xiao Er, while Hui Yuhao could not be separated from Wang Donger, and they also included Xiao Xiao. After a thorough explanation from Zhang Lishuan, Lu Xiaoyu and the others learned that this town was called Qianyuan City, one of the larger towns in the Star Luo Empire. Well, since the division of labor is clear, let us all rest early. Tomorrow, we shall commence our inspection duties, Xian Lao said slowly, gazing at the crowd. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions did not stand on ceremony, heading straight to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, after they had retreated, Elder Xian found himself alone in a park outside the hotel. I knew you would come, he said slowly upon sensing a familiar presence not long after his arrival. The visitor was none other than Luze. Elder Xian, I am quite curious as to why you suddenly decided to bring my brother and the others here for this inspection task. Luze stated candidly as he approached Elder Xian. The elder, caught off guard by the question, could only scratch his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Well, you see. Enough. You need not continue, Luze interjected before Elder Xian could finish his thought. The abrupt interruption left Elder Xian feeling inexplicably embarrassed. However, Luze remained unfazed and solemnly remarked, I understand that you are considering the greater good, but this is no jest. I cannot guarantee the safety of everyone. My only concern is for my brother. With that, he turned his back and departed without a glance back. Left in contemplation, Elder Xian found himself pondering whether he had truly erred in his decision. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, as he had faith in his own abilities. Even if they could not accomplish the task at hand, he believed he could ensure the children's safe return. At least, that was his conviction. Unaware that this town harbored a terrifying presence. At that moment, in the realm of truth, within the palace where Lucifer resided, the 6 sins sat before him. Lucifer, you must be sensing it, right? Leviathan, the sin of jealousy, began to speak. After his words, silence enveloped the room. Lucifer then slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, What of it? We cannot escape from here, after all. What if the destruction fails to carry out the tasks we entrusted to them? Leviathan inquired, his face etched with concern. To everyone's surprise, Lucifer chuckled heartily. Fear not. I trust that destruction can also perceive the changes in that world, and their true power shall soon be fully restored. As for Luze, as long as I am alive, that is sufficient, Lucifer responded with a smile. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, the other 6 sins fell silent, recognizing his strength. If he held such faith in destruction, what reason did they have to doubt? Chapter 68. The game begins within Qianyuan City. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions had commenced their respective tasks. They split into groups of 3 to investigate, while Lu Xiaoyu's team assisted with the inquiries in the northern district of Qianyuan City. Lu Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts on this mission? Gu Yuna inquired softly at that moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu calmly remarked, Regardless, this mission will be perilous. We should exercise utmost caution. Indeed. Gu Yuna nodded in agreement. After arriving in the northern district, the trio parted ways to execute their respective tasks. Inside a towering building, Lu Zhe leaned against the window, closely observing Lu Xiaoyu's every move. Your brother appears to be quite extraordinary, Truth interjected with a smile. Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe exhibited little emotional response. Instead, he calmly remarked, so what? Regardless, he is still my brother. With a soft chuckle, Zhili vanished into Lu Zhe's being. Lu Zhe then resumed his watchful gaze upon Lu Xiaoyu's every action. On the streets of the northern district, Lu Xiaoyu was inquiring with several passers-by. Initially, there seemed to be nothing amiss, but soon he noticed a figure behaving oddly. He decided to follow. The moment Lu Zhe realized that Lu Xiaoyu was tailing someone, he felt a surge of surprise and immediately pursued him. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu trailed the mysterious figure into a narrow alley. Upon entering, he found that the person he was following had vanished. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Xiaoyu quickly reacted, turning to exit the alley. Before long, he found himself back on the street. However, in the next instant, an unexpected event unfolded. Xiaoyu, how did you end up here? A familiar voice resonated from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned to look. There stood a silver-haired, golden-eyed youth, smiling warmly. It was none other than Lu Zhe. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet he felt an overwhelming excitement as he rushed towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled as he patted him on the back, then continued. Do you have any tasks for coming here? Upon encountering Lu Zhe, Lu Xiaoyu was devoid of any contemplative mood and directly stated, Master Xian has instructed us to investigate this city. Is that so? Lu Zhe's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. However, Lu Xiaoyu paid it no mind and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Brother, where have you been during this time? Well, Lu Zhe, regaining his composure, continued, I have actually been residing in this city all along. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu also sensed the unsettling change in their surroundings, for the once clear sky had darkened ominously. Brother, don't you feel that something seems to be shifting around us? Lu Xiaoyu said gravely. In contrast, Lu Zhe, seemingly oblivious, replied, Is there a change? Perhaps it is just about to rain. Observing Lu Zhe's awkward smile, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but harbor doubts. You have changed so much, she questioned him with a frosty expression. Upon hearing these words, cold sweat began to trickle down Lu Zhe's face, further solidifying Lu Xiaoyu's resolve. Just as he prepared to take action, an unexpected incident occurred. With a resounding crash, a colossal beast erupted from a shop on the street where Lu Xiaoyu stood. In that moment, Lu Xiaoyu could keenly sense the terrifying strength of the creature before him. He swiftly grasped Lu Zhe's hand and dashed into the distance. However, the beast relentlessly pursued them, closing in with alarming speed. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, a figure intervened, positioning themselves between the monster and the fleeing pair. You go ahead. I can handle this creature, said the figure, whose voice indicated a male beneath a smiling mask. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu had no time to ponder. He pulled Lu Zhe further away. Meanwhile, the masked man fixed his gaze intently on the monstrous entity before him. Little sin? The masked man murmured slowly. No sooner had he spoken than the beast lunged at him. The masked man's reflexes were swift, dodging the creature's ferocious attack with a deft movement. Truth, do you know what this monster is? The masked man inquired. A giggle erupted, and Truth gradually emerged from within the masked man. With a grin, Truth replied, This is the manifestation of a sinner awakened, consumed by their own transgressions. There is no salvation. Is that so? The masked man said, his tone laden with meaning as he stood atop the beast, gazing down coldly. Truly, a profound sin, he remarked softly. Supergravity, stomp. The masked man lifted his foot high and then smashed it down upon the creature's head. Boom. The beast had barely registered the attack before it was forcefully driven into the earth. Dust and debris erupted as the masked man emerged unscathed from the cloud. The creature, however, was ensnared within the ground. Roar. The trapped beast let out a ferocious roar, then suddenly sprang from the earth. Kill, kill. It repeated, a word that surprised even the masked man. Before he could fully recover, the creature lunged at him with incredible speed, its fist raised high, striking towards him with blinding swiftness. Super special power, obliterate. With the masked man's utterance, the beast's powerful punch met him as if it were striking a sponge, ineffectual and harmless. Enough, I've had my fun, the masked man murmured. He then raised his right hand slowly, declaring, obliterate. Whoosh. The creature, enveloped in an invisible flow of energy, vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Are you not curious about the nature of its sin? At this moment, the truth emerged. The masked figure glanced at him and softly uttered, "There is no need to know." The truth, upon hearing this, could only smile faintly and merge into his being. After vanquishing the monstrous entity before him, the masked figure proceeded in the direction where Lu Xiaoyu had previously departed. After all, there remained a counterfeit Lu Zhe on that side, possessing strength at least of the Great Sin level. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had reunited with Gu Yuna and her companions. Upon encountering this Lu Zhe, the two women immediately felt a sense of doubt. "Who are you?" The first to speak was Chio'er. Her initial gaze upon this Lu Zhe sparked her suspicions. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a faint smile and replied, "I am Xiaoyu's brother. Have you truly forgotten?" His response left Chio'er momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she lacked sufficient evidence to prove that the Lu Zhe before her was not the genuine article. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, should you dare to act out of line, I shall not let you off easily," Chio'er threatened. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then followed closely beside Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Gu Yuna slowly spoke, "Let us first join Elder Xian and the others. This town has undergone changes." Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not refuse. They all expressed their approval. However, unbeknownst to them, the inhabitants concealed within this town had been closely monitoring all of their actions. The game had commenced for the Shrek Academy students. Chapter 69. The Emergence of the Sin of Jealousy. Zhu Lu. "Zhu Lu, where are you?" On a street in Qianyuan City, Dai Huabin was calling out loudly for his companion, Zhu Lu. Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, he received no response. Damn it! The lack of reply ignited a wave of frustration within Dai Huabin. He could only proceed alone towards the hotel where they were staying. Recalling the words of Elder Xian before they split up, if any unforeseen circumstances arose, they were to return to the hotel immediately and refrain from lingering elsewhere for too long. But this unforeseen event had struck too swiftly, leaving Dai Huabin with no chance to react. Thus, he advanced towards the hotel, unaware that a shadow lurked in the buildings behind him, watching his every move. Time passed, and Dai Huabin found himself unable to reach the vicinity of the hotel, which only intensified his annoyance. "What on earth is happening?" he muttered to himself. The situation felt akin to wandering through a labyrinth with no way out. Roar! Just as Dai Huabin lamented, a terrifying roar echoed from behind him. The sound plunged him into a state of panic. He could not discern the source of the noise, which sounded less like a soul beast and more akin to a human scream. What kind of place is this? Dai Huabin's heart raced with fear as he sprinted towards the hotel, the roar growing closer with each passing moment, as though he were on the brink of an encounter. Indeed, the moment Dai Huabin turned a corner, a man enveloped in a shroud of black shadows appeared before him. Driven by curiosity to ascertain whether the figure was human, Dai Huabin summoned his courage to inquire, "Sir, what are you?" Roar. Before he could finish his sentence, the man emitted a roar identical to the one Dai Huabin had just heard. Overcome with terror, Dai Huabin barely had time to react before the man charged at him in a frenzy. In a flash, Dai Huabin unleashed his soul power, launching a fierce white tiger radiant wave towards the man. Boom! The man was instantly propelled by Dai Huabin, crashing heavily into the buildings lining the street. Believing the ordeal to be resolved, Dai Huabin gasped for breath, only to be astonished once more. The man he had struck down emerged from the rubble as if unscathed, his pitch-black eyes fixated intently on Dai Huabin. In the next moment, the man appeared before Dai Yoheng, offering no opportunity for reaction, and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a sickening thud, Dai Huabin was sent flying, a copious amount of blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed against the surrounding wall. When he rose again, his face was etched with sheer terror. This was an unprecedented encounter for him. The man before him exhibited no fluctuations of soul power, yet his speed and strength surpassed Dai Huabin's by a considerable margin, shattering his previous understanding. Could this be what his teacher had referred to as a sinner? At this moment, the recollection of his teacher's words flooded his mind, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he recalled the descriptions of sinners. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to contemplate how to confront such a being. Thus, Dai Huabin resorted to the simplest solution, to flee as swiftly and as far as possible. With this thought, he turned and sprinted towards the hotel. The man, however, remained still, seemingly allowing Dai Huabin to escape. It appeared that the townsfolk had transformed into such monsters. The situation was grim. Just as the man prepared to pursue Dai Huabin, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing it, the man spun around, and upon recognizing the speaker, he was engulfed by fear, as if confronted by a nemesis. Ah, even such a creature feels fear? The speaker was none other than Lu Zhe, donning a smiling mask. He chuckled, as the embodiment of truth emerged, playfully remarking, "Of course. Anything will fear that which is more powerful than itself. And what about you?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Yet, he was unprepared for Truth's audacious response. "Me?" Truth pointed to itself, continuing, "Don't be ridiculous. I fear nothing, for I am the strongest entity. No one can threaten me." After a cold chuckle, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze towards the man still engulfed in terror. Upon witnessing this, Zhenli felt a surge of displeasure and began to interrogate him. Yet, Lu Zhe paid no heed, fixated instead on the trembling figure before him. "It is time to get down to business," Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhenli ceased his inquiries and gradually merged into Lu Zhe's being. The man, sensing Lu Zhe's attention upon him, instinctively felt the urge to escape. He abruptly turned to flee, only to abandon the notion almost immediately. "Stand there and do not move." Lu Zhe's voice rang out, causing the man, who had just taken a step, to halt abruptly. A desperate roar escaped the man's lips, as his body remained immobilized. "Are you truly so fearful?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smirk, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. Erasure. With a swift motion, a wave of colorless energy washed over the man, and he vanished in an instant. Lu Zhe, standing still, surveyed his surroundings and coldly remarked, "Is anyone still hiding after all this?" Initially believing Lu Zhe was merely speaking to himself, a peculiar laughter echoed in response. Following the eerie laughter, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. The man gazed at Lu Zhe and remarked with a grin, "I never imagined you could perceive my presence. How astonishing. What manner of being are you?" Lu Zhe regarded him with a frigid stare and retorted, "What ails you?" The man paused momentarily, then boasted arrogantly, "I am one who has attained supreme divine power. I am a god now." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a derisive laugh, responding, "You are merely an ordinary person who has awakened a great sin. What claim do you have to divinity? You." The man erupted in rage, charging directly at Lu Zhe. Noticing the man's approach, Lu Zhe merely glanced his way and stated, "Erasure." Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the man abruptly halted, then dashed to the side. The area where the colorless energy had passed was now shrouded in an eerie void, leaving the man astounded as he regained his senses. Lu Zhe initially believed that this grave sin would soon be resolved, but unforeseen events transpired. "I desire your power. Become mine." At some point, a man had appeared behind Lu Zhe, his hands radiating an enigmatic force. "Get down." In a critical moment, Lu Zhe commanded, and the man was forcefully brought to the ground, allowing Lu Zhe to maintain his distance. "Truth, can you discern this individual's peculiarity?" Lu Zhe inquired gravely. Truth revealed a serious expression, cautioning, "Be careful. It seems this man has awakened the sin of jealousy." "Jealousy?" Lu Zhe responded, somewhat astonished. If his assumptions were correct, the ability of jealousy would involve forcibly claiming others' powers, devouring them to possess for oneself. Should this be the case, Lu Zhe might find himself in considerable peril. The severity of jealousy ranks just below that of pride, with pride being the most formidable among the 7 sins. Thus, an individual awakened to the sin of jealousy would naturally possess considerable strength. As Lu Zhe pondered, the man let out a sinister laugh and rose once more. "Your ability is truly magnificent. Quickly become mine." He cackled. It was not unexpected for the man to stand again, as Lu Zhe was aware that Truth's abilities held little influence over the sins, given that he himself possessed only the strength of a sin. The moment the man's words fell, he teleported directly before Lu Zhe. Fortunately, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to the man's forehead. 100 tons of force. Bang! 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 The man was sent flying by Lu Zhe's kick, crashing through more than 10 buildings before finally coming to a halt. "This is quite troublesome," Lu Zhe muttered, his gaze gradually turning cold as he looked towards the ruins several hundred meters away. "Marvelous, marvelous." The man cackled. Chapter 70, The Second Sin. Gluttony, seeking votes. Inside the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian was counting the number of people present. However, he soon realized that a few were missing. "Has anyone seen Lu Xiaoyu and the others?" Elder Xian asked the other students with a grave expression. Yet, none of the students present had any knowledge of their whereabouts, as they had separated to carry out their tasks. Just as despair began to settle, Xiao Xiao rushed in, breathless. "Elder Xian, you must hurry to save Yu Hao and the others." Elder Xian was taken aback, quickly inquiring about the situation. With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Xiao recounted. While we were on a mission, we encountered a powerful sinner. Yu Hao and Donger stayed behind to cover me. What? Elder Xian exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Quickly, lead me there. Xiao Xiao refrained from idle chatter and, with Elder Xian in tow, prepared to seek out Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Before departing, Elder Xian, with a serious countenance, urged, Lishuan, remain here and ensure their safety. I shall return shortly. Zhang Lishuan merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence over further words. Observing this, Elder Xian swiftly lifted Xiao Xiao and soared into the air. Where are Xiao Xiao and Yuao? Elder Xian inquired urgently mid-flight. Xiao Xiao promptly raised her hand, indicating the XC district where Yu Hao and the others were located. Elder Xian nodded in response. At that moment in the XC district, Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger bore numerous injuries. They had encountered the second of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of gluttony, concealed within Qianyuan City. How can such a monstrosity exist here? Hui Yu Hao gasped in frustration. However, the sin of gluttony offered them no respite. Teleporting directly before Hui Yu Hao and delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Bang! Hui Yu Hao was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, which crumbled into ruins. Coughing amidst the debris, Hui Yu Hao struggled to stand, gazing gravely at gluttony. You are truly weak, gluttony remarked slowly. Behind him, Wang Donger appeared terrified. It was her first encounter with such a creature. What does weakness matter? I possess reasons compelling enough to fight you, Hui Yu Hao declared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gluttony paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. You think you have reasons to battle me? Do not overestimate yourself. At that moment, Gluttony's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. In an instant, he teleported behind Hui Yu Hao, seizing the back of his head and forcefully pressing it into the ground. How absurd to utter such words when you are so feeble, Gluttony remarked flatly. He then exerted force, dragging Hui Yu Hao along the ground for several meters before discarding him like refuse beside Wang Donger. Yu Hao. Wang Donger rushed to her fallen companion, cradling him in her arms. Are you all right? Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Hui Yu Hao managed a forced smile, rising with Wang Donger's assistance. I'm fine. It's not too serious, he replied softly. Yet Wang Donger was no fool. It was evident to anyone that his condition was grave. Do you think we can survive and return from here? Wang Donger asked slowly. Have faith. We will surely return, Hui Yu Hao reassured her. Meanwhile, the sin of gluttony, observing the tender bond between the two, felt a surge of displeasure and approached them. I must say, do you two not have a modicum of respect for me? As the sin of gluttony spoke while advancing, Hui Yu Hao fell into a deep silence upon noticing the approach of the formidable figure. In that moment, the terrifying aura of the sin of gluttony erupted instantaneously. The once determined Hui Yu Hao, sensing this overwhelming presence, felt his heart plummet as if death had become an inevitable fate. Had they truly surrendered? The sin of gluttony, perceiving their despair, chuckled derisively, declaring, well, I've grown rather weary of this. No sooner had the words left his lips than he charged towards Hui Yu Hao and his companion. Just as he raised his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow, a figure interposed itself before them. With a thunderous explosion, dust was sent swirling around the area. Cease this at once. An ancient voice emerged from the haze. Noticing the disturbance, the sin of gluttony retreated slightly, a grin forming on his face. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived, he remarked. Moments later, as the dust settled, a familiar silhouette stood protectively in front of Hui Yu Hao. Yu Hao, you must leave this place at once. I shall confront this monster, declared the timely arrival of Xian Lao. Hearing Xian Lao's voice rekindled Hui Yu Hao's spirit, which had nearly extinguished. Xian Lao, enough. Do not say any more. This creature is extraordinarily powerful. You will only hinder me. Please, return to the hotel with Xiao Xiao. Xian Lao interrupted him. Understanding the intent behind Xian Lao's words, Hui Yu Hao reluctantly took Wang Donger by the hand and followed Xiao Xiao to retreat. However, the sin of gluttony, displeased by their attempt to flee, surged towards them. Fortunately, Xian Lao intervened just in time, averting dire consequences. Your opponent is me, Xian Lao declared as he struck the sin of gluttony squarely in the face. With no defense, the sin of gluttony was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the nearby structure. Now, this is the opponent I desired. He laughed heartily as he emerged from the rubble. Sensing the power radiating from the sin of gluttony, Xian Lao steeled himself. Truly a monster, he remarked gravely. Do not disappoint me, old man. The sin of gluttony shouted, charging at Xian Lao. Reacting swiftly, Xian Lao summoned the manifestation of his martial soul. A potent surge of soul power erupted from within him. Yet to the sin of gluttony, it seemed trivial. Suddenly, the sin of gluttony accelerated, darting into Xian Lao's blind spot, delivering a knee strike that sent him soaring into the air. How could this be? Elder Xian was taken aback. Surely, even in his weakened state, he could not be reduced to such a level of impotence. Just as he was grappling with this bewilderment, the mocking laughter resounded in his ears once more. Before he could react, he was seized by the sin of gluttony, who exclaimed with reckless abandon, "Let me indulge in some excitement." With that, the sin of gluttony hurled Elder Xian into the debris strewn across the ground. Cough, cough.